Chapter 81. Arriving at the main star. The Imperial Legion was left to clean up the battlefield, and the starship Shining-Huan was on did not delay for a moment and continued its journey. Shining-Huan followed Mi Lao and Zhu Lao in the command room and was immersed in learning how to draw spiritual patterns. As a result, she missed the opportunity to meet her eldest brother early. When the starship arrived at the main star and was about to disembark, she joined the Shin family and then left Shinjiao. Got the news by mouth.
It's okay, Sister Huan. My cousin said that after finishing this task, you will have some time off. Then you can meet on the main star.
Shinjiao looked at her expressionless and lost look. He thought she was sad and regretted not seeing her cousin. So he hurriedly comforted her. Shin Jifan listened for a while and glanced at her subconsciously, then quickly retracted his head as if he had been pricked by a needle, raised his chin, raised his nostrils to the sky at a 45-degree angle, and hummed awkwardly.
No, that's it. Brother, we can't see each other anytime. He doesn't even have time to say a word to us. He's very busy.
The implication is that even if they meet, they may not be able to talk. This third brother may have a caring heart, but the way he expresses it is really a bit awkward. In this regard, Shining-Huan did not explain that she was just addicted to the world of spiritual patterns and had not come back to her senses. She only smiled and thanked them for their comfort. Then Shinjiao giggled, and Shin Jifan snorted and raised his chin higher, wanting to poke the tip of his chin into the sky. They were talking and laughing as they followed the flow of people towards the starship entrance. When they just walked out to the starry skyport, they met the Qian family led by Qian Hongyu. Qian Hongyu looked straight at Shining-Huan with resentful and hateful eyes, and declared in a biting tone of provocation.
Humph! Don't be proud. The Shin family will not be so lucky to be alive next time.
Shining-Huan raised her eyebrows, with a slight chuckle hidden between her eyebrows.
What a coincidence. That's what I thought too. We'll see you in the college entrance examination.
Then the two families passed by each other, and Qian Hongyu felt aggrieved. The two Qian family members following her were also crying and feeling very unhappy. Why did they follow them on this trip? Not only did they destroy all my wife's books, but they were also intimidated by the well-connected waiter and taught her an unforgettable lesson. In the end, they couldn't even eat a complete meal. The key is that she refused to acknowledge the reimbursement to the third lady, so they had to rely on themselves to pay for it. In short, they did something wrong this time and almost died. Later, they were even more worried about being caught by the Shin family and selling it for money. They made a huge loss this time. Similarly, Chai Zian, who had just gotten off the starship not far from them, was feeling depressed at the moment. Her heart was burning with anger, and she was extremely uncomfortable. For the first time in her life, she showed off her dignity and self-esteem as if she were a commodity. But she still failed to get the golden recruitment order. Instead, Shining-Huan from the Shin family got it. This was simply a shame and a great humiliation. What makes people vomit blood is that Shining-Huan has not even gone to the starry sky battlefield. She only said a few words in the command room and got the praise of all the teachers, and they rushed to issue recruitment orders. This makes it even more obvious that she was on the battlefield just now. The performance above was that of a clown. Her face was burning with pain and full of shame, and she really didn't know where to put her face. So when she saw the Shin family, she immediately turned her head to the side, and then hurriedly avoided them with others, just waiting for her to come back to regain the place next time. So the conflict was ended unilaterally. However, Shining-Huan was not too unjust this time. After all, she robbed Chai Zian's pet, which was not only rhubarb, but also got 5 drops of ivory bamboo marrow liquid, which made Chai Zian feel resentful and cursed. It didn't matter. The starport on the main star is countless times more lively and prosperous than on the little star. There are always people coming and going. All of them are brightly dressed and in good spirits, but the majority of them were young boys and girls of about the same age as them, presumably taking the college entrance examination just like them.
Nishiwu, do you want to come with us to the small village outside the city that the Shin family bought? Or stay at your parents' house?
When the Shin family was walking outside, Shin Xiao moved to Shining-Huan's side. Shining-Huan was stunned when she heard this.
Is the Shin family still buying Zaya's onesie on the main star?
She thought that so many of the Shin family members would stay in a hotel or something. Shin Xiao grinned and explained to her.
Our ancestors had the foresight to buy it immediately when it was cheap. Our Shin family has sent their children here every year for so many years, and they have to stay in the hotel every time. Instead of spending a lot of money on it, it is better to buy a place to stay and save on accommodation costs. And the value of the house will also increase.
Shin Huan silently gave a thumbs up. He was worthy of being the stingy ancestor of the Shin family. With a first-class money-saving savvy, Shin Jifan, who was walking aside, glanced at them and took the opportunity to interject.
Uncle Six, of course we have to go back to our home. Maybe Dad and second sister are already waiting for us at home.
Shin Xiao nodded.
That's right. Big brother definitely wants to see Xiao's niece. Otherwise, I will send you there together. There's no need for that. Uncle Six, there shouldn't be any danger on the main star.
Shin Jifan scratched his head and said, but there was a bit of hesitation in his eyes. Shin Xiao disagreed.
That's not possible. I'm not worried about just the four of you brothers and sisters. Those people in the Qian family are like rats in the gutter. They might be watching you from somewhere. Our fifth niece is especially in danger.
Shin Huan thought the same way. Judging from what happened on the starship, it was clear that the Qian family was not particular about sneak attacks. Although the security on the main star was good, they had signed a life and death contract and could not risk their own lives. Testing people's courage is not. So after leaving the star airport, they divided into two teams. One was led by the Shin family to the small village outside the city where the Shin family bought the goods, and the other was sent to the military compound by Shin Xiao himself. Shin Zhao could not follow Shin Huan away this time, so he bid farewell to Shin Huan with tears in his eyes. Shin Jifan had a look of disgust on his face.
You're still crying at this age. With this little success, we won't be able to meet each other until we take the college entrance examination the day after tomorrow.
Then he grabbed Shin Huan's wrist and left in a hurry. Huh? Sticky is more affectionate than his third brother. What does Shin Zhao want to do? Is he planning to usurp the throne and steal his brother's throne? Shin Qifei, who was walking in front, looked at Shin Jifan, who was catching up with Shin Huan by the wrist. Her eyes suddenly widened and she snorted angrily. Shin Jifan, this annoying guy, grabbed his wrist and said he wasn't siding with Shin Huan. Shin Xiao happily watched the interaction between the three siblings, with the corner of his mouth raised a bit. It seemed like they were getting along quite well. His father had a lot of things to do, so he even asked him to keep an eye on Fanfan, Feifei, and the others to prevent Fanfan, Feifei, and the others from ostracizing Xiao's niece. I really think too much. Chapter 82 Second Sister Xinqiang. To the east of the main star, there is a military compound where high-level officials of the Imperial Legion live. It covers an extremely large area and is equivalent to the size of a small star. The environment inside is quiet and green, and it is definitely a good place to live. However, every step here has a solemn atmosphere, and it is also the most vigilant and safe place on the main star. But today, the solemn and quiet east gate of the military compound was interrupted by a group of people.
Hey, Xinqiang, please give me a price. How much will it cost to stop pestering my brother-in-law?
A little girl wearing a pink princess dress with big eyes, a small nose and a cherry mouth stood in front of a woman in military uniform who, although she had a bright appearance and a graceful figure, was covered in gray and looked like she had just returned from the construction site, and said in a coquettish tone. Standing next to the pink princess dress were 5 young men with different auras but good looks, as well as a man and woman who were carried out alone. Such a comparison shows that the other party is more powerful, while Xinqiang is lonely and weak. But Xinqiang didn't notice it. She was just stunned for a moment, with a confused expression on her face, and said blankly,
I didn't pester him. Xian, did you misunderstand?
Lu Xian, who was wearing a pink princess dress, raised her eyebrows. Her face turned red, and she stamped her feet angrily.
You still dare to quibble. My brother-in-law told me everything. Although you were lovers before, my brother-in-law later got together with my sister, and you still come to him every day. You are such an adult. Why don't you understand shame? Is it because I've fallen in love with my brother-in-law's money, so I don't want to let him go? I know my sister is right. Your Shin family is so poor. If you finally catch the golden turtle husband, you will definitely not let him go.
Xinqiang suppressed her blush and wanted to defend, but she was too stupid to say anything. She could only choke out a few words.
I didn't.
Shin Huan and the 5 of them were riding Shin Zhao's horse, the flame dog, and they were racing all the way. They were running in a marathon with other spirit beasts. Their buttocks were almost split into 8 pieces. They finally arrived at the gate of the military area from the starry skyport. Unexpectedly, they happened to encounter this scene. Several people who were still spitting out their souls immediately became angry.
Damn it! They are bullying the second sister.
Shin Jifan raised his eyebrows and exploded in a matter of minutes. Then he immediately jumped off the flame dog and rolled up his sleeves while running, intending to go over to support. Shin Chifei was also filled with anger and followed angrily. Even Shin Chiyue frowned and slid down the flame dog without thinking. In her previous life, the person who treated her best was her second sister. The three brothers and sisters were almost always taken care of by her second sister when they were young. The second sister even cared for them more than their mother. However, although the second sister is beautiful and has a very gorgeous appearance, she is a stupid beauty and a stupid elder sister. In her previous life, the second sister was on the battlefield for many years, and when she married into the Chai family, the two sisters never met again, and even lost contact later. However, the second sister would send her something every year, until she later then I realized that the second sister had actually died on the battlefield a long time ago. But the second sister didn't want to make her family sad, so she came up with a stupid way and asked her comrades to send a few things to her parents and their brothers and sisters every year to keep her alive. Can last longer. At that time, she and Chai Hoba fell in love, and later she was busy fighting wits with the mistresses, so she didn't pay attention to the news about her second sister and the Shin family. By the time she learned the truth, she was already the second child. It's been the 3rd year since my sister died. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but speed up her pace.
Come on! Let's go take a look too!
Shin Xiao also suppressed the smile on his face, frowned and jumped off the flame dog, striding towards that side. Shin Huan was stunned for a moment, straightened her hair that was messed up by the wind, and followed slowly. On the other end, Shin Jifan was the first to rush to Shin Qiang. He glared at the pink princess dress opposite.
Hey! Why are you bullying my second sister? Don't think I won't beat you if you wear a skirt.
If you dare to bully my second sister, even if you are a woman, I will still hit you.
Shin Chifei caught up from behind.
No. It won't sound good if you're a man beating a woman. Let me do it. I'm best at grabbing people's hair and catching her bald.
Shin Chiyu also answered silently.
I can help hold her down.
However, as soon as she finished speaking, she was caught off guard and saw Chai Haobo standing behind Lu Xianxian. Immediately, there was overwhelming hatred in her eyes. It was him. She didn't expect to meet this damn man on the first day she came to the main star.
But soon reason prevailed, and now was not the time to expose herself. So she lowered her eyes and suppressed all her emotions. Shin Huan was keenly aware of her abnormality. His eyes moved around her body, but found nothing. And then he looked back at the second sister. Is this second sister some kind of magical person? Shin Jifan, Shin Chifei, and Shin Chiyue obviously don't have any love as brothers and sisters. So why are they so special to their second sister? It's a bit like a group favorite and sister control. She was shocked by the pink skirt and took 2 steps back subconsciously.
You? Are you from the Shin family?
Shin Jifan rolled his eyes at her.
You don't have eyesight. You ask questions knowingly.
After finishing his rant, he turned to look at his second sister with concern.
Second sister, are you okay?
Shin Qiang's eyes turned red, but she managed to hold back her tears. She quickly shook her head when she heard this, with a happy smile on her face.
Brother Fan, you are here. My eldest brother sent me a message saying that you will be here soon. I plan to go back and pack up first. My father, my eldest brother, and I all went out a few days ago. I haven't stayed at home for a while. It must be all gray.
Then she blinked her big eyes and happily hugged Shin Jifan, Shin Chifei, and Shin Chiyue. When it was Uncle Six's turn, she silently retracted her hand, blushed a little embarrassed, and shouted with a silly smile.
Uncle Six, you're here too.
After shouting, she immediately couldn't help but crane her neck to look behind Shin Xiao. When she saw Shin Huan, her eyes lit up and she smiled. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were bright. Except for the silly smile. She was extraordinarily gentle and beautiful.
This is the 5th sister. Right. 5th sister. You are so beautiful. The second sister admires you with admiration. You have become a girl. And you have become a swan from an ugly duckling. You are becoming more and more beautiful.
She hummed, as if racking her brains, and finally managed to hold back the words of praise. Shin Huan was sure that this was the stupid and beautiful second sister, who was not very good at complimenting others. A bright smile appeared on her face, and she shyly called out,
Second sister.
Shin Qiang's eyes suddenly lit up, and then she opened her arms, like a mother chicken, and gave her a big hug. Nothing was said, It was all in the hug. Shinning leaned in her arms obediently, sniffing the smell of sweat coming from her body. Although it smelled a little unpleasant, it was not sour. It seemed that the second sister also hurried back today. The pink skirt was confused by the recognition of the family reunited after a long absence. But after taking a look at her sister's whitened and ugly face, she immediately jumped up again.
Hey, you guys need to take me home and hug me. What we are talking about now is about my brother-in-law, Shin Xiang. In front of your parents, brothers and sisters, you can tell me how much it will cost to let my brother-in-law go. You guys, the Shin family is so poor, so I will help the poor. If your younger brothers and sisters fail the college entrance examination, they can also have travel expenses.
Chapter 83. Brother-in-law falls in love with sister-in-law. Shinning frowned, and the smile on her face faded slightly. She got out of the arms of the second sister, whose body suddenly tightened, and then stretched out her hand to pull her behind her. She stood in front and looked at the pink girl opposite with a cold look. Princess dress? After checking her eyes, this girl really deserves a beating. Then she said,
300 million Shaolin coins.
What? The pink princess dress was stunned for a moment. Shin Jifan and Shin Qifei, who were rolling up their sleeves and getting ready to fight, also looked over in surprise when they heard this. But when she thought of Shinning perverted temperament of never suffering a loss, she silently stopped rolling up her sleeves, grabbed the anxious second sister, and then watched her performance with curiosity. Shinning raised her lips and smiled happily, with a pair of clear peach blossom eyes holding an elegant smile, like a blooming white lily, pure and pure.
Didn't you ask my second sister to make a price? I said 300 million Shaolin coins. Listen clearly yet?
The pink princess dress was intimidated by her momentum. She blushed and choked out a sentence.
You lion. Speak loudly.
Shinning looked innocent.
You have wronged me. Isn't what I said just what you want? You can't do without money. You always ask my second sister to give a price. Now that we have made a price, and you can't come up with it, how can you blame me? Or do you think your brother-in-law is worthless in your heart?
One sentence knocked out the pink princess dress, and she was dumbfounded. The man and woman standing over her, who were picked up by themselves, turned pale with anger, and looked at Shinning as if they wanted to eat someone. These two should be the brother-in-law mentioned in the pink princess dress, and her sister. One is arrogant and frivolous, and the other is a poisonous snake in sheep's clothing, both of which are not good things. Shinning glanced at them calmly, then looked back, her long eyelashes drooping to hide the coldness in her eyes. Then her tone softened and she took a step back.
If you can't come up with this much, we can't discuss it. 200 million can't be any less.
The pink princess dress's not-so-smart face lit up, realizing that the price could actually be reduced. So she subconsciously counter-offered.
50 million. No more. Oh, you think your brother-in-law is worth 50 million, which is too cheap. That 80 million cannot be more. This is all my pocket money.
Shinning looked at her like that, with clear stupidity in her eyes. She knew that this should be the highest price that could be squeezed out. So she nodded casually.
Oh, you have quite a lot of pocket money. Not bad. Let's get these $8 first.
Please transfer it to my second sister's account.
When I heard about the pink princess dress, I didn't expect that bargaining would be so useful. I felt happy immediately. Then, as if I was afraid that she would regret it, I immediately transferred 80 million to her. Shinning glanced at the shocked look on her second sister's face after receiving the money, then nodded her chin towards the pink princess dress.
Okay. You have received the mental damage compensation you gave my second sister. You can take it with you, your sister, your brother-in-law, and all your relatives and friends are here to pay their respects.
The pink princess skirt scratched her head and said,
Oh,
dryly, feeling that something was wrong. Is the matter settled like this? The protagonist of the incident, who was holding the man's arm over there, was her sister Lu Qingqing. She looked furious. She finally stopped pretending to be the dejected innocent white lotus and said angrily,
Xian, what are you doing? She is lying to you. Can't you hear it? Xian.
She was really pissed off by this stupid sister. She usually liked to see her stupid, but now it was about her affairs. And this idiot Lu Xian also screwed up, and even gave away so much money. 80 million. That's 80 million. I don't know what she was thinking, but she just sent it to that bitch Shin without blinking. She couldn't understand why such a stupid fool had so many men liking her and surrounding her. Lu Xian was scolded and was slow to react. She immediately looked at Shinning in aggrieved disbelief.
You cheated me out of money.
Wan felt no guilt and opened her eyes to lie.
You can't say that. You are spending money just to stop my second sister from pestering your brother-in-law.
Right? Lu Xianxian nodded subconsciously.
Yes, that's it.
Wan.
But my second sister didn't pester your brother-in-law. But today you suddenly jumped out and scolded my second sister. Then my second sister will definitely not accept this dumb thing. The next step is to simply live up to your slander for 3 days. I have been pestering your brother-in-law. So I kindly gave you a chance to reflect and let you pay a mental compensation fee to erase today's incident. My second sister will no longer pester your brother-in-law. Everyone is happy. Where? Wrong.
Lu Xianxian stammered.
Okay. It seems not. No. There is. How do you know that your second sister didn't pester my brother-in-law before?
Wan looked confident.
Of course, I know. How could my second sister, who is so talkative and so thin-skinned, be pestering an unclean man? Besides, she has been isolated from the outside world in the army for the past few days. Even our relatives, how can I be pestering your brother-in-law when I can't contact you? You can go check this matter, and you'll find out. If you still don't believe it, then show me the evidence that my second sister is pestering your brother-in-law.
Lu Xianxian was dumbfounded.
I have no evidence. It's all what my sister and my brother-in-law said.
She subconsciously looked at the man and woman behind her. Wan also followed her line of sight and looked over, with a flash of light in her eyes. Then she said to Lu Xianxian with a bit of condemnation.
This is your fault. Maybe your sister and your brother-in-law said this just between lovers.
As for your little fun, after you heard about it, you took it out online and came to trouble my second sister. They must be embarrassed to refute your face, so they couldn't stop you in time.
Then she looked at Lu Qingqing and the two of them with a smile.
You are right. Xuan's sister and brother-in-law.
The expressions of the two people who could not produce any evidence were unpredictable. Lu Qingqing laughed dryly and awkwardly.
Yes, she is right. It was what I said indiscriminately when your brother-in-law and I were having a tantrum. I didn't expect that you happened to hear me.
The arrogant man beside her also nodded with a stiff face and walked down the stairs. Just when people on both sides thought that the matter was over, Shen Qifei smiled and was about to start taunting her. But Shen Huan suddenly broke the news.
Besides, your brother-in-law likes you, Xian. My second sister is not the one sandwiched between your sister and your brother-in-law. You are the one. If you want your sister and brother-in-law to live well, you have to take care of yourself. Just go out.
Everyone was shocked by the news. What kind of bloody plot is this? The sister-in-law fights against the injustice and helps the brother-in-law take care of his ex-girlfriend. But the brother-in-law falls in love with the sister-in-law? Lu Xuan's eyes widened in shock, with a stupid look on her face.
Sister, my brother-in-law likes me? How is that possible?
Her sister Lu Qingqing immediately turned her head to look at the man beside her, only to see that the man turned his head away with a guilty conscience and did not dare to look at her. There is nothing that everyone doesn't understand. Shen Huan guessed it right. Chapter 84. The second sister's past. While everyone was surprised when sisters Lu Qingqing and Lu Xianxian quarreled, Shen Huan pulled her second sister and her sixth uncle, and they ran away quickly. Even the sixth uncle's flame dog stood on tiptoes and clung to them in a sly manner. The corner of the wall slipped away. At this time, they should not stay and watch. What if the two sisters suddenly become clear-headed and target them again? Making a fortune silently is the smartest thing. 6 people and 1 dog ran wildly before arriving at the house assigned to their family. This is a 3-story villa. The green belt around the house is planted with green trees that are taller than the house. It has excellent privacy. You don't have to worry about neighbors standing on the balcony and seeing their home. The yard of the small villa is not deserted. It is densely planted like the yard on Little Rose Star. There are densely planted vegetables and fruits under a huge cherry tree. Even the corners are filled with purple wisteria. And the purple wisteria vines are climbing all over the exterior wall of the villa. The white walls and purple flowers look quite beautiful. But maybe it's because no one has been taking care of them for a long time. And all the vegetables and fruits are wilted, looking downcast and not very fresh. Even the cherries on the trees are overripe and have entered old age, turning into shriveled little old men. Ah, this should still be able to save it. Shen Huan thought that maybe she could imitate her second grandfather and set up a small spirit-gathering pattern array in her yard, so that she could grow better fruits. Just when she was excitedly about to get started, a few excited laughs suddenly came from beside her. Turning around, she saw Shen Jifan and 3 others surrounding Shen Qiang, with excited expressions on their faces.
Second sister. Second sister. Hurry up. Show us your account balance. And see if it really is 80 million.
Even Uncle Shen rubbed his hands and stared at his second niece excitedly with his mouth open.
Yes. 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 I have never seen so many Shaolin coins from your Uncle Sixth. And it must be Ni Xiaowu. Today I also learned a lot about Uncle Lu.
He secretly decided in his mind that he would learn some lessons from his Xiaowu niece at some point, and learn how to make a lot of money with just a few words. The second sister, Shen Qiang, who was surrounded in the middle, was weak and helpless. And then she obediently opened her account balance, totaling 80,030,900. Oh! Their second sister doesn't look very rich either. She has only saved a little over 30,000 yuan over the years. Facing the sympathetic looks of her younger brothers and sisters, Shen Qiang blushed with embarrassment, and then looked at Sheninghuan with big eyes for help.
Fifth sister, do you want to return the 80 million to them?
She had never seen such a huge amount of wealth come so easily, and she felt very panicked. Shen Jifan immediately raised his neck and shouted,
Why should you give it back? This is your mental damage fee. Second sister, if you give it to that unreasonable and unruly little girl, it will be yours. Second sister.
Shen Qifei also nodded vigorously.
Yes. Yes. Second sister. Just accept it with peace of mind. If you don't accept it, what if Lu Xianxian thinks you are easy to bully and continues to bully you? She is still a pervert. Well, I am it said that fifth sister has a way to vent her anger on you. Second sister. If she cheated Lu Xianxian so much this time, let's treat it as her tuition. Anyway, she said it herself. The 80 million is just her pocket money.
It's really annoying to compare people to each other. They are also 18-year-old girls. They have as much as 80 million in pocket money. But she doesn't even have 5 digits in their account. She is so envious and jealous. Shen Qiyue calmed down her emotions after seeing Chai Haobua, and comforted absent-mindedly.
Second sister, if you feel embarrassed to hold it alone, you can share some with us.
Shen Qiang's eyes suddenly lit up. But she still didn't let go. She continued to look at Sheninghuan eagerly.
What do you think? Fifth sister?
Sheninghuan did not answer whether to pay it back or not, but asked,
Second sister, what is going on between you and Lu Xuanxuan's brother-in-law?
Shen Jifan and Shen Qifei also calmed down. Yes, they almost forgot. Lu Xianxian had said that their second sister and her brother-in-law were lovers before. But the second sister never mentioned to them that she was in love. Shen Qiyue has memories of her previous life, so she knows a little bit. In her previous life, Shen Jifan and Shen Qifei also met this person at the gate of the military compound. At that time, there was no elder like Uncle Lu to send him, and there was no big killer like Sheninghuan. They had never been so angry as to take action. It was so out of control that even spiritual beasts were summoned. In the end, the two sides fought miserably, alarming the top brass of the Legion. As the first party to take action, they broke the rules of the military compound and were severely fined. Their father, eldest brother and second sister were also punished to a certain extent. Because of this, the second sister was punished. His meritorious service was cancelled, and he gained a reputation as a stalker. Later, they learned from the second sister that although she and Wu Tianzong had been together for a while, their relationship was not deep. The two were classmates when they were in the academy. The second sister was quite capable and pretty, but was attracted by Wu Tianzong. Wu Tianzong strongly invited her to join his team. And then Wu Tianzong also launched a passionate pursuit of his second sister. He talked sweetly and was gentle and considerate every day, creating the illusion that the two were lovers. The second sister was a stupid person. Whenever her classmates made fun of people in the team, she was too shy to explain clearly. Finally, with the help of people around her, she gave in half-heartedly, and the two became a real couple. But the second sister was old-fashioned and unwilling to do anything inappropriate, and let Wu Tianzong touch her body. Wu Tianzong soon became indifferent to her. When he was in the college, he started to have sex with other female classmates. Unexpectedly, the little flame of love that the second sister had just ignited was immediately extinguished. She proposed breaking up several times, but Wu Tianzong was unwilling to break up. Later, Wu Tianzong hooked up with Lu Xuanxuan's sister Lu Qingqing. After Lu Xuanxuan's sister Lu Qingqing kept trying to poach him. It was not until after graduation that Wu Tianzong finally let go of his second sister and let Lu Qingqing become a permanent member. Just when the second sister thought she could breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Qingqing, who had been a spare tire for several years, was unwilling to give in. She encouraged her sister Lu Xianxian to come to the second sister several times to trouble her. This was just the beginning at the gate of the military compound. They continued to harass the second sister, until the second sister couldn't bear it anymore and chose to station at the front line of the battlefield. Only then did she get rid of this pair of scumbag men and women. And Lu Xianxian, the idiot and bad guy who was used as a gunman. Xinqiang didn't know what happened next, so she only told him the first half of her personal experience with a wry smile. But it was very different from Xinqiue's memory. While the second sister was talking, Xininghuan carefully took out a small notebook and looked at it a few times, briefly jotting down the second sister's things in it. This is the life after Xinqiue's rebirth. Although Xinqiue helped her second sister escape from the gate of the military compound this time, Wu Tianzong and Lu Qingqing, a pair of scumbags and bitches, still didn't let their second sister go. During the war, they repeatedly made trouble, forcing the second sister to go to the front line and finally die in the battle. Xinqiue received the news later that she finally stabbed this pair of scumbag men and bitches to no avail, and the second sister still died. Xininghuan's eyes darkened. If we don't pay back the 80 million, we will have to ask for another youth loss fee. Chapter 85. Clearly a troublemaker. After all, Xinqiang was a timid beauty without simplicity. Xininghuan's proposal was immediately rejected by her, shaking her head. She did not want to have another relationship with Wu Tianzong, and she did not want any loss of youth. The client had a strong intention to refuse, so Xininghuan had no choice but to give up. Xin Xiao and Xin Jifan also had regretful expressions on their faces. They wanted to learn the skills of the White Wolf with nothing. But the good news is that the second sister didn't mention returning the 80 million yuan again. She probably agreed with the mental damage compensation. And then she stupidly accepted Xinqiue's proposal to take out the money and share it with them. No. She was still impatient and claimed that she was giving them a school sponsorship and a filial piety to her sixth uncle. In the end, the five of them couldn't resist the second sister's enthusiasm. They ate the sharing with tears. Each of them divided 10 million. And the remaining 30 million went to the second sister herself. Xininghuan silently counted her savings in her heart. She made $1 million with a big worker on Xingwang. The cherry, apple and pears from her second grandfather's house sold for about 30,000 yuan. One probably earned nearly 500,000 yuan. Earned a bonus of 800,000 yuan for completing the high school rankings, and received another 10 million yuan from the second sister, for a total of more than 12.3 million xilings. Now that I have the money, the purchase of space spiritual weapons can be put on the agenda. I made a big profit today. 30 million can completely wipe out the troubles caused by Wu Tianzong and Lu Qingqing. Xinqiang was in high spirits after helping Xininghuan unload the luggage from the flame dog. With my wallet full, I plan to go out and buy some ingredients to treat everyone to a good meal. Xin Qifei and Xin Qiyu immediately raised their hands to express their intention to go together, while Xin Jifan and Xin Xiao were left to clean the room. As for Xininghuan, she set her sights on her own courtyard and took the initiative to asking to renovate it. The group of people divided into 3 waves and quickly dispersed. Xininghuan stood in the yard and took out a piece of soul-gathering spirit pattern from her pocket. This was the only second-order piece she had drawn using the high-end Huangqi paper and Lingsha ink of a new master in the Starship Command Room. High-end finished product, just right for small yards. The fruits and vegetables in the yard are wilted like this, so they need to be replenished. Otherwise they will all go bad, and the crop will be white. However, before burying the spirit pattern, the weeds in the yard must also be removed. Otherwise the weeds will be patched together and grow taller, which will be bad. While thinking about it, Xininghuan quickly listed 3 weeding and strong laborers in her mind, and then released Big Yellow Ermao and Little Butterfly from the beast control space. Ouch! After a painful howl sounded in her ears, she saw a green dumpling tiger rushing towards her, holding her slender ankles with its 2 paws and crying loudly. Master, Ermao bullies the tiger. Please give the tiger some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I heard that if you eat more heavenly materials and earthly treasures, you can grow up faster and get rid of the infancy. When the tiger grows up, he will have to take revenge and take Ermao back. The little bastard was also being rubbed around like dough. When he complained to Huzi, he was very straightforward and made no secret of his revengeful mentality. Ermao squatted not far away, shaking his golden fur, scratching his dog ears with his paws, with an expression on his face that said, I am very innocent and don't know what you are talking about. Xininghuan lowered his head and looked at the green-haired tiger with a different skin color. Oh! It seems that Da Huang was really bullied miserably. Before entering, there was a peerless and beautiful little white tiger. Now he is staying in the beast control space. After one lap, it turned out to be a poorly dyed tiger with miscellaneous hair, especially the color that looks like a cuckold. She suppressed a smile, and her eyes gradually became weird. This expression fell in the eyes of the dog not far away, which meant that she might be angry. So Mao, who was originally calm and innocent, slowly stopped scratching his ears with his paws, and the shaggy dog showed a slight guilt on his face. The dog with a pair of dark dog eyes glanced at its owner, and then at its owner. Xininghuan noticed its small movements, brushed her head, and turned to look over. Mao whined in fright, held his head with two paws. Then his eyes flickered, and the barking began to quibble. Hey, master. It's been too long since I last saw Da Huang for a friendly hug. It was really a light hug. I didn't expect Da Huang to be like this. Don't blame me for it being too weak. Guzi spoke categorically, becoming more and more confident as he spoke, with an angelic smile on his lips. Da Huang was so angry at his shamelessness that he turned his head and cursed. Shameless fool. He dares not recognize the bully. He is a coward. Mao barks, and retorts passionately online. I'm not. I don't have it. I'm not a coward at all. I have the guts to fight in a one-on-one fight. Now that I've grown up, I'm still afraid of you. A green-haired tiger. The little butterflies fluttered their wings and flew around above the heads of a dog and a tiger. They pointed, covered their mouths, and snickered. These stupid dogs and tigers are so funny. So the little butterfly immediately raised its hatred value. The tiger and the dog looked at each other and started to attack the butterfly in unison. For a moment, a dog, a tiger, and a butterfly fought in a chaotic bowl, almost breaking the waste of the already sluggish Chinese cabbage and green vegetables. Xininghuan. It was a mistake. Instead of being a strong worker, the person he produced was clearly a troublemaker. She rubbed her forehead, out of sight and out of mind, and put them back into the beast control space, letting them play with themselves there and beat them as they wanted. And she didn't care. Anyway, Da Huang used to bully Mao because of his big size. This time, he deserved to be bullied by Mao when he took the opportunity. As for the little butterfly, she was not worried at all. Who told it to grow wings and fly? Alas! Xining sighed happily after losing the labor force she could exploit, and then resigned herself to her fate and squatted down to pull weeds. Fortunately, due to intensive planting, the grass didn't have much space to grow even if it wanted to, so the quantity was limited, and she pulled it all out in a short time. After pulling the weeds, she went into the house, found a small hoe, and started digging a hole to bury the spirit pattern. Good news! Good news! The two sisters of the Lu family are in trouble. Shin Qifei's excited voice came from outside. Xininghuan held a small hoe, patted her muddy hands, and turned to look over. They saw Shin Qifei running in front carrying a big cabbage, followed by Shin Qiyue and Shin Qiang carrying meat and melons. All three of them had excited smiles on their faces. What happened to them? Xininghuan stood up and asked suspiciously. Shin Xiao and Shin Jifan, who were cleaning the house, also opened the windows on the second floor and stuck their heads out, their gossipy eyes unable to hide. Shin Qifei smiled mysteriously. Hey! Those sisters from the Lu family have been punished. Xininghuan and the other two people immediately became angry and urged her to stop talking and talk quickly. Chapter 86. The second sister's innocence depends on you. After we left just now, Na Lu and Lu Xianxian had a quarrel, and later it turned into a fight with spiritual beasts. Lu Xianxian lost to youth in the end, so she was at a disadvantage. Then Lu Xuanxuan's flower protector he quit, and immediately rolled up his sleeves to help. Lu Qingqing also happened to pass by a few men she had hooked up with. When she saw her being bullied, she immediately felt pity for her and rolled up her sleeves without saying a word. Later, the two sides fought more and more vigorously, and the quarrel was so fierce that even the guard booth at the door was affected and collapsed. This incident immediately alerted the leaders of the military region. They have now been pulled to the square of the military region to fight. After criticism and education, we plan to put down the dishes when we come back and rush over to take a look. Do you want to go with us? Shin Qifei danced and danced, striving to tell the story vividly and captivatingly. Xininghuan immediately took the bait. She immediately put down the hoe and nodded seriously. Go! It's human nature to watch the excitement. So how could you not go? Shin Xiao and Shin Jifan even ran downstairs in a hurry. directly using their actions to show that they wanted to be together. So the 6 people who had just met rushed to the military square with the excitement of eating melon. There are quite a lot of people watching the excitement in this square. There are young people wearing military uniforms similar to their second sister. There are also older people wearing military uniforms. And more of them are teenagers. Girls and children dressed casually. Lu Qingqing, Lu Xianxian, and the others who were pulled out for public execution are now standing on the 1-meter-high raised central round platform in the center of the square. They all have bruises and swollen noses and faces. And they are in a miserable state. Their hearts are extremely broken. They have been in business for so long. My good image is completely ruined today. Especially Lu Qingqing. She was dejected and depressed. This time, not only did she fall out with Lu Xianxian, a handy gun, but she also exploded the fish that she kept in the fish pond that couldn't see the light. These fish even met each other. Now her fish pond can't be saved. What frightened her even more was that Wu Tianzong, whom she had worked so hard to win, also saw it. So the duck she had caught was about to fly away. The Wu family was not well known in the Kanglin Empire. It was just a small family that had just emerged. However, she happened to know some inside secrets from her father. She knew that the Wu family was not simple. They came from the Upper Star territory. Their ancestors, and the Chaos Beast contract is a very powerful and top-notch old family in the Upper Star territory. She has been ambitious since she was a child and wants to be a master. After knowing this shortcut to the sky, she will not let it go. So she lowers her body and uses all her strength to grab the big tree Wu Tianzong. But today, now she regretted blocking Xinqiang. If she had known that Wu Tianzong had already moved on to her sister, how could she have troubled Xinqiang? Lu Qingqing's eyes were rolling wildly, and she was thinking about the way out in a panic. She couldn't blame the matter on Lu Xianxian. Putting aside family interests, Lu Xianxian was more favored than her, and Wu Tianzong's heart was also in it. As for Lu Xianxian, if she dared to do this, her father would dare to help Lu Xianxian cut off her escape route. She still needs family protection, so she must not confront Lu Xianxian here. Then the best way out for her now is Xinqiang, as long as she puts everything on her head. After Lu Qingqing figured it out, she immediately started her performance, admitting her mistake with a weak look like a little white flower.
Uncle Lin, I was wrong about what happened today. I really love Tianzong so much that I couldn't help but be jealous of Tianzong's ex-girlfriend Xinqiang. I was also provoked by her few words to misunderstand Tianzong and my sister. It was all just me. It's my fault. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am willing to take all the responsibilities. This matter has nothing to do with Tianzong and my sister. Sister Qiang may just hate me for taking away Tianzong. So she deliberately instigated and planned this matter. But after all, it is I couldn't hold it back. And I don't blame Sister Qiang. Now that Sister Qiang has received 80 million Shaolin coins as compensation from her younger sister, she should be relieved. Shining Huan and the 6 people who had just pushed through the crowd and squeezed in. Good guy. You got it back on yourself. Fortunately, they came. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a chance to explain. It was all because of her opening her mouth to confuse right and wrong. Look! The people around her looked at their second sister with strange eyes. The second sister's face turned pale with anger. Shin Qifei stamped her feet anxiously, wanting to rush up and tear the woman's mouth open. But she knew it was not appropriate to do so in public. They had just fought a fight. So if she went up there, she would be trapped and criticized. So she pushed Shining Huan and said nervously, "Come on! You are the perverted devil and the king of talk. You can definitely do it." Shining Huan? When did she get another nickname? Shin Qifei blushed. Ah! She was so anxious that she let out all her inner thoughts. She did not dare to look at Shining Huan. She avoided her eyes with a guilty conscience and continued to urge in a low voice. "Second sister's innocence depends on you. Go quickly." Shining Huan snorted lightly and let her go for the time being. Then she patted the second sister's hand and walked out of the crowd. She stood under the high platform and raised her head to look at the people above her. Her eyes were focused on the man with a rigid expression and a military uniform, who was giving a lecture on critical education today. "Uncle Lin, are you? I am Xinqiang's younger sister. My name is Shining Huan. I just came to the main star to take the college entrance examination today." Her self-introduction, which was generous and dignified with a smile, immediately attracted the attention and favor of everyone present. Even the rigid Uncle Lin's expression softened a little. He took a few steps in her direction and looked at her condescendingly with a pair of majestic eyes. "Little girl, What do you have to say?
Xininghuan's starry eyes were filled with a smile.
I really want to say a few words for my second sister. My second sister is a stupid person and a bit stupid. She doesn't know how to defend herself and wash away the dirty water that was poured on her. So people often take advantage of her shortcomings to frame her. But I believe facts speak louder than words. I recorded everything that happened at the gate of the military compound just now. And you should have the same video on your surveillance cameras. So I won't say what the actual situation is. What I say will always be mixed with some of my own subjective thoughts and misunderstandings. Only by looking at it can you better judge who is right and who is wrong in today's incident. I believe that the eyes of the public are sharp.
After these awe-inspiring words, the balance in the hearts of the onlookers immediately tilted to her side. Immediately after, Xininghuan projected the video just at the gate of the military area in the open air. After watching the 360-degree view, the balance completely tilted towards her.
I didn't expect that Lu Xianxian, a usually pleasant girl, would be so arrogant. The Lu family does have money, but throwing money at people is too insulting. Lu Qingqing is not a fuel-efficient person. Look at how well she pretended to be before. When she found out that her boyfriend liked her sister, she immediately fell out. Oh, Xinqiang is really stupid. Look, she couldn't hold back a word for a long time. She was almost scared to tears by this little girl Lu Xianxian. Oh, what kind of money-making machine is this Xininghuan? She's so awesome. From today on,
she is my idol. Ha ha ha. Good fellow. It turns out that she got these 80 million by fooling her like this. She has lost her knowledge.
Chapter 87 Engagement for Xinqiang. Most of the people in the square who love to join in the fun are young people. Now everyone is laughing and talking and dare to say anything. Most people don't think there is anything wrong with Xininghuan making 80 million Shaolin coins after deceiving Lu Xianxian. Those the young girls, who were high-spirited and brave, even had their eyes shining. They thought it was so cool that she was doing this. And they all expressed that they wanted to learn from her. Even some who are older and have limited money can't help but yearn for it. After all, 80 million is not a small amount. Even they can't help but covet it. So they looked at Lu Xianxian as if they were looking at a big piece of fat. Who doesn't love a stupid person with a lot of money? No wonder Xianxian is always surrounded by some young people who like her. Maybe not for her money. The two sisters, Lu Xianxian and Lu Qingqing, who were being pointed at by everyone, now had their heads lowered, feeling uncomfortable all over and wanting to crawl into the cracks in the ground. Lu Qingqing's eyes were bloodshot with hatred, and the hatred and blood in his eyes was so rich that they could almost drip out. As soon as the video played just now, it can be said that Lu Xianxian used money to hit people because of her sister. She is affectionate and righteous, but she is stupid and impulsive. But the dirty water on her body cannot be washed away. Green tea bitch. Pretentious, not fuel-efficient lamps and other labels may have to be welded to her head. Feeling the resentment, Xininghuan narrowed her eyes. And then she stood up again.
Uncle Lin, the truth is now clear. My second sister is a completely innocent victim. If we hadn't been there just now, Lu Qingqing would have poured dirty water on my second sister again. My second sister is sensitive. It's very possible that you're fragile and can't think about it after hearing those rumors. So it's not too much for us to ask for another 80 million Shaolin coins in reputation compensation. After all, it was Lu Qingqing who did something wrong and wanted to spread rumors. As a victim, if my second sister didn't get any compensation, wouldn't it be obvious that she was too easy to bully? What if everyone can bully her in the future? Besides, I do it for Lu Qingqing's benefit. The cost of spreading rumors is too low, and she's afraid she won't learn a lesson. I have to let her suffer enough losses and taste the pain once, so that she can think through her words and actions in the future and know that spreading rumors is not advisable, so that she won't create rumors in the future. Big mistake. She spoke slowly, yet sonorously and lucidly. Shen Qiyue and others were surprised when they heard this. And the onlookers were shocked. Good guy. The main theme after the first call is, I'm taking money for your own good. If you don't agree, it's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin and doesn't know the heart of a good person. He has perfect logic and a genius who secretly changes concepts. My mind was spinning slowly and I thought, Emma is so reasonable. This girl is so kind and kind enough to teach Lu Qingqing. Those who think fast are secretly excited. It has started. It has started. This money-making machine has started to operate again. The key is that people are still on the side of righteousness. I have everything in my face.
Lu Qingqing gritted her teeth at her shamelessness. But after weighing the pros and cons, she had to come up with the money. She would be willing to take compensation to calm the matter down quickly and make the leader think that they could reduce the punishment by solving it privately. After all, the Lu family had a lot of money, and even she, who was not favored, would have a lot of pocket money. Her move aroused another round of discussion, making everyone believe that the Lu family was a big fat sheep. They could take the 80 million Shaoling coins at will, but they were just fat. At this point, Shining Huan, who had just arrived, became famous without even sitting on the chair at home. Her reputation spread like wildfire and quickly spread throughout the military compound. It was even spread to the army as a matter of fun by the good guys. When Shen Jilin heard this fun, she was frowning and staying by her father's bedside with an ugly expression. Ha ha! Old Shen, your little girl's ability to make money is amazing. If you could be as good as your girl, no one would dare to plot against you now. There was a broken leg in the hospital bed next door, and the man who was having it stitched up was laughing and joking, unable to hide the smile in his eyes. Shen Sun's solemn and tense face relaxed slightly, revealing a bit of a smile, while Shen Jilin had a smile on his face. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he lowered his voice and asked, "Dad, are you injured this time?" The expression on Shen Sun's face returned to solemn coldness, and his deep eyes were filled with solemnity. Well, the rich family's work, and other forces took the opportunity to interfere, and my position as general is watched by many people. You have to be careful in the army in the future, and your younger brothers and sisters are about to take the college entrance examination, and they can't miss this opportunity. I know, Dad. I will be careful. If the fifth sister is here for the college entrance examination, nothing big will happen. I am only a little worried about the second sister. I have arrangements for your second sister. I plan to get her engaged. Even if our Shen family is destroyed by then, there will be someone who can save her. There was a hint of surprise in Shen Jilin's cold eyes. Just when he was about to ask who the engagement partner was, he saw his father's friend Uncle Jing in the hospital bed next door, with half of his body hanging out. He was still trying to raise his ears. Eavesdrop. He was silent and held back his words. Jing Han, who couldn't hear anyone's name from the bed next to him, felt regretful for a moment. Why don't you tell me any more? I also want to hear who the person who booked it for my second niece is. As an uncle, I can also help her with the investigation. Speaking of which, the nephews in my family are not bad, especially the two boys from my eldest brother's family, who are the most outstanding. They also happen to be on the main star at the moment. Shen Sun glanced at his friend, with an indifferent expression on his serious face. Jing Yao is 20 years old. Jing Luo is only 18. And my two daughters are already 25. So they are not the right age. Jing Han grinned. It's not suitable for your second daughter, but it is suitable for your newly found little girl. She is only 18 this year, so she is suitable for both Jing Yao and Jing Luo. Jing Yao is a handsome and elegant man with extraordinary appearance, smart person and excellent qualifications. Now he is a popular figure in Zishu College. His grades have always been good, and he is deeply loved by all the teachers and students in the school. If they are engaged, the little girling one will be there. Once you get in, you will be taken care of by his senior brother and fiancé. From now on, you will not be able to live like a fish in water in the college. You don't have to worry about the Money family or the Lu family. Although this kid Jing Luo is a bit worse than his brother. He is better in being lively and cheerful. And he is only 18 years old this year. He and the little girl Ing Huan have both received the golden recruitment order. When the time comes, they will take the college entrance examination and enter the academy together. In a secret place, childhood sweethearts help each other, and their relationship will definitely develop quickly. The corners of the Shen family's mouths twitched when the father and son heard this, and there was deep suspicion in their eyes. This person might have had this idea a long time ago. Even their daughter, the fifth sister, knew that she had received the golden recruitment order. Jing Han winked and smiled like a big-tailed wolf. Well, if you have any requests, you can make them. Our Jing family especially welcomes little girl Ing Huan to be our daughter-in-law. The Shen family father and son rejected it coldly without thinking. Not very good. Xiao Wu is different from Xiao Er. Xiao Wu is an independent person, and will definitely not agree to the engagement. Moreover, they feel guilty towards her and her own opinions will always be the main ones in lifelong matters. Chapter 88 Going to the Spirit Pattern Masters Association. Military Compound. In the square,
After more than half an hour of public criticism and education on the execution, Lu Qingqing and the others came down with their final punishment. Lu Xianxian and her flower protector received the lightest punishment, just a fine. As the initiator, Lu Qingqing received the heaviest punishment. Not only did she have to pay a fine, but she also paid for all the maintenance costs of the guard booth. Her previous contributions in the Legion were exempted. Although Wu Tianzong did not participate in the fight, he was the source of the incident, and his punishment was only slightly lower than Lu Qingqiang, with a fine plus exemption of credit. As for the fish in Lu Qingqing's fish pond, considering that they were also cheated, the punishment was one level lower than that of Wu Tianzong, with fines and demerits. Shen Qiyue looked relieved, but felt that it was not enough. In her last life, her father and eldest brother were involved, but now they only punished Lu Qingqing and Wu Tianzong. Is it because of the power of the Lu family? In addition, that scumbag Chai Haobo was not dragged in for criticism and education. Did he not participate in the fight? She was unwilling to give up, and she scolded the person from head to toe to her 18 generations of ancestors in her heart before she eased her resentment a little. In contrast, Shen Qiang, the client, is satisfied.
Are we going back to cooking?
She asked with a silly smile. At this moment, her whole body seemed to be stepping on a ball of cotton. Soft, top-heavy, and unreal. Shining Huan shook her head and said while following the flow of people outside the square.
I won't go back yet. I just saw the Spirit Pattern Masters Association on the way here, and I plan to register as a Spirit Pattern Master first.
Shen Qiang's eyes lit up, and she almost forgot that her eldest brother told her that the fifth sister was a spiritual pattern genius. And she also became a teacher of the elders of Zishu Academy. My fifth sister is so awesome. In her heart, her favorability towards this fifth sister, who had given her 2 benefits when they first met, and helped her clear her reputation, soared to the top like a rocket, and she directly turned into a fifth sister.
Then fifth sister, you go ahead. The Spirit Pattern Masters Association usually closes at 6 in the evening. It's already 4:30, so it's still too late. I believe you can pass smoothly. I'll go back to cook and clean up the room first, and wait for you to come back. Celebrating you.
A smile appeared on Shiningwan's face.
Thank you, second sister.
Then she looked at Shen Jifan and the other 3 who were eager to follow and learn more. Without giving them a chance to speak, she coldly and ruthlessly gave them a ladle of cold water.
You also go back to clean and cook with the second sister. Uncle Six will accompany you.
Just ask me to go to the Spirit Pattern Masters Association.
The 3 of them had sad eyes and dared not speak out in anger. The female devil who had just come down from the
battlefield
and won a great victory was now showing her bastard spirit, and they did not dare to provoke her. Only Shen Xiao had a cheerful look on his face and cast a stern look at the 3 of them. You see, it was he, the 6th uncle, who had weight in the heart of the 5th niece. The 3 people who had another arrow stuck in their chest said they could hardly hide their eyes that they wanted to kill someone. Why didn't they know that Uncle Lu deserved a beating so much before? After parting ways with Shen Qiang and the other 4, Shen Xiala followed Shining Huan to the Spirit Pattern Masters Association. This is the headquarters of the Spirit Pattern Masters Association. The huge white palace-style building is very spectacular, but the most dazzling thing is the rich white marble inlaid on the wall. Every piece is ingenious and priceless. There is also a shallow light golden halo surrounding the building, making the entire white palace look more holy and holy, and also showing that it is not short of money. Shining Huan raised her head and observed for a while, sighing in her heart that the Spirit Pattern Masters Association was rich and powerful. And then she led Uncle Lu inside.
Hey, what is she doing here? Could it be that she is still a Spirit Pattern Master?
After coming out of the square, one of the people passing by was wearing gold and silver, looking at the back of Shining Huan. A very rich young man. He couldn't help but guess curiously. There was still eagerness in his eyes, and his steps followed subconsciously. What are you doing? Today I'm having dinner with your brother Lu. Are you going to let him go?
A handsome young man, with an evil look on the side, lazily stretched out his hand to stop him. But his charming peach blossom eyes looked at the door of the Spirit Pattern Master Association with a smile. And there was a bit of interest in the waves. Ho Hongbao paused and looked at the people around him with a smile.
Oh, brother Jingyao. Let's go in and take a look. That girl is my competitor in the college entrance examination. If you know yourself and the enemy, you will never be defeated. Besides, Brother Xinglo is such a punctual person. He always arrives at the last second of the appointment. It's too early for us to go there now. It's so boring to stay there and wait.
Jing Yao looked at this silly boy. The smile on his lips widened.
Oh, then you will bear the consequences if you are late.
Ho Hongbao immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, patted his chest and said,
I'll bear it. I'll bear it. I have a mine at home, and I'll cover Brother Xingluo's late payment. There's no problem at all.
After getting a satisfactory answer, Jing Yao's lips curled up. Then he raised his foot and walked past him towards the Spirit Pattern Masters Association.
What are you still doing? You can't pretend to be stupid here. Follow me.
Ho Hongbao looked at the back of the carefree and striding figure in front of him, and always felt as if he had been tricked. But he quickly shook his head to get rid of this sudden thought, and quickly followed.
Brother Jing Yao. Brother Jing Yao. Wait for me.
Shining Huan, who was the first to enter, had already struck up a conversation with Li Yining, the receptionist of the Spirit Pattern Masters Association.
What do I need to do to register as a Spirit Pattern Master?
Li Yining looked at the person in front of her with red eyes, and screamed in her heart that this little girl is so beautiful. Look at her watery skin. Look at her big eyes that are as bright and lively as spring flowers in March. Look at this. Before she could finish praising her, her arm was poked. Next to her, a man as strong as a hill said in a sullen voice,
Yining, don't be in a daze. She's asking you something.
Li Yining wiped her saliva, immediately turned her head, and glared at the man fiercely, gritted her teeth and said,
Wang Dazhuang, don't poke fun at me. I know you very well.
Then she turned her head and looked back at Shining Huan. The fierce woman instantly transformed into a dedicated receptionist. Showing a sincere smile with 8 teeth, she spoke softly and sweetly.
Girl, you are here to take the Spiritual Tattoo Master exam. Right. We are spiritual masters.
The tattoo artist assessment is divided into 3 steps. The first is real name certification. The second is the written test. And the third is drawing. As long as these 3 steps are completed, you can be officially registered as a Spirit Tattoo Artist certified by our association and get the Spirit Tattoo Artist badge. I'll help you with the first step of real name authentication. There will be a written test in 10 minutes. You can go in and take the test with the other people waiting in front of you.
Shining Huan nodded, showing an awkward but polite smile.
Thank you.
Chapter 89 Chai Haobo appears. An ant smile appeared on Li Yining's face.
Oh, this little girl is handsome. And she also has a handsome smile. Looking at this face, she can eat 8 bowls of rice.
Then she walked out of the front desk rubbing her hands, and warmly invited Shining Huan to go to the real name authentication room to complete the procedures. Throughout the process, she gave warm reminders and attentive reminders of service, as if she was taking care of her 3-year-old baby. Xin Xiao, who was following behind Shining Huan, was ignored by her. She tried to follow him into the room, but was rejected. The door slammed shut, almost breaking the bridge of his nose. Xin Xiao was such a handsome young man, but now he looked at the door panel with sad eyes, like a little daughter-in-law, muttering in her heart that she was a two-faced and evil woman. Then he turned around and met Wang Dazhuang's eyes, who was sitting at the front desk and looking over. After checking their eyes, they all received the same treatment. So the two immediately felt sympathetic towards each other, and because they had a common language,
they soon became good half-brothers. Xin Xiao also got a big news from his good brother. The president of the Spirit Pattern Masters Association also held a golden recruitment order in his hand, and it was applicable to any academy. So many people came here every day these days. Their association treated their president like a boss, hoping to increase their favorability and drop a golden recruitment order.
I know. I also know this. But the president has a high vision, and no one has been able to get the golden recruitment order from him so far.
A handsome face suddenly stretched out from behind, and his tone was excited. Xin Xiao was startled by him. Where did this kid come from? Ho Hongbao didn't notice anything, and he said to him in a carefree and familiar manner,
Hello, uncle. My name is Ho Hongbao. I am 18 years old. Like your niece, I will also take the college entrance examination this year. Uncle, your niece, do you also want to come and get the golden recruitment order from the president?
Xin Xiao was about to raise his head and proudly say that his 5th niece already had a golden recruitment order in her hand, and teachers from 2 colleges were rushing to give it to her. She didn't need this one at all. But his chest just stood up. Before Neo started to brag, he saw the face of the young man opposite changed. He followed the young man's eyes and saw 2 more people walking in the door. One is a lazy young man in red clothes, and the other is a young man covered in famous brands. He is not bad looking, but his oily hair and pink face are obviously weak at first glance.
Brother Jingyao, why did you bring Chai Haobo with you?
Ho Hongbao's face suddenly dropped, and he couldn't hide the disgust in his words. Chai Haobo was also very dissatisfied with his attitude. He was about to use his age to teach the boy to respect his senior, but his attention was attracted by the door that suddenly opened. The girl who walked out of the door was wearing a white dress. She had a delicate and beautiful appearance. Her eyes were smiling and looked like delicate flowers on a branch. She was so beautiful that it made people drool. He was immediately fascinated by her. Then he quickly arranged his clothes, dressed neatly, and walked up to chat with confidence.
Miss Shen, H. Lo. My name is Chai Haobo, the Chai family member of the first family. I was at the gate of the military area just now. My god sister Xian is very fond of you. Offended, I came here to apologize on her behalf. I heard that you are taking the college entrance examination this year. I know that the president of the Spirit Pattern Masters Association has a golden recruitment order in his hand. If you want it, my Chai family can help you. In addition, I am also a student of Jinning Academy. You can call me I'm a senior. I can teach you.
He held his chin high and had a strong sense of superiority. He not only revealed his background as a member of the Chai family, but also his identity as a senior. The combination of the two identities was very convincing. At least the few new spiritual pattern masters sitting on the other side waiting for the exam believed it. So their eyes when looking at Shining Huan were full of wariness and disdain, as if they already regarded her as someone who relied on her beauty to get to the top. Shining Huan, who didn't do anything but had a big paw dropped on his head, looked ugly, and looked at Chai Haobo with cold eyes.
No need.
She was very familiar with the name Chai Haobo, Shen Chiyue's scumbag husband in her previous life. If she hadn't come here, this man might have become the husband of Shining Huan. Chai Haobo obviously didn't expect her attitude. His family background, which had always been unfavorable, actually didn't work anymore. While he was stunned, Ho Hongbao was amused and said,
Master Chai, your trick to pick up girls doesn't work anymore.
Then he smiled at Shining Huan and said,
Sister Shen family, don't listen to his nonsense. The president of the Spirit Pattern Masters Association is an upright person. He is not someone who can be easily shaken by a member of the Chai family. Even the elder of the Chai family, the ancestors have to sell the president's face, not the president's face. He said this just because he wants to pick you up because you are beautiful. No young girl has been fooled by him before.
Chai Haobo, who was exposed, was so angry that he said,
Ho Hongbao, do you still think about it? Why do you still want to use your power to suppress others? I am protected by my brother Xinglo, so I am still afraid of you.
Seeing the two of them quarreling, Shining Huan, who had nothing to do with her, felt at ease. It wasn't until the Yinyin came out of the door again to greet them to enter the second level of the written test that she and the dozen or so new spiritual pattern masters who were sitting and waiting on the other side entered the room and were isolated from the noise. The two people who were arguing stopped when they saw someone leaving, but neither of them left. Instead, they sat in the hall and watched the live broadcast of the exam. In order to be fair, just and open, the Spirit Pattern Master exam is open to the public. Every time, a live broadcast will be broadcast in the exam hall, allowing people to watch the whole process and accept external supervision. Ho Hongbao looked at the people who were already seated on the screen. He was very interested and discussed with Jingyao.
Brother Jingyao, do you think the sister of the Shen family can pass the exam and be appreciated by the president and get the golden recruitment order? Chai Haobo snorted.
It's just a beautiful vase. What can it do? If you hadn't stopped me just now, there would be a chance that she would become my girlfriend. TSK. Why do you have such a big face? Is it possible that you can still buy people from the Psychic Pattern Masters Association to mess with her? Although it's not possible to let go, I can help her get another golden recruitment order. Ah, who would believe you? The sister of the Shen family is still uniquely beautiful. Even though she is defeated, she is still glorious. She was ruined by following you.
The two of them were quarreling with each other, but the basic idea was still the same. They didn't believe that Shining Huan could get the golden recruitment order. Shen Shao sat behind them with an old-fashioned look on his face. The corners of his mouth kept turning up, and he thought with a smile in his heart, these two boys are ignorant. And if the truth is told, it will scare you to death. But hey, he just won't say it. Jingyao was also at the side with a smile on his lips, looking calm and relaxed watching the fun. The reason why he came in a step behind just now was because he received news from his uncle. The uncle told him that the fifth girl of the Shin family was excellent, and also hinted to him to take advantage of it first and bring such an outstanding girl to his bowl as soon as possible. Naturally, she knew that she had already obtained the golden recruitment order, and now she came to the Spirit Pattern Masters Association purely to register for the Spirit Pattern Master qualification. So the two people didn't even get to the point of their quarrel. Chapter 90. Li Yinyin is Long Xingluo's aunt. Spirit Pattern Masters Association. In the examination classroom, as the question maker Li Yinyin's speed became faster and faster, sweat gradually appeared on the foreheads of the people in the seats, and the hand holding the pen tried to speed up. This level is a test where you tell and I write. The teacher at the top keeps asking questions about a certain spiritual pattern, and the students at the bottom just need to write the spiritual pattern and it's okay. This is actually no problem for people who have memorized the beginner's spirit patterns thoroughly, but they can't stand the teacher's speed. They haven't finished the previous one, and the next one is coming. This test is not only fast and furious, and also tested their memory and mental endurance. In recent days, there have been quite a few people fishing in troubled waters to increase the president's favorability, which has added a lot of workload to the president. So the president told him to make it more difficult to die. Seeing the people below all looking pale and sweating profusely, Li Yinyin felt satisfied. As long as they removed all the people, they would be able to get off work on time today. The president should be satisfied. Huh? It seems that there is still one person who is not stumped. The frail and beautiful girl sitting in the corner is astonishingly beautiful. The way she writes with a pen is very graceful, and her movements are smooth and flowing, as if she is going out to sketch. She is indeed the beauty she likes. Not only is she beautiful, she is also very powerful. Li Yin's eyes shone, and she gave up her previous idea without any principles and worked overtime for the beauty. I think the president would be willing to do it. In the end, as expected, all the others were eliminated, leaving only Xininghuan to pass the level and enter the third level assessment. The third level is to draw the spirit pattern. As long as the spirit pattern is successfully drawn, you can get the Spirit Pattern Master badge and officially become a registered Spirit Pattern Master. Outside lobby, Ho Hongbao opened his mouth in shock. I didn't expect that the Shin family's sister is not only good at talking, but also good at her hands. She was the only one to pass the test among more than 10 people. Chai Habo looked unhappy. If Xininghuan passed, it meant that he had fewer opportunities. So he said with a stern face, "Isn't this second level just a matter of rote memorization? I can do it. Whether I can become a spiritual pattern master depends on the second level. The third level requires you to draw the spiritual pattern. Otherwise, no matter how powerful you are, it will be useless. It's rare to hear you say something that makes sense." Then 15 minutes later. Damn it. Can she draw spiritual patterns so fast? And her movements are still so casual. The most important thing is that what she draws is actually a second-level advanced spiritual pattern. How old is she? Has there ever been an 18-year-old second-level spiritual pattern master in our empire? Ho Hongbao's eyes widened, and he was deeply shocked. Brother Jingyao, this competitor is so strong. I feel like I can't compare to QAQ. Jingyao comforted him amusingly. Mission's talent in spiritual patterns is indeed something few can match. But the college entrance examination is not about spiritual patterns, but about strength. Ho Hongbao's eyes lit up. It makes sense. But if you can't be a competitor, then I can invite her to cooperate as a partner. Yes. But you have to think carefully. I heard that the Shin family and the Qian family have applied for a life and death contract. Her side will not be stable during the college entrance examination, and your elders will not agree with you casually inserting other people's life and death contracts. Ho Hongbao's head suddenly dropped. Then, I'll think about it again. Then soon he became confused again, because the president of the Spirit Pattern Masters Association appeared on the screen in person and handed Xininghuan a golden recruitment order. But Xininghuan said that she already had one, and the president was not unhappy after being rejected. He also wanted to accept her as his apprentice, but she was still rejected. She had already worshipped the teachers of Zishu Academy as her teacher. Ho Hongbao felt that he had been shocked too much today, and he couldn't bear it anymore, so he panicked on the spot. Chai Haobo next to him was even more frustrated in his self-confidence and ran away in despair. Just now he came in with a high profile and a high profile, but now he slipped out with a more cautious and low profile. Xin Xiao, who was sitting in the back, raised his eyebrows and said, "Huh? You two guys are looking down on my fifth niece. Then he stood up, flicked the non-existent dust on his clothes, walked towards the girl who walked out of the door with a smile that he didn't recognize. His face was almost bursting with laughter.
Nishiwu, take this once you are qualified as a spirit pattern master. We will go home. Your second sister has prepared a large table of dishes for you to go back to celebrate.
After personally sending Xinhuan out, Li Nin, who was talking next to her, was unhappy and glared at the annoying man who interrupted her conversation with the beauty.
We still have procedures to go through after the third pass. Just wait.
Wait.
Xinhuan also nodded.
Yes, Uncle Six. Please wait for me a little longer. Sister Inin will tell me about the welfare of the association.
She rushed to the Spirit Pattern Masters Association today to register as an official Spirit Pattern Master just for the benefits within the association. She must understand this carefully. Li Nin cast a proud look at Xin Xiao, and then continued with dedication and dedication.
After registering as a Spirit Pattern Master of our association,
we can install software for scanning spirit pattern levels for free. We can also enjoy 3 free visits per year. Lectures given by seniors of level 5 and above. There are also discounts for purchasing Huangqi paper. Internal purchases of high-level spirit patterns from other spirit pattern masters have priority. Our association will also send high-level beast masters to S level and above. External missions received within our association. The teacher will accompany and protect you.
In short, the benefits are not only for young and old. Xinhuan immediately took advantage of this wave of Amway and directly paid for the discounted Huangqi paper. The batch of Huangqi paper I bought from my second grandfather is almost used up, and I have to replenish it with new ones. I will take advantage of my free day before the college entrance examination to draw a few more pictures tomorrow. After the business talk, Li Nin became more and more satisfied with Xinhuan and liked her more and more. She even held her hand and said that she would introduce someone to her.
Huan, why don't you consider my little nephew? That boy is handsome, strong, and virtuous. He usually doesn't even speak more than 3 sentences to the little girl. Now he is studying at Zishu Academy. You have entered the academy. He can protect you directly. Otherwise it would be too dangerous for you, a beautiful little girl, to be in the wolf den without a guardian. Although there is a bad saying, our female compatriots are indeed easier to bully than men. Even if you don't look for trouble, trouble will come to you. But it's different if you have a powerful guardian by your side.
Ho Hongbao and Jing Yao, who were still sitting in the hall, couldn't help but widen their eyes. Good guy. Who is Li Nin? She is a legendary figure who has no ability to control beasts, but can completely dominate her contemporaries. Even after graduating from Zishu Academy, she still has countless fans of the fighting goddess. She has always said that women are stronger than men. But now she actually says that female compatriots are easier to bully than men, which is really unimaginable. It was so hard to find a wife for her little nephew. And Li Nin's other identity is the aunt of the second prince of the empire, Long Xinglo. The little nephew she is talking about is Long Xinglo. A strange smile appeared on Jing Yao's lips, and he would definitely convey this to his aunt during the dinner party later. I don't know what Xinglo's expression will be. As for his brother-in-law asking him to strike first, he immediately forgot about it. What he likes is bright and generous beauties, and it is best not to be too smart. Although Xinhuan is a top beauty, she is completely different from his ideal type. On the contrary, she is weak, beautiful, and has a very high IQ. So he has no intention of listening to his brother-in-law.
Chapter 91 Reminder before the college entrance examination. After leaving the gate of the Spirit Pattern Masters Association, Xinhuan couldn't help but wipe the hot sweat from her forehead. It was not that our strength was too weak, but that the enemy was too strong. Li Nin's enthusiastic salesmanship was really shocking. No one can bear it. Those who didn't know better thought that her little nephew had a broken arm and a broken leg, so he couldn't sell it and would be smashed into his hands. When she heard the footsteps coming from behind while complaining, Xinhuan suddenly became excited and quickly grabbed her 6th uncle and ran away. If you don't come, you won't come. If there is nothing important in the future, you can come as little as possible to this spider's nest that ties red threads to people's enthusiasm. Xin Xiao also followed the steps and walked quickly. Feeling sad? Today's lesbians are so tough that it's too much to bear. Ho Hongbao, who came out a step slower and planned to get close to Xinhuan, looked at their hurried away figures, scratched his head, and stood there with a disappointed look on his face.
Why are they walking so fast? It's like there is a wolf chasing behind them. Jing Yao laughed softly, and there was amusement in his peach blossom eyes.
I don't know if there are wolves chasing me,
But it is true that there are matchmakers chasing me. Let's go. Let's go to your brother Xinglo. We have to tell him about his little wife. My son was scared away by my aunt. Shining Huan, who didn't know what happened next, had already hurried back to the Shin family's small villa with his sixth uncle. His father and eldest brother were delayed because of something and couldn't come back. So the 5 siblings and his sixth uncle ate together. A celebratory meal. After the meal, Shining Huan also discovered an advantage of her second sister. That is, her hands have the ability to turn rotten food into miraculous things when it comes to cooking. Even the bitter dishes she made were sweet and refreshing. Shun Jin. If what Grandpa cooked before was a normal meal, what the second sister cooked was gourmet food. Just when several people were slumping down and rubbing their stomachs with happy faces, the optical brains of Shin Jifan, Shin Qifei, and Shining Huan rang at the same time. Shin Jifan sat up excitedly. I woke up before the college entrance examination. Shining Huan also leaned on the sofa and turned on her optical brain. It was also a reminder issued by the Imperial Admissions Office before the college entrance examination. All candidates taking the college entrance examination. Please note that the registration time for the college entrance examination is until 12 o'clock tomorrow night. If you have friends, sisters and brothers over the age of 18 who have not applied, please remind them to apply as soon as possible. Congratulations to the candidates who successfully applied for the exam. College students, here are some precautions for candidates before the exam. Candidates taking the college entrance examination the day after tomorrow must read it carefully. 1. The location of the examination room is random. The examination room will be randomly selected by the main brain system as the examination room from the 80 secret areas provided by the 24 colleges on the main start 10 minutes before the start of the college entrance examination. 2. The examination rules and the examination room will be announced after entering the secret realm. 3. No more than 10 items can be carried in the college entrance examination. It is prohibited to carry spiritual weapons, spiritual patterns, and other finished products with cheating significance. Such items can only bring materials, and the weight of each item alone must not exceed 500 grams. 4. There are high risks in the college entrance examination. All candidates must sign a pre-examination life and death agreement before the exam. If a candidate dies in the college entrance examination room, neither the college nor the Imperial Admissions Office will be responsible. If you are hesitant to save your life, you can refuse to sign the agreement before the exam. Automatically lose your college entrance examination quota. 5. This college entrance examination will adopt a new examination mode. It will no longer be teleported together like in the past, but will be randomly transmitted through individual teleportation points. 6. Due to the special nature of the secret realm, personal transmission cannot be turned on. Therefore, if candidates are endangered during the college entrance examination and want to exit the college entrance examination early, they can press the exit button, and the admissions office staff will take rescue action as soon as possible. Note: please allow time to protect yourself before rescuers arrive. 7. During the college entrance examination, the whole process will be broadcast live and watched by all. People across the empire can give rewards to their favorite college entrance examination candidates. The college entrance examination candidates who accumulate the most comprehensive data of various popular gifts will receive the prize of 10th grade high-grade Yagami bamboo marrow liquid. After the college entrance examination, the proceeds from the live broadcast will be used as charity bursaries for the candidates. The Imperial Ministry of Finance only charges 10% of the operating fees and handling fees if there are objections and do not want to participate in the live broadcast. Candidates who are afraid of the live broadcast exposing their privacy can also cancel before the exam. If you apply for the college entrance examination, the admissions office will process your cancellation application as soon as possible. 8. Special matters. Candidates who receive the golden recruitment order must take the college entrance examination. If they are reported during the live broadcast as being unworthy of their reputation, the admissions office will investigate the candidate. After confirming that the report is true, the candidate's special recruitment benefits of the golden recruitment order will be cancelled. Finally, I would like to wish all the college entrance examination candidates that they can be on the top of the list, get good grades, and become a member of the college. Shining Huan read all the pre-examination notes in one breath. And finally her eyes stopped on the 5th item. Take a personal teleportation point to randomly teleport. In other words, they will be scattered. At the beginning of the college entrance examination, they will all fight individually, and the starting location is random and depends on luck. She frowned.
This was different from what they had expected. Grandpa and the others chose her to be the leader of the Shin family's college entrance examination, so that she could lead the Shin family to take the exam together and fight against the enemy in the college entrance examination. But now this incident completely ruined their original plan. The advantage is that by spreading out the teleportation, the Qian family will also be dispersed. They can no longer ambush, chase, or intercept them in advance, and their combat power will be greatly reduced. The disadvantages are also obvious. We don't know the size of the secret realm, and it's not certain whether they can meet up. Then, the danger level of the weaker Shin family members will skyrocket if they are alone outside. Looking at the already lively family college entrance examination chat group, there are even 2 timid clan members who have begun to back down and no longer want to take the college entrance examination. Shin Ninghuan could only peek at the screen silently, waiting for them to make their own decision. Another wave of people, such as Shin Jiao, have already started brainstorming in the group which 10 things to bring in. Shin Jifan, don't eat less nutrient solution. Shin Qifei, you can hunt and gather food by yourself after entering the secret realm. I heard that the secret realm is rich in resources, and there are many fresh edible ingredients. Some secret realms are even full of edible wild vegetables. So the nutrient solution is of no use. Wouldn't it be a free quota if you bring it in? Shin Jifan, but what if you are unlucky when you go in and don't have any food? You must bring at least 1 bottle as a guarantee. Shin Jiao, what Brother Fan said makes sense. To be prepared, nutrient solution can be included in the carried list. Shin Jide, weapons. Weapons must be carried. Those bastards from the Qian family are watching in the dark. We beast control masters are okay, but other spiritual masters must carry weapons, so as not to go barehanded. Shin Jifei, you cannot bring spiritual weapons. And each item must not exceed 500 grams, didn't you see? Even a fine iron dagger must weigh more than 500 grams. A refined fruit knife is just fine, but it's not very useful. Shin Jide, huh? I have a way. I can bring molten iron. This thing is very light, but sharper and tougher than crystal iron. Once sharpened, it can be used as a knife. It can be used for processing food or killing people. Make. Shin Jiao, what a great idea. Chapter 92. The college entrance examination is about to begin. The college entrance examination time has arrived as scheduled. The main star central square covers an extremely large area and can accommodate tens of millions of people without being crowded. Today, there are college entrance examination students from all over the empire gathered here. They are either alone or in groups. It is very lively. The 4 of them, Shin Ninghuan, Shin Jiao and 16 others, gathered together and quietly blended into the group of college entrance examination candidates. Only 20 people from the original 23-person college entrance examination team came today, because of the 5th pre-examination precautions last night. The 3 with the weakest ability finally backed down. In addition, the Shin family and Grandpa aside, also I hope that the lives of the clan members are the priority. So the withdrawal of the 3 people is a matter of course.
Shin Qiyue, why do you still have so many dark circles under your eyes? Did you become a thief again last night, or had a tryst with a male temptress who squeezed you dry? Today is the college entrance examination. Why don't you know how to control yourself? You will die in the secret realm by then. No one will collect the body for you.
Shin Qifei's unceremonious ridicule came from behind. Shin Ninghuan, who was standing in the crowd waiting for the college entrance examination to start with empty eyes, subconsciously looked back and saw Shin Qifei holding Shin Qiyue's collar in one hand while cursing. Look at Shin Qiyue's appearance again. Although she is wearing a black and smart training uniform, she is very haggard. She has dark circles under her eyes, rough skin, and her eyes are dull and weak. At first glance, she has the characteristics of staying up late. Facing Shin Ninghuan's probing look, Shin Qiyue couldn't help but roll her eyes, feeling aggrieved and depressed. There is a saying that she doesn't like. Her uncle. Not everyone is as human as Shin Ninghuan. She can complete all the courses of junior high school and high school in just 20 days. At least Shin Qiyue can't do it. Her original plan was to study in Xingxing I pass the college entrance examination diploma on the last day of the ship. But an accident happened that day. Teachers from the 2 major colleges made a fantasy assessment in advance. It would be fine if she could successfully get the golden recruitment order. But she worked so hard on her performance that she didn't even see the back of the academy teacher's head. The golden recruitment order only saw a shadow of Shin Ninghuan and hadn't touched it yet. Later, when we arrived at the main star, we met Chai Haobua and watched the good show of the 2 Lu sisters. She was so happy, and happy for a while.
Afterwards, at the crematorium, everyone had to pay attention to the things to note before taking the college entrance examination. She had not yet obtained her high school diploma. Could she not work overtime and work harder? She was working hard on the exam the night before, yesterday and last night. She didn't even have time to take care of the clothes she was wearing and the 10 items she carried in her backpack. She asked her second sister to prepare them all for her. It wasn't until almost 12 o'clock last night that she submitted her high school diploma in the last few seconds and successfully applied for the exam. She hasn't had a good night's sleep in more than 20 days. It's already good that she's standing here without sudden death, no matter what the dark circles are. Shin-Huan also seemed to see the reason from the myriad of emotions in her eyes, and the poop in the corners of her eyes, and cast a sympathetic look at her.
Okay, stop scolding. The college entrance examination is about to begin,
Shin Jifan said impatiently, and then Shin Qifei let go of the hand holding Shin Chiyua's collar, closed her mouth without saying anything, and then looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a giant blue transparent screen appearing above the square. Welcome to all candidates to participate in this college entrance examination. The main brain will now randomly select the examination room. After the words were typed on the screen, a three-dimensional image appeared below the words. The pictures above were corners of each secret realm. There are hot and charming ocean secrets, dull and thick primeval forests, and a land of spirit beasts where spirit beasts roar. The three-dimensional images alternated rapidly, then slowed down after 10 seconds until they stopped. The final selection was a three-dimensional map of yellow sand in the desert, showing the secret realm of yellow sand. Shin Jifan's eyes lit up.
The nutrient solution is correct.
Whether it is the three-dimensional map or the name, this secret realm cannot be more obvious. It is a desert place with a shortage of food. The nutrient solution is indeed the right food. The unfamiliar college entrance examination students around him looked at him with envy and jealousy, and their eyes were furtively looking at his backpack, as if they wanted to rush up and grab it. After the screen appeared, the square was closed, and no candidates were allowed to enter or exit. Therefore, the materials prepared by the candidates could not be replaced. Shin Jifan, a fool who didn't know how to hide his materials and rushed to expose his own materials, would be targeted. Shin-Huan silently hugged her backpack tightly and moved her feet out to show that she was not in the same group as this fool. Shin Jifan and Shin Qifei didn't notice her little move, but Shin Jiao, Shin Chiyua and other clever people did. They also moved away silently, looking at the sky and the ground and looking at the back of the person's head, wishing they could say,
I don't know him.
Knock on the forehead to show innocence. When Shin Jifan came to his senses later, he still looked fearless. Anyway, he was randomly teleported, so he didn't believe that he was so unlucky to meet these people. Now start checking whether the items brought by the candidates meet the requirements. If they do not meet the requirements, the candidates are asked to hand them over voluntarily. Once found through inspection, the college entrance examination score will be reduced by 10. 1 minute after these words were spoken, dense red beams of light fell from the sky, accurately covering each candidate. Within a few seconds, several unqualified candidates were sucked up into the air by the light beam and publicly executed. It was not until the candidates took out the extra items that the red light beam released them. Not a single opportunity was left for anyone to take advantage of. At the same time, a screen above the square quickly displayed a report that XXX students would lose 10 points. Shin-Huan raised her head and glanced up. The red beam of light reached straight into the sky and penetrated into the vast sky and clouds. In the clouds, you could vaguely see the corners of a huge creature, which made people feel awe at a glance. It can be seen that although no one from the admissions office has made a public appearance in this college entrance examination, the vigorous and powerful methods can already intimidate all candidates. Teleport countdown. 10, 9, 8. Shin-Huan quickly retracted her thoughts and looked at Shin Jiao and others.
There must be an oasis in the desert. You go in the direction of the oasis. If you can meet up, move together. If you can't meet up, focus on escape and defense. Pay attention to safety.
Her eyes were slightly dark, and she warned with enthusiasm. For these compatriots, they had developed some feelings for each other during the few days of training together. If possible, she didn't want any accident to happen to any of them. After all, they were all just 18-year-old children who had just grown up. Shin Jiao immediately straightened his waist and thumped his chest.
Sister Huan, don't worry. I'm the best at escaping.
Others also nodded solemnly. The next second, they were not given a chance to speak. Connected to the bottom of the red light pillar,
Circles of small golden complex patterns lit up. And then the college entrance examination candidates standing in the square all disappeared with a swipe. The land was transported to the secret realm. Chapter 93: Encountering Danger at the Beginning. Over the years, the college entrance examination has been a high-profile event in the Empire. However, in previous years, only the college teachers could watch the candidates taking the college entrance examination. Others had no right to participate. But this year is different. The Empire's Ministry of Finance took the lead and came up with new tricks for the college entrance examination. It should be fully open and live broadcast, so that all people can participate. This was truly the first time in history. And the people of the Empire were all excited. Especially those with candidates at home moved small benches and sat in rows early, waiting for the live broadcast of the college entrance examination to begin. Come! Come! It's on. There is a picture. Woohoo! Ouch! There are a total of 98.3 million college entrance examination candidates this year. With so many frequency divisions, my eyes don't know which screen to look at. It's all very attractive. My sweet boy is taking the college entrance examination this year. How can he find someone with so many split screens? On the main screen, excited barrages flew by quickly, which was very lively and dizzying. At the same time, all the candidates scattered throughout the secret realm like a goddess scattering flowers. And the college entrance examination officially began. Shinning still had the look she saw before the teleportation in her mind. Chai Zian showed a strange and provocative smile to her in the crowd not far away. Her heart was beating suddenly, and she had an ominous premonition. And this ominous premonition soon came true. 1 second she had just put her feet on the ground, and had not yet recovered from the dizziness caused by the teleportation. She only had time to take a look at the endless yellow sand dunes and orange sunset around her. The next second she felt violent shaking under her feet, and the vast expanse of yellow sand began to churn. When she stepped on it, she was like a small boat swaying in the huge waves of the sea. Small and dangerous. Gone. She must have been plotted. Otherwise how could she be so unlucky and encounter an accident at the beginning? Shinning was cursing in her heart. But she tried her best to keep calm on her pale face, her whole body teetering on the edge of the rhythmic yellow sand. Danger! 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 Is it so exciting to play it right away? I have decided to watch it in this frequency division. Is this elementary school girl a non-chief? She was actually teleported directly into the sinkhole meat grinder in the yellow sand secret realm. What a tinking meat grinder. Quick! Expand on it. There is a kind of spiritual beast in the secret realm of the yellow sand called the giant sand lizard. They like to live in groups, and live under the yellow sand hundreds of meters underground. They will migrate every once in a while. As they migrate, the nest below will be destroyed and form a sinkhole. Back then, a few students from Arzishu College were unlucky enough to encounter this once, as pioneers of the yellow sand secret realm. At that time, they were in the center of the giant sand lizard's lair. Not only did they have to face the danger of thousands of acres of yellow sand falling and being buried alive, they also had to face the attacks of countless giant spirit sand lizards coming out. Several people who were present during that pioneering operation were all buried here. Yellow sand mixed with flesh and blood were all buried deep underground. So we call it the sinkhole meat grinder. It's so dangerous. What should I do? This beautiful girl is going to die here. Oh! The little girl is so beautiful. It would be a pity to die. Well, if she was unlucky, she would admit it. But she is not. What's the meaning? The bottom was immediately blown up, and there was nothing to eat. I always felt that something shocking was about to appear. Sure enough, almost the next second, a punishment notice from the Empire Admissions Office appeared on the home screen. An employee of the XXX Admissions Office was bribed to manipulate the teleportation array, causing the college entrance examination students to be sent to a dangerous place at the beginning. The admissions office will expel them and send them to the Interstellar Court. They will not be tolerated. In addition, they are involved in the fairness of the college entrance examination behind the scenes. We will also do our best to identify people and hold them accountable to the end. On Little Luo's star, Xiao Xuanmei, who was sitting with a group of tribesmen watching the live broadcast, had a worried face and said excitedly,
What do you mean? Is the person who was manipulated on the teleportation array 1-1? Is he from the Qian family? People bribed by the Qian family.
Xin Jingshan frowned worriedly.
No, it shouldn't be. The Qian family doesn't have enough energy to put their hands into the Imperial College entrance examination. Could it be that the forces they have recently connected with have done this?
The second elder's face was gloomy.
Huh? No one in the Qian family is good. This matter must have something to do with them. Boss, don't wait. Let's gather people to knock on the door.
On the main star, the Shin family father and son who were also watching the live broadcast couldn't sit still. The air conditioning on their bodies was coming out one after another. Then they opened the contact channel in silence and used the contacts they had accumulated over the years to get some inside information.
The Chai family took action?
After seeing the message from an acquaintance, the father and son looked at each other with surprised expressions on their faces. If the Qian family and the Lu family had done this, they wouldn't be so surprised. After all, the Qian family had just applied for a life-and-death war contract with their Shin family, and it was understandable that they would go to any lengths to harm their outstanding heirs of the Shin family. As for the Lu family, the two girls of the Lu family were cheated out of 80 million small spirit coins by their Xiaowu the day before yesterday. They were resentful of her, especially since Lu Xianxian was the pampered and favored daughter of the Lu family. She did everything for her. It's okay to frame Xiaowu, but the Chai family, the Shin family, and the Chai family have no grudges. It wasn't long after Xiaowu was brought back, so he probably doesn't have many interactions with the Chai family. Shin Jiling's brows were deeply furrowed on Qingjuan's face, and he tapped the table with his slender fingers.
If we really want to talk about grudges, it should be that on the starship the day before yesterday. The fifth sister got the golden recruitment order from the elders, and was also appreciated by other teachers. And the fourth young lady of the Chai family tried so hard to show herself off, but no one appreciated her. And she didn't even get the golden recruitment order. Does she secretly hate the fifth sister because of this?
At the same time, the atmosphere at the admissions office headquarters was also solemn. After it was immediately discovered that the person behind the scenes was the Chai family, the largest family in the empire, their opinions were divided into two groups. Due to the power of the Chai family, one group planned to turn a major issue into a trivial matter. They followed the Chai family's wishes and put all the blame on the scapegoat introduced by the Chai family. There was no need to offend the Chai family, and they could also reap the benefits of the Chai family. The other faction insists on pursuing the matter to the end and holding the Chai family accountable. Otherwise, their imperial admissions office will have no prestige at all. In the conference room of the admissions office headquarters, the two sides were arguing passionately. Everyone was red-faced. The father-in-law was right, and the mother-in-law was right. Sitting at the bottom of the conference table, a young man with an outstanding appearance dressed in black looked at them with a cold face. A pair of black eyes as cold as a cold pool shot out a sharp blade directly at the person who spoke the loudest and supported the Chai family. The man was very oppressive, with anger in his cold voice.
That's enough. I speak on behalf of the imperial family. This matter must be handled impartially, and the Chai family will be held accountable to the end. Otherwise, there are so many families who will abide by the laws of the empire. Do you want to trample the authority of the empire and my royal family to the ground?
Chapter 94: The Giant Sand Lizard Protecting Its Cubs. There was a sudden silence in the conference room, and those who clamored to speak for the Chai family seemed to have been strangled by the neck. They were silent and as quiet as chickens. His Highness the Second Prince was originally just an inconspicuous handyman in the admissions office, but when he took on the name of the imperial family, he represented the imperial family, so no one dared to take his word seriously. Only then did Long Xinglo rub his forehead, and the cold aura on his body settled down.
What we should talk about now is the issue of rescue compensation. This time, it was the mistake of your admissions office that caused the candidate Xinhuan to fall into crisis at the beginning. I have notified the rescue personnel in the secret area as soon as possible. If the candidate Xinhuan issues this time, if she receives a distress signal, they will immediately launch a rescue operation. But this time it will be regarded as a compensatory rescue, and will not disqualify her from taking the exam. Everyone in the conference room nodded repeatedly, indicating that what the second prince said made sense. And that was our decision. If someone comes forward, they are happy to be just a sideline, so they don't have to bear the consequences of offending the Chai family. After the meeting ended, the others hurriedly left, but Jing Yao walked in from the outside with a nonchalant look on his face.
Xinglo, it's my fault this time. I shouldn't have made that joke with you the day before yesterday, and let that crazy woman Chai Zian overhear it. I didn't expect that she would dare to attack Xinhuan in the college entrance examination. Fortunately, I found someone to watch in advance. It's on.
Otherwise, they would not have been able to discover that someone had tampered with the teleportation array so quickly this time, and immediately pull out the person, and throw the evidence in the face of the Chai family, forcing them to admit the crime. Hearing this, Long Xinglo glanced at him indifferently, and said indifferently,
"There is someone else you should apologize to."
Jing Yao immediately corrected his attitude.
"Yes, I'm sorry for Miss Shen. I will definitely apologize to her after she finishes her college entrance examination. I will also try my best to help her get compensation from the Chai family this time. By the way, my Jing family's secret agent hiding in the Chai family has just received news. In fact, this matter is not just the work of Chai Zian. She is not so proud that the Chai family can help her in the college entrance examination. The second young master of the Chai family, Chai Haobua, also got involved. It is said that he fell in love with Shen Huan at first sight, and planned to teach her a lesson so that she would suffer a little and miss the college entrance examination, so that he could win the beauty back. In addition, the person in the admissions office actually belongs to the head of the Chai family. The head of the Chai family is not so generous and indulgent towards his children. So his action this time can only mean that he wants to take action. But I don't know why he would deal with it. Shen Huan.
A coldness formed between Long Xinglo's handsome brows, and his eyes gradually deepened.
Then you continue to research, and pay more attention to the situation of the admissions office. The Upper Star territory needs more and more outstanding talents. In addition to the Chai family, other families can't help but be restless.
Jing Yao was stunned for a moment.
Oh, I've left the matter to me. So what do you do?
Long Xinglo stood up and walked toward the door with long legs. A cold voice came.
Go to work. I applied for the job of the college entrance examination rescue team.
Jing Yao's face showed such an expression. And then he followed up with a frivolous smile.
Is it because of Miss Shen? But Miss Shen probably doesn't need rescue. She is really not a simple girl. Handled the crisis very well.
Long Xinglo paused and turned his head, his cold eyes with the cold wind blowing on his face.
It's about the girl's reputation. Don't make such a joke again in the future.
Jing Yao couldn't bear the pressure and nodded in agreement. But he was muttering in his heart. What age does Xinglo? An old-fashioned man. Return a girl's honor? He wouldn't be too surprised to be a bachelor and a widower like him for the rest of his life. After separating from Jing Yao, Long Xinglo pursed his lips and immediately turned on the optical brain and clicked into Shen Huan's live broadcast. I saw that she was now out of the danger of the sinkhole. She also found a giant sand lizard for herself to use as a mount. She was currently stepping on the giant lizard's head and looking around. A small, delicate person was carried by a mount into the middle of a group of giant spirit sand lizards. There was no fear on her palm-sized face, and there was even a light smile on the corner of her mouth. She adapted very well. The look in Long Xinglo's eyes became warmer, and the corners of his mouth could not help but slowly curved in an imperceptible arc. Then the muscles on his face squirmed, and after struggling for a long time, he clicked on the reward column at the bottom of the live broadcast interface and gave the host a white little spirit flower worth 9 little spirit coins.
Although compared with the waves of hot flame flowers worth 999 on the live broadcast screen, his white little spirit flower looks weak, pitiful and worthless. But this is the greatest sincerity that a stingy wage earner like him can show. After delivering it, he looked paralyzed and covered his chest with one hand. Well, it felt like physical pain. How did Shen Huan get out of trouble? In fact, it was not too difficult to say. Thanks to her supernatural beast language. When the vast expanse of yellow sand fell, she heard the sounds hidden under the yellow sand, which were the noises of spiritual beasts. After listening to it for a while, she roughly guessed that the reason for the large area of yellow sand sinking around her was that a group of female giant sand lizards living under the yellow sand moved away. This is probably a story about parents fighting for their babies. The female giant lizard and the male giant lizard are not compatible by nature. They fight each other as soon as they meet, but they have to combine in order to reproduce. Once a female giant lizard becomes pregnant and lays an egg, some females will dig a nest under the yellow sand and gather together to give their babies a home. The male giant lizards, on the other hand, are like irresponsible scumbags who eat everything they can, patting their butts and leaving. When it's time for the babies to hatch out of their SHLs, they shamelessly come back to snatch the babies. Therefore, a few days before the female giant lizards feel that their babies are about to hatch, they will move together to avoid the shameless male giant lizards who come to snatch their babies. At this time, people or living creatures standing above their dens will become the targets of defensive attacks by these female giant sand lizards who are protecting their cubs. Shen Huan was no exception just now, and was regarded as an enemy by this group of female giant sand lizards who came to snatch the cubs. Therefore, They were very hostile to her, and attacked her almost as soon as they noticed her presence. Hundreds of thousands of first level, and above giant spiritual sand lizards attacked her. Even if she was at the peak of her strength in her previous life, it would be difficult for her to escape. Not to mention that in this life, she still has a useless physical drag. So she had an idea and decided to outwit them. At the critical moment, she used her mental power to communicate with the female giant lizards, who were closest to her, and attacked them most ferociously, telling them that she had a way to make all their babies break out of their LS. These words immediately aroused the motherly love of the female giant sand lizards. They are not that smart, and their brains are not convoluted. Moreover, they are in a secret realm and have rarely seen many humans, let alone listen to their sweet words. Therefore, being a mother means being strong, and they immediately believed most of them, who gave everything for their cubs. Later, Shining Huan showed a confident look, and their trust increased. Chapter 95. She is in crisis again. Woohoo, it's amazing. How did she do it? She actually subdued the giant sand lizard with its teeth and claws into a well-behaved and docile mount as soon as they met him. Yes, there are other giant sand lizards who regard her as the same kind. They obviously wanted to tear this human to pieces at the beginning, but now they are living in harmony. This is like enemies who are extremely jealous when they meet. Take another look. Hey, we have seen each other. We are holding hands and kissing each other and entering the honeymoon period. It's so magical. Desert, beauties and giant lizards. This scene is a bit touching. I would like to thank the people behind the scenes for creating this famous scene. Otherwise, when would I be able to discover this pearl in the ocean? It makes sense. I guess the person behind the scene who saw this scene will be pissed off now without waiting for punishment from the admissions office. Ha ha ha. While watching the live broadcast, Chai Haobua, who was waiting for Shining Huan to suffer a loss, was really angry, especially when he saw the ridicule and sarcasm on the barrage. His face turned blue and white blue again. He originally thought that this woman was just a vase of no use, and at most, she could do some spiritual patterns and be highly talented in spiritual patterns. But he did not expect that this woman was known as one of the dangerous secret places in the yellow sand. The sinkhole meat grinder was broken by her so easily. She didn't even see any blood or even a single hair. What's even more annoying is that this appearance directly caused the attention of Shining Huan's live broadcast room to skyrocket, and the number of people skyrocketed. Then she received countless rewards, and she became the most popular. And the C position was out of the circle. All the frame-ups he had tried his best to frame were in vain. Not to mention that they became a weapon for the enemy. Who the HL wouldn't be angry about this?
Second young master, the head of the family asked me to invite you over. Someone from the Imperial Admissions Office is here.
A respectful voice sounded outside, and Chai Haobua was so shocked that he suddenly broke out in cold sweat. His eyes widened, and he was filled with surprise and uncertainty. Could it be that the admissions office had found him so quickly? Seeing that Chai Haobua was about to suffer a lot and pay the price for his lustful actions, Shining Huan, the victim, was enjoying it very much. Because of the wave of smart survival just now, she had a mount and no longer had to walk on her own. And she also had a mighty bodyguard team to escort her. All the dangerous spiritual beasts lurking around her fled after hearing the wind, which saved her a lot of trouble. Son, taking advantage of the fact that she was safe, she simply sat down cross-legged, then opened her optical brain and read the messages that had been sent to her optical brain after entering the secret realm. The news is about the rules of this college entrance examination. Welcome to all college entrance examination candidates to the Huansha secret realm of the examination room. Communication signals are blocked for this college entrance examination. Please note that all candidates are informed that the current college entrance examination rules are as follows. 1. There are 3 major lists in this college entrance examination: the literary examination list, the martial arts examination list, and the comprehensive list. The passing line for the college entrance examination is 60 points for the literary examination, 60 points for the martial arts examination, and 150 points for the comprehensive examination. 2. The time limit for this college entrance examination is 30 days. Regardless of the score, college entrance examination candidates must stay in the examination room for half of the time, i.e. 15 days, and pass the college entrance examination before they are considered successful and qualified to fill in the application form. Otherwise, all applications will be cancelled. Achievements will be eliminated. 3. In the secret area of the examination room, the admissions office randomly places material boxes. The condition for unlocking the material box is to correctly answer the attached literary test questions on the box. Only when all the questions are answered correctly, and one question is good, can the box be opened. The number of attached questions varies, and the questions are divided into heaven, earth, black and yellow. There are 4 levels, and the literary test scores corresponding to the levels are 4 points, 3 points, 2 points, and 1 point respectively. 4. How to obtain martial arts test points by killing spiritual beasts. Different levels of spiritual beasts will lead to different points. 5. The comprehensive ranking list is based on the points obtained from the literary test and the martial arts test, plus the points obtained from heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The points obtained at different levels of heavenly materials and earthly treasures are different. The 3 points are added together to form the comprehensive list. Shin Huan touched it and found that there was actually a supply box, which saved a lot of trouble. It was much better than the pitiful step in the yellow sand. She had expected to find edible food and water by herself. Then she put down the optical brain and began to turn her head and look around, trying to see if there were any supply boxes around. Yes! Her eyes lit up, and she saw a silver reflective box on the top of a yellow sand dune dozens of meters away, which happened to be the direction in which the giant sand lizard was heading. But the next second, she saw another group of giant sand lizards crawling up from the other end of the silver box. In the blink of an eye, they trampled the treasure box until it disappeared, and even the sand dunes were flattened. The giant lizards on her side were much larger than the giant lizards on her side. Their eyes were red and flashed with ferocity. They were completely different from the gentler giant lizards on her side. You could tell at a glance. They are more vicious and dangerous. Sisters, those damn males are coming to snatch the cubs. Everyone should get excited. Protect my son Fong. A strong female voice sounded, and the female giant lizards under Shin Huan's, but immediately tensed up and raised their tails, showing their fierce and powerful side. As soon as the two sides met, the war broke out. In the blink of an eye, the 2 giant sand lizards rushed towards each other and formed a melee. And Shin Huan was the little sheep that strayed into the fighting battlefield, weak and pitiful and alone. Not long after she felt comfortable, she encountered another crisis. Shin Huan couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for herself. And then she dug her fingers into the protruding scales on the head of the giant lizard, trying hard to maintain her body shape and prevent herself from being thrown off. Otherwise, a large group of female giant sand lizards that couldn't stop the car would crawl over and trample her into a piece of flesh and blood mixed with yellow sand. Fortunately, she had ridden many mounts in her previous life, including long-haired ones, scaly ones, and even naked ones. She had already developed the riding skills to be able to ride anything, so she quickly mastered it after struggling for a while. The correct way to ride a lizard. Then she took out a piece of molten iron as sharp as a dagger from the backpack on her back with a stern face. What else can I do? Of course, I just roll up my sleeves and do it. The male giant sand lizards opposite, who were shouting to hack the mother-in-law to death, didn't look like a good thing at first sight. And their eyes were turbid and stained with scarlet. And they were murderous. She couldn't please them if they won. The strategy of allowing all the cubs to hatch out of their LS would probably only work on the female giant lizards, who were overflowing with maternal love, but would not work on this group of males. I saw her taking advantage of the height on the head of the giant lizard, jumping up, shouting slogans to protect our cubs, jumping directly onto the head of a male giant lizard opposite, followed by her hands holding the molten iron dagger. He stabbed it hard into the weakest defense point at the joint of the scales. There are no fancy moves. It all depends on the combination of brute force and cleverness. Suddenly green liquid splashed everywhere, dyeing half of the dagger green. Chapter 96. Is she imaginary or not? Hiss! The roar of the giant sand lizard sounded at a frequency that was unique to the giant sand lizard. It was high-pitched and mixed with fury. And then it kept shaking its head crazily, trying to throw the damn 2-legged beast off it. Shin Huan gritted her teeth and didn't let go. She then grasped the smooth and cool hilt of the dagger with both hands. She followed the force of its swing and removed the strength of her feet. Her body was thrown into the air. And then she turned her wrist, holding the hilt of the sword with both hands. He flew up and spun 180 degrees in midair, then changed his direction and landed lightly on the back of the giant sand lizard. After she stood firm on her feet, she quickly squatted down and lowered her center of gravity, forming a Jama stance. Then she had a determined emotion in her cold eyes, and she turned her hands holding the hilt of the sword vigorously.
The blade of the sword that penetrated the body of the giant lizard tore at its flesh and stirred and twisted vigorously. And the green blood flowed more cheerfully. The giant sand lizard under its feet also struggled even more fiercely. Like a bull before death, it used its last strength to charge forward and knocked away the two giant sand lizards next door. The yellow sand splashed everywhere when its tail hit it. Flowing yellow sand rain fell, covering Xinhuan's head and face. The bright and beautiful person turned gray in the blink of an eye. But her eyes were clear and compelling, with a sharp edge. In the end, the male giant sand lizard died, and its huge body stopped showing signs of activity. Xinhuan also covered her chest and stood weakly supporting the dagger for a while, trying to calm down her rapidly beating heart and the murderous aura that was constantly emerging from the depths of her soul. But soon she regained her composure and pulled out the dagger, then jumped on the head of another male giant lizard at close range. She followed the same pattern, finding the joint between the scales on its head and neck and stabbed it hard with the sword, turning it around. The hilt of the sword increases damage. After it died, she rested for a while, then continued on to the next one. Her movements were inconspicuous on the battlefield between the large male and female giant sand lizards. The red-eyed male and female could not even care about the little fleas jumping around above their heads. Therefore, as long as Xinhuan holds her ground and doesn't fall, her risk will be greatly reduced, and she can even find time to pick up the leak again. Of course, for the sake of safety, and to avoid being regarded as a fussy kid, she chose to be a principled person, specializing in picking up male giant lizards. If she encounters a female giant lizard in danger, she will take the initiative to help. The audience before the live broadcast were also called 666 by her operation. Wonderful. Her spinning and jumping postures are so graceful, and her dancing must be very beautiful. Every time I watch her kill a giant lizard, I just want to cheer. And then I see her take a rest. Every time I think she is about to lie down, she gets up again, spins, jumps, and stabs the spirit beast. So is she weak or not? This makes my heart beat wildly. It's so exciting. I don't know whether it's true or not, but I know she's very lucky. She's made a fortune by picking up leaks. It's sad to see her points on the martial arts test list keep increasing and her ranking keep rising. It's so sore. My male idol Jingluo doesn't have the growth rate as fast as hers. Hey, that little girl upstairs. Can you speak with some thought? You actually said that she was lucky because of my miraculous operation of the goddess of joy. If this is considered lucky, why don't you show it to me? I see you will be on the street in a matter of minutes. That's right. I encountered the Tianqing meat grinder at the beginning. The students of Zishu Academy have personally proved that this is a dangerous place with a narrow escape from death. It is surrounded by dangers. It would have been too early for others to encounter it. But I, the goddess of joy, not only escaped from danger with my own ability, he also found a giant sand lizard for himself to use as a mount, and subdued a group of people to serve as bodyguards. How majestic it was. Also, don't look at Huan jumping up and down on the heads of those giant sand lizards, with light movements and graceful postures. Occasionally picking up something is so easy that you think it is very light. It all requires super courage. The mentality of not changing his composure when the mountain collapses on top, as well as the extremely precise skills and control. These are indispensable. If you look at another person, he will be thrown down and trampled into the mud in minutes. This, however, the large-scale battlefield of the giant spirit sand lizard is more powerful than the tide of spiritual beasts. Once it is trapped in it, the loss of arms, legs, and peeling skin will be considered light. It's not okay to just follow others' ease and follow them. It can only be said that Xinhuan got off to a good start. She was framed and got out of trouble perfectly. In addition, she is beautiful and weak, looks like a vase, but is very energetic when doing it. She has a series of fan-attracting qualities, which made her quickly become a live broadcaster. The popularity in the room turned into fans, which also allowed her to lay a good foundation for the live broadcast room from the beginning. So there was a lot of discussion on the barrage. And once someone questioned it, a large number of fans came to clarify it. Those who said that Xinhuan was lucky, envious and jealous, could not even raise their heads and left in despair. Then, there was peace again on the barrage. This left the Shen family, who were eagerly waiting to speak for their granddaughter, completely useless, and they felt quite regretful. Of course, Xinhuan is not in trouble now, and is absolutely safe. As the battle escalated and became more intense, the female giant spirit sand lizard gradually became weaker, and her situation became more dangerous. in order to save the decline of the female giant lizard. Her actions began to become radical, and the speed of killing the male giant lizard also accelerated. And her little flea was also exposed to the male giant lizard with her big movements. In the eyes of the sand lizard, their attitude towards her also changed from ignoring it to being hostile. And even several males attacked her together. After several confrontations, Xinning also suffered a lot and suffered many scars on her body. Especially the second-level high-level male giant sand lizard that flew towards her and opened its bloody mouth and almost bit it off. Her beautiful head. People and animals were all furious at this moment. Countless barrages were flashing about the danger, saying that she was too radical and had exposed herself by being aggressive and competitive. But Xinning had a strong point in her heart. The fighting opportunity is fleeting. If the female giant sand lizard fails to restore its decline, their momentum will plummet, and they will eventually be defeated quickly. And she cannot escape the encirclement and bite of these male giant sand lizards. So she must catch it. The opportunity is right to help the female giant sand lizard turn the tide of the battle before the turning point of defeat arrives. Air Mao! After being almost hit again, Xinning bit her lip and summoned Air Mao with sharp eyes. I saw an orange 5-pointed star flashing on her forehead, followed by a complex light orange formation around her feet. And a gorgeous and bright golden retriever dog appeared. As soon as it appeared, it showed its momentum. Its eyes were fierce, and it opened its mouth and roared. Woof woof woof. Whoever dares to bully the master will see if I don't scratch him to death. Chapter 97, more lethal than Grandma Roang's embroidery needle. Ah, she is actually a beast master. Unexpectedly, I thought she was just a spirit pattern master. What a shame. Was this Xinning famous before? How did I not hear it being said? Hee hee. You don't know this? Listen to Grandpa's popular science for you. Although Xinning is not the well-known geniuses in the beast control space such as Jing Luo, Jian Xiuran, and Shi Ji, the reputation she has gained in the past 2 days is also no. I think you have all heard about the spirit-devouring beast illusion assessment jointly conducted by Zishu Academy and Jinding Academy the day before yesterday. This Xinning was the only person who received the golden recruitment order in this illusion assessment. I know. My second cousin's son's girlfriend was a staff member in the Starship Command Room that time. She said that a seemingly weak and super beautiful girl named Xinning said a series of things about repairing the defense cover. After the spirit pattern suggestion, Zhu Lao, an 8th-level senior spiritual pattern master from Zishu Academy, and Mi Lao, an 8th-level spiritual pattern master from Jinding Academy, got into a fight over each other to accept her as a disciple and sent her a golden recruitment order. And they almost started to fight. Perform a full martial arts show. Hey, I also have a little bit of inside information about this matter. Mr. Zhu and Mr. Mi, in the command room, only almost took action. But the teachers from the other 2 colleges actually started fighting over this student. Zishu College, Your Excellency Tang Changnan. You know, he was beaten by other teachers. It was so miserable. Those teachers didn't talk about martial arts. And they only hit people in the face. His face, which is like a flower in jade, and is more beautiful than a woman, was beaten into a bruise. Shu too. The key is that in the end, he didn't get this student. So it was Teacher Tang who suffered the most. His Teacher Tang really sacrificed too much in order to steal students. Oh, this is really a waterlogging death. A drought death. It is difficult for other college entrance examination candidates to get a golden recruitment order. But this Xinning seems to be a wholesaler. If she can get all the golden recruitment orders, if you accept them all, she could probably hang them like a Christmas tree. Who says otherwise? It is said that she registered with the Spirit Pattern Masters Association on the same day she came to the main planet. The president of the Spirit Pattern Masters Association also met with her in person and wanted to give her a golden recruitment order. He also wanted to accept her as an apprentice. But it was a pity that the elders got there first. Step. What is this called? Stars will shine wherever they are. Yes. This light is too dazzling. My teacher is also Zhu Lao. And he criticized me so much just now, saying that my stupid brain is not as good as the understanding of my junior sister Xinning. It's a shame. My teacher Mr. Mi said the same thing. After he checked the homework of our disciples, he was so angry that he almost packed up and quit to become a teacher at the Zishu Academy next door. He said that it was because the school didn't communicate well that he didn't receive a gifted, enlightened person. As a disciple of Jia, no one will inherit the mantle of spirit patterns in this life. I feel sour all the time. Why? Aren't our senior brothers and sisters human beings? Hey, Which senior brother is in front of you? You are so brave. I wonder if our teacher is also watching the live broadcast. What? Did I just say something? Ah. It was my unlucky spirit beast who rolled the keyboard with his face. How could a student like me, who respects teachers and respects teachers, gossip about the teacher behind his back? Smiled JPG. Ha ha ha. Are teachers and students from top universities so funny? I almost laughed my head off. Back to the topic. So in other words, Shining Huan has become famous as a spirit pattern master. But everyone still doesn't know that she is a beast control master. The 5-pointed star on her forehead is light orange. So the pug is a second-level primary spirit beast. Does this mean that she is not bad at controlling beasts? After all, she is only 18 years old this year. How long can the contracted spirit beast be? And it is actually promoted to the second level of elementary level. Couldn't it be that she fed it with heavenly materials and earthly treasures? As a spirit pattern master, she should be very profitable. There are always heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can be bought and fed to spirit beasts to cultivate and upgrade them. It's made from a pile of treasures from heaven and earth. That's too empty. Huh? Is it true or not? You will know it just by looking at the performance of the Baja dog. The Baja dog has always been a spiritual beast with low potential value. It can be fed casually with natural materials and earthly treasures, and it can grow in a short time. Is it upgraded? If this Kachiki was really capable, it wouldn't be called a race with low potential. Shin Jingshan gritted his back teeth and responded angrily online. Humph. These ignorant people will be shocked sooner or later. The second elder next to him moved his butt to the side and glanced at the boss with a guilty look. After all, he was also a member of the group who had blind eyes before. Mao, as the protagonist, is quite worthy of their reputation now. As soon as he appeared, he quickly judged the surrounding situation. Then he shook his fur, and countless golden needles as fine as cow hairs flew out, like pear blossoms in a rainstorm. Needle-like, spectacular and gorgeous. In just one turn, the unsuspecting second-level high-level male giant spirit sand lizard was stabbed to the core. His whole body was covered with small holes. The wind blew it, and it was absolutely chilling. Shining Huan was surrounded by people. The other giant spirit sand lizards were also affected, more or less being pricked by pear blossom needles in the heavy rain, hissing in pain. The beauty of the rainstorm pear blossom needle is that it is so small that it can be drilled into the gaps between people's scales. Although the wound is small, the gold needles stacked one after another are definitely more lethal than Grandma Rong's embroidery needles. The viewers in the live broadcast room looked at the photo and shouted that this dog is so smart. This must be the smartest dog of the Baja breed. But what they didn't know was that Mao was just a conditioned reflex. His brain didn't need to think too much. It was all based on the experience gained from fighting various mutant animals in his previous life. Mao, don't hurt the friendly forces. The female giant lizard is our companion, Shining Huan said with a pale face while holding the hilt of the sword inserted into the male giant lizard's neck. In the end, she seemed to be too tired, and her delicate body simply sat down leaning on the dagger. Woof. Don't worry, Master. I am the most loyal person and will never harm my companions. Leave this to me. Mao shook his golden hair, feeling high-spirited and passionate. That silly tiger of Da Huang is still staying in the beast-controlling space. It wants to charge into battle for its master and show off its power and majesty, maxing out the owner's favorability. From now on, there will be nothing wrong with Da Huang. It is the master's favorite. Baby. Ha ha ha. Mao, who was having a sweet dream, was so excited that he couldn't stop as if he had eaten Xianmai. The golden needles kept flying out. This was not over yet. He also relied on his physical advantage of being twice smaller than the giant sand lizard. He burrowed into the yellow sand and launched a sneak attack under the soft belly of the giant sand lizard. When a group of female giant lizards screamed and shouted for rogue dogs, the male giant lizards had their bellies scratched one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 of them died, and those who failed to kill with one hit were also injured. Let the female giant spirit sand lizard seize the opportunity to complete the counterattack. Chapter 98. The sickly beauty was welded to death on her head. Shining Huan stared at such saucy operations. Mom's second-haired kid is coming of age, and he actually thought of the method of burrowing into the ground. Not to mention, its golden hair is really an excellent camouflage for hiding in the sand, and it is also very smooth for sneak attacks. With Mao's wave of output, the battle situation soon changed substantially. This time, The female giant lizards had the upper hand, while the male giant lizards were weak. The counterattack of the females was finally coming. Shining Huan and Lu Fufeng's body stiffened again, and it was time for her to leave. Then she stepped on the heads of the giant sand lizards, and quickly and lightly rushed to the outside of the battlefield. She stabbed a few more males on the way, and successfully left the battlefield under the cover of the female giant sand lizards. Call. More than 10 meters away from the battlefield, she found the body of a giant spiritual sand lizard and sat down on its head. The strength supporting her body also relaxed as she sat down. In this battle, she had to kill the male giant lizard, and also take into account the battle situation to ensure that the female giant lizard would win. It was really hard work. And a lot of effort. She felt that she had been used by the Shin family a few days ago. The body restored by Kdabeo became weak again. Well, she sighed. In fact, this was not her psychological effect, but a fact. Look at her little palm-sized face now. Dirty and splashed with a few drops of green liquid. But even this can't hide her pale fragility and bloodless lip color. Her originally white and shiny skin. After a while, it also lost its luster, showing a bleak and dead whiteness. To make matters worse, she vomited blood again. This mouthful of blood was caught off guard, and the unsuspecting viewers outside the live broadcast were all shocked and confused. What kind of serious injury is this? You look so weak. Can you still continue to take the college entrance examination? However, although questions emerged one after another, after Shining Huan shook out the yellow sand mixed in her black hair and braided a one-sided centipede braid to reveal her beautiful and delicate facial features, they fell in love with her beauty again. Next, there are no more problems. Even though she looked sickly, she was still beautiful, magnificent and thrilling. The beauties in the live broadcast room said that we were all bleeding. So the 4 words, "Sickly beautiful woman," came out of nowhere. And then, they were welded to Shining Huan's head and couldn't be removed. Even though her face will look rosy and shiny in the future, her current photo of a sickly beauty on the yellow sand has become a hot search topic and has become a hot item. And it has become countless people's first impression of her. At this time, Shining Huan had no idea what the outside world was saying about her. She raised her sleeve and wiped the blood on her lips, then turned the black backpack on her back to the front and took out a bottle of nutrient solution. He took off the lid and started drinking. The nutrient solution in this desert is indeed an excellent food. It can quench thirst and keep you full. But it is just a little missing. She had been copying homework from the Shin family's college entrance examination group, so she only brought 1 bottle. After finishing this bottle, she would have to find the next food by herself. As for water, she has a water attribute spiritual power bias, so she doesn't have to worry about running out of water. Thinking like this, she used some spiritual power to condense a few water balls to fill the empty bottles with nutrient solution, and then continued to pour. "Master, I want some water too. I'm so thirsty." Ermao emerged from the yellow sand in front, shook his golden fur, and then trotted over with his tail swung, his pair of dark dog eyes staring covetously at the small bottle in her hand. Shining Huan paused her hand and said, "Go back to the beast control space and drink." If it weren't for the fact that the water or plants in the beast controlling space were only available to spirit beasts, she would have scooped it out long ago. Ermao felt aggrieved, and there was nothing wrong with the dog wanting to be fed by its owner. However, in order to prevent Rhubarb from riding on its neck, it immediately became well-behaved. "Okay then. The master will call me out after I finish drinking the water. I found a box under the yellow sand when I was sneak attacking those shriveled calves, and I will drag it out soon." Shining Huan's eyes suddenly lit up. She was worried about where the supply box had been trampled by those male giant lizards. Even if she had to dig out the box after the battle, it would be a big project. Unexpectedly, Ermao found it first. Good dog. Today's Ermao is really surprising. Ermao returned to the beast control space and drank a lot of water. He boasted proudly to De Huang before he came out. Then, 1 man and 1 dog squatted on the body of the giant sand lizard and watched the huge battlefield ahead. They didn't feel much when they were in it just now, but now as bystanders and watching dogs, they were a little shocked. The battlefield was not that big. It was about the size of 8 spiritual masters' training grounds outside the Shin family. From a distance, it looked overwhelming, with rolling yellow sand, and the barbaric primitive fighting was so nakedly displayed in front of them. It was intimidating and intimidating. Encountering a desert hurricane brings little shock. Perhaps the male giant sand lizard knew that they were on the verge of desperation, so they fought back even more fiercely.
The intensity was several levels higher than when they were there before. Shining Huan could not guarantee that she and Ermao would be able to survive if they were still in the battlefield. Retreat? After all, the counterattack before death is the most terrifying. But the final result was good. The female giant lizards had the advantage and initiative, and then controlled the final outcome of the battle. They won, and the male giant lizards lost. In the end, the male giant lizard only left a few more well-behaved ones as future male pets for breeding, and the rest were all cleaned up by the female giant lizard. Ermao couldn't wait to run over the mountains and ridges, stepping on the corpses of countless giant spirit sand lizards and running towards the direction where the supply box was just now. Shining Huan regained some strength, and after seeing that the crisis was over, she followed Ermao and walked slowly. By the time she caught up with Ermao, he had already pushed open the corpses above with his hard work and skill, and then used his paws to dig and dig at the yellow sand. After digging a hole for the boss, he finally saw the shiny silver supply box. Ermao immediately bit the supply box and dragged it out of the pit, then used his paw to push it to Shining Huan like a treasure. Shining Huan also sat down cross-legged, pulled the supply box in front of her, then took out the optical computer and scanned the lock similar to a QR code. The next second, a blue light screen was projected in front of her eyes. The 5 questions listed above are all the lowest level yellow level questions. The answer time counts down to 1 minute. If not all answers or errors occur after 1 minute, the supply box will turn on the self-destruct mode. In other words, once the answer mode is turned on, the box has only 2 endings. One is opened and the other is destroyed. It is absolutely impossible to use it twice to answer questions. In other words, the materials released by the admissions office cannot be fully used by students, and more are likely to be destroyed, while the materials that students can use will only become less and less. The dog is still the dog of the admissions office and the question maker. Chapter 99, I know how to hatch eggs scientifically. Without wasting any more time, Shining Huan glanced at the 5 questions and quickly filled in the answers. After the correct answer was displayed, the blue light screen in front disappeared, and then a click was heard, and the silver supply box opened. She looked down curiously and saw a bottle of water lying bare at the bottom of the box. It was a transparent plastic bottle, a common natural water on the market, about 250 milliliters. Shining Huan. That's it? All her efforts to blind her were in vain. She still couldn't condense water balls by herself. Fortunately, the 5 points in the literary test for answering the questions are considered plus, so it is not completely in vain. He reached out and fished out the water bottle at the bottom of the box and put it into his backpack. It was better than nothing. The bottle might be of some use. His 2 legs. Our pups are about to hatch. What's your idea of hatching the eggs? The female giant sand lizard sent a representative out and crawled in front of Shining Huan. He stretched his neck and took a look into the silver box, then retracted without interest and asked lazily. After defeating the male giant lizards and the scumbags who snatched their babies, the female giant lizards were all in a very good mood. They were so comfortable that they could not wait to have a cigarette afterward. For Shining Huan, a 2-legged beast who had helped a lot, the favorability value also soared to the highest level. So the female giant spirit sand lizard who came to inquire had a very good attitude, and even regarded her as one of her own. However, Shining Huan did not dare to be careless. The female's nature of protecting her cubs was not something to be talked about lightly, even though her favorability score was 99 at the moment. If she failed to help them hatch all the cubs, the favorability score would plummet to negative numbers in minutes. Woof woof. Master, can you still hatch eggs? Ermao tilted his head and looked at Shining Huan, his straight dog eyes full of suspicion. How could the master hatch the eggs if he didn't have hair on his body? Could it be that the owner was so influenced by Wuhua, that stupid pig, that he lost his mind and actually thought he could hatch eggs? Wuhua. That was a male Xiangxiang pig, the 5th animal adopted by Shining Huan. At that time, she was very greedy for meat. If this pig hadn't knelt down quickly enough, it might have become a pig. She had a roast suckling pig, so in order to commemorate her passing pork feast, Shining Huan named it Wuhua to express her regret. Wuhua once had a story that I have to tell. When he was young, he fell in love with a female bird. At first, the bird took a bite of Wuhua. You are my little sweetheart, and fascinated Wuhua. Confused, just when Wuhua wanted to break through the species restrictions and propose to the bird suddenly ran away and broke up with the pig on the grounds that it couldn't hatch eggs. The abandoned Wuhua was greatly devastated. And since then she has devoted herself to the great cause of hatching eggs. Just so that one day in the future she can learn to hatch eggs and coax back her beloved mother bird. It can be said that her attitude is extremely humble. The onlookers also laughed happily. Especially Da Huang and Mao laughed the loudest. Shining-Huan understood the meaning in Mao's eyes, twitched the corner of her mouth, and touched its head kindly.
Although I can't hatch eggs myself, I can hatch eggs scientifically. This egg hatching is about constant temperature. As long as the temperature is guaranteed and the method is mastered, any egg can be hatched. The biggest reason why the lizard's hatching rate is low now is because the temperature is not enough. There is a big temperature difference between day and night in the desert. It's okay during the day, but the temperature drops at night, even to 0. And lizards are cold-blooded animals. Once the temperature rises, lowering their body temperature will also lower their body temperature, which will not have the effect of warming the eggs. Especially the baby lizards will break out of their LS at night, and the probability of being frozen to death after hatching is also very high. Therefore,
we only need to ensure that the temperature is sufficient.
Giant sand lizards. I don't know how powerful they are, JPG.
Woof.
What guarantee? Want to bake eggs? Won't it turn into a baked egg? Mao tilted his head and took a sip of saliva, wanting to taste the baked eggs, probably feeling that her cub was being coveted. The female giant sand lizard looked over with sharp eyes. Her hair trembled in fright. She whined and hid behind Shining-Huan. Then she secretly poked her head out and observed secretly.
JPG.
After checking his eyes, Mao felt itchy again and needed a beating. Shining-Huan decided to write down the beating first and then execute it later. Then she ignored the dog whose IQ suddenly plummeted again, and waved her hand in the eyes of the giant lizards.
It's easy. I just draw a constant temperature spirit pattern and that's it.
The constant temperature spirit pattern is a new spirit pattern that she just figured out yesterday. And there is a reason why she figured out this spiritual pattern. Yesterday in the college entrance examination group, everyone was chatting and talking about tents. But now the tents in the Interstellar are all magic tools with many functions, such as constant temperature, kitchen and bed. They are definitely a must-have for traveling and picnicking. But the bad thing is that it is heavy. Even the lightest one on the market weighs more than 500 grams. In addition, it is a finished spiritual weapon, so it cannot be brought into the examination room at all. Since the tent couldn't be brought in, she had to find another way. Who told her that her health would be broken in this life? Not only was her physical fitness low, but her immunity was also low. If she lay casually in the wild for a night, she would have a fever the next day and would not be able to run away. So she would not be able to pass the exam. So the constant temperature spirit pattern is the solution she came up with. Since there is no tent, as long as the temperature is guaranteed, everything will be easy. Shining-Huan turned her backpack in front of her again and took out a spiritual painting pen, a small bottle of spiritual sand ink, and a piece of yellow paper. Then she took the pen and swished it a few times, and quickly painted the constant temperature spiritual patterns. She took the spirit pattern talisman in her hand and activated it. Suddenly, a cool and soft breath came, and the hot temperature around them began to drop. The giant spirit sand lizards narrowed their eyes in comfort, and Mao also lay down on the ground comfortably. He also rolled on the spot. Shining smiled happily and waved to the little lizards.
Okay, you guys with the cubs should stay closer to me, in order to prevent the temperature difference from being too big to affect the cubs. You don't need to take out the eggs. You can continue to hide them in your belly until night. Then take it out and put it together,
without asking for their eggs at the beginning. The female giant sand lizard's favorability value increased again, and then they nodded their heads docilely and moved their bodies without rejection to comply. After settling the giant sand lizards, Shining-Huan also felt a little depressed. She also summoned the little butterfly in the space, and asked the little butterfly and Mao to continue looking for the whereabouts of the supply box. She herself was in the giant sand lizard. He lay down in the middle, then fell asleep with his backpack in his arms. She just fell asleep like this? Who is as brave as her to actually be able to fall asleep in a group of giant lizards? I really admire her. But is it too early to go to bed now? It's still 10 o'clock in the morning. Hey, you guys who don't take a nap don't understand the joy of taking a nap. What's wrong with taking a nap at noon? I take a nap at noon every day. But it's not yet noon. No matter what. My goddess's sleeping face is also very beautiful. Yinko said it's a feast for the eyes. Chapter 100 Lightning Snake Attack. Can you guys talk about something nutritious? For example, I'm shocked that college entrance examination student Shin Hwan survived by being able to hatch eggs and gain the friendship of the giant sand lizard. Write it down so you can review it as a reference point in the future. Not. Your little brain is not very good upstairs. Isn't the point that she actually talks to the spiritual beasts and seems to understand what they say?
Yes. This is indeed the key point. The beast master and the contracted spirit beast are connected mentally. It is understandable that he can roughly understand the meaning of the spirit beast's words. But these giant spirit sand lizards are not the contracted spirit beast. She should not be able to listen. You should understand. But from the look of her, I felt that she really understood and was still having a conversation. This should be a rare attribute in the mutation system. Animal language. I've heard of it. I originally thought that this ability only existed in legends. But I didn't expect that it has become a reality now. So this means that Shin Hwan has a unique advantage in controlling beasts? Oh my god. This is so awesome. By the way, we don't know Shin Hwan's beast controlling space level yet. So what is her beast controlling space level? Who knows? SS plus level. I know this. This year's college entrance examination candidates will fill in this basic information on the registration form. I also checked it out of curiosity. Among this year's college entrance examination candidates, the one with the highest level of beast controlling space is Jingluo, SSS level, followed by there are 4 SS plus levels. And Shin Hwan is one of these 4 SS plus levels. His, with the blessing of beast language. As long as she doesn't die prematurely, she can book a 10th level beast control master no matter what. Awesome. There is another important point. She just painted the 2nd level advanced spiritual pattern very quickly. She finished it in just a few strokes. Even the elders of my 5th level advanced spiritual pattern masters dare not say that they drew the 2nd order advanced spiritual pattern. The speed of tattooing can be so fast. Here, I'm making a silly smile for you. Why is my goddess so beautiful and powerful? By the way, have you ever heard of constant temperature spirit pattern? I searched through the spirit pattern categories on the market and couldn't find this. I couldn't find it. I thought I was not good at learning and missed learning this spiritual pattern. So this is Shin Hwan's own innovation? Hey, I've known for a long time that Shin Hwan has some innovative skills. Didn't I say it before? On the starship, she put forward opinions and new ideas to help Mr. Zhu and Mr. Mi complete the repair of the defense shield outside the starship. Then this should be her innovative debut. No. Our clan sister has also developed a gold-listed spirit pattern, which increases hearing and vision by 20%, and a radiant spirit pattern, which increases physical strength recovery speed by 20%. These 2 items are her first show. Hey, my goddess's tribe. Please tell me more about my goddess's outstanding deeds. I like to hear them. Let me also talk about the 3rd important point. Shin Hwan is being targeted. As soon as this news came out, the shocking comments on the screen instantly changed their faces. From harmonious and friendly and boastful to furious and scolding. Who? Which little brat dares to covet the goddess they just chased? Then everyone hurriedly turned off the obstructive barrage. Their eyes widened. And they actually found a sneaky person not far away lying in the yellow sand with his butt sticking out and observing secretly. He neither moved nor left. After a while, he carefully dug up the sand and tried to hide himself with the sand. You can tell there's a ghost just by looking at it. The audience became anxious and wanted to get into the screen to wake people up. Why is a beautiful girl so unsuspecting when she goes out? Even if there are a group of giant sand lizards around. You can't take it so lightly. What if someone has a sneak attack skill that can kill countless giant sand lizards and chop you down? Ah, it's moving. Oh, Hwan. Get up quickly. They are coming to kill you. That's the lightning snake. Hey, it really has a sneak attack skill. This lightning snake is petite and as fast as lightning. It's an expert in sneak attacks and assassinations. Even if the giant sand lizard is fully awake at the moment, it probably can't stop it. Can't live with it. It's coming. It's coming. None of the giant spirit sand lizards woke up. And neither beasts nor humans noticed it. It's over now. Oh! Hwan's 2 spiritual beasts have also been sent out. What should I do? Could it be that my versatile goddess, who is both beautiful and powerful, has ended up here? After all, she is still a flower in the greenhouse. She does have potential and talent, but she still has too little experience. She doesn't know that people's hearts are sinister and the secret realm is dangerous. Alas, I guess she has no future. I know the people who ambush. They are the Qian family. Qian and Shen's family have applied for a life and death contract. He will definitely not miss this great opportunity. Shen Huan will definitely die. Is it possible that the goddess I just fell in love with today is going to die like this? Ah! The snake is coming. It is about to bite. It opens its mouth and reveals its fangs. No. Damn money family. The fans in the live broadcast room were crying and yelling, cursing and shouting that the Qian family should die a good death, and that they should send them razor blades. The timid ones even closed their eyes. Qian Hong, who was ambushing over there, was so happy that his teeth were exposed. The owner of Shen Huan, that bitch, had issued a killing order and promised countless benefits to those who were in the secret realm of the college entrance examination. He didn't expect that he would be lucky. They met, and it was while Shen Huan was asleep and unprepared. He is a branch of the Qian family. Although his talent is good, he has never been taken seriously because of his status, and resources have not been tilted towards him. But it is okay. As long as he kills Shen Huan today, he will definitely be valued by the family. Tontian Avenue is now it's right in front of you. Bite her! Bite her to death! His eyes were shining, and he was shouting excitedly. But, ah! Skeleton! Where did the skeleton come from? Get away! Get away quickly! The reversal of things happened in an instant. Qian Hong, who was originally very proud, suddenly jumped out of his hiding place, with a frightened and impatient expression on his face, and shouted crazily into the air. And the lightning snake, which had already revealed its fangs and was about to bite it, was suddenly grabbed by a slender white hand on the triangular head of fate. It closed its mouth too hastily and directly pierced its fangs. Itself. What a sin! Snake is so wronged. But before it could cry out, a scarlet tongue suddenly rolled in, and it was buried in the lizard's belly without even having time to say its last words. Qian Hong, who was crazy over there, was also bitten on the neck fiercely by a golden retriever that suddenly jumped up from under the sand. He eventually lost too much blood and died with his eyes closed. He also followed the footsteps of his contracted spirit beast. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? I was careless. I originally thought that Huan would definitely die. Who knew that she was just waiting for work, luring the snake out of its hole, and killing it with the last blow. So when did she discover the ambush of Qian's family? Chapter 101 Mom's baby girl Jean Kai Kai. Shen Huan sat up, her dark eyebrows furrowed, her pale face expressionless, the color still not restored, pale and gloomy like a vampire who has not seen the sun all year round. Her whole person was shrouded in the deep displeasure of having her sleep disturbed. Irma waggled his tail and ran over to ask for the reward. His big golden furry head came close to him, and his dog's mouth opened with a big smile. Master, that idiot who was looking for death was bitten to death by me. He thought he would hide in the yellow sand with his butt stuck out, and I wouldn't be able to see him. Humph. These are all leftovers from my play. His little tricks you can't escape my uncle's eyes. It puffed up its chest proudly, feeling very proud of itself. He is such a powerful dog. He has bright eyes, and is a good guard at home and home. Praise it. Quickly. Praise it hard. Shen Huan rubbed her forehead, and couldn't help but twitch her mouth when she saw its immodest behavior. She pushed away its big head with some disgust. Stay away! The blood on your teeth is so bloody! The smile on the two-haired dog's face froze, and he suddenly felt aggrieved and turned into a 500-pound dog. He looked at her sadly with dark and wet eyes, with a look on his face that said the owner has no heart. Shen Huan was unmoved. He was so cold and ruthless. It was the little butterfly who discovered him first. Don't put gold on your face. Dogs should also be down to earth, honest and trustworthy. Ermal was smart, with a guilty conscience written in his little eyes. And then he put his dog legs up and grinned with a stupid look on his face to please. Hey, master, you are wise and have a good memory. Look at my dog brain. I remembered it wrong. This is indeed the credit of the little butterfly. It looked at the little butterfly that flew back and circled above its head, barking in frustration. The dark dog eyes were full of vigilance. Could this little butterfly be like Rhubarb and want to compete with it for the first place among the master's cubs? Location? And then climb on top of its head to pee? Not knowing that he was regarded as a scheming butterfly by his best friend. The little butterfly happily danced in a circle as he competed with his rival. Everyone is a good friend, as it should be. You don't need to thank me. Pretty girl. Thanks to the pretty girl for taking me out. I can gain experience.
I didn't expect that there is a place where plants don't grow. The dog immediately blew up its fur and exposed its airplane ears. Oh wow! It blew a rainbow fart. This little butterfly was indeed here to compete with it for its favor. Ermal gritted his teeth, and then hurriedly said,
Master, I found another supply box in the sand. Let's go find it quickly. It's golden. The same color as me. Very beautiful.
Xinhuan paused while rubbing her forehead, and her eyes shone brightly. It seemed that the supply boxes were also graded. They were silver just now, and now they're gold.
Where is it? Take me there and have a look.
Ermal's tail shook like a propeller, happily leading the way. After Xinhuan said H, low to the giant sand lizards surrounding her, she stood up and followed Ermal slowly without being too anxious. But Ermal is so anxious that his tail hairs are about to explode. He points to the supply box, and good things can come out of it to wash away the negative impact of taking the credit just now and regain his favor in front of his master. What if he is favored by some little kid? What if the bitch takes it away first? Finally, it couldn't wait anymore, and the whole dog rushed out like a golden lightning, then bit the golden box and dragged it back with great effort. Under the orange-red sunshine, the boundless rolling yellow sand formed a miniature version of the hills and plains. A slender figure staggered on a towering yellow sand Gobi desert. Compared with the boundless yellow sand, she was just a fragile and insignificant little ant, teetering on the edge of the cliff. The sand on the cliff was falling down. Every time she took a step, countless sand fell down. The dangerous cliffs piled up with sand also collapsed step by step with her steps.
Girl, be careful. It's dangerous.
An anxious, rough voice sounded, almost shouting. Xinhuan stood on the
top of the cliff
and turned her head to look at the sound. She saw a strong man in the desert in the distance rushing towards her direction. 5 people with unclear faces were standing on the ground where he started. People. Hey, what's going on with this stupid guy? He's taking the college entrance examination now. The other candidates are all competitors. Who is he trying to save?
One of the 5 people was Lu Xianxian. She looked at the silly boy bodyguard she had chosen and ran to save others. She stamped her feet angrily and muttered dissatisfiedly. A girl with baby fat next to her rolled her eyes when she heard this.
Cousin, what you said is wrong. Aren't you also saved by this silly big man? If this silly big man hadn't been such a warm-hearted person, you would be dead now. And you would be in the belly of some spiritual beast. It's leftover.
Lu Xuanxuan's face turned red with anger, and her big Shui Lingling eyes were filled with mist.
Jin Kai, are you deliberately going against me? I didn't do it just to live in Dachuan. Not all candidates are like this.
I also repaid my kindness and did not take the opportunity to sneak attack on him, but also accepted him into the team.
Jin Kai pursed her lips and snorted.
I don't believe you can be so kind-hearted. And it's not because you like to collect flower guardians. This stupid guy is strong and has good strength. There is no benefit in robbing him. Keep him here.
Having a bodyguard by your side is the best option. Cousin, I didn't expect you to have such a big face. And you also like to put gold on your face. Now it seems that you are just like my eldest cousin. You are a green tea scheming bitch. You say one thing but think another. It's true what my mother said. That's right. You 2 sisters are not economical. You are just a scumbag. It's so unfair that your uncle punished your eldest cousin before. He should also punish you.
Golden Kai. Lu Xianxian couldn't help but scream. Damn cousin. In the past, my cousin was on the other side of the 2 sisters, and she worshipped Lu Qingqing as an idol. But she has changed since her appearance in the square of the military region compound the day before yesterday. Both Qing and she are treated as class enemies. In the past, Lu Xianxian felt so happy when her loud and destructive mouth helped the 2 sisters fight against others. But now she feels so angry and aggrieved. Jin Kai picked her ears and said,
What are you asking me to do? My mother told me that you are incompetent and angry.
Lu Xianxian was so angry that Jin Kai. This damn mother's girl. What else could she say except my mother said my mother said? 2 of the 3 flower protectors behind her hurriedly reached out to help her.
Xianxian, are you okay? Let's go over there and rest for a while. Yes. That stupid guy is going to save people. So let him go. If he is attacked by surprise, it will help him remember a lot.
Lu Xianxian inhaled hard, and then she could barely suppress the small volcano that erupted in her heart, and glared at Jin Kai angrily.
Since you don't like me, don't follow me.
Jin Kai said no.
My mother said I must follow you. although you don't have much ability yourself. You are quite good at attracting bees and butterflies, and attracting flower guardians to support you desperately. I can also use it by following you. The wave is free of charge. Chapter 102 Desert Rogue. Shining Huan was squatting on the sandy slope. In front of him was a golden supply box that Air Mao pushed over diligently. Next to him squatted a large golden retriever dog with its tail swung, and its head stretched out as it stretched its neck. One person and one dog stared with wide eyes, looking with some surprise at the silly big man and his silly big bear stuck in the sand at the bottom of the slope. How did things develop like this? The bottom line is that the stupid guy shouted too loudly, and the sand accelerated the avalanche when he shouted, and the speed was faster than an avalanche. Shining Huan was walking on top and immediately realized something was wrong. She immediately mobilized the wind spirit power to speed up and flew away from the sand collapse area. But the big stupid man catching up below was in a terrible situation. The big man's body was not flexible enough. Before he could turn around, he was enveloped by the collapsed area of the sand. He was directly hit by the collapsed sand, and half of his body was buried in the yellow sand. At this time, the big guy made another cool move. He summoned his little friend Silly Big Bear. He probably wanted the bear to help dig him out. Who knew that this bear looked like its master and was also in a high mood when he appeared? A voice.
Now it's better. Most of the sand that was still hanging on the cliff collapsed. And the whole thing collapsed. The yellow sand rolled, which was particularly spectacular, and completely buried one person and one bear under the sand. Shining Huan and Air Mao, who came back dragging the supply box, were stunned. Grandpa on the subway looking at his phone JPG. How could there be such a stupid person? Then, just when they were talking about whether to save people or not, there was movement under the sand over there. From time to time, a small earth bag popped up. After waiting for a long time, they finally saw the man and the bear. His head popped out of the sand, breathing heavily. After the bear gasped for air, it clumsily crawled out of the sand with its paws a few times. Then it hurriedly dug its paws into the sand next to its owner, hoping to help the owner get out of the predicament. But the silly big guy didn't seem to want to come out. His honest face turned red with shyness, like a shy little girl. Especially after meeting Shining Huan's extremely focused eyes, he became even more confused. He buried his face in the sand in shame and anger, and twisted his body to shrink deeper into the sand. The bear was so anxious that he continued to help his master dig in the sand with his paws. So the stupid bear and the stupid big guy got into a tug-of-war. From time to time, the stupid big bear accidentally stepped on his master's exposed head while walking back and forth in a hurry, knocking him out of the way, pressed back to eat sand. In the end, after struggling for a long time, the stupid big guy never came out, and the sand never got below his neck. What a tragic human story. So how did he get so fat? Is the society afraid of not being able to see people? So weird. Take another look. Woof! Master, that stupid guy and the bear are so stupid. I'm going to help them. Irma wagged his tail, puffed out his chest, and tried to show that he was a serious, upright, and helpful dog, and he had absolutely no other ideas. Shining Huan pressed down the raised corners of her lips and nodded. Okay, then go and help. Air Mao cheered, shook his tail like a propeller, and ran toward the man and the bear. Brother Xiong, I'm here to help you. Shining Huan looked around curiously while scanning the supply box in front of her. After the blue screen popped up, there were the same 5 questions, but the difficulty was upgraded. The first 2 questions were yellow level, and the next 3 questions were black level. There was also a 1-minute countdown. She glanced at it and quickly figured out the answer, then quickly filled it in. After the answer showed that it was correct, the box was opened. This time, there were many things at the bottom of the box, including a fruit knife, a lighter, an iron pick, a small folding barbecue grill, and 5 squat, small plastic bottles. Look above. The labels read, salt, cumin, paprika, allspice and honey. Oh, it's a set of barbecue tools. Shining Huan licked her dry lips. Her beautiful eyes lit up, and her dinner was settled. Wow! Look! It's a gangster. The sound of a little butterfly rang in her ears, and Shining Huan subconsciously raised her head. What you can see is a big man wearing only a pair of big red pants fluttering in the wind. The big man has a good figure, a strong back, strong muscles, and 8-pack abs, which is full of masculinity. It's just that his face is burned like a monkey's butt. Even his exposed toes are curled up, and his body is full of grief.
anger, and shame. And he really wants to find a fig leaf for his strong emotions. Strongman Shy JPG. Cough. Shitting One coughed lightly and silently looked away. Ah. No wonder this stupid guy was huddled in the sand and refused to come out. It turned out that he had no clothes on him. Big red pants. He is so sexy. Ha ha ha. Although Ju Dachuan is a bit silly, he does have a good figure. He sucks. 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 It's my sister's cup of tea. I didn't expect that watching the college entrance examination would be such a blessing. I love watching it. Please give me more. I usually don't like to laugh. Unless I really can't help it. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but recall that when I first entered Zishu Academy, I followed a few friends who didn't know the dangers of the world and entered the yellow sand. After entering the secret realm, he was stripped naked, leaving only a pair of large underpants. Yogwa, please tell me what's going on. Is it possible that there is some kind of big pervert hiding under these vast tracts of yellow sand that specializes in stripping people of their clothes? There are no big sex demons, but there are big sex monkeys. There is a kind of spiritual beast in the secret realm of yellow sand called sand monkeys. They are extremely vicious and feed on eyeballs. They also like to steal human things, especially under the sand when people are not prepared. People's clothes, whether male or female, are treated equally. We call them desert hooligans. Ha ha ha. It's so appropriate. I can't stop laughing. What's going on? Shining Huan, who was squatting on the yellow sand, was also harassed by desert hooligans at this time. She saw a paw suddenly stretched out from under the yellow sand and hooked the backpack in her arms, trying to run away. It appeared suddenly, and was even faster than the sneak attack lightning snake. People who didn't know their existence were really hard to guard against. Shining Huan also almost said. Fortunately, there was an emergency warning from Little Butterfly, and her keen subconscious hugged her backpack and stood up, thus preventing the desert road from succeeding. But the danger is not over yet. They did not leave. Several small earthen bags quickly swelled up on the sand under their feet, surrounding Shining Huan. Then, one after another, the petite golden-haired monkeys screamed ferociously and jumped out from under the sand, pounced on people, and even took aim ferociously. Her eyes, Shining Huan's face turned ugly, and she immediately twisted her waist and quickly avoided it. The little butterfly also immediately screamed and cast illusions around her, which allowed her to escape a vicious sneak attack from a dense group of sand monkeys. Chapter 103 Battle Against the Sand Monkeys. Woof woof woof. Over there. Ermao alertly felt his master's call. Without thinking, he immediately turned his head around, cursed, and quickly ran to help. It had a strong and vigorous figure, its long golden hair trembling like waves, as fast as a golden lightning bolt. And then it bared its sharp teeth and pounced on the yellow sand at Shining Huan's feet like a vicious wolf pouncing on its prey. She! The monkey's shrill scream rang out. Blood instantly splashed all over the sand, and a sand monkey bit off its arm. At the same time, Shining Huan took out the broken iron sword from her bag, held it in her backhand, and made a graceful and neat rotation of her body. The blade drew a bright silver arc in midair, and 5 monkey claws were cut off along the wrist. Fall. The restless sand was about to stir and screamed, and the sand monkeys fled in all directions, fleeing for their lives. Shining Huan stared at her eyes, quenching the frosty cold color, and quickly made a judgment. Chase. Woof. Ermao obeyed the command and shook his body. The densely packed golden awls followed the movement under the sand and plunged in. Countless blood overflowed from the sand pit filled with golden awls. The screams of the sand monkeys under the sand became even sharper and rustling. The movement of fleeing became even louder. Shining Huan chased in the opposite direction. The beast master could use the power skills of the contracted spirit beasts, so she turned her wrist and condensed a handful of golden cones, scattering them like a goddess scattering flowers. More than a dozen sand monkeys fell into the sand. Looking at it, there are bright red blood spots. In less than half a moment, the sand monkeys suffered heavy losses, and Shining Huan's face turned extremely pale. But the coldness in her mysterious black eyes, like stars, had not dissipated, and even became sharper, and her voice was suppressed and growled. Keep killing! Woof woof woof. Ermao responded quickly and executed without replying. Shining Huan expressionlessly swallowed back the sweet blood that surged up, suppressing the urge to cough, even though her body staggered and was as fragile as a butterfly with broken wings. And she couldn't even stand still. The iron-melting dagger in his hand did not stop for a second, and its accuracy was still extremely high. A single stab of the sword would definitely draw blood. Everything she did was filled with a crazy desire to kill everyone, which showed that she held a deep grudge and even didn't care about her own body. Ju Dachun stood there stunned for a moment, seemingly frightened by her crazy behavior. His innocent eyes widened, but he quickly summoned his little friend Silly Big Bear to face him. The fleeing sand monkeys intercepted and killed them. At this time, he gave up the shyness of a macho man, opened and closed his movements widely, and struck down with an absolutely domineering force. The sand under his feet sunk into a big pit. The monkey's brain exploded, and blood splashed everywhere. Because of his hand, many monkey corpses were exposed. Their corpses were all mangled with blood and flesh as if they had been crushed. Not even a single one was left intact. The stupid big bear next to him didn't give in too much. His sharp claws that could tear through steel and iron bones dug into the sand, and he forked out a sand monkey with claws pierced through every part. He was lucky enough to be caught in the body, which was painful. His body was twitching, and his mouth was screaming in terror. Unlucky enough, his head was scratched by a claw. After he pulled it out, only a corpse was left. Then, he was casually thrown away by the stupid bear and fell to the ground. His blood and brains mixed together and flowed all over the floor. Ugh! The picture is too cruel and causes strong discomfort. What's going on with Shininghuan? She's the beautiful and weak little fairy she was promised. Why is she so crazy? She's almost like a crazy woman. She's too vindictive. Those monkeys just want to steal her backpack. But she actually wants to kill them all. Isn't that a bit too much? Who the H.L. told you to be a weak little fairy? I, the goddess Huan, am so strong and so sassy. Don't you know? Local bumpkins, silly turtles, and social animals, like monkeys, who have never seen the world are very narrow-minded and have a strong desire for revenge. If they don't succeed this time, they will follow you and continue to steal while you are not paying attention. Continue. Treat your eyeballs as captive food. Especially the ferocious group of sand monkeys under the yellow sand. They have a stronger revenge mentality. As long as you are targeted by them, they will never give up until they dig out your eyeballs. Even if you are not afraid because you think you are strong. But tigers also take naps. What they are best at is sneaking up on you while you are dozing. And you will not know how you died. That's right. The only way to get these ferocious monkeys to retreat is to be more ferocious, crazier, and more vengeful than them. Only then can they know how to be afraid, how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, and finally get rid of them completely. So Shininghuan is absolutely right. She had already predicted it. So she pursued her so hard? It's not called prediction. It should be called quick wit. It only took a few seconds from the time Sand Monkey appeared to when she escaped. Her reaction speed was too fast. Everything is fine. Except that Huan's body is too weak. Looking at her pale and transparent face, she is almost transformed into an immortal. Alas, beauty is beautiful, but having such a physical burden is not a problem. Now she ranks first in the college entrance examination. God, she has consumed so much. What will she do in the future? Yes, that girl over there named Lu Xian doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Will it be detrimental to our Huan? The people in the live broadcast room were worried. And the Shin family members of Xiao Luoxing were so regretful that their intestines were almost green. And the eyes they looked at the second elder were more fierce than the others. The second elder was silent, and finally began to reflect. It was all his fault that he asked the nanny to switch people over because he didn't take good care of the family. If this girl had grown up in their Shin family and hadn't been hindered by her weak body, she wouldn't be able to kill everyone now, chasing those dead monkeys to the end of the world. There is nothing wrong with that stupid big guy. Humans and monkeys are just like the west wind overpowering the east wind. In the end, humans finally overwhelmed the monkeys. Ju Dachun's clothes, shoes and backpack that were taken away were sent back by the monkeys as a sign of sincerity. The silly guy stood there stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the girl on the right, who was so ecstatic that she seemed to be flying up. She didn't know where to put her big hands, and her face was full of naivety and redness. At a loss and questioning, Shininghuan pursed her pale lips, but her cold eyes were still sober and sharp. Take it. Ju Dachun was immediately overjoyed and hurriedly walked over to get his clothes and shoes. Then he blushed and stuck out his butt and put them on quickly. It wasn't until he pulled the zipper to the top that he felt safe again, and the redness on his face also faded. Hold the box and let's go! Oh! Ju Dachun didn't expect that this decisive girl would believe him so much. He grinned innocently.
walked over and picked up the box, then walked back behind Shining Huan, subconsciously treating himself as a follower. Followed her step by step. Shining Huan didn't have the energy to talk to him at the moment. She glanced warily at the heads of a few monkeys poking out of the sand over there, and then moved away calmly, even though her body was weak and weak at this time. Wanted to vomit blood again, but held it back, and asked the little butterfly to help cover up his weakness, showing a powerful and intimidating side, and then walked towards the giant sand lizard step by step. Chapter 104. Zhu Dachuan hugs his thigh.
Hey! The stupid guy is back!
Lu Xianxian, who was feeling a pain in her chest because of Jean Saicai's anger, looked at the extremely familiar strongman walking back from the long yellow sand. Her big, watery eyes immediately lit up, and she trotted over.
Zhu Dachuan, have you found the supply box? Hurry!
Before she finished speaking, she took the lead to clearly see the face of the woman walking in front of the stupid man. Her eyes widened and her face twisted for a moment.
It's you!
The sharp sound seemed to be able to pierce the eardrums, making the person's brain buzz. Shining Huan frowned in displeasure. The orange sunlight fell, illuminating the air and making her pale face become more illusory and transparent. Lu Xianxian also seemed to notice something strange about her. Her twisted pretty face became weird, and she looked up and down at Shining Huan with gloating.
Shining Huan, you don't look good like this now. It's better for me to leave the examination room and go home to rest.
Bar.
As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a dagger stained with blood coming through the air and aiming directly at her throat. She had no doubt that the dagger would pierce her throat and crush her blood vessels. Lu Xianxian was startled, and cold sweat ran down her back.
You, what do you want to do?
Shining Huan looked at her with dark eyes and a fierce look, and her low, dry voice was gloomy and attractive.
If you want to send me out, you can try to see whether I go out first or you die first.
Lu Xuanxuan's body trembled. She swallowed and turned her head while pretending to be calm.
Huh? You? Don't go out if you don't want to go out. I just want to give you a kind suggestion.
Shining Huan snorted softly and glanced at her with his dark eyes, and then looked at the 3 men and 1 woman running behind her. Light flashed in his eyes, and then he took back the dagger, raised his feet, and continued walking forward. Lu Xianxian also breathed a sigh of relief, and then eagerly looked at the silly big man behind her, with excitement in her tone.
Zhu Dachuan, hurry up. Show me the supply box. Are you not able to answer the questions?
I can help you. How about we split the supplies in half?
Zhu Dachuan hurriedly turned his head into a rattle.
No, this box is not mine. I just helped carry it, and the box has already been opened.
As he spoke, he looked cautiously at Shining Huan's back, then walked around Xianxian, who was blocking the road, and continued to follow step by step. It's not very harmful, but it's extremely insulting. Lu Xuanxuan's face turned blue with shame and anger. Why was it that Shining Huan was so disgusting that even the bodyguard she had chosen was seduced? She felt unhappy and couldn't help but turn around and glare at Shining Huan's back. But after staring, he became even more angry. I saw the 3 escorts who were following her buttocks look straight at Shining Huan. The little bitch, and even Jean Kai, the damn girl, had an expression of astonishment on her face, and her saliva was about to flow out. Got it. Damn. Does this damn girl remember that she is also a woman? She actually drools over other women and acts like a nymphomaniac. It is such an embarrassment to female compatriots. Jean Kai wiped the corners of her mouth, her big watery eyes glowing, staring at Shining happily the whole time, completely unaware of Lu Xuanxuan's disgust and scolding. And she felt very happy in her heart. Originally, she thought that her cousin and eldest cousin were pretty enough, attracting crazy bees and butterflies all day long. But today her eyes were opened. The real beauty was here. Lu Xianxian put her side next to her. Charming, the flowers were lined with leeks. Seeing Shining Huan walking further and further away, she quickly came back to her senses and shouted,
"Wait a minute! That's the territory of the giant spirit sand lizard! Don't go any further!"
Shining Huan paused, turned to look at her in surprise, and then her pale lips pursed into a slight smile.
"Thank you for reminding me. I am sensible."
Lu Xianxian couldn't stand it when she looked at Jean Kai, who was rushing to stick to her. She stamped her feet and angrily stopped her, who was about to say something else, and said,
"Jean Kai, can you have some potential? Why are you sticking your hot face to someone's cold butt? Really, it's embarrassing for you Pishio clan."
Jean Saicai's left ear went in, and the right ear came out. She didn't hear clearly what Lu Xianxian was saying. Instead, she took her arm and asked excitedly,
Cousin, is that the 80 million yuan that was taken away from you and my eldest cousin?
Xininghuan from Xiaolingbi. She is so beautiful. If I had known, I should not have gone out to play the day before yesterday. It would be great to stay in the military compound. Not only can I see my cousin being criticized in the live version, but I can also see such a beautiful beauty, killing all around.
She had a small mouth, and 9 out of 10 sentences revolved around Shining. This enthusiastic attitude suddenly reminded Lu Xianxian of the time when Jin Kaikai walked around the road and was a little fangirl. Lu Xuanxuan's face became even worse. Shining Huan, who had already reached the warning range of the giant sand lizard, staggered a bit at this time. The stupid guy behind him subconsciously reached out to help him. At the same time, his eyes looked warily at the densely packed giant sand lizards lying in front of him, facing them. When he saw the fierce look, he couldn't help but swallowed his saliva and said dryly,
Front. The front is dangerous. It's okay.
Shining Huan smiled and stood firm without waiting for his help. Her face was not afraid but happy, and her tense body relaxed a little.
They won't attack me. Just put the box here. I'll rest here at night. Do you want to continue on your way?
Zhu Dachuan shook his head hurriedly, then looked at her eagerly, blushing slightly and said coquettishly,
Can I follow you? Just be a follower.
Shining Huan was stunned for a moment.
Follow me. Are you sure?
Zhu Dachuan nodded shyly, with a pair of bright black eyes on his innocent face.
Yes. My sister told me before entering the examination room. My brain is not very good. After entering, I can hug the lap of a smart person. I think you are very good.
Clever.
The expression on his face was very serious and sincere.
That's the way to Xianxian.
He grinned with big white teeth and said,
We are a temporary team. I can leave at any time.
Shining Huan raised her eyebrows and smiled. It seemed that she was not too stupid. She lowered her eyes and analyzed the pros and cons before saying,
Then you can follow me first, and you can leave at any time later. I'm going to rest now. These giant lizards are all female, and males are not welcome to enter. You can rest with the male giant lizards on the outermost side. Don't worry. They won't attack you. As for the things in this box, you can use them, and you can cut the meat from the dead giant lizard as you like.
Her voice was ethereal, and she spoke very fast. After speaking, she clutched her chest and staggered toward the group of giant lizards. Wherever she passed, the giant lizards would move their bodies and lazily give way to her. It wasn't until she reached the center that she relaxed and sat down. The surrounding female giant sand lizards also immediately came over and touched her with their heads, as if they were concerned. She waved her hand and pushed her away, then laid back obediently. Zhu Dachuan stood there holding the box and stared blankly at this scene, his naive face becoming even more stupid. Sister, my brother seems to have picked up a great thigh. Chapter 105 Sand Monkey attacks Lu Xianxian. Lu Xianxian, who followed unwillingly, also saw the giant sand lizard give way. Shining Huan and her dog, whose tail was almost swung into the sky, walked into their circle unimpeded. Her mouth opened wide in surprise, and she felt jealous at the same time. His emotions rushed directly to Tianling Gai. When did the giant lizards become so friendly and kind? Actually taking the initiative to welcome people in? It was obviously not like this when they came just now. The group of giant spirit sand lizards were very ferocious, with wild eyes, as if they were going to tear them apart. But for some unknown reason, they escaped 30 meters away. After that, they stopped chasing, and they were able to stand here without any damage. Otherwise, against so many giant sand lizards, the 5 of them would have lost their arms and legs even if they were alive. Especially when she saw the silly Zhu Dachuan walking over with a box in his arms. The unwillingness in her heart became even heavier. But Jin Kaikai was still blowing the music there. She is so powerful. Even the giant lizards were conquered by her beauty. Lu Xianxian was so angry that she tried to walk towards the giant sand lizards again. Today she had to prove whether it was the giant sand lizards that had changed their nature, or whether Shining Huan was more powerful and could conquer them. Facts have proved that Shining Huan is indeed so powerful that it is impossible not to accept it. As soon as she walked into the territory of the giant lizard group, she was chased like a dog by the outermost ones. But she didn't dare to kill them because they were very ferocious and lived in groups. If you kill one, there will be hundreds or even thousands of them behind. In the end, she could only retreat 30 meters away in disgrace, panting with a look of resentment on her face. Squatting on the spot and not daring to go any further. Jean Kai also squatted down next to her, and said in a happy tone,
Cousin, aren't we leaving? Are we going to sleep here? You can walk wherever you want. It's already dark, so you can rest here. The desert at night is dozens of times more dangerous than during the day,
Lu Xianxian said angrily, looking in Xininghuan's direction with a sinister look in her eyes, like a female ghost. Finally, after Xininghuan vomited blood, the light in her eyes lit up again. The energy came back immediately.
Jean Kai, please take out the light tarpaulin quickly. We are going to set up a tent. There is also nutrient solution, which is peach flavored. We also put up natural luminous stones. The weather in the desert is changing very quickly. Look, it's almost dark.
Looking at the orange-red light hanging on the horizon, Jean Kai and her 3 guards looked confused. Where is it dark? Isn't it the same as before? Ah, this person named Lu Xianxian doesn't look like a good person at first sight. She's really awesome at telling lies. Why doesn't she pretend to be a deer? Exactly. Looking at her excited little eyes that are shining brightly, she definitely has nothing to hold back in her heart. And she still insists on setting up a tent here. She must be thinking about how to sneak attack on us Huan. She is in full swing here, using light tarpaulin to make the tent look like that. In comparison, Huan's place is indeed a bit crude. He uses the sky as his bed, and the earth as his bed. Hey! After Huan vomited blood, he lay down and didn't move. Could it be that he fainted? It may be that the pug was not taken back and left outside to keep watch. Probably because he was uneasy. What should I do? Huan is already sick and weak. He has just experienced 2 major attrition battles in a row. His face has turned pale and transparent, which shows that he is very weak. If someone takes the opportunity to make a sneak attack, his response will not be like that. Just like last time, I still had the strength to pinch the snake's head. It is true that the desert at night is dozens of times more dangerous than during the day. It is not safe to be protected by the giant sand lizards alone. Lu Xianxian is the #1 target of caution. It would be too easy for her to do something while Huan is weak and unconscious. I hope the little follower Huan just took in can help him not to rebel. Everyone standing on Xininghuan's side in front of the live broadcast screen was worried, as if they were afraid that she would be killed at night. So they wrote their worries on the screen. Xuan's fans on the opposite side of the road were very proud. The tide was turning, and it was finally their turn for Xianxian to gain the upper hand. Xininghuan is a genius spirit pattern master. So what if she is a beast master with extremely high potential? She was so unlucky that she encountered 2 battles in succession, and her advantage was lost at the beginning. Now she has become a little kid waiting to be slaughtered. It's lamb. Xinqiang looked at the pale and sleepy person on the screen, her face full of anxiety and annoyance.
It's all because of me. It would be great if the 5th sister didn't get paired up with the Lu sisters because of me.
Xinjiling rubbed the center of his eyebrows and reassured her.
Even if they are not in a competitive relationship, Lu Xianxian may also attack the 5th sister. 2nd sister, please don't take all the blame on yourself. But? No but. Keep reading. With the intelligence of the 5th sister, it is impossible to be defenseless.
From the previous illusion assessment of the spirit-swallowing beast, it can be seen that the 5th sister is an extremely smart person. With just a few small clues, he can piece together a perfect logical chain and see through the truth of the illusion assessment. So he does not think that the 5th sister will fall into the trap on the 2nd young lady of the Lu family, who is not too bright. But there is still some worry. After all, the 5th sister's body is indeed a time bomb. So everyone stared at it all night long. Just when Xininghuan's fans were worried, and Lu Xuan's fans had already begun to party in advance. Things were not at all what they thought. After Lu Xianxian secretly observed Xininghuan for more than an hour, and determined that she showed no signs of waking up and her body was lying there motionless without turning over or moving, she excitedly felt that she had passed out and was about to avoid Jean Saicai's thoughts. When she was about to make a sneak attack, she was the first to be attacked. A skinny monkey's paw emerged from the sand and almost blinded her. In the end, she managed to avoid her eyes in time. But her eyelids were scratched, and a large piece of her hair was pulled out along with her scalp. Her thick black-haired head suddenly became bald and stained with blood. She cursed and screamed in pain. What happened next was even worse. A group of sand monkeys took advantage of the darkening sky and rushed into the small camp they had made to rob them. The tent was torn down. The backpack was snatched away. The clothes were torn into rags. And countless people were caught. Bloodstains. They appeared unexpectedly.
Lu Xianxian and the other two were not prepared at all, and they resisted in a hurry. They couldn't do it like Xinhuan did, and they could not kill them like crazy at the first time. Their murderous nature made the sand monkeys fearful and retreated when they faced difficulties. Like them, the more hurriedly the sand monkeys got, the more they pushed forward, the more they shouted, the more excited they became, and the more people gathered around them. By the time they came to their senses and realized the correct way to fight back, it was already too late. Everything they needed to grab had been robbed, and all the injuries on their bodies were there. The tent was in tatters, leaking air from all sides, and could no longer be used. On the other side, Xinhuan was still peacefully sleeping among the giant spirit sand lizards, and was not affected at all. Chapter 106: The Little Mouse Walking the Maze. Fans of Lu Xianxian who are in ups and downs of mood. There is no harm without comparison. Why do they suddenly feel that the idol they support is just a useless vase? The key is that your vase is not as beautiful as others who rely on brains and talent. As a result, fans who were not very loyal at all ran away one after another. Most fans even climbed up the wall to go to Xinhuan's live broadcast room, giving her another wave of fans. When Xinhuan woke up, the sky was already dark. The dark clouds blocked the skylight, and the whole land was plunged into darkness. Looking at it, it was still black. Except for the black, there were also morning sounds not far away. She was stunned for a moment, and her body shivered subconsciously. Could it be that this place is still haunted? Or did she pass out and come to the underworld? Woof! Master, are you awake? Can we start dinner? Mao, whose ears were pricked and alertly guarding her side, was the first to notice her movements, and he immediately became excited. Xinhuan reached out and touched Mao's furry head, confirming that she was still in the world. Then she subconsciously touched her neck with her other hand. After sleeping, her body felt much better. Probably the Baizai Dharma hanging around her neck helped her replenish her spiritual energy. Originally, she was just worried about leaving this thing in the house, in the military compound. So she took the risk and brought it in too. It accounted for one of the 10 items, and Baizai had sworn to cover it up, so no one noticed anything unusual. Now it seems that I brought the right thing. Master, Mao bumped his head on her palm, tilted his head and asked. Xinhuan came back to her senses and felt a sense of hunger. She nodded quickly and said, "Well, let's eat." Then she took out the natural luminous stone from her backpack, which illuminated half of the area at once. The soft and white light allowed her to see her surroundings clearly, and comforted the giant sand lizards, who woke up with their eyes open. Xinhuan, he walked out holding the natural luminous stone. Most of the corpses of the giant lizards in the surrounding circle were missing. They should have been eaten by the female giant lizards. But there were still a few left, which could be eaten by 10 people. So one person and one dog called over to Zhu Dachuan, who was too reserved and didn't dare to move or eat, and started barbecue with his silly big bear. Wisps of white smoke came out of the crackling barbecue rack. The fat flowed, and the aroma of meat overflowed. Lu Xianxian, who smelled the fragrance at the other end, cried even louder, causing the 4 Jin Kai who had finally fallen asleep to her crying to wake up as well, drooling from greed, and their whole bodies became even worse. Ah! Why do I feel a little sad? Ha! There is a constant temperature spiritual pattern to control the temperature, which is warm and comfortable. And there are also natural luminous stones to illuminate the small world. They are grilling meat and eating skewers leisurely. Look at them again. They are attacked by the bandit sand monkeys. The tent collapsed. My backpack was gone, and my underwear was almost taken away. I could only roll myself into a flour roll with a torn light oilcloth and use it as a sleeping bag to keep out the cold. I was cold and hungry. Isn't it just miserable? Lu Xianxian wiped her tears, approached Jin Kai and whispered, "How about we go over and order something to eat? You reminded her during the day. She definitely doesn't hate you. You go." Jin Kai turned her head to the side, pursed her lips and said, "No. How can you beg like a beggar in front of my idol and be embarrassed? You have to do it yourself. And I also hid a bottle of nutrient solution." Lu Xuanchuan's eyes lit up. "You can share some of the nutrient solution with me." Before she could finish her words, she saw Jin Kai pull out his hand from the flour roll with a smooth movement. He was still holding a bottle of nutrient solution in his hand. He raised his head and poured it into his mouth. After finishing the bottle in 3 or 2 gulps, he returned it, burped loudly. "Cousin, what did you want to say just now?" Lu Xianxian gritted her teeth angrily. Did you do it on purpose?
Jean Kaikai had an innocent look on her face.
What's intentional? Cousin, why are you talking so cluelessly? They say it's hard to guess women's thoughts. It's true. Although I'm also a woman. I can't guess what you want to say.
The three Hanamaki around them couldn't help but laugh out loud. These two cousins were really interesting. Fans of Xinhuan who climbed over the wall and secretly poked and peeked at them were also happy. Although Lu Xianxian was not lovable, Jean Kaikai was still quite good. Just because she could make Lu Xianxian suffer, they thought she was worthy of praise. Boast. Lu Xianxian gritted her teeth angrily, turned around and asked the other three Hanamakis for help. Jean Kai, a girl, was too embarrassed to go and beg for food. And how could the three elders be so embarrassed? So the three flower guardians, who were not deeply attached to Lu Xianxian, also shook their heads like rattles. In the end, there was no other way. Lu Xianxian, who was really hungry, could only crawl out of the flower roll to beg for food. In the afternoon, she just stared at Xinhuan. The nutrient solution was snatched away and broken by the shameless sand monkeys before she could even drink it. So she was very hungry at the moment. She also planned to cry to that stupid guy in Ju Dachuan if Xinhuan didn't agree to her request, so that the stupid guy could see that Xinhuan was cold and heartless, that he was not a good person to follow, and that it was only right to return to her team. It's a pity that her little calculations were going on in her mind. But she had no chance to show it off, because she found that it was only 30 meters or a few steps away during the day, and she hadn't arrived yet after walking for more than 10 minutes. The barbecue grill shrouded in white light was clearly right in front of her, but it seemed to be out of reach, and she could never reach it. What happened? Lu Xuanxuan's anxious forehead broke out in cold sweat, and she continued walking without believing in evil.
What's wrong?
Ju Dachuan looked at Xinhuan, who suddenly turned his head. His body tensed up immediately, and he looked in the direction of her gaze warily. But it was pitch black, and he didn't find anything. Xinhuan shook her head, with a smile on her lips.
Nothing. I just found a little mouse running the maze.
Like a casual joke. She then returned to the topic and said,
Have you eaten? After eating, go back and continue to sleep. After the baby of the giant spirit sand lizard hatches out at night, you should be able to leave here tomorrow morning.
Oh! Although Ju Dachuan was a little suspicious about why there was a maze and little mice here. Seeing that she was unwilling to say more, he didn't ask any more questions. He volunteered to pack up the barbecue rack and let Xinhuan go to rest first. Lu Xianxian saw this scene completely and heard Xinhuan's words. Her eyes were split, and she was furious. She did it on purpose. This is all Xinhuan's fault. The little butterfly, who had long been told by her master to set up a maze to guard against thieves, danced a circle dance proudly. Hey, this pretty girl is a bit stupid. She only realized something was wrong now. She is completely incomparable to her smart and wise owner. Chapter 107 Summary of the Three Lists. Early the next morning, the people of the Empire, who were full of energy after a good sleep, opened their eyes. As soon as they opened their eyes, they all turned on the main channel of the college entrance examination live broadcast with aspiration. Even 007, who works the night shift, can't help but touch the fish quietly for a while with panda eyes and start the live broadcast. What if he is caught by his boss? Look at his optical brain. Oh, he is watching too. That's okay. Therefore, adhering to the idea of you watching, I watching, and everyone watching together, the live broadcast of the college entrance examination became a grand event full of participation for the people of the Kanglan Empire in just one day, with a total of 5.8 billion people online. What is being played on the main channel now is a summary of the three rankings on the first day of yesterday's college entrance examination. The literary test list is as follows. First place, Jing Luo, 25 points. Second place, Fan Donger, 24 points. Third place, Bai Qing, 20 points. Fourth place, Jiang Xiuran, 18 points. Fifth place, Chai Zian, 17 points. Sixth place, Ho Hongbao, 16 points. Seventh place, Qian Hongyu, 15 points. Eighth place, Xinhuan, 13 points. Ninth place, Zhu Xiaochun, 12 points. 10th place, Kumuhan, 10 points. The martial arts test list is as follows. First place, Xinhuan, 505 points. Second place, Jingluo, 329 points. Third place, Chai Zian, 299 points. Fourth place, Xin Jifan, 266 points.
5th place, Wu Yi, 255 points. 6th place, Jiang Xiuran, 250 points. 7th place, Shi Ji, 249 points. 8th place, Kumuhan, 247 points. 9th place, Fang Donger, 246 points. 10th place, Ban Jiaming, 245 points. The comprehensive list ranking is as follows. 1st place, Ho Hongmao, 570 points. 2nd place, Shining Huan, 518 points. 3rd place, Jingluo, 354 points. 4th place, Chai Zian, 316 points. 5th place, Fang Donger, 270 points. 6th place, Jiang Xiuran, 268 points. 7th place, Xin Jifan, 266 points. 8th place, Wu Yi, 260 points. 9th place, Kumuhan, 257 points. 10th place, Shi Ji, 254 points. It's so scary to me that Ho Hongbao's conspicuous bag topped the overall list. A full 52 points higher than the 2nd place. How did he do it? I was also shocked. Isn't Ho Hongbao a funny blogger? At the beginning, he stepped on his left foot and his right foot, threw himself, and then told us a joke. His one-man show was also very lively and impressive, comparable to the talkative anchor on the live broadcast platform. Later, he was targeted by a giant desert eagle and transformed into a rabbit digging holes in the soil and hiding in embarrassment. Apart from accidentally digging up 4 supply boxes while digging holes, he had nothing to boast about. The key was his 4 treasure boxes. They were all silver treasure chests of the lowest level. And he got 4 of the 20 yellow level questions wrong. In the end, 2 supply boxes were opened, 2 were destroyed and scrapped, and only +1 natural water and +1 lighter were obtained. Because this was complained about and trended several times, it became the first person on the trending list, and was affectionately it's called a waste conspicuous bag. But he can still be ranked first on the comprehensive list? Is there some inside story? I don't understand either. And I'm greatly shocked. Why can this useless piece of junk snack be more powerful than me? Jing Luo? I would be more convinced if Shining Huan ranked first. After all, she performed quite well yesterday in the battle against the giant sand lizard and the group of intimidating sand monkeys. It seems to be based on luck. Look! 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 Someone posted a video on the hot search. Last night when it was dark, Hongbao was trying to die in the middle of the night. He was resting in place for defense, and would not leave the temporary camp until he was beaten to death. However, he was too close because he was afraid of peeing. I wanted to go further away to deal with the smell of urine, but I didn't expect that I couldn't see the road clearly at night. So I slipped and fell down a sandy slope, and then accidentally rolled into a field of ginseng fruit. 9 ginseng fruit 3rd grade high-grade spiritual plants can be included in the comprehensive list score. Each plant is worth 3 points. He dug more than 180 plants in half an hour. The comprehensive score directly increased by leaps and bounds. And he rose from poverty to the sky in 1 step. Entering the ranks of rich people, and reaching the top of the list with such arrogance is simply unacceptable. Gone! He is actually a lucky S. Oh! It's a pity that luck is also a kind of strength. In comparison, the 2nd place Shining Huan is recognized as a lucky E. He was framed by the staff, and put in danger at the beginning. Then he encountered the giant sand lizard one after another, and the large female hegemony. Jean, the Qian family shameless sneak attack, and the Sand Monkey Group's gangsters sneak attack. The whole day was simply too exciting. None of the candidates present could compare to her. Hey, I don't agree with this. Xin Jifan, who is ranked 7th on the comprehensive list, had a wonderful day. Oh no! It would be more accurate to say it was rough and bumpy. Even a steel-hearted person like me couldn't hold it back. I shed a handful of sad tears for him. He was unlucky to meet 3 people at the beginning who knew he had nutrient solution in his backpack. The 3 formed an alliance on the spot, and surrounded him to rob him. Then Xin Jifan fought back and robbed them. Then he set off on his way. But he didn't go far when he met 2 male and female scorpions, who were doing business. After being discovered, Xin Jifan ran away for more than 10 miles. But the 2 scorpions still did not give up after their good deeds were ruined. He could only use the fighting spirit of himself and the 2 scorpions to send them both to heaven to reunite. This was not over yet. Along the way, he also encountered white-feathered ostrich flocks migrating and desert giant eagles hunting. In short, there was no time to stop when he was in danger all the way.
He was either on the way to escape or on the way to fight back. And supplies of supplies, not a single box was touched. And it was all supported by the initial items he carried in his backpack and the 3 material backpacks he grabbed. In short, all the points on his list were earned step by step without any water added. Fortunately, he was in good health. Otherwise, he would not have survived. As inspirational as it is, I really want to laugh at what's going on. I heard that Shin Jifan and Shin Huan are 2 of the triplets. So is it possible that this thing is passed down from birth? Hey, triplets, who is the other one? Let me be healthy. Let me be healthy. How did she get so unlucky? The other one is Shin Chifei. She, didn't seem to be in any danger. In short, it was very unremarkable. She only found a supply box and killed a gerbil. She was ranked at the bottom of the batch. Ah, this has its pros and cons. At least she is safe. Wait a minute. Don't I, Goddess Chai, deserve to have a name? She is the 4th young lady of the Chai family. Why is no one talking about her? Yes, the 5th Donger, the 8th Wui, the 9th Kamuhan, and the 10th Shiji on the comprehensive list are all very good. They are all from commoners or orphans, not carefully cultivated by big families. This shows that what? This shows that the welfare home funding and civilian support programs run by the Imperial Ministry of Finance are quite successful. The proud students who took the college entrance examination are finally no longer monopolized by the children of big families. This year's class should be the most special one. Chapter 108, the first and the second are about to meet. There was a lot of discussion on the main channel barrage. After a day of fermentation and fermentation, the outstanding candidates of this year's college entrance examination have already emerged and are beginning to show their prowess. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are still talents who have been buried. After all, the 30th day of the college entrance examination is just the first day. Some people may be unlucky and not have enough time to perform. Or they may pretend to be pigs and eat tigers in order to make a final appearance. However, there is an advantage to being famous on the first day, especially being in the top 10 of the list. That is, more people come to watch. Especially the lucky Shou Hongmao, who is affectionately known as the conspicuous bag, because a large number of people flock to see what he looks like. Shi Huan ranked 2nd, and a large number of people also entered. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room is rising rapidly, but they have to rely on their own ability to convert this traffic into fans. In the live broadcast room, the orange-red sunshine characteristic of the yellow sand secret realm rose. Shi Huan yawned and sat cross-legged among a group of giant sand lizard cubs, letting the cubs, which were about as thick as arms, climb up and down her body, using their scarlet little tongues. Wash her face. Her face, which was still bloodless, was expressionless. On what it feels like to be a mother. Thank you for the invitation. I feel like my brain is going to explode. I don't want to be a mother in this life. After she went back to sleep last night, these female giant lizards secretly piled eggs next to her, so that most of the babies saw her first when they hatched from their eggs. LS. So early in the morning, she was awakened by countless childish voices calling her mother. These cubs were so enthusiastic that they used her as a climbing frame and climbed up and down on her. Yesterday, she was almost crushed by these cubs even though she did not fight twice in a row. The adult female giant sand lizards around were still making trouble unreasonably, looking at her with resentful eyes, as if they were saying that you, a 2-legged beast human, don't have martial ethics to steal our cubs from us. Mother protecting her cubs is dissatisfied. Online JPG. Shi Huan, gone. Is this her fault? She also doesn't want a child who looks nothing like her, and isn't a child of the same species. Okay. At the beginning, she struggled and tried to reason with the cubs, saying that they could not be biological mothers if they were not of the same species. But the cubs did not believe it, and even resorted to the trick of, I won't listen. I won't listen. And they would roll around just to get rid of them. Call her mom. In the end, there was no other way. And it ended up like this. While acting as Emoda's emotional climbing frame, she opened the internet for college entrance examination students to check the 3 lists. She was stunned when she saw Ho Hongbao, who was ranked first in the comprehensive list in front of her. The name sounded a bit familiar. He had been listed 6 times before. Her uncle mentioned to her about being in the Spirit Pattern Masters Association, and Ho Hongbao should be the more out-of-the-box and lively young man. He must have a good family background to be able to confront Chai Haobo without any scruples. And he should have 2 brushes with him. Therefore, Shinning Huan silently regarded this Ho Hongbao as his primary opponent, and told himself that there is a sky outside the world, and there are people outside the world. In this college entrance examination, there are crouching tigers, hidden dragons, just like this Ho Hongbao. At first glance, he does not look like a simple and lively person. A master. He actually has a lot of skills. Fans who know her thoughts will burst into laughter. Sometimes it is wrong to say that people cannot be judged by their appearance. Is there a possibility that Ho Hongbao is the same on the inside and outside? Lively and stupid. But what the fans didn't know at this time was that they were all looking happily and curiously at the baby giant sand lizards crawling around on her body. Oh ha. I really asked her to hatch it. The cubs of the giant lizard are actually pretty good looking. They are such a burden to happiness. Shinning Huan did not want this burden of happiness. She was as hard-hearted as iron. She shook the babies off and stood up, digging out the constant temperature spirit patterns and wearing them close to her body. She asked Zhu Dachuan to eat them together. After having a barbecue, we were ready to set off. The female giant sand lizards behind her changed their welcoming attitude from yesterday and couldn't wait to wag their tails to say goodbye to her. If she didn't leave, their cubs would follow her. 30 meters away, Lu Xianxian, who was also packing up her things and about to leave, looked at Shinning Huan and Zhu Dachuan, who were walking over, and cursed in her heart. Last night, after struggling for a long time, she was only so angry that she was so angry in the morning. When she woke up, she was even worse. There was black hair all over her body, and her eyes with thick black circles were full of resentment, as if she were a female ghost with deep resentment. A pair of big eyes are scary when staring at people.
Jin Kai, don't you like Shinning Huan very much? Follow her. Don't follow us.
Jin Kai was startled by her behavior, but she still held her head up.
No. My mother said I must follow you. Let's go. Shinning Huan went to the left. So let's go to the right. Why should I listen to you? Then let's go to the left as well. No. Let's go to the right.
Lu Xianxian gritted her teeth and gave in angrily. She was unlucky after meeting Shinning Huan. She didn't want to be with Shinning Huan anymore. If possible, she wanted to rob Shinning Huan and the two of them before leaving. But she had been hungry all night and had no strength. While the envoys were no longer obedient, and Jin Kai, a dead girl, even jumped up and went against her. It was almost impossible to snatch Shinning Huan, so it was better to stay out of sight and avoid it. So the two parties officially parted ways. Shinning Huan hasn't recovered yet, so she doesn't walk very fast. She is still sick and looks like she will fall down in the next second. Zhu Dachuan, who was following him, was frightened and hesitated to speak. He wanted to say that he could carry her away, but when he blushed and finally plucked up the courage, he heard her speak.
Look, there's a person lying in front of you.
And he was a naked man wearing only a pair of red pants. Shinning Huan had a strange expression and glanced at Zhu Dachuan subconsciously. Why? Are all men so boring now? They all like to wear red pants. Zhu Dachuan didn't know why he was so dumbfounded by her sight that he couldn't help but move. The big man carefully avoided the small steps like a little daughter-in-law, and said dryly,
Then, do you want to go over and take a look?
Look.
Shinning Huan looked away with some sarcasm.
Let's go.
Ah. Number 1 and number 2 on the overall list are about to meet. Ha ha ha. I know that Ho Hongbao, who has a conspicuous bag, is not a peaceful person. He started causing trouble early in the morning. Why is there no rule that you can snatch points from the opponent by killing them? I still want to see the first and second place players fight.
TSK. 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 I don't need to hit you to know that Ho Hongbao, this timid thing, will definitely slip to his knees. Unless someone puts some bear's heart and leopard gallbladder in his nutritional solution in the morning. Maybe he can still act like a man.
What are you doing?
Zhu Dachuan had already reached his head and was bending down to look at him curiously. Ho Hongbao's eyelids were drooped, with a wilted expression on his face. He waved his hand feebly as if to shoo away flies.
Go. If you are the one, I have been robbed of my supplies. Now I have nothing. I need someone.
If you don't want to be stuck with me, leave now.
Chapter 109 accepted another backpack boy. Zhu Dachuan turned around and looked at Shinning Huan behind him, with a questioning look in his eyes.
Do you want something to eat?
There was a look of surprise in Shinning Huan's black eyes, as bright as stars. Is this Ho Hongbao?
Give him some jerky.
She narrowed her eyes and spoke softly. They got some extra giant lizard meat for the barbecue in the morning and packed it up. They used the backpack of the Qian family member, who attacked her yesterday but was killed by her. The Qian family boy was not very lucky to meet her. He must have been robbed a lot before. Apart from the black backpack, he only had that set of clothes that could still be used. Zhu Dachuan saw it in the morning and didn't mind it being dirty. He peeled off his coat, condensed some water balls, washed the blood stains on the clothes, and dried them before taking them with him. Then they abandoned yesterday's conspicuous and bulky golden box, and packed all the bottles and jars of seasonings and barbecue rack supporting tools into Zhu Dachuan's own big backpack, while the meat was packed separately in the smaller black box of the Qian family, in the backpack. Along the way, Zhu Dachuan was a very dedicated backpacker. He carried a bag in front and a bag in the back. Although it looked cumbersome, he carried it easily and did not feel heavy at all. When he heard Xininghuan's instructions, he immediately nodded and executed them. He reached out and unzipped the backpack on his front, took out a piece of meat a little bigger than a palm, then squatted down and handed it to Ho Hongbao's face. Ho Hongbao's eyes suddenly opened wide. This taste was like real meat. He hurriedly reached out to take it, sat up and stuffed the meat into his mouth, looking anxious. Well, it's delicious. It's delicious. His eyes were shining brightly, and he couldn't lift his head from eating. Suddenly his eyes bulged and he choked. Ho Hongbao hurriedly clenched his fists and punched himself twice, then took out a bottle of nutrient solution from his red pants, poured it in, and then swallowed the meat stuck in his throat. Zhu Dachuan and Xininghuan were stunned for a moment, and then the expressions on their faces were indescribable. They agreed that there was nothing. But what about one person? I didn't expect that there was something hidden in these red pants. Stare. Ho Hongbao's face turned yellow, and he quickly held down his pants to explain plausibly. Isn't this just to have a backup plan? After much deliberation, it is safest to hide here. Facts have proved that this is indeed the case. The bandits even took away my clothes and left me with a pair of underpants. So this is definitely not a special hobby of mine. Xininghuan's eyes flashed with insight. Yesterday, he scored 16 points in the literary test and was ranked last in the martial arts test list. However, he got the first overall score. He must have obtained a large number of natural materials or extremely high-level treasures. If you don't rob him, who will rob him? So you were just giving up on yourself when you were lying there? I'm not. I haven't. I'm fishing for the desert giant eagle. Ho Hongbao shook his head 3 times, then rolled his eyes, looked at Xininghuan with a smile and said, Sister Shen family, shall we form an alliance? Xininghuan raised her eyebrows and said one word without hesitation. No. Ho Hongbao's face fell, and he looked at her unwillingly. Why? I have very important clues in my hand. Xininghuan looked at him indifferently, unmoved. I only accept backpack boys, not allies. As he said this, he winked at Zhu Dachuan, signaling that he was ready to leave. Ho Hongbao got anxious, got up and grabbed her trousers, gritted his teeth, and said with a look of death on his face, Backpacker. Just backpacker. Sister Shen will take me for a ride. It's too dangerous for me, a boy, to be alone outside. The sister of the Shen family is the strongest in the martial arts test. More than 100 points higher than the guy Jing Luo. If I don't hug my thighs now, how can I hug her? It was because he had been hasty in judging people based on their appearance before. He originally thought she was just a weak spiritual pattern master. But unexpectedly, she turned out to be a female warrior who could fight. As he said this, he showed his sincerity and took out 2 more things from his red pants. Sister Shen, this is a shortcut to quickly reach the oasis. There is also a 10th map of the Yellow Sand secret realm, which I opened from the supply box. Don't tell me. These red pants are quite concealable. Xininghuan's eyes became weird again. It wasn't until Ho Hongbao looked at her that she suspected that she was about to be raped and hugged herself tightly with both hands. Then she slowly looked away, narrowed her eyes and said, Go! The shortcut to the oasis is to hitch a ride with the giant desert eagle. Whose nest is in the oasis? Ho Hongbao's eyes widened and he exclaimed loudly, You? How do you know? Xininghuan was speechless. I know it from you. Isn't it easy to guess? Ho Hongbao looked confused. Did you know this from him? How do you know? Didn't he spill the beans? He had a tangled face and was puzzled. He looked at Xininghuan with small eyes that hesitated to speak, wanting her to start talking. Xininghuan's mouth twitched and she rolled her eyes mercilessly. She was wrong to regard this guy as her primary opponent before. He simply didn't have the brains to do big things. The audience before the live broadcast was not happy after watching it, and they all asked sole questions. That's it? That's it? Is this number one on the comprehensive list? After a few moments, Shining Huan was deceived to the point where he couldn't find the answer. He asked to be regarded as someone else's younger brother, but he blew himself up as soon as he opened his mouth. He didn't know where he let it slip, and he didn't know how to reflect on himself in the end. Are you too stupid? I think you are too smart and powerful. This brain can't be saved even by eating 180 walnuts. Well, it's good to be a backpack boy. Unyielding. Seeing the two backpackers fully equipped and about to sit down to discuss how to catch the desert giant eagle, a sharp shout suddenly destroyed the quiet and harmonious atmosphere. It's Shining Huan. Kill her. In an instant, more than a dozen men and more than a dozen spiritual beasts jumped out from the yellow sand slope, rushing towards their team of 3 like wolves and tigers. The yellow sand is rolling. Murderous intent is sweeping across, and attacks are coming quickly. Shining Huan's eyes darkened, her pale face covered with frost, and she said coldly, "It's the Qian family who are here to kill me. If you are afraid, leave." As she spoke, the 5-pointed stars on her forehead flashed one after another, and ermao and small butterflies appeared one after another, and they started to fight without saying a word. The little butterfly didn't even call out to the pretty girl, and immediately subconsciously unfolded the maze illusion, trapping the people and spiritual beasts on the opposite side to delay it. Ermao also cooperated tacitly this time, shaking the golden hair, and the golden ox hair needles shot out like pear blossom needles in a rainstorm. Seeing this, Shining Huan also reached out and took out the dagger from her backpack, and rushed forward with a cold face. She must not be able to outrun these people by running, so she might as well face the enemy head-on and take advantage of the little butterfly's maze illusion to kill them first. A few are the breakthrough opportunities. Chapter 110, Treating the Spiritual Beast White Snail. Things developed so fast like a tornado. Ho Hongbao's eyes widened before he could react. Shining Huan had already stepped in front of a Qian family member who was on the edge with ghostly steps. She stabbed his dagger directly into his waist and quickly get first blood. Qian Yong is a second-level junior spiritual master. Although his beast-controlling space is only sea level, he contracted the white snail, a spiritual beast, which has a healing effect. His presence is equivalent to having a nurse who can add blood to Qian's family at any time. Dad? Who will you kill if you don't kill him first? Seeing Qian Yong fall, the eyes of the rest of the Qian family were split. Qian Yong. Damn it! She doesn't know anything. Pulling out the dagger, Shining Huan, who was covered in blood, raised the corners of her mouth and glanced at the Qian family members faintly, as if choosing the next target to hunt. In order to kill the Shin family, the Qian family would investigate the situation of the Shin family in advance. Naturally, the Shin family would not do nothing. They also investigated the Qian family. Although the direct line of the Qian family is small in these years, there are many illegitimate children, one after another, and the same is true for side branches. Children appear one after another. It doesn't matter if they are legitimate or not, as long as they have the blood of their Qian family. If you are of Qian family blood, you will be recognized by the Qian family and raised in the family. Therefore, the Qian family has had countless heirs over the years, and the younger generation has mushroomed like mushrooms after a rain. That's not all. The Qian family also recruits people from all over the world, and welcomes elders, advisors, etc., so that the power of the Qian family has grown rapidly in recent years. Every year, more than 100 of Qian's family members take part in the college entrance examination, doing things for the large number of college entrance examination students. A lot of contributions were made. This class is the one with the largest number of Qian family members taking the college entrance examination, with a total of 583 people. The Qian family is not like the Shin family, who loves and cares for their own children. They raise them all intensively, and it would be heartbreaking if any of them die. The Qian family has adopted the model of raising gu since they were young, those who can continue to live. And the Qian family provides money and resources. The death of those who are not capable enough will be in vain. And this college entrance examination is the first cruel level set by the Qian family for the adult children of the Qian family, where the fittest survive and the unfit are eliminated. That's why the Qian family members were so excited when they saw Shining Huan that they rushed up and shouted to kill her. Killing one of her would give them an absolute advantage in the Qian family's resources, which was no faster than competing for her step by step.
Yin took some time the day before yesterday to read the information about the current college entrance examination students of the Qian family that the Shin family found. Then she felt that it was not safe. The Qian family was cunning and cunning. She had long been unable to restrain herself and wanted to attack the Shin family. She would definitely be on guard against Shin family's investigation. So she bought all the information on the Qian family's candidates through the informant network. After comparison, it turned out that the Qian family had something hidden. Several special talents that could play an important role at critical moments were hidden by the Qian family. If she didn't know, she might have made a mistake in judgment. This Qian Yong is one of the hidden special talents. He has a healing spirit beast, and acting as a Nani in the team can give the team several extra lives. It's a pity that Yin knew his details, and he died before he could play any role. While the attention of everyone in the Qian family was on the dead Qian Yong, Yin secretly asked the little butterfly to catch the little white snail hidden on Qian Yong's body. When the master dies and the contract is broken, the spirit beast will not die with the master. But it is not without cost. It will be degraded, ranging from 1 level to 5 levels. Qian Yong's white snail was a 2nd level primary spirit beast that he had accumulated with treasures from heaven and earth. It had already broken through the infancy stage. But as soon as its owner died, it fell back to the infancy stage and became a snail the size of a thumb. Little white snail. It is easy for a little butterfly to hide such a small thing. It hid its figure and flew to Qian Yong's lapel with fluttering wings. Xiao Wei, your master is really weak. She is tall and thick and not pretty at all. Why not follow my master? My master is kind-hearted and a beautiful girl who sees animals and loves them. She has the space to control animals. There are still many young leaves inside. The trembling little snail carefully poked out 2 small tentacles from the SHL and said in a soft and waxy voice, "Really? There are only old leaves in my master's beast controlling space. And they are not good at all." Little butterfly said proudly. No. Your master's beast control space is so bad. Then why do you still have a contract with him? Xiao was sad and angry. Because he fed me delicious young leaves. And I found out after the contract was made that he was a fraud. Little butterfly. Wow. That's too miserable for you. Seeing these 2 little guys chatting and jointly denounced Qian Yong as a bad master, Yin twitched the corner of her mouth and silently moved away from the battlefield, leaving enough space for these 2 to chat. It's just that except for Qian Yong, none of the more than 10 Qian family members are outstanding. Although they are basically beast masters, they are a group with poor qualifications. The contracted spirit beasts are also strong, but not good enough. Made by a silly big bear. Ho Hongba's golden monkey came a step too late and couldn't catch any of the spiritual animals. He could only scratch people while squeaking. The Qian family's main theme this time is that humans are more powerful than spiritual beasts. But this golden monkey is much braver than its owner. It directly treats humans as tree trunks and climbs up, grabbing his ankles and climbing all the way to his head, and then attacks him, scratching his eyes. The monkey wasn't upset after being thrown off. The little one jumped up, and another monkey came to steal the peach. Hiss. This is simply unbearable pain for men. The Qian family members were all men, with green faces and thick necks. And they subconsciously closed their legs. This happened to give Air Mao and Silly Big Bear a chance to kill them while they were distracted. After a while, those members of the Qian family, who were weaker than what was written in the information, had their necks bitten off by the aggressive Air Mao. As for the Silly Big Bear, he didn't catch anyone's head. Instead, the golden monkey and his coward master Ho Hongbao quietly hacked the big one and got 3 blood. Zhu Dachuan, who hesitated for a few seconds about killing but still found nothing, scratched his head in embarrassment and looked at Shininghuan with apologetic eyes. Shininghuan was sitting next to Qian Yong. A smile appeared on her pale face, and she smiled reassuringly at him. It's okay. You came here for me in the first place. It's understandable that you don't kill them if you don't have any grievances against them. But I will experience vendettas like this many times in the future. If you don't... Before she finished speaking, Zhu Dachuan shook his head in panic. No, I won't leave. I just didn't get used to it the first time. I will always do something in the future. My sister said that in our world in the future, the jungle will be the strongest. I want to learn to kill without blinking an eye. Shininghuan, that doesn't have to be the case. It's better to blink more when killing people. Otherwise blood will splash into the eyeballs. Then clean up the battlefield and see what good things they have. Zhu Dachuan's eyes lit up. Okay. This is what he does best.
Ho Hongbao also came over to help. He had to find something to wear for himself. After all, he didn't have the habit of walking around in just underpants. Chapter 111 Caught the Desert Eagle. After some complaints and denunciations, the friendship between Little Butterfly and Little Snail quickly warmed up, and soon they became half-sisters. I have to say that this Little Butterfly has a bit of a bad habit of making friends, with the Little Butterfly as a communication bridge, and the temptation of the young leaves in the beast controlling space. The silly little sweet little snail, which was full of food, was soon fooled into forgetting about its former owner, and fell in love with Shining happily. After harvesting another spiritual beast, Shining Huan couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Then she stretched out her hand, and let the little snail crawl onto her palm. After a circle of light red formations flashed, she hummed and carried the white SHL on her back. The little snail climbed hard and disappeared. Hack. Is this a contract? The white snail is one of the few spiritual beasts with healing abilities. With it is even more powerful for Shining Huan. Her fragile body needs a bound milk belt by her side. The Qian family's operation of giving away people, materials, and spiritual beasts is simply urgent to meet people's needs. It can be called a model of conscience in the enemy world. I have to ask my sworn enemy to follow suit. Yes. I will also send it to my life and death battle contract partner, and let him learn a little bit. Grab the bamboo shoots. You guys have almost taken all the giant panda's bamboo shoots. Ha 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 ha. The Qian family members in the live broadcast room were stunned and almost vomited blood, especially after seeing the ridicules on the barrage. They wanted to crawl along the network cable to shut them up. But what made them even more angry was Qian Yong. This idiot. This white snail baby was bought by the Qian family because of their old nose and some favors. If it weren't for the sake of Qian Yong's father and his potential as a beast controlling space, how could they have done it? Give him this spiritual beast cub. Qian Yong is an idiot with a mushroom brain. He doesn't know how to hide it, but he rushes to mix it up with the defective products in the family that need to be remade and give them away. He becomes the first to die and pays it back to Shin. Ing Huan gave her a big gift. If this kid hadn't died so quickly, they would have suspected that she was a spy from the Shin family lurking in their Qian family. In the main courtyard of the Qian family, the head of the Qian family had a sinister expression on his face that was filled with the futility of working too hard to reproduce heirs, with a vicious murderous intent in his eyes. This Shining Huan can't stay any longer. Go and find that adult again. Let him, he will help us spread the news. The second in command of the Qian family, sitting at his starting point, was a little hesitant. Last time when I went to Xyloxing to steal things and failed, that adult was already very dissatisfied with our Qian family. Now if we go to ask for help again, will we blame him? Deep fear also flashed in the eyes of the head of the Qian family. After struggling for a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, "Contact me first. That adult also has ill intentions towards the Shin family. After all, he doesn't want to see another one from the Shin family that can fly to the stars." Phoenix in the domain. As for blaming, our Qian family's place is still needed. I think even if the Lord is blaming, he will wait until the life and death battle between us and the Shin family is over. The master of the house is wise. I will go right away. 15 minutes passed. Zhu Dachuan and Ho Hongbao have performed the task of cleaning up the battlefield perfectly. The backpacks and corpses of all the Qian family members were searched, and they found 3 natural water, 3 lighters, and 2 cacti, some nutrient solution, and not many useful things, all packed in a backpack. The wearable clothes and pants stripped from their bodies were placed in another backpack. After the painful lesson before, Ho Hongbao has realized the importance of clothes. The more the better. The better. Before, Zhu Dachuan only took off other people's coats. After Ho Hongbao joined, he had to have all the clothes, pants and shoes. Yes, in the end, the person is only willing to let go if he only has 1 pair of underpants left. After it was over, this guy didn't act like a human being, and suggested using these corpses to continue fishing for the desert giant eagle. It was obvious that he had not wavered in the idea of taking a shortcut and taking a ride to the oasis. Are you sure these carcasses can really catch the desert eagle? Shining Huan looked at the rows of red pants, green pants and small floral pants lying on the yellow sand over there, with a suspicious look in her eyes. Ho Hongbao's face was full of confidence. It will definitely work. That's what it says on this piece of paper. If you don't believe me, take a look. I'll also give you 1/10 of the map of this yellow sand secret realm.
Shining Huan took a step back in disgust and strategically tilted her head back.
No, you don't have to give it to me.
Ho Hongbao refused to listen, with an expression on his face that said,
You don't want me. You just look down on me.
He insisted on paying tribute to her. Shining Huan rolled her eyes when she heard this.
You don't know where you got these two things from. Take them away. Take them away quickly. And keep them for yourself.
Ho Hongbao's expression froze when he reacted belatedly. Even though he was skinny and shameless, he couldn't resist his face turning red at this moment. He said sarcastically,
Isn't this a last resort? I'll just keep it. Keep it.
At this time, Zhu Dachuan, who was silent with angled ears, suddenly spoke.
Look, the desert giant eagle is coming. But isn't this too much? Ouch.
Just when they raised their heads, a large group of black giant desert eagles flew over the sky. They were fierce and powerful with sharp beaks and sharp claws, blocking even the sun's rays wherever they passed. As they flew over, a hurricane blew over them. Not only were the lying corpses grabbed and taken away by their claws, but the 3 living people also suffered, being blown around by the wind. In the chaos of war, pairs of sharp iron claws that could pierce people's skulls also attacked them. Ho Hongbao was chased and ran away with his head in his arms, crying bitterly.
I was wrong. I was wrong. This is not a free ride. It is clearly a fatal car. If it happens again, I will definitely choose to go on my legs. And I will never want to leave.
Shortcut.
Before he finished speaking, one of the giant desert eagles grabbed his shoulder with a talon, and he took off into the air. Red blood oozed from his shoulders. Fortunately, there were 2 backpack straps separating him. Otherwise, he would have been clawed into skewers by now. The next second, Shining Huan and Zhu Dachuan were also caught one after another, unable to withstand the hunting of the desert giant eagles. Neither of them let their spirit beasts suffer. The moment they were caught, they put the spirit beasts into the beast control space. And then they jumped into the air and were carried away by the giant desert eagle. Over the desert, there was a roaring sound in the dry wind. She almost couldn't open her eyes. Shining Huan put her hand in front of her eyes and then managed to open her eyes. She also had a panoramic view of the situation in the desert below. Figures as small as ants are walking in the endless yellow sand, either in 2s or 3s, walking alone, or in a group. Although she couldn't see their specific faces, this perspective was enough for her to understand the distribution of some college entrance examination students. Chapter 112. I am a professional egg incubator. It's over. It's over. My goddess of joy was taken away as food rations. Is she going to die? This desert giant eagle came too unexpectedly, and there was a large group of them. The desert giant eagle is a spiritual beast with high potential, and its attack power is also very strong. It can be called the king of the air in the desert. Everyone in the field, no one can stand the test. Don't panic. Jing Luo also got into the car earlier and jumped out of the car halfway, successfully saving his life. Ha. Then why didn't you mention the unlucky guy called Qian, who was captured by a giant desert eagle and released in midair, and finally fell to death? Don't mention this idiot, who asked him to twist and struggle for his life, and even injured the talons of the desert giant eagle. If you don't throw him, who will throw him? Then, the one named Wang Hua. He didn't struggle. He was obedient and motionless along the way. When he was taken to the nest of the desert giant eagle, he was not seen moving. And then the next second, he was pecked by the desert giant eagle. It hit my head. It hit me immediately. Humph. That's because the little desert eagle is picky about food and likes to eat lively food. This one is as motionless as a dead fish. The mother eagle thinks that the food is dead and stale, so she doesn't want to leave it to her little darling. I will solve it myself first. Then there is also the one named Zhao Zhuan. No. What happened to the desert eagle's beak substitution in front? The situation is different now. Those people were all captured one-on-one. However, Shining Huan and the 3 met a large group and caught up with the entire desert giant eagle family. The level of danger must be higher than one-on-one no matter what. 1,000% higher is a serious overflow. Oh! This time it's really a cliffhanger. Shining Huan groaned and fell into the eagle's nest. Ho Hongbao's shortcut method was indeed correct. The giant desert eagle took them flying high in the sky, and it took them more than 3 hours to reach the oasis. This oasis is not that big. It only takes 5 or 6 minutes to fly from the edge of the oasis to the cliff in the middle of the oasis. Desert giant eagles like to make their homes in caves on cliffs. When I flew over just now, I saw that this cliff was densely packed with caves.
which shows the large number of their groups. After Xinhuan got up, she glanced in the direction outside the cave. She could still see the misty clouds. Then she turned to look inside the cave. The space was quite large. In addition to the giant desert eagle that caught her and left her alone, there were also 5 eggs that were taller and bigger than her, but had not yet broken out of their SHLs. She breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. According to the habits of the giant desert eagle, the food she left for these little desert eagles that had not yet broken their SHLs should be safe for the time being. Thinking about it, her pale face regained its calm expression. And then she sat down and summoned Xiaowu to help treat the wound on her shoulder. The giant desert eagle that grabbed her just now might have saved its strength and just grabbed it gently. In addition, she relied on Air Mao's gold armor to protect herself. So the wound was not big. Xiaowu fell back to the ground. It is enough for an advanced spirit beast to treat this little skin injury. It chirped as it savored the delicious taste of the young leaves, while happily crawling around Xinhuan's wounds, using snail liquid to treat them, and also treated all other minor wounds on her body. After Xinhuan's skin injuries were completely healed, he was sent back to the beast controlling space.
How is it? Master, are you okay?
As soon as Xiaowei came in, he was surrounded by a dog, a tiger, and a small butterfly. Even a small rhubarb tiger is a giant in front of a snail the size of a fingernail. The timid little snail shook its antennae, retracted its head into its SHL, and said timidly,
"No, it's okay. I've healed the trauma."
Da Huang raised his chin and looked down on Ermao.
"You're a useless dog, and you actually got your master injured. It would be different if I were here. I would definitely bite off the eagle's talons."
Ermao held down the little tiger's body with his paws. The black dog was condescending and full of cruelty.
"With your small body now, you can't even escape from my claws. And you want to bite off a tiger bigger than you."
Eagle Talon, your newly grown baby teeth are definitely going to fall apart.
The little milk tiger flapped its 4 paws on the grass. After a while, the white hair on its belly was dyed green by the grass on the ground. It grinded its teeth.
"Damn it, Ermao. Don't let Mr. Hu and I catch up with you. Otherwise, I will repay you twice as much for the shame I suffered today."
Ermalco grinned and laughed wildly.
"Then try to catch up with me. My starting point this time is higher than yours."
Da Huang was furious and howled, taking advantage of Ermao to ravage it, and seizing the opportunity to teleport away from its claws. 10 meters away, it cursed and issued a challenge declaration.
"Ermao, wait for me. I will go train now. I still don't believe it. I can't surpass you. Stupid dog."
Then he teleported away a few times for fear that Ermao would chase him. He came to the river and started training on the leaves on the tree. The space blade must be used to practice the killing moves of his previous life.
Ermao, who was still staying at the same place, did not dare to slack off at this time. He made a bark and swung his tail as he ran to train. "No, you must not let Da Huang catch up. He, the dog, also wants to lose face." Seeing the tiger and the dog rolling up with enthusiasm, little butterfly, who was afraid of being left behind by her friends, quickly dragged her new companion Xiao Whe to the training together. The little snail swallowed slowly, its white and tender face full of confusion. Didn't it come to eat the young leaves? Why train? The little snail doesn't want to move. The little snail doesn't want to curl up. It's just a little snail that can't make a living or get better. But the companions of the little snail are all curling up. And the new friend little butterfly is also doing some training. He also pulled it into the fantasy world and pushed it to roll. What can Xiaowa do? If he can't beat him, he can only join. Xinhuan took part of her mind to pay attention to the situation in the beast control space, and couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth. Today is another day when her spirit beasts are rolled up. But she quickly calmed down and looked out of the cave warily. I saw a larger desert eagle flying in from outside the cave. It ignored her and walked up to the desert eagle in the cave and nuzzled it, as if seeking comfort. For the cubs in the 2 holes at the foot of the mountain that broke out of their SH.LS. The other cubs didn't come out just like ours. They have already passed the incubation period. Our cubs can't come out. What should I do if I come? The male desert eagle cried and howled. The female desert giant eagle couldn't help but cry too. Xinhuan eavesdropped with her ears bent. "I didn't expect you to be such an eagle." Then her deep eyes slowly lit up, and a plan quickly took shape in her heart.
"Do you want to hatch eggs? I am a professional egg hatcher."
The desert giant eagle couple turned to look at the entrance of the cave. The person who spoke was the human who was a little bigger than their fingernails. Their two pairs of eagle eyes were alert.
Cutting humans. Do you understand our language?
Shininghuan's eyes flashed. It seemed that the desert giant eagle was much smarter than the giant sand lizard. And it also seemed to understand human beings. However, although it is a bit difficult to fool, cooperation should be smoother. Chapter 113, upgraded to VIP treatment. In the end, Shininghuan relied on her affinity and sharp tongue to pull out all the hatchlings of the giant sand lizard as an example. Only then did the two vigilant desert giant eagles believe her words and reach preliminary cooperation. Intention. Just bury a piece of paper and my cub will hatch. The two desert giant eagles, one male and one female, were all staring at the small pit dug by Shininghuan and the yellow paper put into the small pit. Their eyes almost turned into cross eyes. Son. After covering the spirit pattern with soil, Shininghuan clapped her hands and stood up. Then she raised her chin slightly with an elegant and proud posture.
Yes, that's it. This is not an ordinary piece of paper. This is called a spirit pattern. A constant temperature spirit pattern. I just checked. And all 5 of your eggs still have signs of life. The reason why they haven't broken their LS is because the surface of the egg, LS, is heated unevenly. And the harsh environment of hot and cold causes them to subconsciously fall into a deep sleep and avoid themselves. Come out.
The female desert giant eagle felt the surrounding temperature drop thoughtfully and somewhat convinced. It does rain more this year. The male desert giant eagle also had a deep expression and kept thinking.
It must be the thunderstorm a few days ago that frightened the cub.
Then when will my boys come out? Bai Zhe.
The stamina of cubs is not high. As long as the temperature is kept constant, the cubs of the desert giant eagle will be unable to bear it for up to 3 hours.
Shininghuan said that it was quite fast, but it was also beneficial to her. Then she quoted Bai Zhe's words.
It should be out within 3 hours.
Father eagle and mother eagle scratched the ground blankly.
How long is 3 hours?
It seems that while they have some insight, it's not too much. Shininghuan breathed a sigh of relief, found a clean corner in the cave and sat down, and said in a lazy voice,
Anyway, it will be fine before dark today. I have done what I promised you, and there is only time to wait. Now it is your turn. Don't hurt my 2 companions for the time being, and help me find 30 supply boxes.
Fine. As an honest eagle, the father eagle asked the mother eagle to stay behind, and then he reluctantly left the cave and flew out to find the supply box. After the father eagle left, silence returned to the cave. The mother eagle continued to guard her cub with eager eyes. Shininghuan was leaning in the corner with her eyes closed, looking as lazy as if she was just resting here because she was not afraid of boiling water. Mother eagle took the time to glance at her and turned her head back with relief. After more than 3 hours of high-speed flight, although Shininghuan did not exert much strength, she was still on tenterhooks and alert all the time. She also mobilized her spiritual power to block the wind. So she was exhausted and fell asleep without realizing it. She didn't know how long it took, but she was woken up by a burst of chirping. She opened her eyes suddenly and was shocked to see a pair of eagle eyes staring at her eagerly. She closed her eyes and opened them to take another look. Good guy. The entire cave was packed with these giant desert eagles, and there were shouts and shouts from behind. Squeeze in and let me in. I also want to ask a professional incubator to help me hatch the babies. I came first. Human. My cub also needs to be hatched. Go to my cave and help me hatch the cub. I have also prepared the supply box. Go to my cave first. Human. I can also give you red blood ginseng. I have the 9 ginseng fruit. Seeing the eagles trying to snatch people away from each other in this crowded cave. The soil and pebbles on the walls were all broken down. And Shininghuan's sleep-conscious mind finally came to its senses. Her mind raced. It must be the babies from the 5 eggs that hatched, which is why these giant desert eagles are so eager. Thinking of this, she raised a friendly smile on her face and comforted.
I will help if I can. Don't worry, everyone. But if I want to hatch eggs, I still lack one key thing, which is the piece of Huangqi paper. But now I don't have it in hand, so I need to open the supply box to extract it.
At this time, the father eagle who had returned from looking for the supply box struggled to squeeze in. He roared angrily at the group of eagles crowded in his nest.
You stupid eagles! Get out of here!
It crushed my wife and son. If something happens to my son, you kids can't even think of it. The giant desert eagles, whose cubs had not even hatched out of their
LS, had already become silly parents and silly mothers. They suddenly realized what was happening and flew away, leaving their eagle feathers on the ground. Only then did Xinning see the mother eagle in the other corner, and the 5 cubs she was protecting under her wings. The desert eagle has yellow, orange and soft fur, and is as cute as a chicken. However, its body is not as petite as a chicken can be held in the palm of a person's hand. Instead, it can react calm and hold people in the palm of your hand. Xinning looked at the stumbling desert eagles, who were curious about her. They gave her an awkward yet polite smile, then stood on tiptoes and reached out to touch their little wings. After saying H, low to the desert eagles, the father eagle took her to a cave below. This time she was treated better. Instead of grabbing her shoulders, he let her climb on her head and sit on it. People in the live broadcast room were so surprised when they saw it. This was a treatment that was upgraded from food to VIP. In the cave, Ho Hongbao held his head in both hands obediently, and squatted obediently in the corner with Zhu Dachuan, his eyes moving around like a dog. They were caught in this cave 2 hours ago. They originally planned to wait for the opportunity to struggle and fight to the death. But they did not expect to wait for 2 hours. And the situation became increasingly weird. It was not what they imagined. Being fed as food to the desert eaglets is different. The giant desert eagle guarding the cave didn't spare them a glance. There were other giant desert eagles coming in and out, constantly transporting boxes of supplies into the cave. And more boxes were piled up. Silver, gold, and white, obsidian and colorful gem colors they had never seen before. By visual inspection, the number of supply boxes here is almost hundreds. Ho Hongbao couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. What happened to these giant desert eagles? Do you actually have a hobby of collecting supply boxes? He excitedly signaled to Zhu Dachuan with his eyes. Should we do something big? Take away the desert giant eagle's nest and snatch these supply boxes? As long as this vote is completed, they will be among the best in the next 20 days even if they lie down and pick their feet. Zhu Dachuan looked back at him with innocent and dull eyes, and expressed his thoughts honestly and simply. Can you do that? It's so heartbreaking. Old man. Ho Hongbao wilted and groaned, saying that he couldn't do it. Even escaping was too difficult. Taking away the desert giant eagle's nest and snatching these supply boxes was only a dream. Chapter 114 Xinning operation cannot be copied. Not long after, Ho Hongbao, who was bored with waiting and was about to fall asleep, suddenly heard a loud eagle cry. And then he saw Xinning sitting on the head of a giant desert eagle flying in from the cave entrance. And she smiled slightly. He nodded to him. Then she was seen sliding down from the head of the desert eagle and walking towards the pile of supply boxes. Then she started to open the supply boxes, picking up the colorful jewel-colored boxes and opening them first, one after another in about 30 seconds. She moved quickly and answered questions quickly, never making a mistake. Then I saw her take out a piece of Huangqi paper from one of the supply boxes, and then took out the Huiling pen and Lingsha ink from the backpack. Facing the Huangqi paper, there was a burst of flowing water, scolding Fangqiu, and a rich orange color. After the flash of spiritual light, a second-level advanced spiritual pattern was successful. Finally, she took the spiritual pattern and climbed back onto the desert eagle's head, sat on it, and flew out again. Ho Hongbao looked at it for a while. His face was red and in a trance, and his eyes were full of confusion as he looked in the direction of the cave entrance. Dachuan, I seem to be dreaming. I dreamed that Xinning used the desert giant eagle as a mount, and arrogantly opened many colorful jewel-colored supply boxes collected by them in front of the desert giant eagle. Zhu Dachuan's naive face also looked like he was dreaming, and he replied dryly, I seem to have had the same dream. At this time, in Ho Hongbao's live broadcast room, me too. Isn't this dream still online? Is there a possibility that this is not a dream but reality? Damn it. One word woke up the person in the dream. How did Xinning do it? Let's go and have a look in Xinning live broadcast room. Ho Hongbao, a silly monkey, has been squatting here for more than 2 hours. It's not as exciting as Jiang Xiron's straightforward pursuit of Qian Hongyu next door. Let alone Xinning wave of surprises it's done. Let me be healthy quickly. Let me be healthy quickly. How did she do it? As a result, more than half of the people in Ho Hongbao's live broadcast room cheered and left, and the number of viewers dropped by 2/3. The remaining 1/3 was still open in both live broadcast rooms. At the same time, a wave of people suddenly came into Xinning live broadcast room. The number of viewers soared, and the total number of people reached a new high. Hey, this is Shiningwan's live broadcast room. There are so many people watching. Ha ha, welcome fans of Ho Hongbao's family. We Huan Huan are so awesome. We were fans of Lu Xian Xian before. And now we are fans of Ho Hongbao. We suck fans wherever we go. We are simply walking fans sucking machines. Oh, why are there so many domes? What is Shiningwan doing? Hatch eggs. We Huan Huan are experts in egg hatching. I didn't expect my goddess to be so skillful. She relied on her egg hatching skills to defeat 2 difficult groups of spirit beasts in the Yellow Sand secret realm, and became their guests. This is incredible. Especially when the cave was destroyed by a desert giant just now. The moment, the eagles were crowded, vying to let my goddess help them hatch their eggs. My adrenaline secretion accelerated with excitement, and the pores on my whole body stood up. I originally thought that the constant temperature spirit pattern she created was just for sleeping outdoors. But I didn't expect it to have such a function. It is simply an egg hatching artifact. Even the special incubation machines made by spiritual weapon masters are not as effective as it. Ha ha ha. You can imagine how popular the constant temperature spirit pattern will be after the college entrance examination. Those big families, who have eggs waiting to be hatched at home, will definitely order it. Hey, look, look, a desert eagle has broken out of its sh.l. Shit. This speed is more than an hour faster than before. I am convinced by Shiningwan. She just asked the desert giant eagle to put the hatched desert eagles and the eggs in a hole to speed up the hatching. Yes. I heard my grandpa, who specializes in hatching eggs, once said that the cries of the cubs outside can increase the sense of security of the cubs in the egg shell, thus making the cubs in the egg feel urgent. So is she a professional? Have you ever learned to hatch eggs? What does this mean? Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Learn, and sign up for the egg hatching course immediately. I will do the same next time I enter the secret realm. TSK. You can't learn this. The reason why Shiningwan was able to gain the trust of the desert giant eagle so quickly and become a guest is because her ability to hatch eggs is the main reason. But the first prerequisite is that the desert giant eagle believes in you. We don't have Shiningwan. He has the ability to speak animal language and can communicate with spirit beasts. This is like a savage who appears out of nowhere, mutters something incomprehensible, and then comes to snatch your cub. Can you safely give it to him? Absolutely impossible. Even if I don't give him a big dick, my damn temper will be better. Oh, so Shiningwan's operation cannot be copied. Unless you can also speak animal language. Unless you also have the affinity to make spiritual beasts trust you. After listening to the analysis in the live broadcast room, the fans' worship of their goddess has reached a new level. Fans who came from Ho Hongbao's live broadcast room also had their eyes lit up and climbed on the wall. He, who was number 1 in the overall list, gathered almost most of the audience members to make wedding dresses for Shiningwan. The key was that the boy didn't know it yet, and was still looking at the entrance of the cave in a daze. It wasn't until Shiningwan sat another giant desert eagle and led a group of desert eagles in, and talked to them, that he woke up. Ho Hongbao's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you telling the truth? These supply boxes are all yours? Has this cave become your cave? Shiningwan nodded, not feeling like she had said anything important at all, and her tone was relaxed. Yes, I have thought about it. The terrain in the oasis is complex, and there are many spiritual beasts. They often fight for territory. If we are not careful, we will be involved. By then, we will not know why people are gone. So I asked Desert the giant eagle begged this cave. There is no place safer than here. We can live here in the next few days until the college entrance examination is over. During the day, we can go out hunting to find supply boxes. You can go out if you want to, and stay if you don't want to. Here, safety is guaranteed. Then, how are we going to get down? This is a huge cliff. I have also arranged this. You just need to shout at the entrance of the cave, and the desert giant eagle will come to take you down when it is available. At this time, Ho Hongbao felt as if he had been hit by a huge pie, and the corners of his mouth were grinning happily to the back of his ears. It's worth it. He's so worth it as a backpack boy. I've only been backpacking for a few hours, and to be able to get such great benefits, that Brad Jing Luo would definitely be excited. Ju Dachuan also had a silly smile on his face. His sister was right. If a person can ascend to heaven like a chicken or a dog, he can ascend with him, as long as he holds his golden thigh tightly. Now, isn't this a reality? Chapter 115. Is she going to be ruined? Early in the morning on the third day of the college entrance examination, I was in a cave.
Shining Huan looked at Ho Hongbao's envious eyes and played with the chirping desert eagles. When she was tired, she sat down and opened the supply box. When she was hungry, the barbecue expert Zhu Dachuan handed over the heated giant lizard meat. Come here. When you are thirsty, you can take water and nutrient solution from the supply box and enjoy it. Well, suddenly she sighed. Ho Hongbao's eyes lit up, and he came over with a playful smile.
What's wrong? Are you too bored here? How about we go out for a walk?
On the high mountain cliff, the temperature was not high, and the wind was blowing in, and it was still a bit chilly. Shining Huan was wrapped in a blanket, and she looked at him speechlessly with her still pale face.
I'm so worried about my life. I don't dare to go down by myself.
Ah, look at people getting ready to go out and explore on their own in spring.
Ho Hongbao was so shameless that he rubbed his hands and opened his mouth to please him.
Hey, I'm your backpack boy. If you, the boss, don't act, how can I, my little brother, dare to act alone?
This was so plausible that Zhu Dachuan, who was putting his backpack on his back and about to get up, stopped his hands and looked at Shining Huan with a blank expression on his hand and face. Is that so?
Shining Huan said expressionlessly. Oh, then I give you permission to act on your own now.
Ho Hongbao froze and his face fell.
It's so dangerous. I'm afraid of death. I don't dare to sit on the head of a giant desert eagle. If it throws me off, I will die young. Moreover, the oasis is very dangerous. There must be a lot of spiritual beasts. If I encounter it's okay for other college entrance examination students. They can still give my whole family some face. They only snatch things and leave me alive. But the spiritual beast doesn't recognize Ho's family, and doesn't recognize Ho's family. How can I be punished by tearing me to pieces? My family still has there are hundreds of millions of fortunes waiting for me to inherit. If I die, my little 3-year-old brother will be at a disadvantage.
Good guy. This is not hidden at all. It can be said that you are very cowardly. But Shining Huan was still sitting lazily, not ready to go out. Ho Hongbao was unwilling to join in and continue to advocate.
You really don't want to go out? But if you don't move, you will fall off the list. Look at your ranking on the martial arts test list. Yesterday it was number 1. And now it has dropped to 38. Go. What an unpleasant ranking. 3,838. If you kill a few more spiritual beasts to increase your points, you have to get rid of this 38th rank.
Shining Huan was unmoved.
I won't wait until my ranking drops tomorrow. And I can still take off my 38th ranking. But don't you want to be number 1?
Shining Huan gave him a strange look.
Am I not in the first position? First in the literary test, and first in the comprehensive list. I took away your overall first place. But you fell to 37. We're gone. Only one step away from March 8th.
The desert giant eagle is famous for its good eyesight. Flying high in the sky, it can even see the quicksand rabbits burrowing clearly. How can it not see the shiny reflective material boxes? So since yesterday's cooperation, every desert giant eagle that has handled egg hatching business with her has been working diligently to help her find supply boxes. Then through her unremitting efforts and her ability to never fail, these supply boxes have been transformed into it became her literary test score. Now her score in the literary test has reached a high score of 532. More than 490 points ahead of second-ranked Jing Luola. With such a huge stack of scores in the literary test, even if the scores in the martial arts test were still at the same level, she could still stand proudly at the top of the comprehensive list. Looking down at Jing Luo and others below, Ho Hongbao, the clown is actually me. But he is not a person who gives up easily. He rolled his eyes and found another breakthrough point.
But don't you think the guy Jing Luo's score is caught up? It's worse than your score yesterday. When the list came out today, it was obvious that the difference between you two the distance became shorter.
Shining raised her eyes slowly and glanced at him.
Oh, then I still have most of my supply box unopened. And the desert giant eagle will continue to look for it for me. A knowing blow. Ho Hongbao was filled with envy and jealousy. He also wanted to be treated like this and earn points while lying down. Shining Huan continued.
And I have a golden recruitment order. Even if I have to survive in this cave until the college entrance examination is over, I can still enter Zishu Academy.
Another blow. Ho Hongbao's body was completely bruised after being stabbed. And he couldn't say anything except envy. What Wanwan said makes sense. So is she going to be ruined? No. I want to continue watching her kill everyone. At this time, teachers from the 3 top universities, Jinding, Zixia, and Baiwa College, gathered together to discuss the allocation of secret realms for freshmen, and even sat together to watch the live broadcast before the meeting. The live broadcast screen adopts the Great Hall surround mode, which can cover a full circle in the surrounding air at one time. However, although the Great Hall is large, there are too many college entrance examination candidates, so they can only select a few candidates' live broadcast rooms to project. Xinning, the most popular college entrance examination candidate, is naturally among them. At this time, after listening to the conversation between Xinning and Ho Hongbao, as well as the speculation on the barrage, some teachers who originally admired her couldn't help but frown. The teachers at Jinding Academy were gloating over the misfortune.
Principal Gong Ro, the student you selected from Zixia Academy is not good. Although she has high talent and potential and is not bad at ability, she is not enterprising and lazy. Since ancient times, the stupid bird flies first. When a tortoise and a hare race, the tortoise wins. It's not about perseverance and ambition. If she doesn't change her temper, she will be overtaken by others sooner or later, and even her best talents will be in vain.
As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Ro, the principal of Zixia College, was still doing nothing. But Zhugu, the teacher, started to complain and defend his apprentice.
Zhao Fengyan, you old boy. Are you looking for trouble? You want to operate on my apprentice. What's wrong with my apprentice? Look at her pale face. She must be unwell. The body is the capital of the revolution. She needs to take good care of it. It's the smartest choice to go out again.
Mi Yao also frowned slightly and spoke for the student he liked.
Student Shen has a smart mind and excellent innovative thinking ability. He is very focused and has a spirit of research when drawing spiritual patterns. He is not a lazy person who is unwilling to make progress. Zhao the teacher is worrying too much.
Zhao Fengyan, who was speechless, looked over at Mi Yuan with resentful eyes. Mr. Mi, why are you still bending your elbows outward? Have you forgotten that you are a teacher at Jinding College? Mr. Mi, is it really okay to praise a student from Zixia Academy like this? What kind of magical power does this college entrance examination student named Xinning have? Also, are you and Zhu Lao bitter enemies? You can start a fight in less than 3 sentences. What happened today? Instead, you started to praise me. Could it be that you took the wrong medicine early this morning? Chapter 116 Dad Eagle took me to dig big radishes. The corners of Zhu Lao's mouth curled up. Happy. However, the little old man holds grudges. And if he feels aggrieved, he usually returns it on the spot. No. He spoke immediately after scanning one of the screens.
Old Zhao, this person named Qian Hongyu is the apprentice you selected before. Although this little girl has some talent in spiritual patterns, she is far behind my apprentice. She was in the Starship Command Room back then. Here, Old Man Ni and I asked her 3 questions but couldn't answer her. Why did you choose her? The guy named Jiang Heron next to her was much better than her. You said so. Old Man Mi?
Mi Yao's face twitched, but he still held back his sarcastic remarks and reluctantly nodded in agreement.
Yes.
Zhu Lao's expression became even more grim, and he pointed at the screen and continued to beep.
Old Zhao, look, you are such a shameless disciple. You don't know how to make progress. So you just rely on other people's young men, such as Brother Xiuran, Brother Jinglu. They are so disgusting that they make my old man's skin crawl. Hey, good guy.
Another Brother Shiji is here now. This little girl is really shy. She calls a young man brother when she sees him. They are all 18 years old. How did she know that he is older than her? A few days earlier, the little old man's tone was indignant and full of hatred. TSK. This won't work. Does this little girl want to be lazy? If she encounters danger, she will hide behind the young man. If there is no one around her in the future, she can hide behind her. It's all over the place. She still thinks that with the golden recruitment order issued to her by you, the teacher, everything will be fine. And she will be okay, even if she doesn't have scores. Alas, this golden recruitment order was really wasted.
Good guy. Mr. Zhu has a talent for taunting others. Look. With these few words, Mr. Zhao mocked his disciple back. He was so angry that his face turned into the color of pig liver. He almost passed away when he didn't take a breath. The teachers around who were listening with squinted ears were almost laughing to death. Especially the teachers of Zixia Academy felt that if there were to be meetings between 2 or 3 schools like this in the future, they would have to bring Mr. Zhu along with them. With Mr. Zhu's mouth, their college will definitely not suffer. At this time, There were new changes on Xininghuan's screen. I saw a giant desert eagle not leaving after delivering 2 supply boxes, but also came to Xining and chirped as if talking about something.
You really want to take me to dig radishes? Oh no. Red blood ginseng?
Xininghuan looked at Father Eagle in front of her with obvious surprise on her face. Father Eagle nodded. We sow the seeds ourselves. This stuff is said to replenish qi and blood and nourish the body. They are eaten by the mother eagle after giving birth. This year our cubs have all come out, so we can no longer use these radishes. The remaining ones every year those black flame snakes are all cheap. So why not give them to you? I heard that you humans like to eat them. Xininghuan's eyes lit up. What kind of fairy and good nanny is this? He is so considerate. She nodded like a chicken pecking rice.
Thank you. Thank you. Give me everything I want.
Red blood ginseng. I don't know what year it is. She remembered that after Xiao Luoxing fainted, her grandfather had begged 5th grade primary red blood ginseng from the clan and fed it to her. She felt refreshed when she woke up the next morning. This red blood ginseng is a good nourishing food for women, and it is indeed the most suitable supplement for her current body.
Let's go. Take me to dig now.
When she thought that red blood ginseng was being targeted by a group of black snakes, she couldn't sit still. She pulled off the blanket wrapped around her and stood up. Ho Hongbao, who had been huddled in a corner since the arrival of the giant desert eagle, was as quiet as a chicken. Now his ears were cocked and his eyes were shining. Unexpectedly, there was a twist of events. The boss was about to go out, so he went to dig for red ginseng. Fortunately, he didn't leave just now. Otherwise, how could he have encountered such a good thing? Zhu Dachuan was also stunned and looked at Xininghuan, a little at a loss. Should he go alone now or follow to help? Xininghuan had a smile on her face. She understood his hesitation and greeted him.
Come over with me. You can explore the terrain first. If there are many, you can help dig and I can pay you.
Although she is a backpacker, she can provide safe accommodation and can give some food and drink when she has enough money. But she is much more rigorous when it comes to scores and will not give them casually. After all, her brother has settled the score, and she only helps in emergencies. Don't help the poor. Zhu Dachuan is self-motivated and has a sense of shame, which is okay. But Ho Hongbao is not.
Okay.
If she takes the initiative to share boxes of supplies or allocates heavenly materials and earthly treasures to him, this guys must be shameless enough to go the extra mile. As expected, Zhu Dachuan had no objection and walked towards her with his bag on his back. Ho Hongbao also hurriedly ran over, took a bag and put it on his back, shouting excitedly,
Take me with you. Take me with you. I can also help.
After Xininghuan climbed up on the head of the desert giant eagle with familiarity, and Zhu Dachuan and Ho Hongbao also climbed up tremblingly,
the eagle father took them and flew out, and also summoned a few brothers to look for red blood ginseng together. But what they didn't expect was that besides the black flame snake, there were other people who were also eyeing the piece of red blood ginseng. Somewhere on the edge of the oasis, Xinqiyu wore a self-made grass leaf camouflage suit and shuttled through the grass, aiming for the red blood ginseng field she remembered in her previous life. The secret realm she participated in the college entrance examination in her previous life was not in the Huansha secret realm, and she had never been in it. But she had seen the scene inside the Huansha secret realm. That was the competition venue chosen during the 3-school league of Jinding, Zishu and Baiwa colleges. At that time, in order to promote the grand event of the 3-school league, the Ministry of Finance took the lead in launching a live broadcast, which everyone could watch, and she was one of the viewers. From the beginning to the end of the league, students from Zishu and Jinding colleges were very strong. The top 10 places were all taken by students from these 2 colleges. But what they never expected was that the winner would be a little-known student of Baiwa Academy. Because of his good luck, he was chased by a spiritual beast and accidentally bumped into a place where there were large red ginseng trees. After he finished pulling out the red blood ginseng, his points skyrocketed all the way. And finally, he directly crushed the students from Zishu and Jinding colleges, ranking first, and becoming the biggest dark horse in the 3-school league. The 3-school league has not yet started, and the Huansha secret land has been selected as the college entrance examination venue. So the piece of red ginseng should still be there. As long as she finds this piece of red ginseng and pockets it all, then it is no longer a dream to take the entrance examination of the 3 major colleges. Maybe she can become the first in the comprehensive list and experience the scenery of being a dark horse. Chapter 117 Chai Zian is not a woman. The more Xinqiyu thought about it, the more beautiful it became.
and she even made a detailed plan for winning the championship. In the early stage, she had to keep a low profile and follow the path of obscene development. After she found the red blood ginseng, she didn't submit it, but collected it. And then she added the basic passing scores for the literary and martial arts tests. She waited until the last day to upload the red blood ginseng points. Then she would being able to leap into the sky as like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. With a sweet dream in her heart, she immediately quickened her pace. At the same time, at an oasis landing point east of Shinchiyue, Chai Zian also met up with several Chai family members. Chai Zian's face was full of gloom at this time, and the black energy all over her body seemed to be real. Ever since that day when she overheard Jing Yao teasing His Highness the Second Prince about having a daughter-in-law, Shining Huan, she had gone crazy with jealousy. When she was young, Mu Ai recognized the Second Prince as hers from the first moment she saw him. Even though she was still burdened with an engagement and a fiancé, she didn't care. She even went so far as to break off the engagement with her biological father. Quarrels, confrontations with the family, and always having to be wary of other women appearing around him, using all possible means to drive away those vixens. But I didn't expect that despite her tight defense, someone would still take advantage of her. This person was the same Shining Huan who surpassed her in the starship and received the golden recruitment order. She was more beautiful than her, sickly and delicate, and I felt pity for her. A woman's intuition made her feel that this Shining Huan must be her strong rival, and she became deeply wary of him. So she immediately took action, bribed the people in the college entrance examination admissions office, and teleported Shining Huan to a dangerous place. Kill her. As long as she is dead, no matter how outstanding or beautiful she is, she will only be a red and pink skeleton. How can a dead person compete with a living? But she miscalculated. Shining Huan was not dead. On the second and third days, Shining Huan's name was still hanging high above her head in the front row of the list. She even ranked first and most prosperous. This ability made the jealousy in her heart deeper, and the crazy thoughts in her eyes that wanted to kill her became stronger. 4. Miss Fourth. We found 3 map fragments of the Yellow Sand Secret Realm. After putting them together, we found a field of red blood ginseng in the oasis. Why don't we go there first and take a look? If there are many, Miss Fourth, your score will surpass everyone and become the first. One of the young boys from the Chai family was pushed by his companions, gritted his teeth, stood up, and fawned over Chai Zian with a face full of hospitality. Chai Zian finally came back to her senses and looked at him. There was a bright color in her gloomy eyes, and there was joy in her voice. Yes, let's go find the red ginseng first. I want to trample that vixen Shining Huan under my feet. In Chai Zian's live broadcast room, the audience immediately exploded after hearing her words. What happened? Why did the eldest lady suddenly say that Shining Huan is a vixen? Is it the number 1 Shining Huan? Did she steal the young lady's man? I remember that the eldest lady's fiancé is Gao Inghan from the Gao family. He is my male idol. He is gentle and considerate in everything he does. He is a perfect noble man. He can laugh even when facing ordinary people and dirty children. He is like a spring breeze, and he will take the initiative to help. He is full of gentlemanly demeanor. Yes, Gao Inghan is indeed a nice person. But the only criticism about him is that he is like a central air conditioner. He takes good care of every girl, which can easily lead to misunderstandings. But that is only for care between friends. The line has not been crossed. Could it be that the eldest lady saw him helping Shining Huan or talking to her, so she misunderstood him? I don't think Shining Huan is the kind of person who can seduce others. Heroes see the same thing. I think so too. Although I haven't watched Shining Huan's live broadcast room, there are many clips of her fighting on the Star Network. Every one of them is very sassy and powerful. And she is so delicate and weak. Weak, sick and weak look different at all. There was a post before. Shining Huan's experience was revealed by Renqian's family. She was brought back to Shin's family from Edge Star not long ago. Less than a month ago. And she has been staying in Shin's family since then. Gao Inghan went to the secret realm 3 months ago, and only came back yesterday. There is no intersection between the two of them. And the time and place don't match up. So how on earth did they hook up? Then is there a possibility that your eldest lady likes someone else other than her fiancé Gao Inghan? Hey, upstairs, do you know something? Come on. Come on. Come on. I know. My relatives have some friendship with the Chai family. I heard that Chai Zian often quarreled with her father some time ago, in order to break off her engagement with Gao Inghan.
The person she liked was actually His Highness the Second Prince, and she wanted her father to take the initiative to propose it. What about marriage? Oh, His Highness the Second Prince. That is indeed more likely than Gao Inghan. Not only Shen Huan and Chai Zian were on the starship, but the second prince was also on it. They did have a chance to meet. I see. Let me tell you. Why did Chai Zian suddenly target me and suppress my business? It turns out that I said something to His Highness the Second Prince before. TSK. TSK. It seems that Chai Zian is shameless. She is still in love with someone who clearly has a fiancé. Yet she still dares to call Shen Huan a vixen. Then what is she? Unruly woman? Pfft. That's an accurate description. Seeing that the water in this live broadcast room was getting muddier, Chai Zian's fans began to get upset. Some of them were even curious and wanted to see who Shen Huan was. So they climbed the wall to go to Shen Huan's live broadcast room. The corners of Jing Yao's mouth raised outside the screen. Since the eldest lady persisted in Xinglo regardless of the dignity of the Gao family and the Chai family, and even hurt innocent people, it's not his fault for taking action. She can't really let her mouth put the label of vixen on Shen Huan. The little girl of the Shen family is in danger. Therefore, the eldest lady doesn't hide it anyway. And he doesn't mind helping her make it public. Maybe the Gao family will take the initiative to break off the engagement if they think it's embarrassing. Then the eldest lady won't get what she wants. So you're welcome. Jing Yao was happy. And the Shen family was also happy. But the Chai family and the Gao family were angry. When the Chai family learned of the news, the matter had already fermented for a period of time. And Chai Zian had become a scumbag, synonymous with being a licentious woman. And the reputation of the Chai family had also declined. Chai Haoji, the third young master of the Chai family, who was the sworn enemy of Long Xinglo, was furious. His face was twisted, and he was gnashing his teeth.
This damn girl Chai Zian likes Long Xinglo. Why didn't anyone tell me? I don't allow it. This damn girl wants to marry anyone can do it. Except Longxing Tower.
Chapter 118. This young master is good-looking. By a stream in an oasis, Jiang Xiuran twisted his thick eyebrows and looked at Jing Luo, who was squatting by the stream and looking at the water with great confusion. Unable to bear it anymore, he shouted in a rough voice.
Hey, have you finished taking the photo? How can a grown man be more pretentious than a woman? You've taken your photo against the stream so many times along the way. You're almost done.
Waste time.
Jing Luo looked at the delicate, dazzling, youthful face in the stream. The corners of his mouth turned up, and he was worried in his heart. This young master is so good-looking. Then he turned a deaf ear to the cries of dissatisfaction behind him, took out a sandalwood comb from his pocket, and combed his short, fiery red hair that he had just dyed not long ago. After folding the comb and putting it back in his pocket, he raised his hand to straighten it again. After adjusting his specially selected stain-resistant and wear-resistant crimson training clothes, he slowly stood up. His long legs wrapped in black slacks kicked, and he turned to look at Jiang Xiuran. The arrogant young man's voice sounded with a hint of impatience.
What are you shouting for? How can I not take good care of such a perfect image of my young master? How can I not be as slovenly and slovenly as you are? It doesn't matter whether you take care of it or not.
Good guy. The first time you open your mouth is a personal attack. Jiang Xiuran's eyes widened in anger.
You?
Jing Luodan raised his phoenix eyes and glanced over, snorting.
What are you doing? I didn't ask you to wait for me. I didn't ask you to wait for me. You can go ahead by yourself. We are just meeting up halfway anyway.
Jiang Xiuran puffed out his nose and said angrily,
Do you think I am willing to wait for you? If it weren't for Han Yu's sake, I wouldn't go with you.
Jing Luo raised her glossy thin lips that seemed to be covered with lip balm, and uttered a word with contempt at the corner of her mouth.
Huh.
A stupid man actually likes that kind of ugly girl who just looks pretty. He has bad eyesight and deserves to be aggrieved. Jiang Xiuran immediately erupted the volcano and roared the dinosaurs. This boy's expression must be mocking. You're laughing at it. If it hadn't been for the college entrance examination, in order to save his energy and take the overall situation into account, he would have fought him for 300 rounds. By then, his fist as big as a sandbag would hit this kid's very proud face. Let's see what he could do. Laugh out loud? Jing Luo didn't pay attention to his anger at all. He turned around and looked around, with a little doubt on his delicate face.
Where did Qian and Shiji go? Aren't they going to find the supply box? People are also looking for it.
Lost?
Jiang Xiuran was stunned for a moment, then fell silent. Feeling a little guilty, He also started to look around. He had just looked around and came back to stare at Jingluo, completely forgetting about Hongyu. At this time, there was a sudden rustling sound from the left side. Soon the footsteps were getting closer and closer. Yuqian Hongyu jumped out of the grass with her head in the lead. Her hair was messy, and there were several streaks of branches and leaves on her pure face. The blood stains were a little more colorful. When she saw them, she immediately waved to them excitedly and asked for help.
Help! Brother Jingluo! Brother Xiaoran!
Jiang Xiaoran and Jingluo tensed up, looking behind her subconsciously and vigilantly. Behind her were black pythons of various sizes, with a circle of black fireworks wrapped around their bodies, chasing after Qian Hongyu menacingly. Jingluo immediately jumped to his feet and cursed.
Damn it! Where did you go to poke a snake's nest? Where is Shiji? Isn't that boy Shiji with you? Where is he now?
Qian Hongyu's anxious eyes flashed, and then she squeezed out 2 tears. She was pitiful and said in a panic while running.
I don't know. He just ran behind me. And then he ran. It's gone. He must have gone in the wrong direction.
Jingluo didn't believe it. His beautiful and attractive features were filled with anger.
Heck, that guy Shiji has the best sense of direction. He won't make the wrong move even if you run in the wrong direction. Are you using him as a backstop?
Qian Hongyu was stunned for a moment, and the tears in the corners of her eyes stopped for a moment. She looked at him in shock, not expecting that Jingluo would doubt her. Jiang Xiaoran, who had just raised his hand to knock away a black flame snake, also ran over quickly and interrupted.
Hongyu, please tell me where Shiji is. Let's go back and rescue him. With his strength, he should be able to hold on until we get there. As long as he returns if no one is killed. Your guilt of using him as a backing can be alleviated.
Qian Hongyu's face darkened, and she stared at Jiang Xiaoran with aggrieved and resentful eyes blurred by tears. Jiang Xiaoran.
What do you mean?
Jiang Xiaoran. You don't believe her. You accuse her of lying, and convict her of coffin cover. He said he likes her. But why does this man piss her off every time he opens his mouth? If this guy wasn't really strong, he would protect her in action. Otherwise she would have been killed just because of his straight mouth. He couldn't help but send someone to assassinate him. It's so hacking bad. In the end, Qian Hongyu reluctantly followed the 2 of them back to rescue people, and then found Shiji climbing on a tree in front of a field of red ginseng, staring into the eyes of a black python. Shiji has an ordinary handsome face, and his appearance is not outstanding. But he is more angular, and has a bit of a tough guy temperament. He didn't have any injuries on his body at the moment. His clothes were messy at best, and there were no wounds. It looks like she is in much better condition than Qian Hongyu. Jingluo was stunned for a moment, and touched his nose awkwardly.
Are you okay?
Shiji looked at the 3 people running towards him, and was stunned for a moment.
Well, I'm fine. So just now, classmate Qian said that you ran the wrong way?
Shiji's resolute eyebrows slightly condensed, and his complex eyes fell on Qian Hongyu. He pursed his lips and said,
I didn't run wrong. I just saw this red ginseng forest on the road, so I ran here. At that time I called classmate Qian, but classmate Qian didn't seem to hear me. So,
TSK. Even Jiang Xiaoran knew what was going on after hearing this. Shiji called her. She thought she was asking for help, so she pretended not to hear. She ran faster than a rabbit and left Shiji behind. Although I didn't intentionally use him as a backing up, I still had the idea of using him as a backing up. While the 2 were talking, the black flame snakes chasing Jingluo and the others, and the large black snake blocking the red blood ginseng field had already surrounded them. If they want to escape, there is a weak point in the black flame snake circle behind them. As long as they use all their strength, they will not be unable to fight their way out. But there was a large area of red ginseng in front of them, and they were reluctant to run. Moreover, this group of black flame snakes didn't know what was going on. After surrounding them, they did not attack immediately. They just stared at them with their snake heads raised, and then spit out scarlet letter leaves and kept making hissing sounds. Jingluo, Jiang Xiaoran, and Shiji didn't know why. Only Qian Hongyu squeezed her pocket tightly and swallowed, with a bit of fear and nervousness in her eyes. Chapter 119, This is the real encounter with a snake's nest.
Ah, it's Yen.
Qian Hongyu's eyes suddenly lit up in the circle, and he looked towards a tree not far away. The 3 of Jingluo also looked up, and also discovered a few people hiding in the lush trees outside the circle surrounded by snakes. The 3 people's eyes flickered, and they couldn't tell what their emotions were. But Chai Zian and several other members of the Chai family, who were hiding in the tree, looked constipated and looked very ugly. Because following Qian Hongyu's voice, the group of black flame snakes also immediately took action. More than 10 towering giant pythons above the 3rd level jumped out from nowhere. And in the blink of an eye they were surrounded and trapped in the tree. There was no way to escape, because there were a group of no fewer than 50 black snakes, large and small, guarding under the tree, and their fangs were showing. Once they got down, they would probably get a few bites on their butts. Chai Zian was also very angry. Qian Hongyu, a bitch, did this on purpose. This was the 2nd time he wanted to drag her into the water. At this time, she looked at Qian Hongyu with murderous intent. Kill! Chai Zian couldn't bear her bad temper for a second. She shouted and jumped out of the tree immediately. At the same time, a complex array of formations lit up beside her, suspended in the air. And a strange-looking snake faintly appeared, half empty. Its shape is like a human face and the body of a jackal. The wings of a bird are like a snake's body. Its sound is like a shout. And when it is seen, the city will flood. It is the legendary ancient divine beast that transformed into a snake. A super spiritual beast with the potential to advance to the top level of the 12th level. The Chai family, the first family in the empire, belongs to the snake-turned-snake clan. Their ancestors have long had a contract with the transformed snake. For generations, some of the children of the family can contract with the transformed snake. Their innate advantage is that they are top beast masters in reserve. So it is not surprising that the Chai family is arrogant and can become the first family in the empire, because they do have such confidence. As soon as the snake emerged, huge water poured out from the sky, instantly submerging everything within 10 meters of the tree. But the black flame snakes could swim. Instead of running away and scattering, they switched from alert and defensive mode to fighting mode. And they rushed towards Chai Zian one after another in a dense mass. Although turning into a snake has great potential, it is still only a 2nd-level high-level spiritual beast that has just left its infancy. And it was soon surrounded by a sea of snakes. The attack and teamwork capabilities of these black flame snakes are unexpectedly strong. The Chai family members, who were still in the tree, were also attacked by the giant python. Some people could not dodge, and were bitten into the snake's mouth and swallowed into its belly. The frightened screams completely opened up the cruel and violent scene. And the fierce battle between humans and black snakes began. As a result, the 4 people in Jingluo were also affected. The black flame snakes that originally had no intention of attacking began to attack, especially Qian Hongyu, who surrounded her in the blink of an eye. Brother Shou ran. Save me! Save me quickly! Qian Hongyu was frightened and screamed for help with a pale face. She continued to attack the black flame snakes with her hands in panic. And her contracted spirit beast, the red candle snake, was only at the 2nd level at the beginning. Among the countless snakes, it didn't work at all. The thin one was quickly submerged in the sea of black snakes. Only a little red would emerge from the black ink from time to time to prove that it was still working hard. Jing Luo, Jiang Xiaoran, and Shi Ji cursed in their hearts that women were troublesome and impulsive and had brought trouble to them. But now the situation was not good. The group of black flame snakes had rioted, and they had no choice but to summon their own spiritual beasts to protect themselves. The red light was scorching and dazzling. The fire burned half of the sky, and a red-feathered spiritual bird appeared from the formation. This is Suzaku, also an ancient divine beast, a super spiritual beast with the potential to advance to the top level of the 12th level, and belongs to the Jing family of Jingluo. As soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth with a mouthful of flames, burning a gap in the densely packed group of black flame snakes. But it was quickly filled by the black flame snakes behind it. Jiang Xiaoran's contracted beast was a small blue dolphin. As soon as it appeared, it made a dolphin sound. The sound attack caused the group of black flame snakes to show signs of stagnation. Jing Luo was delighted and commanded Suzaku to take the opportunity to breathe out fire and attack. But in the next second, Jiang Xiaoran's dolphin did a cool trick for him. It sprayed water, directly extinguished the most intense sea of vermilion fire. The veins on Jing Luo's forehead jumped sharply, and he said angrily, "Tell me if you are in the same group with these black flame snakes." Jiang Xiaoran looked embarrassed and agreed, and muttered, "I am a human, and the spirit beasts are not snakes. How can I be with the black flame snake? Chai Zian and Hongyu are more likely. Both of their spirit beasts are it's a snake." Qian Hongyu, who had been bitten by the black flame snake several times, and whose face was turning green, rolled his eyes without taking a breath. She was so angry that she yelled in her heart, Damn Jiang Xiuran. Damn straight man Jiang Xiuran. What are you doing involving her? She will never accept his pursuit in this life. So go ahead and be a bachelor for the rest of your life. At this moment, roar. As soon as the mighty lion with golden mane appeared, the ground shook, and several black snakes on the ground were crushed to death. Then it roared, and golden flames spurted out, burning large pieces of low-level black snakes. The breath followed. The flaming lion, the king of the forest, is a spiritual beast whose potential has reached SS level. The reason why Shiji, who was born as an orphan, is able to outperform many children raised by his family, outperforming them all and being in the top 10 of the overall rankings for 2 days, is that this flaming lion with extremely high potential accounts for most of the credit. Now there is both fire and water in the field, and the situation is finally under control. Although there are third-level advanced beings among the black flame snakes, with the Suzaku flame lion around, it is still possible to give it a try. So Jing Luo paid the price of having his hairstyle burned, his clothes scorched, his buttocks bitten several times, and his proud face turning blue and ugly. He finally jumped through the ranks and killed a 4th-level junior black man who was the most threatening, Flame Python. Jiang Xiuran also paid the price of being disfigured beyond recognition, killed a 3rd-level primary python, and saved Qian Hongyu. Shiji also killed a 4th-level primary black flame python, and the price was a bit more painful than Jing Luo's. His 2 legs had been bitten to pieces, and his whole body was green. He still maintained his strength due to his strong willpower. The last trace of clarity did not pass out, and just when they thought they had finally opened up a way out of the encirclement and could escape, Qian Hongyu, who cherished her life and was the first to run out, suddenly screamed again. What is this woman calling? Even Jiang Xiuran, who was the most tolerant of her, became impatient at this time. Every time she screamed, it was not a good thing or a big trouble. He began to wonder if it was wrong to like Qian Hongyu. Qian Hongyu didn't notice their expressions and ran back. With a face full of panic and fear, she pointed forward without any disguise and shouted, "Snakes! Snakes! Snakes! They are all snakes!" I pushed aside the grass and saw countless black snakes entangled in the large forest downhill. As far as the eye could see, the entire forest was covered with black snakes. This was when they really encountered a snake nest. The black flame snakes that surrounded them just now were dwarfed by this. Their number was not even 1/10 of what was here. And now the black flame snakes in the entire forest have also noticed them, raising their heads and looking at them aggressively. Chapter 120. My life is at an end. A sentence came to Jing Luo, Jiang Xiuran and Shiji's minds. God is really going to kill me. My life is at stake. Chai Zian, who had the same idea as them, abandoned all the Chai family members and followed them regardless of their pleas for help. Her face was livid. Her scalp was numb, and she couldn't help but take a step back. It would be better to just stay there and continue fighting. Danger! 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 They are too unlucky. If they want to save their lives in this situation, they can only press the escape button and wait for the rescue team. Jing Luo. 2nd on the overall list, Chai Zian. 4th on the overall list, Jiang Xiuran. 5th on the overall list, Shiji. 8th on the overall list. What a pity these 4 have withdrawn with such good results. It's only the 3rd day now. If you withdraw, all your grades will be cancelled, so you won't even be able to get into the worst college. Yes, they must be very unlucky. Humph. Bad luck is just an excuse. After all, they are not strong enough. But they still want to pick up girls and bring a troublemaking Qian Hongyu. If this situation were in our sister Huan's place, the danger would be saved in minutes. Enemies have become friends. Well, that makes sense, but I can't refute it. It seems to be roaring. The previous sinkhole meat grinder, and later the desert giant eagle's nest were all solved by Shining Huan's strong personal charm. Not only was her life not in danger, she also became a guest of other people's spiritual beasts. The spiritual beast also served as a mount for her. How majestic it was. I want to have it too. Strong personal charm. Are you sure it's not the ability to hatch eggs? Dog hedge. Hey, it's all the same. Anyway, Shining Huan is awesome. Speaking of which, did Shining Huan say before that the giant desert eagle would take her to dig radishes? Bah. Dig red ginseng? Hey, let me go and have a look. I will have a look. It seems like it's really flying this way. Can Jing Luo and the other 5 be saved? That's not necessarily true. The other 4 don't know. Then Qian Hongyu is definitely dead. The life and death war contract between the Shin family and the Qian family is still there. Shen Inghuan and Qian Hongyu are now in an ever-dead rivalry. They have no relationship with the underworld. It would be a good idea if Yin Snake snatched her head and killed her first. But saving her was impossible. If Qian Hongyu was smart, the right solution would be to press the escape button and wait for the rescue team to come and save her. Speaking of which, Chai Zian is also in danger. The explanation given by the admissions office yesterday was that Chai Zian was jealous and bribed someone from the admissions office to teleport Shen Inghuan to a dangerous place in order to steal the second prince. Although Shen Inghuan did not die, it was because of her strength. Strong enough, ordinary people would have died long ago. Rounding it off, it means that there is also a blood feud between these two people. But the key is that Shen Inghuan didn't contact the outside world inside. She doesn't know the news yet. After saving Chai Zian, she will regret it to death after passing the college entrance examination and knowing the truth. Ah, it's so cruel. It's a pity that no matter how lively the chat is on the barrage, it can't affect the development in the secret realm. The five of them were now trapped in a sea of snakes. Suzaku, Huashi, and the cubs of the two super spiritual beasts were useless. Seeing that the dangerous black mass was about to engulf them, there were already people among them. I was so desperate that I subconsciously pressed the escape button to save my life. Of course, this does not include Jing Luo. Jing Luo's face was filled with confusion at this time, and he wanted to continue struggling. He sacrificed his hairstyle, his clothes, and his butt. It was such a big sacrifice that he was really unwilling to let him quit. Now it hasn't even been 3 days yet. After quitting, he has no relationship with the academy. Although it's the Jing family, and they won't lack resources if they can't get into school. But it's so shameless to not be able to get into the academy because they failed the exam and were eliminated. He could already imagine how his own brother would laugh at him crazily when he went out. When he thought of that scene, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth and look ferocious. No. He thinks he can save it again. As if he heard the appeal in his heart, a fierce eagle call suddenly came from the horizon, and he subconsciously looked up. I saw a group of desert giant eagles flying over the vast blue sky. They were huge, with sharp and fierce eyes, and their claws were like steel claws, like the sharpest weapons. At first glance, it seems that the person coming is evil, and their destination seems to be in the direction they are. A strange sense of excitement and desire for survival arose in Jing Luo's heart. Eagles and snakes have always been at odds with each other and are known as natural enemies. I wonder what the relationship between the giant desert eagle and the black snake is. If they are also natural enemies. If they fight, the black flame snake must not care about these 5 little shrimps. Wouldn't they have a chance to escape? But the excitement lasted only 3 seconds. But things did not unfold according to his ideas. Although the desert giant eagle was menacing and seemed to be coming with bad intentions, it did not fight the black snake immediately, but stopped on the tree, condescending and acting like a boss. Although the black flame snake stopped its movements and took precautions, it did not let them go. It still entangled them tightly, unable to break away no matter what. Then I saw the black flame snake sending a representative, hissing, as if talking to the desert giant eagle. The two sides have been going back and forth, and it seems to be the same thing. Although Jing Luo couldn't understand, it didn't stop him from listening carefully to what was being said. If he could understand it, he might be able to find a way to survive. Speaking of which, when they were just surrounded, none of the black flame snakes attacked them. They just hissed and spat leaves at them. Did they also want to negotiate with them? If it weren't for Chai Zian's stupid woman who launched the attack first, and they were implicated and treated as enemies, maybe he wouldn't have to be in such a miserable state now. He would still have to be constantly on guard, facing the huge shadow of being laughed at crazily by his brother after he quit. Compare the beauty. Compare the beauty. Hey. It seems like someone is calling him. Or someone who knew he was learning an online nickname. In anger, Jing Luo turned his head in surprise and looked around for the source of the sound, and asked Jiang Xiuran, who was closest to him. Did you hear the sound? It seems like someone is calling me. Jiang Xiuran turned to look at him with a strange expression. Bimei, are you the one who always dominates the rankings on the learning website and come here to compete with men? Jing Luo's face was pleading. Ah, you have discovered this. Yes, it's me. Don't admire me too much. Jiang Xiuran choked and said in a rough voice. Who the H? L admires you. I am Attack Dolphin Beast. We have agreed to have a fight. I have been watching you on the study website for a long time.
You are so unhappy that you need a beating. I didn't expect it. After meeting, the person deserves to be beaten even more.
Jing Luo. Chapter 121. The interview is over. Good guy. This is so basic. I said you two are very big-hearted. Don't you have any points about the situation now? Can you respect the black flame snake that is entangled with you? Pfft. Ha ha ha. But what's going on with studying online? I know this.
If you are a man, let's compare the beauty
And
attack the dolphin beast.
were famous on the study website at the beginning. They even bickered and invited fights in the distance, as if they were mortal enemies, and even made an appointment for the college entrance examination. Real person PK. So they didn't know each other before, and they formed a temporary team. Now they know each other's vests, which is a bit interesting. Speaking of which, the master who studied online beauty competitions often ranked first on the 3 lists of elementary school and high school students. However, as the college entrance examination approached, the first place on the high school list was snatched away by a dark horse named
Leader of the Animal Legion.
After leaving, he took the first place from the great master Bime and suppressed him to the second place. He couldn't get ahead. He kept suppressing him every day for 7 days in a row. The great master Bime couldn't bear the humiliation and complained to the
Leader of the Animal Legion.
On the forum, a challenge was issued. So it was said that this
Leader of the Animal Legion
was Bime's real rival. Let's just say that the current college entrance examination rankings are very similar to the rankings on Study.com. The master of beauty comparison on Study.com was ranked second by the group leader, and became the second best in 10,000 years. Now it is Shining Huan who beats Jing Luo, ranked in second place. It will be difficult to turn around after visual inspection. Do you think there is a possibility that this
Leader of the Animal Army
is Shining Huan? As soon as this guess came out, many people's eyes were bright and bright, especially those who were young and had seen the bloody chaos of the Shuewang Post Bar. Some of them were very excited. They really like watching people take off their waistcoats.
Bime, where are you looking? I'm above you. Raise your head and look up.
Jing Luo ignored Jiang Xiaoran's eagerness to fight and subconsciously looked up. A desert giant eagle squatted on the big tree above. It was huge and blocked half of the sunlight, but the remaining half was still so dazzling. Then he saw a head sticking out of the desert giant eagle's head. His head still has the face of Ho Hongbao. He took a breath and suspected that he was blinded by the fierce sunlight. Otherwise, how could he see that boy Ho Hongbao sitting on the head of the desert giant eagle? Jiang Xiaoran cried out in surprise at this time.
Hey, I seem to see someone on the desert giant eagle. Are we saved?
A feeling of hope also rose on Jing Luo's face. But the next second his face froze and turned dark. I heard the maniacal ridicule coming from the boy named Ho Hongbao above.
Ha! Bime, what's wrong with you? Why do you feel like your head has been chewed by a dog? You're in such a mess.
I didn't expect that this kid Jing Luo would be like this. Look at this dog-gnawed hairstyle and beggar's clothes. They are 2 extremes from his usual refined style.
Or is it that this year's popular clothing is beggar's clothing?
Jing Luo gritted his teeth and was so angry that smoke was rising from his head. He was really being bullied by a dog.
Damn monkey. You boy. Just wait for me. When I get out of trouble, see if I don't beat you into the same beggar outfit as me.
Ho Hongbao was not afraid at all. He stuck out his head and said arrogantly,
Come on. Come on. Come up. I am protected by my boss now. If you want to hit me, you have to see my boss's answer.
No.
Good guy. I haven't seen this kid for a few days, and he actually bent down and hugged me on his lap. He has become even meaner. What's going on? Jing Luo gritted his molars and asked,
Who is your boss?
He had to persuade him a little bit today. Even if he had a chance to accept a younger brother, he couldn't accept all younger brothers, especially the ones like dead monkeys. On the head of the giant desert eagle, Ho Hongbao was in a better mood after provoking him. He looked at Shining Huan with a smile on his face.
Boss, he asked me who you are. Do you want to tell him? Shining Huan ignored it and just rolled her eyes at him. So childish. At the same time, the desert giant eagle and the black flame snake had negotiated, and the 2 sides were no longer at war with each other. The black flame snake also retreated into the woods, and the 5 Jing Luo people were also released. Shining Huan jumped off the head of the giant desert eagle. As soon as her feet landed on the ground, the iron dagger in her backpack was pulled out, and the sharp silver edge flashed and stabbed Qian Hongyu directly. Qian Hongyu just breathed a sigh of relief and moved her hand away from the exit button, thinking it was safe. Qian Hongyu subconsciously raised her head, and was caught off guard by a sharp murderous intent. She screamed in fright, and stumbled back several times in a hurry. Step. Immediately afterwards, a small rainbow-colored snake flew out, and stood in front of the dagger. There was only a clang sound. The snake's body was hard and uninjured, but a gap was left in the sharp dagger. Xininghuan frowned. And then, there was a flash of golden light on her fingertips. The golden light spread from her fingers and surrounded the dagger. An ordinary dagger made of molten iron instantly turned into a golden and famous sword. Pulling it out, the golden sword blade flashed with cold murderous intent, and then struck Qian Hongyu again. She had a fierce posture, and the look of her holding a sword to kill was also very beautiful. Qian Hongyu wanted to repeat the same trick, using the red candle snake to block it. But this time the sword did not collapse, but a bloodline was drawn on the snake. It fell to the ground with a thud. Xininghuan glanced at the ground with cold eyes. Patterns appeared at her feet. A big golden retriever appeared majestically. With a bark, it rushed over and stepped on the red candle snake that was still trying to escape to help its owner. Xininghuan no longer had any worries, and the sword light in her hand became sharper and stronger. Qian Hongyu was hiding in the east, but she was indeed trained by the Qin family. She had some skills. She was not stabbed for a long time, and was not fatally injured. There were only scattered small wounds, and she still had time to stand up to her innocent face. Poor face begging for help.
Brother Jingluo, help me. Brother Xiaoran,
help me. Jing Luo was startled by the sudden fight. His face turned blue due to the poisoning, and the delicate brows on his face that had lost several points of beauty were wrinkled. But he had no intention of going to help. Just after the encounter with the black flame snake, he knew that this woman Qian Hongyu was not a good person, and the person who was chasing her to kill jumped from the head of the desert giant eagle. And now the desert giant eagle is still there. The eagle eyes above them were watching with keen eyes. He didn't know what it had to do with the person who was chasing Qian Hongyu to kill him. Anyway, he didn't want to make a fuss. Surprisingly, Jiang Xiaoran, a love brain, didn't go to help. Jing Luo glanced at him in surprise.
Aren't you going to help?
Jiang Xiaoran faced an unrecognizable face, and his body was a bit seriously injured. He simply sat down on the ground and said angrily,
Their two families have applied for a life and death contract. I won't interfere, but I will collect her body properly. I will do the final thing after I get out.
A decent funeral.
Jing Luo, so, the love is fake. Right. Chapter 122 Killing Qian Hongyu. Seeing Qian Hongyu's arm being stabbed again, Xininghuan was about to pursue the victory, when the next sword was aimed at her heart. Chai Zian, who was standing by and watching the battle, suddenly shouted,
Hongyu, let me help you.
The snake who was following her fiercely rushed toward Xininghuan. Several volleys of ice arrows blocked her retreat. Strong murderous intent overflowed. It was obvious that her help was not just a help, but a desire. Kill her! The eyebrows on Xininghuan's pale face arched in displeasure, and she felt the power of this spiritual beast. A cold look flashed in her eyes, and she did not mean to fight hard, but directly called for assistance from the sidelines.
Father Eagle.
The next second the wind picked up. The giant desert eagle that was originally watching the battle moved. After flapping its wings twice, it condensed into a strong hurricane, which directly crushed the ice arrows. The collision turned into a snake and flew backwards. Chai Zian was also involved in the hurricane. It was an experience like walking in a drum washing machine. Finally,
at Xininghuan's signal, the desert giant eagle did not kill anyone and gave her a breath. Chai Zian was thrown out like a rag. Her clothes were torn. Her flesh and blood were blurred, and a large mouthful of blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth. She had passed out and looked dying. Jing Luo couldn't help but his heart beat violently when he saw the scene, and his eyelids also jumped together. Then he swallowed, thinking to himself that he was so cruel. Fortunately, he didn't go to save anyone. Otherwise his end would probably not be much better. Jiang Xiaoran also secretly rejoiced in his heart. Sure enough, he was right to listen to his father. He must not interfere in a life and death contract like this. Nothing good will happen if he interferes. Look, this is what happened to Chai Zian. The only person present whose teeth were chattering, and who was trembling with fear was Qian Hongyu. Her eyes looking at Xininghuan were full of disbelief and fear. She didn't expect that Xininghuan would attack the Chai family so harshly. And she didn't expect that she could control the desert giant eagle. With the help of the desert giant eagle, The life-saving trump card in her hand probably wouldn't be of much use. So she decisively pressed the exit button. No matter how important the college entrance examination is, it is not as important as your own life. As long as Qin Shan is not afraid of running out of firewood, she will always have the opportunity to seek revenge on Shining Huan in the future.
You? Don't come here. You can't do anything to me anymore. I've already pressed the exit button. The rescue team will come and take me away soon.
Looking at Shining Huan walking towards her step by step with a long sword in hand, Qian Hongyu stepped back and warned in a trembling voice. Shining Huan raised her eyebrows, then curled her lips.
Oh, that's indeed a bit troublesome.
As soon as she finished speaking, the long sword in her hand stabbed out as fast as a dragon. Qian Hongyu's face changed drastically, and she screamed in horror.
What are you doing? I have withdrawn from the college entrance examination. You can't kill me. You can't kill me.
There was a pop in the next second, and the long sword pierced her stomach and penetrated her body. The tip of the sword behind her hit the ground dripping with red blood. Qian Hongyu held the sword with her hands covered in blood. Her eyes widened, and she was extremely shocked and frightened. At the same time, an angry roar came from midair.
How dare you!
The sharp and cold murderous intent came at the same time, and cold sweat oozed out from the back of Shining Huan, who was grateful for the strong oppression. And the goosebumps also jumped alive. Shining Huan was shocked. The person who came was not good. Her body movements were a little sluggish due to the heavy murderous aura. But she still drew out the sword resolutely. Blood spattered everywhere, and flew out wantonly, taking away most of Qian Hongyu's life force. Well, Shining Huan's back was slightly curved, and a muffled moan escaped from her lips. The weight on her body added another layer, with the majestic anger of her master, like a real mountain, almost crushing her back and crushing her, until she knelt down and begged for mercy. A flash of anger flashed in her eyes, and then she bit her lip fiercely with her white teeth. The smell of rust stimulated her body to revive, and the fear and stiffness in her body gave her a chance to breathe. She immediately seized this opportunity, and stabbed Qian Hongyu in the heart with another sword. Poof! Committing a crime against the wind. Killed by force. The long sword penetrated Qian Hongyu's body again. The fatal wound this time directly cut off her last glimmer of life. Her eyes filled with fear suddenly became dim and dim, losing the grace of a living person. And finally she fell on her back with a thud. But Shining Huan no longer cared about admiring it. She dragged her heavy body and rolled to the side. The next moment, a powerful ice blade struck, exuding extreme coldness and hitting the ground where she was standing just now. Qian Hongyu's body was split into two halves in an instant, and a 1-meter wide crack opened on the ground. The vegetation and the black flame snake not far away were also affected. The grass and trees were flying around. Sand and rocks were scattered, and the black flame snake was dead. If Shining Huan had been slower for just 1 second, he would have ended up like Qian Hongyu, being cut in half by this powerful ice blade. Her eyes were cold, and she looked in the air with an ugly face. A man riding on a flying spiritual weapon hurriedly flew over. His face, which was about 5 points similar to Qian Hongyu's, had a strong sinister look on his face, and his eyes were spraying majestic flames as he shot toward Shining Huan. The murderous intention is fully revealed. But this time, he did not take action again. Instead, he glanced fearfully at the cold and handsome young men flying from the opposite side, then hid the murderous intent in his eyes, gritted his teeth unwillingly and asked Shining Huan. She already hit the exit button. Why do you want to kill her?
Shining Huan's face had regained her composure at this time. She stood up from the ground, dusted herself off, and looked directly into the man's eyes calmly.
It is written in the pre-exam reminder that candidates need to reserve time for rescue before exiting the exam. In other words, as long as the rescue team has not arrived yet, the exam is not over yet. If I don't do it, there will be no problem. Moreover, she and I have a life and death contract relationship. I can kill her regardless of whether she dropped out of the exam or not. It is not against the laws of the Empire.
The man's eyes darkened, and there was a sly sneer in his eyes.
Then I am from the Qin family. Can I kill you now?
The murderous intent in him surged again, as if as long as she said yes, he would directly kill her in the next second. However, Shining Huan's eyes remained calm, and her words were calm and condescending.
Of course not. You are the rescue team first, and the Qin family second. Killing me just now is considered a violation of the Empire's college entrance examination admission rules. Do you think your Qin family's life and death war contract is above the laws of the Empire?
Xiao Hao and Shuju. The two backpacking boys, who were as quiet as chickens, were stunned and called frantically for their boss. Okay, this hat fits very well. Jing Luo and Jiang Xiaoran also had piercing eyes, looking at her with admiration. This girl's courage and eloquence are truly amazing. It was their turn just now. How could they dare to fight head-on and kill again? If they give it every minute, the future will be long. Chapter 123, the 35th Object of Pursuit. Shen Huan no longer paid attention to the Qian family members, who were throwing out money as if they were murderous, and turned to look at the outstanding-looking, handsome and indifferent young man who had fallen to the ground not far away. Her eyes paused for a moment, and then she quickly looked away from this perfect and superior face. He said calmly, "Your colleague violated discipline and attacked me. A college entrance examination student. In the examination room. If I hadn't escaped quickly just now, I'm afraid he would be dead now. Is your admissions office responsible for this matter? And with all due respect, a person like him, who doesn't distinguish between public and private matters, is no longer suitable for rescue work. Otherwise, the credibility of the Imperial Admissions Office will be damaged because of him." Her treacherous words gave this man from the Qian family a lot of eye candy, and she was cursing and irritable in her heart. "Gone! I almost died. I was lucky enough not to be dragged into the underworld and take a lifetime trip to the underworld. Now that I can't kill you, I still have to disgust you." A strange glint flashed across Long Xingluo's eyes, and just as he was about to speak, a look of panic appeared in Qian Hongtao's eyes. Then he explained with a livid face and an ugly expression. "I didn't mean it. I just wanted to protect my sister. I couldn't control myself when I saw her die in front of me, so I couldn't hold back my murderous intent. It would be better for ordinary people to see their relatives. Even if she dies in front of her, she will not be indifferent to the enemy who killed her. This matter is my personal wish and has nothing to do with the Imperial Admissions Office." Shen Huan looked at him seriously. It seemed that the Qian family were not all idiots. They had some brains. Although he admitted his mistake, he also explained it and appealed to the public to arouse their sympathy. Later, he even removed the admissions office and blamed it on himself. Obviously, he wanted to minimize the big problem. It's a trivial matter. But could Shen Huan just treat him like a fart? Of course, it was impossible. "Oh, since you know this is human nature, why do you still want to be a rescue worker? Since you know that your family and your sister are coming to participate, why don't you know how to avoid suspicion? You should not have appeared in the rescue team from the beginning. Or did you do it on purpose? You joined the rescue team just to let your Qian family members cheat. For example, if the candidate who was being chased by your Qian family members pressed exit, you deliberately delayed and did not save them. If your Qian family members were killed, you killed the candidate to avenge Qian's family, and then blamed him for not being able to control his emotions. What a dirty thought." Sharp words and thorough understanding. In fact, Qian Hongtao was shocked that he really thought so. How could the little girl of the Shen family guess this? But of course he couldn't ask. It's just that the murderous intention for her in his heart deepened. The family's killing order for this little girl of the Shen family was indeed right. Such a talented, potential and smart Shen family member must be strangled in the cradle. Qian Hongtao opened his mouth and continued to excuse himself. Shen Huan didn't want to argue with him anymore about who was right and who was wrong. "She looked like I won't listen to you no matter how you explain. Please leave quickly, and don't disturb my exam." She was so angry that her head was boiling. Cigarette? At this time, Long Xingluo, who was standing aside as a mural and listened to the whole process, cut off what Qian Hongtao wanted to continue. "Sorry, we made a mistake in our work. If Qian Hongtao makes a mistake, we will punish him in accordance with the rules and regulations." His cold voice directly concluded the matter. Qian Hongtao was dissatisfied. But when he thought of this person's identity, he did not dare to refute. He could only accept the loss in frustration. Then turn around and snorted coldly. "Ready to go." Ho Hongmao, who was listening enthusiastically, hurriedly extended his hand and said, "Hey, just leave like this? No more talk about 5 spirit coins? And don't you take back the body of your sister? We agreed on the brother-sister relationship. It's deep. This assist is really just right." Immediately, the people present and the audience looked at Qian Hongtao and felt something was wrong. They agreed to be angry for their sister, but ended up cutting her body into 2 pieces without leaving her a whole body, and even forgot to bury her. Is this called brother-sister love? Plastic siblings? Qian Hongtao turned around stiffly, tried hard to suppress his anger, and walked back with a crying face.
pieced together Qian Hongyu's bloody body, then picked him up and left on the aircraft. Jing Luo looked at Jiang Xiuran beside him.
Okay now. You haven't even done the job of collecting the body. Otherwise, why don't you cry and pay homage to your lost lover? Don't worry. I won't laugh at you now.
I'll just record it and laugh at you later. Jiang Xiuran's expression was silent.
I can't cry. This is my 35th person to pursue. I'm already used to them leaving. When I have the opportunity in the future, I will send her flowers and incense sticks.
Jing Luo looked shocked and sighed.
The 35th one. Holy shit. You have so much emotional experience.
Jiang Xiuran, however, had an expression of disdain. There was still a hint of despair on his face that was beyond recognition.
Wherever I have gained more emotional experience, my first love is still there, and I haven't given it away yet.
Ho Hongbao raised his ears and became interested.
You mean that none of the 34 people before you succeeded? And all of them are dead like Qian Hongyu? Then what are you talking about? I have only heard of Kafu. I've never heard of someone who suppresses his wife. But those who have been pursued by you are really miserable.
Jiang Xiuran immediately opened his eyes and explained.
Who said they are all gone? What I said about leaving is that they left me and rejected me. Oh.
There was a sense of disappointment in the voices of Jing Luo and Ho Hongbao. Ho Hongbao then gave Jiang Xiuran some advice.
Although it's not like this, you can talk about it in the future. If you meet someone who is afraid of death,
maybe in order to break this death fate, I will agree to your pursuit and be you.
I have a girlfriend.
Jing Luo also became interested and agreed with interest.
This pursuit method is novel enough. You can give it a try.
Jiang Xiuran said that he had been insulted. How could he, a good-looking young man with a good family background, good figure, and good looks, need to use crooked ways to find a partner? Could it be that he couldn't find someone who was upright? Jing Luo, haha. Appearance, family background can really be used. But it's a pity that a straight man with a straight mind also has a mouth. Zhu Dachuan silently muttered a sentence beside him.
It's live broadcast now.
In other words, all their words have been spread out, and they can't deceive anyone even if they want to. Ho Hongbao and Jing Luo were silent. Well, it seems that this method will not work. Jiang Xiuran, who was brainstorming about what he might try if he really couldn't catch up, was stunned for a moment. He didn't know why he felt a little disappointed. Then he changed the topic.
We have all been poisoned by the black flame snake. Do we need to find antidote grass? As well as our injuries. We also need help from people who can treat spiritual beasts.
Chapter 124 The Royal Dragonborn Clan. After watching the handsome and cold-looking young man from the rescue team leave, Shining Huan stood there for a while. Just as the fans who were picking up candies on the screen were guessing whether she was reluctant to part with His Highness the Second Prince, they saw her suddenly cover her chest. In Hong, the blood flowed down from the corners of her pale lips, dripping and dripping brightly, making her pale face look thrillingly beautiful and moving. Ah, cut this picture. She is indeed my goddess. The blood vomiting looks even better. Cut it out from any angle, and it will be a beautiful picture. It would be great if His Highness the Second Prince was still here. It would be even more beautiful if they were captured in the same frame. Yes. Yes. Why does Chai Zian lie on the ground like a dead dog and still dare to miss our rich and handsome second prince? Shining Huan is not dozens of times more beautiful than her. Anyway, I support Lu Xing. Except for her family background. Shining Huan far surpasses Chai Zian in terms of talent, potential and appearance. However, Shining Huan's expression just now didn't seem like she knew His Highness the Second Prince. Instead, His Highness the Second Prince looked at her a little differently and glanced at her several times. Could it be unrequited love? I said UCP fans are so stupid. I love the goddess who is so strong. Isn't it good to be alone and beautiful? Why do you need to be a partner and rely on a man? Just now, the scene where she attacked Qian's family by herself was so shocking that I don't even have a wall. Help her and obey her. Isn't it because His Highness the Second Prince is afraid of Qian Hongtao's illegal behavior? Even though His Highness the Second Prince doesn't talk much, we can't ignore his contribution. The chatter on the live broadcast barrage was all in the rosy direction. The Shin family members sitting in front of the live broadcast were full of indignation. How could their newly found cabbage be humiliated by a pig? Even a noble pig like the Second Prince? The eldest brother of the Shin family. Shin Jilling frowned.
The royal family can't do it. The Royal Dragon Clan has a contract with the Dragon Clan. Although the Dragon Clan is strong and can be called the first of all mythical beasts, cultivating the Dragon Clan requires countless resources. It is like a bottomless pit. Now the people of the royal family, the Shin family, is almost as poor as ours. And the fifth sister needs to be pampered. So how can she marry someone who can't support her and give her the best care?
Shinsun's majestic face looked at his eldest son with a bit of surprise. This boy was really considerate of Huan. But he thought more. The royal family was actually a good choice. According to his understanding, the imperial royal family was a branch of the Long family in the Upper Star region. The Long family had strong strength, and the ancestors were in charge. They were independent of other forces and deterred other forces. The most important thing is that although the Long family is powerful in their actions, their style is clear and upright. They are also the family least likely to be involved in that incident. Moreover, since the Long family took power in the empire, everything they did has been clean and honest. The reason why the royal family is poor is because they are not greedy and stick to the bottom line. The reputation of the emperor, the eldest prince, and the second prince in the royal family are all good. Gentleman Duan Fong. If Huan can marry her, it may not be a bad thing for her. If her life experience is exposed in the future, the Dragonborn clan will be her best protection. Shinsun lowered his eyes, with complicated emotion surging in his heart. After a while, he spoke.
Let Huan decide her own feelings. Let's not worry about it. Qian Hongtao from the Qian family is more important now. Since Huan has already convicted him, we can't let him get away with punishment.
If there is a gap, go and keep an eye on it.
Shin Jiling's face suddenly turned serious and cold, and he nodded solemnly.
I will.
The secret area of the examination room. Shining Huan raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, then turned and walked towards Jing Luo and the others. She still remembered the plan she had made before to attract traffic and increase popularity. So she stood in front of Jing Luo and looked at him until he blushed and said slowly,
Bimei, I am the leader of the Animal Legion. I accept your invitation to fight. When is the fight?
Puff. Jing Luo, who thought Shining Huan was fascinated by his face, was currently filling in 800 narcissistic essays in his mind. But he didn't expect that she would reveal such a big piece of information as soon as she opened her mouth. His jaw almost dropped in shock.
You? Are you really the leader of the Animal Legion?
His dancing eyes widened. His expression was astonished, and his voice trembled. Shining Huan tilted her head.
Don't I look like that?
Jing Luo felt aggrieved and said, like, thinking back to the fact that he was outranked by this person on the study website. Always ranked second. And now she was also ranked second in the comprehensive list of the college entrance examination. How similar it was. And suddenly, he was no longer surprised. Then he tightened his face and said plausibly,
If we don't fight now, you will look weak, and I will be injured and my leg will be disabled. A fight would be unfair to both of us. And if we both lose and are missed, thanks. Let's wait until the college entrance examination is over.
In fact, he was so panicked that he thought the leader of the Animal Corps was a nerd who was good at cultural classes. But he didn't expect that this person turned out to be Shining Huan, with her ability to command the giant desert eagle. If he talks about beating her, what if she is beaten into the shape of Chai Zian with only one breath left? How can he take the exam? The most important thing is that it's so embarrassing. It's embarrassing to the whole empire. How could he do it if he's so concerned about face? Also, don't think that he didn't see Ho Hongbao, the damn monkey, looking excited and waiting for a good show. How could he? If you can let this kid succeed, delay it. Delay it decisively. Delay it until the college entrance examination is over. It is best to delay it until she forgets this. Although Shining Huan felt a little regretful about this, she didn't force it. I thought that once I take off this vest, I will gain a lot of fans. Then she looked at the injuries on the bodies of Jing Luo and the others and said,
I have a healing spirit beast, and I will provide treatment. How about you help me pull out carrots? Do you want to do this deal?
Jing Luo immediately cheered up again.
Do it. Do it. Of course.
Idiots don't do it. If their injuries don't rely on healing spirit beasts, it may take 10 days and a half or even a month to heal. By then, the daylily will be cold. The most important thing is that injuries, like his that were bitten a few times, are okay and can repair themselves. But Jiang Xiaoran's unrecognizable face and Shi Ji's bloody legs will definitely not be cured. The weather is hot now, and if it gets infected, if there is suppuration, then it is not just a matter of whether it can be cured, but also a matter of worrying that the wound will become more and more serious. So Shining Huan exchanged Xiaowa for 3 free laborers. and all of them were in the top 10 and famous on the list. However, Xiaowu was still only a first-level junior spirit beast with limited healing ability and could not detoxify. They had to find herbs nearby to restrain the black flame snake toxin and gave them to the three of them before allowing Xiaowu to be treated. After Xiaowu Hingqi healed the least injured Jing Luo first, Shining Huan took him to the carrot forest to pull radishes with his two backpackers Xiao Ho and Xiao Ju. Chapter 125 Transfer Students Join. Is this the radish forest you are talking about? Jing Luo looked at the large red ginseng forest in front of him. His delicate and handsome face twitched. His expression was full of confusion and shock. Yes, that's what Father Eagle said. Shining Huan nodded casually, and then ordered them to work. The planting here is not very neat, so you should spread it out. Don't pull out the small plants that are young. Leave some for the desert eagle and the black snake. I'll use it again next year. So hurry up and try to finish it within 3 hours and go back for lunch. After she finished speaking, she slowly walked to a big rock nearby and sat down, looking like a farmer and overseer. Jing Luo felt a little sad when she saw this. Then what are you doing? Of course I'm going to draw the spirit pattern. This is the deal that Father Eagle just negotiated with the black flame snake for me. Shining Huan sat down cross-legged, then took out the wheeling pen, Lingsha ink, and Huangqi paper from her backpack, and planned to start work. When the desert giant eagle brought her here, she specially called a group of brothers. She originally wanted to follow the rules in the secret realm to fight and drive away the black snakes and snatch back the red-blooded ginseng forest. However, when she flew over, she saw a large area of black snakes. The tragic death of the flame snake suddenly flashed in his mind, and he thought of a peaceful and cost-effective way, which was to hatch eggs. The black flame snakes have killed many of their sons and grandsons. They must need more black flame snakes to fill the vacancies. Wouldn't this impede her professional development? Helping spirit beasts to hatch eggs became familiar once and twice, and now it was the third time. Shining Huan was completely familiar with it and was able to actively solicit business. So she mentioned this matter to Father Eagle and asked him to negotiate on her behalf. As expected, the black flame snake really needed her egg-hatching skills. She quickly reached a deal with Father Eagle and withdrew from the red blood ginseng forest. While Shining Huan, you only need to pay the price of a constant temperature spiritual pattern, and that's it. What a bargain! Jing Luo had a shocked expression on his face. How the I could this be solved like this? No blood, no fighting, peaceful negotiation, and helping to hatch eggs were all tricks he could never imagine. But you can't blame him. This thing was completely unheard of and unseen before. Who would have thought of helping a spirit beast hatch eggs in a secret realm? On the contrary, he had heard of one who helped deliver the babies of spirit beasts. Ho Hongbao stood proudly beside him and said in a stern tone, "How about it? My boss is great. This has opened up a new method for the college entrance examination. It may become an excellent model for the college entrance examination in the next few decades." Jing Luo made a sullen face and said, "It's amazing. I lost. Shining Huan has both strength and skills to bribe spirit beasts, which is unmatched by him. This time he is really convinced." Then he quickly covered Ho Hongbao's mouth as he wanted to say something else, and dragged him to work. This damn monkey hugged the golden thigh and screamed to no end. This villain's triumphant face was really an eyesore. Very. Zhu Dachuan followed silently. After the three people left, Shining Huan finished drawing the constant temperature spirit pattern in a few strokes. After thinking about it, he took out the remaining 3 pieces of Huangqi paper and drew the constant temperature spirit pattern, the spirit gathering spirit pattern, and the defense and guardian spirit pattern respectively. Then he stopped writing and put the things back into his backpack. Then she went back with the drawn constant temperature spirit pattern and submitted it to the black flame snake in person, officially completing the transaction. When she came back, she also brought back Shiji and Jiang Xiuran, who had been left for treatment just now. This time, she had 3 free laborers. Under the scorching sun, Shining Huan chatted and laughed with Father Eagle and several desert giant eagles. They scanned the red blood ginseng and converted it into scores for uploading. The 5 laborers hummed and sweated profusely. They worked much more seriously than the donkeys in the production team. Seeing that only the last small area was left, suddenly, their optical brain rang, which was a notice from the admissions office. This year's college entrance examination is special because it is the first full-scale public broadcast of the entire college entrance examination. In order to ensure equal treatment,
After discussions between several major colleges and the admissions office, it has been decided that this year's transfer students' transfer examination will also be integrated into the college entrance examination room. And they will take the college entrance examination together with the college entrance examination students. The examination rules and requirements are the same as those for college entrance examination students. And the examination time is 27 days. In other words, their current college entrance examination students have the advantage of only 3 days ahead of these transfer students. This was something they didn't expect at all. Xininghuan's eyelids twitched for no reason, and she felt a little ominous. The transfer students are 1 year older than them, have 1 more year than them, have better control over the spirit beasts, and have better cooperation. They have also experienced fighting in the secret realm and the snatching of resources, which is far better than the fledgling youths like them. Guadanzi is more experienced and more dangerous. With their participation, the final results of the college entrance examination list that could be seen at a glance suddenly became confusing again. Jing Luo and others, who are now firmly in the top 10 of the college entrance examination list, and Xininghuan, who has been regarded as the number 1 throne holder by everyone, are no longer sure whether they can maintain their current positions.
Things are getting interesting again.
When Jing Luo straightened up and wiped his sweat, the corners of his mouth were raised, and he was still a little eager to join these transfer students. Wow! With the transfer students joining, Xininghuan will be the best in the world. Will the situation of being outstanding be changed? Humph. Stupid mortal. My sister Huan is already so many points ahead. These transfer students will have to work hard to catch up. The teleportation array on the main star square is already being prepared, and the transfer students will come in tomorrow. Is 1079 people. There are not many transfer students. Although there are not many people, the quality of each one is very good. Look! The admissions office has released the detailed information page of the transfer students. Wow! There are actually quite a few geniuses among these transfer students. They all slipped through the cracks of the last college entrance examination. The most outstanding one is Qi Wei. Qi Wei, 19 years old. SSS level in the Beast Control space. 4th level Senior Spiritual Master. 3rd level Senior Beast Control Master. Originally from the school, Feixing Academy. His beast controlling space qualifications are on par with Jing Luo's. With such a high qualification and talent, why didn't he get admitted to the 3 top universities last year, and instead went to the little-known Feixing Academy? I remember Feixing Academy is just a third-rate small academy, ranked last among all the academies. Could it be that this Qi Wei is a fake one, with only a rank, but actually a group with poor combat effectiveness? Ahem. Students from Feixing Academy are here to report. You guessed it wrong about the guy upstairs. Junior Qi Wei's combat power is stronger than his apparent level. He can also fight across levels. He is 2 years older than him. Seniors and seniors were pushed to the ground and rubbed by him. I also experienced it personally. And both legs were broken. Yes, that's right. Qi Wei is a fighting maniac who goes around looking for people to fight with. All the seniors and sisters in our college, who can name them, have not escaped his clutches. And they have all been beaten by him. If you can't get out of bed, people with severe symptoms will also die. Chapter 126. The Strange Young Man Prays for Danger. As for why Qi Wei did not go to the 3 top universities, it is said that it was because he targeted a very strong opponent during the college entrance examination last year. He pestered him like a mad dog and completely gave up other scoring projects in order to defeat him. But he was defeated repeatedly. And it wasn't until the last day that he gave up on his opponent and tried to gain a few points. He didn't have enough points to attend the 3 top universities, so he had no choice but to enter Feixing Academy. This year, he probably has already ravaged the people of our Feixing Academy and couldn't find a suitable opponent for him. So he wanted to transfer to another school. So this fighting madman named Qi Wei is very dangerous. Then will he fall in love with our sister Huan? Our sister Huan is number 1 in the college entrance examination. Oh! The guess above is very possible. Qi Wei likes to stare at strong people. You are talking about Xining Huanchuan. Screaming JPG. No. My sister Huan has a delicate body and is soft and easy to push. In fact, she is not very strong. Danger! 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 Sister Huan, run away quickly. In a hotel room on the main star, a strange young man full of evil spirits licked his red lips. His eyes were as cold as stars, and he stared at Xininghuan in the live broadcast with great interest. This little flower is good and worth cultivating, but it's a pity that it hasn't fully bloomed yet. So it still needs to be patient. In the secret realm, Shinning felt a cold wind blowing behind her, causing goosebumps all over her body. She subconsciously turned her head and glanced, but saw nothing. She could only turn back and continue to pick up the red ginseng to skin. At this time, the 5 people from Jingluo brought the last batch of red blood ginseng and placed it in front of her. Shinning casually picked out 20 plants and handed them to his 2 backpackers, Zhu Dachuan and Ho Hongbao. After Ho Hongbao took it, he glanced at Jingluo and the other 3 with a stern look on his face. His chin almost tilted to the sky.
See, this is the advantage of having a golden thigh.
Jingluo tilted his head, feeling sour in his heart. But his arrogance and stubbornness didn't show on his face. The dead monkey wants to see his envious expression in his next life. Jiang Xiuran, a man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, was very expressive and showed his envy, jealousy and hatred without hesitation. All he had to do was pull Shinning's clothes and ask her if she still needed a younger brother. Someone who could carry a backpack and draw spiritual patterns. The expression on Shiji's face was equally complicated. Speaking of which, he was the first person to discover the red blood ginseng forest. Unfortunately, he was not as skilled as others and had bad luck. Not only did he fail to get close to the red blood ginseng forest, he was also implicated. He was seriously injured by a swarm of black flame snakes. And in the end, he only got a free labor job of plucking red blood ginseng. He could see and touch it, but he couldn't keep it as his own. Fortunately, his concentration was pretty good and his temper was not cunning. Otherwise, when he was pulling out the red blood ginseng just now, he might not have been able to help himself and secretly hit a few of them. Is Shinning the first place because she has no heart to trust them? Or is she absolutely confident that she can prevent them from doing anything? Glancing at the row of giant desert eagles squatting behind her, he thought it was the latter. Shiji pursed his lips, suppressed the complicated emotions on his face, and said goodbye. Jiang Xiuran was reluctant to leave. His handsome face turned red. He looked at Shinning with some shame and coyness and whispered,
Do you still need a younger brother?
Shinning raised her head in surprise.
What did you say?
Jiang Xiuran swallowed, and was mentally prepared this time. He was about to say, confession, loudly. But Jingluo beside him covered his mouth. Jingluo smiled dryly at Shinning.
He said he was going to say goodbye and leave. We also plan to collect more points today, before the transfer students come in. It is the best time to collect points and distance ourselves.
Jiang Xiuran, whose mouth was covered, struggled to retort. These words were not his. Then he used his elbow to poke Jingluo behind him. Shiji was held down by Jingluo's eyes, and the 2 of them worked together to drag him away. Shinning. He watched them leave without stopping them. After they were some distance away, the 2 of them let go of Jiang Xiuran. Jiang Xiuran sighed a few times and glared at him.
Why did you stop me just now? It's great to be someone's little brother.
And you can also prostitute red blood ginseng for free.
Jingluo rolled his eyes, his pretty face showing displeasure.
You're stupid. Shinning's body looks very weak now. She will definitely eat red blood ginseng and then rest. You have to take it seriously.
My little brother has to spend time with her today. And you are in the top 10 of the rankings. But you have no backbone at all. You can obviously get on the list by yourself. Why do you have to rely on women?
Shiji also nodded with a solemn face.
A person's greatest reliance is himself. He relies on everyone to run and the mountain to fall.
Jiang Xiuran.
It seems to make sense.
Jingluo snorted.
What makes sense is very reasonable. Let's go. It's time for us to rely on ourselves. I found a puzzle piece in the secret realm earlier, which marked the location of a 9 ginseng fruit. It's not as valuable as red blood ginseng.
Lin Xiao. It's just that there are white-feathered ostriches guarding around. So we have to get rid of them first. White-feathered ostriches are fire-based spiritual beasts, and their weakness is water. You can use more force later.
Jiang Xiuran glared and cursed harshly.
Okay. My feelings are what pulled me out to do my best. I really believe your evil deeds. I really thought you were doing it for my own good.
Jingluo didn't feel guilty at all. He raised his chin arrogantly and said,
It's not that you have no benefits. When the matter is completed, you can get 1/3, which is much better than being someone's little brother who only gets 10 plants.
Jiang Xiuran cursed.
How can it be the same? My little brother is not in any danger, and has nothing to do with the black flame snake. He is just acting as a labor force to pull out the red blood ginseng. And you want me to rush forward and fight for my life.
Shiji was not as thick-skinned as Jingluo, And he explained dryly and awkwardly.
The more you work, the more you get. The less you work, the less you get. Snort.
The three of them pushed each other and left, cursing each other. It wasn't until they were far away that the grass on the far side of the path they just passed by slowly rustled in the grass, and slowly emerged a man wearing a disguise and a straw coat. Come out! This person is none other than Shin Chi-yue. It was not easy for her to walk all the way from the edge of the oasis here. Even though she was disguised, she was still unlucky enough to meet several groups of spirit beasts, especially the wave of green scorpions just now that happened to be hiding in the grass to reproduce the next generation. But she accidentally destroyed them. The ball was over now, and the love-destroying scorpion was punished by God. A group of scorpions no taller than her were chasing her for 3 miles with their poisonous tails waving. She finally got rid of them, and then regained her direction and groped all the way. However, she also wasted a lot of time, so that when she found the red ginseng forest, all the red ginsengs had been pulled out, and there were countless black snakes coiled around the ground. It looked like a snake nest. Bolt from the blue JPG. Shin Chi-yue's eyes were about to burst, and she almost wanted to vomit blood. Who is the murderer who stole her red blood ginseng and also attracted the black snake? This red blood ginseng forest in the secret realm of my previous life was clearly a deserted land with no danger and no protection by spiritual beasts. Chapter 127. One of the trump cards against Xinning. On the morning of the 4th day, the rankings were updated. The names on the literary test list, the martial arts test list, and the comprehensive list were basically the same as those of the previous 2 days. At most, there were only 1 or 2 position changes, and there was no dark horse or anything like that. The most obvious one is that Xinning points on the literary test list and comprehensive list have soared, and there is a gap between her and the second place. Fang Donner, the second person on the literary test list, only had 3 digits starting with 1, but she had already leapt into 4 digits. The comprehensive list is even more outrageous. The second place Jing Luo's points are still a little over 1,000, while Xinning points are already in the tens of thousands. In the final analysis, these 2 achievements were all achieved through Xinning hatching of eggs. During the literary test, she helped the desert giant eagle hatch eggs and asked the desert giant eagle to help her find the supply box, which earned her countless points in the literary test. On the comprehensive list, she made a deal with the black flame snake to hatch eggs. The black flame snake withdrew from the red blood ginseng forest and gave her the right to collect them, which made her points on the comprehensive list soar. The people of the Empire looked at this list and once again lamented that her operation was amazing. Even if a transfer student joined today, they were still full of confidence in Xinning. Coming. The exciting transfer student is coming. The human teleportation array in the central square of the main star has been activated. Ah, I went in. Now there are 1079 more frequency divisions. Damn. They acted so quickly. They started taking action as soon as they landed. They are indeed transfer students who have the courage to propose a transfer exam. They are much more professional than the previous college entrance examination students who looked blank when they first landed. Did the admissions office invest in a new batch of supply boxes? At this point, I clearly saw an unlucky candidate yesterday who was about to get the supply box. But I didn't expect that the desert giant eagle took it away first. Oh, that's awesome. All the transfer students are tough. They don't shy away from being tough after meeting Sand Monkey. I must have learned a lesson from my sister Huan. Speaking of which, the transfer students have an information advantage this time. They watched the live broadcast in 3 days, and know more about the Huansha secret realm than the college entrance examination students. They also know the location distribution of the college entrance examination students. This transfer student named Qian Kaiyu is really ruthless and doesn't say much. He actually poisoned the newly hatched giant spirit sand lizard baby. Damn it. Isn't this the same nest that Xinning helped hatch before? What's the matter with Qian Kaiyu? The 6th child? He even kills the cubs. No. He must have deliberately selected the cubs to kill. His spirit beast is a bloodthirsty red ant, and he can sneakily attack due to his small body. It is not a problem to kill the adult giant spirit sand lizard. But he chose the cubs, although it is not illegal for him to do so. The Empire has always been tolerant of spirit beast cubs, and those cubs may also become our contracted spirits. Anyway, I am disgusted with what he did. He's lucky. The cub hatched and didn't encounter the sinkhole meat grinder 3 days ago. Otherwise, how could he be so rampant?
Some people couldn't stand it and thought he was too ungraceful, too unscrupulous, and too cruel to single out cubs. Of course, some people think that the people in front of them have a holy heart and are very picky. Even more people appreciate his ruthlessness in doing whatever it takes to score points and succeed. Which is why his live broadcast room has attracted many violent and bloody elements. Hey, I seem to have discovered a fascinating point. Qian Kaiyu, whose surname is Qian, is the Qian family who is opposed to Xinning Shin. If true, then it would be interesting for him to kill the cub hatched by Xinning. This is provoking Xinning and the Shin family. Qian Hongyu is dead. Qian Hongyu is the legitimate daughter of the Qian family, the serious third lady. She died in the hands of Xinning. Of course, the Qian family will be furious. I can understand what Qian Kaiyu did. I don't understand. He is capable of confronting Xinning. I don't like it no matter how much I see a grown man playing such a dirty trick. It's disgusting. Head-on confrontation. I guess he also wants to. Qian Kaiyu, 19 years old. 3rd level junior beast master. 3rd level senior spiritual master. Is already ranked in the upper reaches of this batch of transfer students. If he really ends Xinning, he should be able to win in a head-to-head duel. But Xinning ranked first because of crooked ways. Otherwise, how could she compete with others just because of her weak appearance as a charming lady who vomits blood at every turn? Fart. My sister Huan has a heroic appearance and is a very good fighter. Even if she is weak, she can still beat this guy Qian or you until his face is full of flowers. The two people hadn't even met yet, and there was a bloody storm on the live broadcast barrage. It can be said that the eyes of the public were indeed sharp. This Qian Kaiyu was indeed a member of Qian's family. After Qian Hongyu died and Qian Hongtao was severely punished, they were angry one of the trump cards released by Jiji against Xinning. Qian Kaiyu was born as an illegitimate son from a branch of the Qian family, even though he had the status of a Qian family member. Because of his disgraceful birth, he was not taken seriously by the Qian family at all. He grew up in an environment where the Qian family raised a poisonous child. Reality teaches life. At a very young age, he learned to be cruel and bloodthirsty, and would use any means to climb up, even using the most dark and selfish methods, stepping on the corpses of brothers of the same race. He did achieve a small amount of success because of this, after enrolling in the college entrance examination last year. Although he failed to get into the 3 top universities in the empire, and went to a college that was only second to the 3 top universities, he never gave up, and will make money in the future. After a year of training in the academy, he successfully stood out and became a leader among Qian's family members of the same age, with strength comparable to that of children from some big families. Even if the head of the family hadn't informed him, he would still take part in the transfer student exam this time, because the best resources are in the 3 top universities. People like him, who work hard to climb up, naturally yearn for the best and strongest existence. However, the resources given by the head of the family were too many, even better than those provided by the direct descendants of the Qian family. So it would not be a big problem for him to kill Xinning. He also took the time to watch some of the live broadcast of the college entrance examination a few days ago. Although he was deeply impressed by Xinning, who ranked first in the college entrance examination. In his opinion, Xinning weaknesses were also obvious and easy to deal with. As long as she is attacked or transferred away from the desert eagle's nest, she is not at the mercy of others. The only thing that worried him was that the other Qian family members would come to snatch it from him. He had to go to the oasis and kill Xinning before the other Qian family members to get the reward from the head of the family. With this in mind, he attacked and killed the cubs of the giant sand lizard, and then killed a few adult giant spirit sand lizards before running away arrogantly. Although he is crazy, he also knows that the power of a female giant lizard that goes berserk after losing its cubs is extremely powerful. There are hundreds of female giant lizards here that he cannot fight alone. But he still underestimated the determination and perseverance of the mothers who avenged their cubs. He thought that everything would be fine after escaping. But little did he know that the mothers had already followed him behind. Chapter 128 said Shinji Songin. On Xiaoluo Star, the Shin family, Xiao Xuanmei, who was watching the live broadcast, had a worried and beautiful face and was mumbling. What should we do now? Qian Kaiyu from the Qian family is not a good person. He has been killing his brothers since he was a child, stepping on his brothers' corpses to get to the top. After he went to the academy, he couldn't stop his murderous nature, so he formed a group with him. The classmates who went to the secret realm have disappeared, and there are already several who are alive and dead.
Now that he appears in the college entrance examination room, he must be going to our Huan. There is also the one named Qian Hongtua, who is a 3rd level intermediate beast master and a 4th level junior spiritual master. He is a higher level than Qian Kaiyu. He is the illegitimate son of a direct branch of the Qian family, although he behaves calmly in the live broadcast. But according to the investigation data, he is not a peaceful master, and there is a death order from the Qian family, so he will never show mercy to Huan. In addition to these two, there are 12 people named Qian among the more than 1,000 transfer students. They must also be Qian's family. How can our family Huan withstand so many pursuits with such a weak body?
After reading the information about the transfer students and the news about Qian's family investigated by the clan, Zhao Xuanmei couldn't hold back any longer and became extremely flustered. She has always had a mother's filter on Sheninghuan, her newly found daughter. She feels that her daughter is weak, pitiful and helpless, and will fall down when the wind blows. No matter how good or powerful she is in the college entrance examination. Once she vomited blood. She was still the weak and pitiful little girl. Now that so many people are thinking about killing her daughter, how can Zhao Xuanmei bear it? She clutched her chest like a mermaid stranded on the beach, having difficulty breathing and feeling anxious. The second elder glanced at her silently. The niece-in-law didn't have to worry so much. This stinky girl Sheninghuan was very smart, and ordinary people couldn't hurt her. Although the Qian family looked powerful, he felt that they could not defeat this shrewd little girl. Shen Jingshan, the head of the family, also had his beard raised at the moment, with a smile on his face that showed no worry, and he hummed a tune to comfort his daughter-in-law.
Daughter-in-law, don't worry about Huan. The Qian family gave her away once we go in. Our Shen family will naturally be prepared.
The news that the transfer students will also go to the secret realm to participate in this year's college entrance examination was sent to him yesterday by his eldest son Shen Sun. Of course, he had to seize such a good opportunity. Zhao Xuanmei turned her head and looked over, her worried eyes shining brightly.
Dad, what preparations have you made?
Shen Jingshan raised his chin.
I let Xiaosong in. Who? Who was sent in?
Zhao Xuanmei picked her ears and suspected that she had heard wrongly. Shen Jingshan.
Xiaosong. Shen Jisong.
Zhao Xuanmei was stunned. The rest of the Shen family, who had not heard about this in advance, were also confused.
This is not good. For the sake of Huan, let Xiaosong transfer to another school? Xiaosong is already a student of Zishu College.
Zhao Xuanmei's voice was trembling. And when she met the eyes of Shen Jisong's parents, her beautiful eyes were filled with guilt and apology. Although she is worried about her daughter, she is not happy to see her son's future ruined for her daughter. Isn't it unkind to Xiaosong that her father is doing this? Shen Jingshan glared at her and said with an angry smile.
Who said that Xiaosong should be transferred to another school? I just wanted to use this as an excuse to send Xiaosong there. If he fails the transfer test, he will be sent back to his place of origin and will continue to stay in the school. It's Zishu Academy. Qian Hongtua from the Qian family probably thinks the same way. This Qian Hongtua is the best child in the last class of the Qian family, and the only one in the last class who was admitted to Jinding Academy. The foundation of their Qian family's goals is Jinding will definitely not change the academy. So Qian Hongtua was inserted into it by the Qian family.
Zhao Xuanmei and other Shen family members showed admiration. He was worthy of being the leader of their clan. He had such a flexible mind.
Besides Xiaosong, are there anyone else in our clan?
Zhao Xuanmei quickly opened the list of transfer students, trying to pick out a familiar member of her family. Shen Jingshan spread his hands.
No, just Xiaosong. In the last generation of our family, only Xiaosong was admitted to the 3 top universities. The other children were not very successful. I asked last night, and they themselves didn't. They didn't have the energy and courage to take the transfer exam. So I didn't let them in. If they did, it would only cause trouble. Those boys and girls couldn't even beat Huan when they were training at home. That's right.
The Shen family nodded in agreement. In the secret area of the college entrance examination, in a cave on a cliff, Sheninghuan yawned and slowly got up. Zhu Dachuan, who was sitting next to a stove making soup, immediately showed an honest smile and said,
Boss, the red blood ginseng and snake soup is ready. Come over and drink it.
Sheninghuan stopped and glanced at him appreciatively when she was half stretched out. Yes, this little guy is doing a good job. He can carry a backpack and go to the kitchen. The key is that he has good skills. Whether it is the giant lizard barbecue jerky or that this red blood ginseng stewed snake soup tastes particularly good. After she drank a bowl yesterday, she felt completely comfortable, as if she had come to life again. Red blood ginseng is indeed a good blood supplement. In comparison, the other younger brother was not so good, lazy and greedy, and wanted to compete with her for food. After Shen Huan watched briefly, she came over and sat down opposite Ho Hongbao. Seeing how his eyes almost fell out of the pot, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch.
You forgot that you had a nosebleed after drinking yesterday. Why are you still so greedy today?
Ho Hongbao sipped his saliva and couldn't bear to move his eyes away.
A little nosebleed is nothing, as long as the food is delicious. It's okay. I never thought that red blood ginseng and black snake meat taste so good.
Good guy. When he smelled that smell, he, who was born in a wealthy family, couldn't control his greed, and his saliva flowed out. Shen Huan snorted and didn't answer. Zhu Dachuan didn't have much in the pot. She could only drink it by herself, so she wouldn't let it out. Ho Hongbao felt aggrieved, but when he saw that her heart was as hard as iron and she was unmoved, he could only pout sadly and move his eyes to another pot. It was the snake soup that Zhu Dachuan prepared for the two of them. It did not add red blood ginseng, so the taste was quite different. But now they could only make do with it. It tastes better than the nutrient solution. He took a sip from the bowl and asked,
Boss, what do you think of the transfer students? Counting the time, they have already come in. In previous years, transfer students and college entrance examination students took separate exams to enter the academy and then studied in the same grade. These two groups were always difficult to deal with. Transfer students considered themselves seniors when they were 1 year older. College entrance examination students thought they were more talented and looked down on transfer students. You say, do they dislike each other now?
His eyes and mouth were full of gloating. Chapter 129 Shen Jifan is targeted. Oh, Xiaobazi is indeed a bit calculating. Ah no. The crow's mouth is on him. There are several groups of college entrance examination students and transfer students who have actually done it. I think it was those transfer students who deliberately went there to grab resources. They should have confirmed several targets from the live broadcast before coming, and then made adjustments based on the location of the teleportation and rushed towards the target. The Yellow Sand Secret Realm, to be honest, it is not too big. The spirit beast cubs of the college entrance examination students who have just contracted for a short time cannot be used as mounts. But the spirit beasts of these transfer students have grown up and can fly with them. The speed picked up immediately, and catching up with college entrance examination students was not a problem at all. To be honest, I think the transfer students took advantage in this exam, not only because they are 1 year older and stronger, but also because they watched the live broadcast and know far more about the secret realm than the college entrance examination students who are in it. Even if the college entrance examination students have 3 days in advance to accumulate scores, I think the news is more important. Yeah, some college entrance examination students are still lost in the desert 3 days after entering. I guess they haven't figured it out yet. 3 days in advance is useless. There is no advantage at all. Look, transfer students are just now not long after I came in. My scores were already rising, and I surpassed those college entrance examination students at the end of the crane every minute. This is the importance of news. I don't know what the admissions office thinks. In previous years, it was good to take the exams separately, but this year they have to take the exams together. It's exciting for us, but the college entrance examination students and their families are afraid of heart disease. Infarcted? Since the transfer students came in, I haven't been able to see enough. In addition to the main channel, I have opened more than 30 live broadcast interfaces that I am interested in. Oh, isn't that the unlucky Shen Jifan from the Shen family? He was targeted by the Qian family, and it was the new transfer student Qian Hongtuo. Where? Let me see. It's true. Shit. This is over. Qian Hongtuo. That's a 3rd level intermediate beast master, and a 4th level junior spiritual master. In addition to himself, there are also 3 transfer students from the Qian family gathered around him. Everyone's their strength is better than that of Shen Jifan. A newbie. They know that they can't get good results from Sister Huan, so they pick the weak ones first. Damn. Despicable. This handsome guy Shen Jifan is a bit unlucky, but he works hard. I like to see him unlucky, and then working hard to fight the spiritual beast. It would be a pity if he was killed by the Qian family like this. Shen Jifan also felt that he was quite unlucky. He had been unlucky since the first day he was teleported in. He was either being chased by spirit beasts or fighting spirit beasts. And he never had a good rest at all. Fortunately, actual combat can enhance his strength. After several battles, his demon ape has broken through to the second level elementary level. He himself was promoted from the third level spiritual master level to the third level in the sand monkey battle not long ago. Intermediate level spiritual master. Now he found the correct route by mistake and saw the oasis. Just when he thought he was finally getting lucky, he discovered that he was being targeted not long after he entered the oasis. Who? Shin Jifan wore a face that was tanned and red by the sun, although it was still green, but much more determined. He scanned the surrounding trees with vigilant eyes.
Ha ha ha, Brother Tulip. I didn't expect this kid to be quite vigilant.
Laughter rang out, and I saw 4 figures jumping down from a tree. The man called Brother Tool had an average appearance. His facial features could only be regarded as regular and honest at best. But he had a pair of twinkling eyes. His eyes were cruel and dark. There was no smile on his face at this time. He glanced at Shin Jifan casually and contemptuously, and said in a cold tone,
Humph! He is just a fledgling brat. Deal with him first, and then take his body to the bottom of the cliff. Call Shining Huan. Don't worry if she doesn't come out.
Shin Jifan's heart skipped a beat. The person who came here was not good, and he came for Shining Huan. Who are they? However, he was not allowed to think too much now. The opponent had a large number of people, and he could not withstand it alone. He made a decision immediately and ran away without saying a word. In the past 3 days, he had practiced his escape skills well, and he disappeared in a flash. The 4 Qian family members opposite were dumbfounded.
Why are you still standing there? Chasing after me?
Qian hung to his face turned cold, and he cursed. He cannot escape their pursuit, and he cannot fly without wings. The level gap was here. Even though Shin Jifan had practiced his escape skills well, he was quickly caught up by those 4 people. Then he was kicked in the back by one of them, and was kicked out. His whole body was hit hard. Get down on the ground. The friction between the knees, body, and palms against the stones on the ground caused burning pain. Several layers of skin on the palms were rubbed off, and the bloody wounds were still covered with stones and soil, making them look very miserable. A stinging sensation hit him, constantly attacking his pain nerves, letting him know that these 4 people were serious and really wanted to kill him. Enter Little Rose. Zhao Xuanmei stood up suddenly, her whole heart going cold. She didn't expect that Qian Hongtua, whom she considered to be the most dangerous person in the Qian family, would be the first to target her Xiaofan. Shin Jingshan and others also looked extremely ugly and cursed Qian Hongtua for being treacherous. At the same time, they were extremely anxious. Shin Jifan had been mentally prepared before he was targeted. There were a total of 20 students from the Shin family who took the college entrance examination. Among them, Shining Huan performed best, attracting the most firepower. The second most powerful person was Shin Jifan, not Shin Chiyue. He has been unlucky these past 2 days, but dangers and opportunities coexist. His rapid growth in training and battles is enough to prove his good potential. Moreover, although his ranking on the college entrance examination comprehensive list is not among the top 10, he has never been in the top 10. It was normal for someone who fell out of the top 20 to attract firepower. But they never expected that his unlucky attribute would show up and directly attract the most powerful and deadly one. How can this be done? Can he still save his life?
Look! Quickly! Look where Xiaosong is! Come and rescue him if you can't hurry! Yes! Yes! Where are Huan and the other children now?
The Shin family hurriedly checked the 21 live broadcast channels, chatting about the situation and running around anxiously.
Huan just came out from the cliff on the Desert Eagle. If she knew Fan's location, she could fly over to save him in time. But now she doesn't know that Fan is in danger. Wrong. Wrong. She's not flying towards Fan. Oops. She's getting farther and farther away. Xiaosong has just entered the oasis. But it's not in this direction. It doesn't match.
Chapter 130, not even leaving a whole body for her. The second elder also joined in.
Little Boy Le formed a temporary team of college entrance examination students in the desert. The number of people is still young and old. Now this boy is still preaching. What he said is quite provocative. He was elected as the team leader. For a while. They won't be able to reach the oasis for a while. But they have a lot of people. So Le Xiaozi should be able to protect himself. I didn't expect that Mr. Le has such a bright mind. I guess he heard the news about the transfer student yesterday and guessed that the Qian family was in danger. So he came up with such a way to unite. This kid usually doesn't show off at home, and his performance is always worse than Ji Fan's. I didn't expect that his brains are much better than Ji Fan's. If Ji Fan does the same thing, now he is facing me. The 4 Qian family members are also confident.
Everyone in the Shin family sighed. Although Shin Jia was smart, they were more worried about Shin Jifan's life. Huh? The third elder suddenly spoke up, looking at Shin Chiyua's live broadcast.
The species and growth of trees around Yu Yatu are similar to those around Boy Fan. She should be nearby. Yu Yatu. This girl is useless.
The second elder looked disgusted and spoke venomously.
This girl has been cowardly ever since she entered the secret realm. She obviously had the ability to reach the oasis. But she didn't do serious things. She didn't kill the spirit beasts. She didn't look for the supply box. And she even got a straw coat in the grass. She's crawling here and there. Hiding here and there. Not knowing what she's doing here. If she's really nearby, she won't be able to help. She's just delivering food to people's homes.
Everyone in the Shin family, they are unable to refute. Yu Yata's performance in the past 3 days is really hard to describe. In the secret realm, Shin Jifan stood up with a grin on his face, turned around and looked at the 4 people who were approaching with murderous intent. His pupils were tightened and his heart was beating with fear. Just when he was thinking whether to keep running or to be tough, a rustling sound came from the grass behind him, and Shin Chiyue jumped out with a squeal, being chased by a green scorpion. Damn it! Has spring come? Why are there pairs of scorpions everywhere in the grass? Before she got out of the way, she ran into another pair of scorpion lovers. Then the scorpions became angry and regarded them as their lifelong enemies. Alala summoned a swarm of scorpions, waving their big tails and chasing her, seemingly not giving her a moment to relieve her anger. Shin Chiyue cursed in her heart, thinking that the scorpion's tail was poisonous, and she would have to lie down if it hit her. Otherwise the devil would wait for it.
Hey! Shin Jifan! Why are you here?
When she looked at the figure in front of her, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she quickly dragged a group of scorpions and ran over to ask for help. After Shin Jifan heard the familiar voice, his body froze. His face turned pale and ugly, and he turned to look at Shin Chiyue behind him. He just opened his mouth and wanted to shout for her to run away, but he didn't expect to see a bunch of big green scorpions chasing behind her. But,
what are you still doing? Come on! Help me! These are all points! Are the 4 people around you your companions? Ask them to help too. I can give them some points.
Shin Chiyue waved her hands and shouted excitedly. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw 2 of the 4 people walking out. They commanded a giant snake and a big moth, and killed all the scorpions in a few seconds. They were fast and cruel. Scorpions was either cut into pieces or crushed into pulp. Shin Chiyue, who didn't pick up a single point, was stunned on the spot and swallowed.
Okay. So strong.
She tremblingly turned her head to look at Shin Jifan, then looked at the other 4 people, and finally realized something was wrong.
Shin Jifan. What's your relationship with them?
Shin Jifan pursed his pale lips and said with an ugly face,
They came to kill me. They want to use my body to lure Shininghuan out of the cliff.
Shin Chiyue, what did Shininghuan do? She even ran to the cliff. How did she provoke these people? Qian Hengtuo was not surprised when he saw that the hula skirt girl was frightened. He said in a cold voice,
This is the fake lady who has occupied Shininghuan's position for 18 years. I heard that their relationship is not very good. Qian Tao, let you just eat the snake.
Shin Jifan and Shin Chiyue's pupils were shaking. Damn it. He was so cruel. He didn't even leave her a whole body. Shin Jifan, whose body was left intact. I don't know whether I should be happy or unhappy. Suddenly an idea flashed in Shin Chiyue's mind. Money. The Qian family of the Shin family's life and death contract. Seeing the giant snake crawling towards her, getting closer and closer, she turned pale and shouted in panic.
Wait! Don't eat me! Who said my relationship with Huan Huan is not good? Our relationship is not good.
Great. When we came here, we stayed in the same room and chatted together until dawn. I still had dark circles under my eyes when I woke up the next day. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. How could you lure Huan Huan down if you kill us? Huan Huan is smart and calm. How can she be aroused by our useless corpses? She will only accumulate strength to take revenge later. She will use the living ones, and we will be more useful.
Shin Chiyue only felt that she had never been so smart in her life. The conflict with Shin Huan didn't matter. It didn't matter if she lowered her head and lied about having a good relationship. As long as she could live, as long as she was alive, she would have a chance to escape. At this moment, she prayed for the first time in her heart that Shin Huan could become more powerful and advance to defeat these 4 people, so that she and Shin Jifan could have a way to survive. Qian Hongtuo was really shaken by Shin Qiyue's words. He squinted his eyes and thought for a while before finalizing. Then let's capture him alive. Then his cold eyes crawled across Shin Qiyue's face like poisonous snakes. I will spare your life first. When we get to the bottom of the cliff, if Shin Huan doesn't come out, I will kill you first to show her. Shin Qiyue's eyes widened with sadness and anger. Why should she be killed first? Why couldn't Shin Jifan be killed first? Shin Jifan didn't expect that he could still bargain like this. When he met Shin Qiyue's glare, he didn't glare back for the first time. Then he touched his nose and turned his head, no longer looking at her, and allowed the 2 Qian family members to tie him up. He did not make a sound or resist, but gathered his strength and waited for the opportunity. Shin Qiyue was treated the same as him. Her hands were tied behind her back, and her upper body was tied up with vines again and again, like a rice dumpling. But the rice dumpling had legs, allowing them to walk by themselves. The nervous Shin family members on Xiao Luoxing breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Yatu is still a bit quick-witted. She is better than Fan Fan at this point. Give her a credit. Hey, Huan Huan is not at the cliff now. What if Qian Hongtuo didn't call the person down and got angry and killed someone? I don't feel at ease with Huan Huan. Since Qian Hongtuo wants to lure Huan Huan down under the nose of the giant desert eagle, he may have already thought of a plan to deal with Huan Huan. Chapter 131. What's the difference between it and a salted fish hanging to death? The Shin family is worried, and Shin Qiyue and Shin Jifan, who are tied up here, are also in a gloomy mood. They hope that the road will be longer and they will reach the cliff later. But they also hope that if they arrive early, Shin Huan will be able to rescue them, especially Shin Qiyue. She was really feeling aggrieved and anxious at the moment. She hoped to get away as soon as possible to earn points. In the past 3 days, she had not seriously earned points for her dream of being a dark horse. But now the red ginseng forest has been plucking out by someone who has killed 1,000 swords, and the chance of becoming a dark horse is gone without it. As a result, her current scores are only 5 points in the literary test, 30 points in the martial arts test, and 35 points in the overall score. She is still far away from the passing score. If she has been tied up for a long time and has not even gotten a passing score, then what chance does she have to make a comeback in this life? Regret? She regrets it now? If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have trusted the memory of her previous life so much. She would have chased some dark horse dream. She should be down to earth and find a few more supply boxes and kill a few more spiritual beasts. Wouldn't it be nice? After all, she passed the test only after you collect all the points can you enter the academy to figure it out. Walk faster. You stinky girl. Don't even think about escaping. If you can't walk fast, I can just break your legs and let my giant snake wrap you around. While she was in a trance, Qian Tao behind her pushed her shoulder hard in dissatisfaction. His arrogant and sinister laughter contained evil and malicious intentions, which also brought Shin Qiyue back to reality from her thoughts. Shin Qiyue remained silent and quickly quickened her pace. It was too late for her to think about anything now. The most important thing was to survive, surrounded by towering old trees and green grass. If you take a few steps, you will encounter a ferocious spirit beast that rushes towards them, and then they will be divided up and solved by the 3 Qian family members behind them. Although there are difficulties along the way, and it takes a long time. But it's not too difficult for the 3 of them. But the more relaxed they appeared, the heavier the hearts of Shin Qiyue and Shin Jifan became. Except for Qian Hongtuo, who has never done anything. The other 3 Qian family members are very strong. Can Shin Huan really successfully rescue them? It's not that they look down on Shin Huan, but these 3 Qian family members are really powerful. Even Shin Jifan himself doesn't dare to say that he can beat the worst one among them if it's a one-on-one fight. Hey, brother Tua, there's a sound of fighting ahead. That place seems to be the 9 ginseng orchard that Jing Luo and the others were looking for. The eyes of the 3 Qian family members beside Qian Hongtuo lit up with excitement. Qian Hongtuo himself is a student of Jining College. He came to take the transfer exam this time to take advantage of the Shin family. He didn't care about the scores. He didn't even want to transfer. And he himself avoided those who could score. Point. But his 3 followers from the Qian family were different. They failed to get into the 3 top universities in the previous semester.
Naturally, they had ambitions to pass the exam to enter the 3 top universities this time, now that they encountered the 9 ginseng fruit forest, which could give them a lot of bonus points. Of course, they couldn't hold back. Moreover, there was an example of Sheninghuan digging up the red blood ginseng forest before. The score kept rising, and the comprehensive score directly exceeded 10,000. It was difficult for them not to be moved. Qian Hengtuo frowned and was displeased. He was here to complete the task of the head of the family, not to accompany these boys to the exam. Qian Tao also noticed his expression. The smile on his face froze, and a look of selfishness flashed across his eyes.
Brother Tua, this score is very important to us. If Brother Tua can't wait, you can take the 2 Shen family members with you.
Go first.
The faces of the other 2 Qian family members also turned cold, and their eyes looked at Qian Hengtuo without giving in a vague confrontation.
The originally harmonious quartet of the Qian family was broken up because of their interests. Shen Qiyue and Shen Jifan's big eyes rolled, and they were curious. What happened? Why did they suddenly start fighting? Fight. Fight. Better fight. The sinister look in Qian Hengtuo's eyes deepened. These 3 boys wanted to rebel. He gritted his teeth and said in a sinister tone,
You have to think about it. The person over there is Jing Luo, a member of the Jing family. Even the head of the family can't protect you if you offend him.
The eyes of Qian Tao and the other 2 people flickered and they were a little shaken. But they were soon occupied by interests.
Now it's just normal competition in the college entrance examination. And we don't want to be cruel to Jing Luo. Even the Jing family can't control the competition between the juniors. Can't blame us.
So after a fight with each other's eyes, the one with the greater number finally had the advantage. Qian Hengtuo took a step back with a dark face, saying that he was waiting here with Shen Qiyue and Shen Jifan. The 3 of them wanted to make money. The points are earned by themselves.
TSK. This is the Qian family. They are driven by interests and have fierce internal struggles. They are all stepping on the corpses of their own brothers to get to the top. Who can truly call them brothers and sisters?
Before the live broadcast, Shen Jingshan sneered at the 4 Qian family members. Shen Qiyue and Shen Jifan were tied to a towering ancient tree with 2 vines to prevent them from escaping. Qian Hengtuo, with a dark face, jumped to a tree to rest. After an unknown amount of time, the orange-red sunlight shifted, and a few mottled lights and shadows fell under the trees. The only sounds left in the air were the rustling of leaves, the sounds of fighting carried by the wind, and the roars of spiritual beasts. The 2 people who were tied up began to look at each other and communicate with each other. Shen Jifan, do you want to escape? Now is a good opportunity. There is only one person left in the Qian family. Shen Qiyue, no. This guy named Brother Tua is the most powerful among the 4 at first glance. Can we escape? Be careful if we are caught, and our legs will be broken. Shen Jifan, not escaping is no different than being hung to death. Shen Qiyue, I didn't say I wouldn't run away, but I have to be cautious about this. Shen Jifan. Just as the 2 of them were wrinkling their faces and thinking about when to run, a large number of cries and howls suddenly came from in front of them, as if a large group of people were running in their direction. The 2 immediately stood up and saw the 3 Qian family members and a group of unfamiliar faces running in the distance. Behind them was a sea of white. If they looked closely, they were huge white ostriches. There were so many of them. There were so many that it almost drowned all the green. They were majestic and chased after the crowd fiercely, stretching out their necks to peck at people. The buttocks of those running at the end were almost torn apart. The expressions on their faces were both shameful, angry and ferocious. On their foreheads, the veins on his neck popped out, and he was literally trying to escape with his life. Shen Jifan and Shen Qiyue immediately panicked. Shen Qiyue raised her head and shouted anxiously to Qian Hengtuo on the tree.
Quick! Let us go! Help! If we die, the bait to attract Sheninghuan will be gone.
Qian Hengtuo jumped down from the tree. His face was so dark that it was dripping with water, and his eyes were fierce and sinister. He didn't know if he was coming for him or the 3 idiots of the Qian family who were running away. Of Chapter 132, the Qian family is an unworthy descendant. Jing Luo, Jiang Xiuran, and Shiji peeled off the leaves, then jumped down from the tree. He looked at the group of white ostriches that had run away with a smile on his face, and he breathed a sigh of relief.
Finally, I deceived them out. My planning was not in vain.
It turned out that the 3 of them followed the map yesterday and discovered that this 9 ginseng fruit forest was different from what they had imagined. They originally thought there were only a few, but until they died, There were only hundreds of white ostriches guarding it. But they didn't expect that what they saw after sneaking over with there, but stuck out was a vast white ocean, which almost filled the entire valley. The number must have exceeded 1,000. How could Jing Luo dare to go up there, and do it alone with only 3 people? They had already experienced how powerful the Group C tactics were in the group of black flame snakes. Of course they didn't dare to take it lightly this time and act rashly. So they retreated immediately, and left the white ostriches' territory. But they are not willing to let them give up. In the 9 ginseng fruit forest, what a great opportunity to add points is right in front of them. It would hurt their hearts to let them go. So after a night of brainstorming, it wasn't until this morning that the 3 of them finally came up with a cunning way, which was to use their strength to lure away the group of white ostriches. After the transfer students arrived the next day, many people were eyeing the feng shui treasure land of Jusengwu. And some people came one after another. Among the 3, Jing Luo acted as the screenwriter and director, and Jiang Xiuran acted as the actor. They portrayed themselves as a lonely and unwilling person, but could only cooperate with them, and attracted these people who came one after another to form a temporary team. Let's deal with the white ostriches together. Shi Ji, who had the least sense of presence, seized the opportunity to sprinkle animal-attracting powder on those people, which was specially designed to attract white ostriches. The animal-attracting powder is made by Jing Luo himself, and is kindly provided. After that, things developed according to their script. All the white ostriches were dispatched. Those people subconsciously ran away, and the white ostriches chased after them excitedly. That is highly effective in attracting animals. It is guaranteed that the white ostrich will be obsessed with them and bang against the wall for them. As long as the smell on their bodies does not disappear, the white ostrich will not give up. Jiang Xiuran swallowed secretly. Such a big movement made him feel guilty.
This thing is a bit like a bug. It won't break the exam rules and cause adverse effects. Right. No.
Jing Luo was full of confidence.
The formula is unique to my Jing family. The natural materials and treasures used to make the formula were slowly collected by me after I came to the oasis. Most people cannot copy them. And the beast-inducing powder only attracts the white ostrich, will not attract other spiritual beasts or cause riots. Don't worry. Besides, can Bug have shitting one bug? She can rely on animal language to make the spirit beasts accept her and not attack her, and even serve as her as a mount. A 2nd-level junior beastmaster can have a group of 5th-level advanced spirit beasts. The beast acted as her thug. Has this happened before?
Jiang Xiuran was immediately speechless. Indeed, the real big bug was here. The expression on Shi Ji's face was a little strange.
There were 6 Jin family members I knew in that group, and 3 more came after them. I used to live in the tourist star next door to the Qin family, and met many of them.
Jing Luo snorted coldly and said angrily,
Sure enough, those who are against Sheninghuan are not good people. This money family is using us as fat. They must have watched the live broadcast and came here specifically to grab things from us.
Jiang Xiuran nodded.
Those people should all be transfer students. Not only the Qian family members, but also the others. Since their minds are not pure, we don't have to feel guilty at all by using the beast attracting powder for them. As for whether they can escape or not,
it depends on their own destiny.
Jing Luo.
Okay, let's go dig the 9 ginseng fruits now, just in case someone comes again later. Yes. Get to work quickly.
Jiang Xiuran rolled up his sleeves and hurriedly walked to the 9 ginseng fruit field. Once it was raw, it was ripe again, with the experience of pulling out
radish.
Yesterday, they did it very smoothly today. They rolled up their trousers and bent over, looking old, with a farmer's attitude. He hummed and soon cleared most of the 9 ginseng fruit fields. Outside the live broadcast, the Qian family, looking at the screen, the head of the Qian family was almost pissed to death by these unscrupulous descendants. He had clearly issued a killing order for them to go in and kill Sheninghuan, or if not the rest of the Shen family. But as soon as they entered,
they went straight to Jioshan and Jing Luo. Guidi, what on earth are you thinking? Do you still take him as the head of the family seriously? These 2 good children, Xian Hongtua and Qian Kaiyu, were still conscientiously carrying out the orders of the head of the family, which barely made him feel a little relieved. The housekeeper looked at the angry head of the family and silently moved to the side, thinking to himself that these children were not doing this because of the Qian family's education problems. The Qian family raises their children in a Gu-style way. They don't know what the future will be like. They only know that if they don't fight for the present, Other people of the same clan will probably take away the opportunity to become stronger. And then it will come back to bite them. Therefore, most of them are short-sighted and only care about the present. Benefit. The benefits of killing the Shin family are behind them. Sometimes, the family head will find excuses to break his promise. But Jingluo's 9 ginseng fruit is right in front of them. How can they not grasp what is in front of them? In the secret realm, Shen Huan and 2 backpackers flew in midair on a giant desert eagle, patrolling the oasis. When the transfer students came in today, she had no doubt that the Qian family would take the opportunity to seduce people. So today she was particularly active in searching for the whereabouts of the Shin family. However, she had almost circled the oasis and didn't find even half of the Shin family. Are they in distress, or have they not reached the oasis yet? Shen Huan frowned, her long black hair flying in the air, and her clothes rustling.
Hey, boss! There's a big movement over there. White ones. Such a big group of white ostriches.
Ho Hongbao's sharp eyes saw a small patch of white in the vast green. And then he shouted excitedly. Shen Huan narrowed her eyes and looked in the direction of his finger, then patted Father Eagle on the head.
Go down and have a look.
The giant desert eagle screamed, its huge wings tilted downward, and the whole eagle swooped down. Below, Shen Qiyue and Shen Jifan were holding a centipede leg, almost vomiting. After Qian Hongtua helped them untie the vines on the tree, the speed of the group of white ostriches increased, and they were already chasing people. Their numbers and aura were like an army pressing down on the country. Among them, there were those of level 5 or above. Running behind, several people have been trampled to pulp. Qian Hongtua, the 6th man, also changed his expression. He ignored their 2 baits, and he didn't even care that among the people running behind him were members of his tribe. He summoned his spiritual beast, the ghost-faced centipede, and tried to escape. If Shen Jifan hadn't quickly summoned the magic ape and tore off the vines binding them in time, they would have turned into meat by now, and they would have pounced with all their strength. One of them hugged a centipede leg, and hitched a ride on the high-speed train. Mud. Chapter 133, I didn't expect him to be bald. Ah. There was another scream. And one less person was missing from the people who were running away from behind. Shen Qiyue and Shen Jifan, who were holding the centipede leg side by side, trembled subconsciously. They were thankful in their hearts, and at the same time, they quickly climbed up with both hands and feet. But the centipede legs were smooth, and they were still moving at high speed. Even if the 2 of them tried their best, they could only keep themselves from falling. The ghost-faced centipede was known for its long legs, so it was very fast. The vegetation on both sides turned into a green afterimage. The strong hunting wind made their cheeks hurt, and they couldn't even open their eyes. What made it even worse was that one of the grandsons actually imitated them and pounced hard, and then hugged Shen Qiyue's thigh on the centipede leg behind.
Ah! Gangster!
Shen Qiyue screamed. Even the whistling of the wind in her ears could not cover up her sharp and harsh voice, which shocked Shen Jifan next door and almost trembled and fell. Shen Qiyue struggled to open her eyes and lowered her head to look at the stinky gangster who had taken advantage of her. Good guy. It was Qian Tao's. She immediately had old and new grudges, screaming and cursing as she struggled desperately. Kick your legs. Close your eyes and kick with 1 foot as hard as you can. And won't stop until you kick someone down. This guy's giant snake wanted to swallow her before. Now that she had such a good opportunity, she wouldn't call her Shen Qiyue if she didn't kill him. Qian Tao's body hung precariously in the air. His face was ferocious. His eyes were sinister. And he hated Shen Qiyue, that damn woman, in his heart. If his giant snake hadn't been snatched for a ride by someone while being chased by a white ostrich, he would have been killed by those bastards who were unwilling to leave when he was attacking and driving people away. He was seriously injured and later trapped by the white ostrich that was chasing after him. He had to give up. Now he had summoned it and swallowed the woman. But not now. Grabbing this woman and climbing up was his only way to survive. Qian Tao had a ferocious face, gritted his teeth, and grabbed the life-saving straw with all his might. He didn't care about the identity of Shen Qiyue's woman at all. He didn't care where he grabbed it with his hands, and only focused on climbing up. Sudden. Stab. It was the sound of fabric tearing. Shen Qiyue's body stiffened, and she even forgot to kick her legs. The cool feeling on the back of the thigh is the feeling of holes in the pants. She lowered her head and stared at the man below with wide eyes, and screamed loudly,
I hacked your mother, stinky bastard! You bitch! You actually tore my pants! Let go! Let go quickly! Be careful that I will kick your ass!
Head.
Her cheeks were red with embarrassment, and the top of her head was smoking with anger. She swung her legs like crazy, not caring about safety. She also took out the other foot that was originally wrapped around the centipede's leg to stabilize the balance, and pointed at the money. Tao's head was kicked like crazy, and he specifically picked the weakest part of his head to kick. Damn! What kind of stinky man is this? He is shameless, and she still needs shame. I don't know that it is broadcast live across the empire now. Haoxuan only has a small strip of fabric torn. If she pulls down her entire pants, she will still. What kind of face do you have to show your face to others? Shin Chiyue became even more angry when she thought about being pointed at by others, and suddenly realizing, oh, this is the Shin Chiyue who had her pants pulled off during the college entrance examination. When passers-by saw her, she became so angry that her head burned like a smoking kettle. She continued to kick harder, seeing that Qian Tao, a damn man, was kicked to the head and bleeding. She still gritted her teeth and didn't let go. The look in her eyes when she looked up was even more sinister. Shin Chiyue shivered with fear, as if she had been quenched by poison, and quickly called Shin Jifan next door for help. But she had helpers. Qian Tao's helpers also came at this moment. Above, there were 2 Qian family members hanging on a big moth. They jumped on the back of the ghost-faced centipede, and then ran over to help Qian Tao. Qian Hongtua seemed to have seen enough of the excitement, and felt that he had taught Qian Tao enough lessons. He also climbed on the centipede's back and headed towards them. For a moment, Shin Chiyue and Shin Jifan were like 2 weak and helpless little sheep hanging on the moving train, being shaken by the wind. There were also hungry wolves on the train who were staring at them and drooling, trying to jump off the train to get more. No, those white ostriches are all ferocious beasts. They are invincible all the way, and their feet are covered in bloody flesh. If they jump out of the car, they won't even be able to find their whole bodies. It would be more shameful than being swallowed by a giant snake. Shin Chiyue and Shin Jifan swallowed. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and their hearts were beating wildly. How to do? Is it too late to stop kicking Qian Tao's feet and apologize to him now to save him? After the 2 of them stiffened their bodies and were dragged onto the broad back of the ghost-faced centipede together with Qian Tao, their minds were still thinking frantically about how to save their lives. Qian Tao looked at the 2 men with a look of blood on his face. Shin Chiyue's face turned pale, and when the wind blew, her back covered with cold sweat shivered. She tightly grabbed Shin Jifan's clothes, swallowed her saliva, and smiled dryly. Then, what? I just said, do you believe it if you don't see clearly who it is? The person who answered her was Qian Tao, who pulled out a molten iron dagger from the person next to him and gestured at her face with a sinister smile, like a devilish father-in-law who wanted to be castrated. Shin Chiyue screamed, raised her hand, and panicked to hold the wrist that he stretched out with the dagger, shouting, No! 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 Please speak up if you have something to say. You are not a man if you are disfigured. Shin Jifan also had a gloomy expression on his face. His eyes were like a wild wolf cub, and he rushed over to help. Although he and Shin Chiyue had never dealt with each other, it was just a small fight. How could he, as a man of the Shin family, just sit idly by and ignore this moment of major crisis? However, both sides had scruples at this time, so they did not engage in a big fight, but just pushed each other. But as long as there was fighting, there would be risks. No. Just as Qian Tao punched Shin Jifan and caused internal injuries, he was furiously scratched by Shin Chiyue in retaliation. He didn't pay attention to the woman's brazen fight, but the next second he felt a chill on the top of his head. His sinister and crazy smile froze on his face. Shin Chiyue also froze on the spot. She looked at Qian Tao's shiny forehead, then turned to look at the black wig flying in the wind in her hand. She felt that she was not feeling well. Qian Hongtua and the other 3 were also a little confused by this incident. Qian Tao usually lives a very delicate life. He often combs his hair and looks in the mirror. In addition to his feminine appearance, he is also considered a refined and fashionable boy. Unexpectedly, he is actually bald. The kind of bald man with no hair on his head. It really shocked their whole family. The 3 people looked at him with strange eyes. Chapter 134 Qian Tao's Death. Qian Tao covered his bald head and roared at them angrily. What are you looking at? I've never seen a bald head before. Qian Hongtua and the other 3 looked away in embarrassment. Shin Chiyue and Shin Jifan also turned away their heads in disbelief, their eyes rolling around. In fact, I laughed out loud and shrugged my shoulders. Indeed,
They have never seen this kind of baldness. The Shin family has thick hair, and has never suffered from hair loss and baldness. Even the newborn babies have soft lanugo hair on their little heads. Where have they ever seen this kind of hair even at the roots? Bald guy who doesn't have any. I thought it was quite funny for a while. Poof. Shin Chiyue was holding back tears, and finally couldn't hold them back. She laughed out loud accidentally, and then she immediately attracted Qian Tao's murderous gaze. Hatred value plus 10,000. The anger that filled his eyeballs with red bloodshot eyes seemed like it could eat people alive. To say that he had some sense just now and wanted to spare her life. But now, he really wanted to kill someone. Especially Shin Chiyue, the initiator of exposing the secret of low self-esteem that he had hidden for many years. And he wanted to kill her immediately. Shin Chiyue also felt the biting murderous intent coming from him, and quickly made up for it.
Misunderstanding. It's all misunderstanding. Brother, this is all my hand. It has its own ideas. Not my own. Your hair. I just give it back to you. If you're still angry, I'll put it back on you.
Qian Tao's rage value was plus 1 million. He was ruthless, and didn't say much. He charged at him violently, while wielding a dagger without saying a word. Every move is fatal. All are killing moves. Even without the giant snake. After all, he had lived for one more year than Shin Chiyue and Shin Jifan. And he was still the one who crawled out of the dead. In addition, he had a bonus to anger. And Shin Chiyue and Shin Jifan were chased by him for a while. The head-hugging rat ran away, its body covered in blood with countless scars. The two summoned the little snow demon and the devil ape to no avail, but was stopped by the big moth from the Qian family. Later, Shin Chiyue was unable to dodge, and was stabbed with a dagger in the chest. Fortunately, Shin Jifan blocked it in time. Otherwise the knife would have gone straight into her heart. But even though it wasn't fatal, the blood from her heart still surged out when the dagger was pulled out. Shin Chiyue's eyesight went dark, and her whole body was shaking. It was over, and her life might not be saved. Shin Jifan hurried up to help the person. His face was white and his mouth was dry with worry. His eyes were red. He turned to Qian Tao, who was about to pounce on him again with a ferocious face, and shouted sharply,
"Aren't you going to take us as hostages? If you kill us now, you will have no bait."
Qian Tao's movements froze, and the dagger in his hand stopped in midair. Reason struck his violent and chaotic mind again. Then he turned his neck to look at Qian Hengtuo, only to see Qian Hengtuo looking up at the white ostrich behind him with solemn eyes. Direction. He subconsciously followed his line of sight, and saw several giant desert eagles appearing in midair, fighting with a group of white ostriches. Qian Hengtuo's face was gloomy.
"We don't need any more hostages. She's already here."
Shin Jifan was stunned and looked anxiously in the direction they were looking. But his eyes were blank, and he found nothing. "Where is Shin Huan?" When Qian Tao came to his senses, the sinister smile on his face became even brighter, and he said knowingly,
"Then there is no need to keep these two baits."
The cold and sticky murderous intent once again crawled all over Shin Chiyue and Shin Jifan's bodies, clinging to them like tarsal maggots and strangling their breathing. The real crisis of death came, and their hearts roared uneasily, as if they were about to break through, jumping out of the chest. Their bodies tensed up, and their eyes stared fixedly at the person in front of them. Soon enough, the sharp dagger fell again, and the murderous intention had broken through Shin Chiyue's body defense line, causing goosebumps to tremble all over her body. The coldness swept from her heart to her limbs and bones, and the shadow of death made her freeze in place. No! At this moment, her mind went blank. All hatred and scumbags were gone away from her. Only her sharp and crying voice was left.
"Move! Move! Why can't this broken body move at the critical moment? How can I? It's so worthless."
The next second, Shin Jifan's warm big hand pulled her, followed closely by the strange soldiers descending from the sky. A large golden retriever dog fell from the sky, barked and pounced fiercely on Qian Tao's hand.
"Ah!"
Qian Tao shouted in pain, but he did not let go of the dagger in his hand. With a twisted face, he turned the direction of the dagger and stabbed the dog blocking the way. Mao was not a vegetarian dog. He perfectly completed a 180-degree rotation in midair, dodged the dagger and scratched Qian Tao's chest close with his claws. After landing, it stepped on it with its paws and jumped forward quickly without any pause, as if it had been tempered for thousands of times. It beat him well in close combat, and Qian Tao was forced to retreat step by step. Shin Jifan's unruly and youthful brows had to be filled with mixed emotions of admiration. His demon ape
and Shinchiyua's little snow demon are not as flexible and autonomous as this pug. Even without Xininghuan, it can judge and fight on its own. It is worthy of being the most active dog on Little Luo Star to protect its owner. They said that Xininghuan, if they say anything bad about them, their spirit beast will be beaten. In fact, it is the tyrant among the spirit beast cubs. At this time, Xininghuan had no intention of going down on the giant desert eagle. The huge ghost-faced centipede below had already proved that the person driving it was not simple. It was the highest level beast master she had ever seen in the secret realm of the college entrance examination. It's at least 2 levels higher than her. If she goes down here and tries hard, that would be mean. So she decisively asked Father Eagle for help. As for Father Eagle's good brothers, they were still fighting with the white-feathered ostrich. The 2 tribes had formed a big feud before. They disliked each other, and would fight each other every time they saw each other. Unfortunately, it was because of this delay that she didn't arrive in time. Otherwise Shinchiyua wouldn't have been injured. However, Xininghuan didn't care about Shinchiyua's injuries. It was good to suffer a little more, as long as the person didn't die. Father Eagle is at the 5th level of advanced level, while Ghost-Faced Centipede is only at the 3rd level. Moreover, Father Eagle still has the advantage at high altitude. The final result can be imagined. There are other Eagle brothers who have finished the fight and come to support them. Xininghuan is very high-spirited and plotting against Xininghuan. Qian Hongtua didn't even dare to fart before his pride was shattered, and he ran away with his head in his arms. His ghost-faced centipede also retreated steadily. Green blood spilled all over the floor. But when it came to escaping, he and his centipede did have 2 brushes. Knowing that they couldn't escape on the ground, they used the earth escape technique. Xininghuan really couldn't chase her. She didn't have the earth element in her hands. Of spiritual beasts. In the end, Qian Hongtua and 2 other Qian family members ran away. But Qian Tao was unlucky. Before he was about to escape successfully, he was stopped by the alert Air Mao and bit his throat. On the messy ground, his body was lying haphazardly. His eyes widened unwillingly, and he refused to close his eyes, except for the big bald spot on the top of his head that was still shiny. Chapter 135, Who are you looking down on? This is his. I suddenly felt that college entrance examination students are so cruel. Jing Luo, Jiang Xiaoran, and Shi Ji Bumming have become a blockbuster, with a wave of cool operations. The transfer students who were easy to attract the Beast fans became the Beast attractors, and they were instantly defeated. There were quite a few people there. There must be about 30 of them, if I counted them. Except for those few clever beasts who ran away quickly. All the others were killed by the group of white ostriches. Everything in the world is unpredictable. I originally thought that Qian Hongtua had kidnapped Shin Jifan and Shinchiyua to plot against Xininghuan. He must have come prepared. What kind of thunderous methods did he have? But in the end, he just took off his pants and showed me this. This combat power was completely destroyed by the desert giant eagle as soon as we met. Now we have to plot against Xininghuan. Who are we looking down on? TSK. TSK. Qian Tao died this time. It's really a shame. And he died naked with a big bald spot that he had hidden for so many years. I don't know what he is thinking now. Is there any spiritual beast that can communicate with the soul? I especially want to interview him. Seize the bamboo shoots. Save some face for Qian Tao. This will make him uneasy even if he dies. I didn't expect Qian Hongtua's escape skills to be top-notch. If he had run a few seconds slower just now, he would have to lie down in line with Qian Tao to receive his lunchbox. Hey, what a coincidence. Qian Hongtua and Qian Kaiyu happened to meet each other. But they didn't seem to be able to deal with each other. Killing crazy. Killing crazy. Qi Wei, the transfer student next door, is really a fighting madman as mentioned before. All the transfer students and college entrance examination students want to join in a fight. He even kicks the spiritual beasts passing by. He is full of energy. The exuberance is simply astonishing. I would say it has to be Shinjile. He is also a member of Xininghuan's tribe. The young man's performance was mediocre before. Unexpectedly, once the transfer students came, his abilities were revealed. The team he created to fight against the transfer students was quite good. It looks like this is the first group with more than 10 people in this college entrance examination. At present, it seems that the internal conflicts have been mediated very well. They have also jointly fought against the enemy, and driven away several groups of transfer students, who came to grab resources. Ha ha ha. There was a fool from a wealthy family, who wanted to trick Yin Quan into joining in an assassination. Who knew he was deceived by the people in his team, and almost lost his pants. The people in this team are able to get along with each other, and everyone can afford to play. Sesame stuffing. Hey, Shin Ji-sung. Did he also learn from Shin Jil to build a team? How did he, a transfer student, win over so many college entrance examination students? Awesome. You don't know this, right? Shin Ji-sung is a student of Zishi College. Once this sign is revealed, who can still be unconvinced? In addition, he is righteous and loyal. He saved several college entrance examination students on the way and didn't follow him at all. Instead of competing for resources and points, they would actively give up points to others. So this won them a lot of goodwill. Shin Jil used his brain to form a team of his own, and he was completely followed by college entrance examination students. Is this the understanding between brothers? TSK. TSK. Here Chien Hung-tuo also realized that fighting alone is not easy. So he started to win over other candidates. With his honest appearance, he really attracted many people to take the bait. This guy definitely has nothing to hold back. Shit. Maybe they are trying to bully our sister Hwan with a small number of people. Hey. Then his wishful thinking was wrong. After Shin Jil's team enters the Oasis, and Shin Ji-sung's team becomes regular, how can he compete with our sister Hwan to see who has more people? Hey. Chien Kaiyu left the team and left alone. I knew that the relationship between the two Chiens was not good. Oh. The Desert Monitor Lizard has come over and entered the Oasis in the east. Now the Oasis is going to be lively, with the addition of transfer students. Today's live broadcast has become extremely popular. I didn't expect that it would be so exciting on the first day. They were like turtles in a melon field, running around in the east and west. They watched one by one in their favorite live broadcast room. It was a great pleasure to watch, and they were determined not to miss anything. A melon. But people in the secret areas of these examination rooms don't know. After a battle, Shin Hwan took the rescued Shin Jifan and Shin Chiyue to the cave on the cliff in a giant desert eagle. Shin Chiyue and Shin Jifan looked at Shin Hwan, who was sitting in the middle of the desert giant eagle's head, high-spirited and master-like, and felt very uncomfortable. Shin Chiyue didn't expect that in just 3 days, the distance between them would be widened again. She knew from the mouths of the 4 Chien family members that Shin Hwan had made a big splash in the college entrance examination. Even a powerful transfer student like Chien Hung-tuo was very afraid of her, and even arrested her and Shin Jifan. Only when he was used as a hostage bait did he dare to go to Shin Hwan, which shows Shin Hwan's ability. After meeting now, she felt that she still underestimated Shin Hwan. Unexpectedly, she actually got a desert giant eagle as a mount, and she was accompanied by more than a dozen desert giant eagles as guards. She was full of pomp and splendor. She acted vigorously and resolutely when she appeared on the scene. She saw Chien Tao, who almost killed her without saying a word, but also forced Chien Hung-tuo and the other 3 to abandon their helmets and flee. Compared with Shin Hwan, she was having such a useless day today, and she almost asked Chien Tao to send him away with a knife and say goodbye to this world. So is this her rebirth or Shin Hwan's rebirth? She feels like she has been reborn lonely. The achievements that should have belonged to her, such as killing everyone, getting admitted to a prestigious school, and becoming famous, have now all fallen on Shin Hwan's head. Alas, how could she be so good when she was so good? Compared with Shin Chiyue's severe mood swings and sadness, Shin Jifan's thoughts are much simpler. Damn it, Shin Hwan has made progress again. And he is such a handsome desert giant eagle as a mount. He has to strengthen his training to catch up, and find such a handsome and powerful spiritual beast as a pet in the future. Just as their thoughts were swirling, the front suddenly opened up, and a towering cliff appeared in front of them. The cliffs are straight and steep, iron gray in color, with very little vegetation. They stand like 2 sharp swords, sharp and cold. All that comes towards you is the towering and cold. It is a dangerous place. If you don't have the ability to fly, you will not be able to fly. Ordinary spiritual beasts or humans would never be able to climb up. There are also caves carved into the cliff, which look like briquettes from a distance, one after another. This is the residence of Shin Hwan that Chien Hung-tuo said? Shin Chiyue and Shin Jifan were shocked when they saw it, and their mouths were agape. They were frightened by the cliff. How the H.L. did Shin Hwan find this wonderful place? It felt so safe at first glance. It was like their dream love nest. Chapter 136, Choosing a Husband for Shin Chiyue. After entering the cave, Shin Chiyue and Shin Jifan were shocked again. Their eyes were blinded by the boxes filled with supplies in the cave. No matter what, there must be hundreds of them. No wonder it was so difficult for them to find the supply box.
Shining Huan had all her feelings and hoarded them. Shin Chiyue swallowed secretly, pulled her eyes out of the pile of supply boxes with difficulty, and turned away, fearing that after looking at her for too long, someone would pounce on them and take possession of them. As a result, this glance revealed the problem. I saw a bunch of worthless-looking red ginseng piled randomly in the corner wherever I looked. The number was so large that it must have been thousands of them. Shin Chiyue's eyes were red and her canthus was about to burst. Good guy. It turned out that Shining Huan was the one she scolded 800 times in her mind for pulling out the red blood ginseng in advance and shattering her dark horse dream. She knew that as long as Shining Huan was around, nothing would happen to her.
What's wrong with you? You're fainting from too much blood loss?
Looking at Shin Chiyue's limp figure sitting down, Shining Huan rarely took the initiative to express concern. Who knew that when she raised her eyes, she met Shin Chiyue's red, sad and angry eyes. Shining Huan? Shin Chiyue gritted her teeth and secretly resented that she was about to faint due to excessive blood loss. She was clearly angry at her. Shining Huan was puzzled and looked at Shin Jifan. Shin Jifan was blinded by the supply box and had not recovered from the shock. He did not receive her eyes at all. Shining Huan could only look away silently, then summoned Xiaowei and handed it to Shin Chiyue. Her voice slightly cold.
For the sake of my fellow clan, I will give you free treatment this time. I will drink some red blood ginseng and snake stew later. It's okay if the soup is used to replenish the body, but there is a charge for this.
She is a vengeful person, and she is still unable to be generous to Shin Chiyue, a person who used to be full of malice towards her. Shin Chiyue came back to her senses. Her eyes became even sadder.
You have so many red ginsengs. Why can't you treat me to a bowl of soup for free?
Not only was she devastated to lose the red blood ginseng forest, but now she was not even allowed to drink the soup for free, which made her feel unhappy. Shining Huan said that she was so ruthless.
No, brothers will settle the score. And besides, we are not sisters.
Shin Chiyue choked. Oh ha. It looks like the relationship between these two sisters is not very good. A real lady and a fake lady. Can the relationship be good? Shin Chiyue has occupied the magpie's nest for 18 years. And Shining Huan has suffered on the edge for 18 years. If there had not been this exchange, Shining Huan's current health would not be so bad. If I could be better and more powerful, wouldn't you complain if it were you? There is indeed a reason to blame. Although Shin Chiyue was a child at the time and was not sensible, it was not her subjective fault. But she enjoyed the benefits of Shining Huan's identity, which was a layer of original sin. Shining Huan should have disliked her. There was a lot of discussion on the barrage, but it gave the head of the Qian family, who was watching the live broadcast, an inspiration.
Now that Shining Huan has returned, Shin Chiyue's position in the Shin family is awkward. Do you think it is possible for us to instigate her?
The second in command of the Qian family was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up.
This method is feasible, but you have to think quickly. Brother, wasn't the adopted aunt of the Shin family so obsessed with you that she married her? Shin Chiyue can do it too. Her status is embarrassing now, when her mind is sensitive. As long as there is someone who can stand by her side to take care of her, protect her, and coax her with sweet words, she will definitely fall for the bait. These little girls are so easy to deceive now. But who should they let go? Everyone in our family who is the same age as Shin Chiyue is in the examination room. Originally, Hong Tuo was pretty good. This kid is obedient. He must be willing to take on this task. But Hong Tuo offended Shin Chiyue to death before.
The head of the Qian family shook his head.
Hong Tuo is not good. Even if he is not as good as before. He is not suitable. He is not handsome enough. We need to find someone who is more handsome. Then Caillou. This guy is handsome.
The head of the Qian family still shook his head.
No way. This kid is cold, selfish and disobedient. He won't do it without enough benefits. Besides, his violent performance in the college entrance examination was broadcast live. Sooner or later,
Shin Chiyue will know. Once she knows the plan, it will not be possible. Is it possible that Hong Tao should go? He is your favorite son, eldest brother. He is handsome, strong, obedient and lovable. He only appeared in the live broadcast for a while, but he is still angry that he went to target Shining Huan because of Hong Yu. This Shin Chiyue, if he really doesn't deal with Shining Huan, he will definitely look at Hong Tao differently.
The head of the Qian family frowned.
Hong Tao is indeed good, but Tower is a playboy. This Shin Chiyue has great talent and potential, and the possibility of giving birth to a gifted child is very high. It won't be a loss if we really marry her back. I'm afraid it will be Tower.
Refused to marry.
The second in command of the Qian family. Head of the house. Who are you? Why are you choosing a husband for your daughter? You are picky and picky. Even your own son, Shen Qiyue, who didn't know that she was being targeted, was bargaining with Shen Huan, trying to get her to lower the price. But Shen Huan refused to give in, saying that this was the price. Shen Qiyue was so angry that she didn't even know that her injuries had been cured by Xiahua.
Then me.
Shen Jifan looked at the smell of meat coming from the 2 pots in front of Zhu Dachuan, and walked up to Shen Huan with a look on his face. His eyes filled with the desire to eat. He's been unlucky these past few days. He can't even drink the nutrient solution to get a full meal. Now that he smells the smell of meat, his stomach can no longer hold back and growls. Shen Huan raised her eyes and glanced at his somewhat arrogant and shy face, and said in a calm voice,
You don't need to eat red ginseng. Just eat ordinary snake soup with Dachuan and the others. It's free, but I will get supplies later.
You have to help me sort out the boxes.
Shen Jifan's eyes lit up like stars, and the corners of his mouth also grinned, but he quickly suppressed it again. He smiled awkwardly and nodded reservedly.
Okay. Thank you.
Ho Hongbao, who was eavesdropping with his ears erect, was happy. Hey, he had eaten free red blood ginseng and snake soup. Although there was only one bowl, the treatment was much better than that of Shen Qiyue and that of Shen Jifan. This brother is also good. However, Shen Jifan didn't look like Shen Huan's brother at all, but more like a younger brother. Whoops! Whoops! Several people ate the snake soup with gusto. Shen Qiyue smelled the red blood ginseng stewed snake soup in her hand and felt that it was worth it. What she paid for was different. She ate it carefully, one bite at a time, and in the end, even the bottom of the bowl was glowing with licks. After eating, her depression dissipated a little. After that, Shen Qiyue and Shen Jifan settled here and enjoyed the same treatment as Ho Hongbao and Zhu Dachuan, the 2 backpackers. They could live in this cave and call the Desert Eagle to send them up. Chapter 137, When Did I Deliberately Pretend to Be Sick? Crowds make people dauntless. After Shen Qiyue and Shen Jifan arrived, Ho Hongbao no longer waited eagerly for Shen Huan to go out together. Instead, he roped in Zhu Dachuan and formed a 4-person team together, leaving early and returning late every day. The scores were also steadily rising. However, the good times did not last long. The team recruited by Qian Hongtuo has become a trend. They are almost like bullies and tyrannically sweep the oasis. They regard the oasis as their own territory. It is difficult for the candidates who are left alone to win over them. The good news was that Shen Qiyue and the others also suffered a big loss. Fortunately, Shen Jisong rescued them in time, so they didn't lose their lives. However, from then on, the 4 of them no longer dared to act alone. They only dared to act with Shen Jisong's team. After Shen Huan learned about it, she also came here a few times, but she had her own plans and did not join the team. She only occasionally brought the desert giant eagle to help. After all, there are many dangerous spiritual beasts living in groups in the oasis. Even if there are many people, they sometimes can't handle it, and they still need her to communicate. Later, Shinjiao's team finally came out of the desert to join them. Their team grew stronger and began to compete with the Qian family's team. From time to time, 2 huge teams would get into fights over grabbing a certain treasure, or because of quarrels between people on both sides, and a lot of people would be killed or injured. The anger accumulated from these small frictions would gradually expand and become snowflakes. It became such a big snowball that on the last day of the college entrance examination, the conflict between the 2 sides finally broke out. At 3 o'clock in the morning, when it was supposed to be a peaceful sleep, the camp led by Shen Jisong was filled with fire and noisy people. Hurry up! Those sons of bitches from the Qian family are so shady. They really came for a sneak attack. Sister Huan expected it right. Otherwise we might have capsized and been annihilated. In the brightly lit camp, Shen Jisong stood at the front, cursing and wiping his face. After spreading his big palm, there was black soot in his hand. The Qian family didn't have martial ethics. So in the middle of the night, they quietly gathered countless fire spirit beasts to burn the camp for them. Although they had been prepared, they did not expect that these people were so cruel and wanted to burn them all to death. They also used a large amount of fire spear grass for this purpose, so that the gatekeepers they sent outside had just had time to report the news. The flames had drifted into the camp like a downpour, igniting the materials and tents in the camp. Fortunately, Shin Huan gave some warnings in advance, and Shin Jisung also made some arrangements. So they escaped in time without hurting anyone. As for the materials and tents that have been burned, it is the last day of the college entrance examination, so it is not too important. They have also dealt with important natural materials and earthly treasures in advance, either eating them themselves or feeding them to their spiritual beasts. They ate it or stored it in Shin Huan's cave. So overall their losses were not big. Shin Jile's eyes were bright, and his black eyes were filled with firelight. He squeezed through the crowd with excitement on his face. Brother Song, Sister Huan asked you to come over. Qian Hongtua is on her side. Shin Jisung immediately showed a ferocious smile. Okay, I'll be there right away. Before he finished speaking, he strode out. Qian Hongtua was standing under the firelight, with a large ghost-faced centipede with 2 broken legs crawling beside him. His hands were trembling slightly, and he looked at Shin Huan, who was surrounded by a group of people across from him, with an ugly expression. Words popped out from the cracks. Why are you pretending to be sick on purpose? Shin Huan's cold face showed a bit of surprise, and she glanced at him suspiciously. When did I deliberately pretend to be sick? Qian Hongtua's eyes were heavy. You were injured by Qian Hongtao before and vomited blood. When you rescued Shin Chiyue and the 2 of you, you sat on the Desert Eagle and didn't move. In the past half-month, your score on the comprehensive list has increased slowly. The bonus points for the literary test even dropped to 5th place. Shin Huan understood his logic immediately. But then, the expression on her face became even more surprised. So you suspect that I am sick and unable to take the exam? Qian Hongtua snorted with an ugly face. Obviously that was what he thought. If it weren't for his guess that Shin Huan was ill. He was careless when fighting with Shin Huan just now, so he was caught off guard and injured his hand. Otherwise, how could Shin Huan, a 2nd-level senior spiritual master, hurt a 4th-level junior spiritual master like him? Even his ghost-faced centipede had both legs bitten off by that smelly dog. The corners of Shin Huan's mouth curled up. She really didn't expect that such a misunderstanding would arise, and that she would take advantage. The reason why her points have been increasing slowly these days is not because she is sick and cannot move. On the contrary, she moves too much and has no time to accumulate points. Since she had enough red blood ginseng, and had a meal of red blood ginseng stewed snake soup every day, she could clearly feel that her body was much better. Bai Zhe was also a little surprised that the effect was so good. And then he checked his body after the incident. She formulated a set of physical fitness methods overnight, allowing her to take advantage of this great opportunity to lay a good physical foundation. Anyway, she has already passed the college entrance examination. So the ranking of the college entrance examination scores is naturally not as important to her as her body. So she temporarily changed her plan to earn points and chase money for her family. She exercises every day according to the exercise method formulated by Bai Zhe. She gets up to do boxing, walks rock climbing after eating, runs and does push-ups in the afternoon, etc. 10 exercises are all exercises that can stimulate physical fitness. This routine would take her most of the day, so there was little time left for the college entrance examination. As for the score, it was too ugly, so she used the new constant temperature spiritual pattern to continue trading with the desert giant eagles, asking them to help find the supply box. Therefore, most of her gains these days are liberal arts scores, and there are very few bonus points for the martial arts test. Only when she occasionally encountered a spiritual beast that attacked her during exercise did she gain a few points, and gain a few points. The big head was added when she took time to take the desert giant eagle to occasionally help Shin Jisung's team. But she mainly focused on command, communication and protection. And she didn't kill many spiritual beasts. Compared with the liberal arts scores, she had a lot of marks. It's natural to lose sight of it when you get up. Ha ha ha. There's nothing wrong with Qian Hongtua's logic. The problem is with Shin Huan. I don't know what she's doing. Let's just say she's not motivated. She's also quite curly. She exercises every day, rain or shine. And she's on such a high cliff. She dared to go rock climbing. So she was ambitious. But she didn't kill spiritual beasts or look for natural treasures. Her attitude was casual, and she didn't care about the college entrance examination at all. Shin Huan's beautiful and fragile appearance is so deceptive. When people who don't know her see her at first glance, they will definitely think that she is a weak and sick little flower in the greenhouse, who cannot withstand any wind and frost. Don't blame Qian Hong. Tua thought she was not in good health, and thought too much. Hey, have any of you tried exercising with Shin Huan? I feel my physical fitness has improved after exercising with her.
Chapter 138 Chai Zian reaches the top. In the large conference hall. It was another day when teachers from 3 top universities gathered together. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. So early. And many teachers immediately felt less sleepy when they saw the scene on the live broadcast. The teachers at Jinding Academy were even more excited when they saw the names on the ranking list. Especially Zhao Fengyan. The last time, he was scolded by Zhugu. His face turned green. Later, his favorite disciple Qian Hongyu was killed by Zhugu's most popular disciple Sheninghuan, which made him lose all face. But these days, seeing Sheninghuan's failure to improve and her ranking falling, he suddenly became nervous again. Even when he was woken up for a meeting in the early hours of the morning, he was not angry at all when he was pulled out of bed. Instead, he was quite excited. He even specially picked out his favorite clothes and put them on, making him look majestic and high-spirited. As soon as they met, his old chrysanthemum face burst into a gloating smile.
Masters, your apprentice named Sheninghuan is so talented. He can run and jump even though his body is fine, and he doesn't know how to save points. Just for fun. I really don't have any sense of honor. And I don't know how to win glory for you as a teacher. You must be feeling angry these days. It doesn't matter if you say it. I won't laugh at you.
Shugu grabbed the head of the chicken coop and yawned with a look of sleepiness on his face. He was so annoyed by his jabbering words that he looked away with an unhappy look and said in a dissatisfied voice with an angry voice,
Why do you have no sense of honor as a disciple? Please tell me carefully. I haven't paid much attention to it while studying spiritual patterns in seclusion these days.
As he spoke, he yawned again. His upper and lower eyelids seemed to be fighting. He was drowsy but managed to stay awake, and his eyes did not glance up at the live broadcast. Zhao Fengyan glanced at him suspiciously. Did this old guy really not know, or was he pretending not to know? He said tentatively.
Don't you know that your apprentice's ranking has dropped to 5th place on the comprehensive list? The one currently ranked first is Chai Zian,
who is accepted by our Jinding Academy, and the 3rd-ranked Fang Domer and ranking the 4th class, Jianming, was booked by our Jinding Academy.
Zhu Lao frowned and struggled to open his eyelids, with a foul expression on his face. Zhao Fengyan felt proud. Huh? He said he didn't care. Now he was about to curse. Zhugu raised his eyebrows.
Can the one named Chai Zian be ranked first? She is as good as a 3-legged cat. She can't even withstand a blow from the giant desert eagle commanded by my apprentice. What did she use to occupy the 1st place? Could it be? Just cheat.
Good guy. I started to question it as soon as I opened my mouth. I really have you, Mr. Zhu. And he got to the point right away. The teachers who were eavesdropping around him had bright eyes. And then they all gave Zhu Lao a thumbs up in their hearts. If Chai Zian's score climbed to the 1st place, wasn't that just cheating? She was quite lucky. The giant desert eagle commanded by Sheninghuan was seriously injured that day. She met Bai Qing, a college entrance examination student, who helped her heal the injury. So she did not withdraw from the college entrance examination. Later, a transfer student came, and the Chai family also took the opportunity to enter. Several people came. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that they are here to help her score points. But the abilities of these transfer students from the Chai family are not very good. They are about the same level as college entrance examination students. So they just turn a blind eye. After all, although they cheated, they did not violate the exam rules. Later, Chai Zian started to grow brains. She took a group of Chai family members and a few people she recruited from the Chai family to find Qian Hongtua and made a deal with him. Qian Hongtua helped her increase her points. So she gave them money, used by Hongtua. Qian Hongtua agreed without thinking. And then Chai Zian began a crazy journey to score points. Her scores climbed all the way up, and she finally topped the list. Although the title of number 1 sounds good, their evaluation of this student is not high. That is to say, the people at Jinding think that as long as they are ranked first, it is an honor. It doesn't matter if they get the points or not. Zhao Feng's old face turned red, and he refused to admit cheating. She didn't break the rules. It's her own ability to ask people to help her increase her points. Besides, your apprentice is not the same, and her points are also not obtained by herself. The one who went up relied on the giant desert eagle. Shugu was not so sleepy now. He frowned and raised his beard and retorted. How can this be the same? She made my apprentice's desert eagle by herself. Did she make Chai Zian's person by herself? Yes. Her family, the Chai family, did it and took advantage of the Chai family. She would be nothing if not for the Chai family. Old Zhao, It's time to pour out the water in your head. You can't figure out this little thing. No wonder you didn't have a good mind before and chose a disciple like Qian Hongyu.
Zhao Feng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood.
Huh? I don't like Shizian, but you have to take a fancy to Fang Donger. Although this little girl was born as a commoner, she performed very well. She not only has strength, but also luck and ability. Her scores in the literary test and the martial arts test are about the same. Fortunately, we at Jinding Academy have a keen eye and have already sent her the golden recruitment order.
Zhu Lao raised his eyelids and said,
Oh, isn't this third? The second Jing Luo is from our Zishu Academy. Did I say anything? Also, this student was not recruited by your discerning eyes. What are you talking about? With your eyes, I think you only see Qian Hongyu.
Second stabbing. Zhao Feng's head is filled with smoke. Can you please forget about that unlucky guy Qian Hongyu? A teacher from Zishu Academy next to him gave Mr. Zhu a thumbs up.
And it must be you,
Mr. Zhu. Huh? Shugu raised his chin and looked towards the live broadcast screen above. Now in the center is Chai Xian's live broadcast room, and Shining Huan has been squeezed to the second one on the left. He frowned in dissatisfaction. And when he saw on the screen that his apprentice was teaming up with her cousin Shen Jisung to deal with Qian Hongtu of Jinding, and even kicked him over, his brows immediately relaxed. As expected of his disciple, he kicked well, looking at the words on the barrage, and then looking at his apprentice's rosy and healthy little face. He nodded secretly. The apprentice was still smart. At a young age, he could see through that fame and wealth were all in vain. He had a calm mind and knew that he was in good health. That is the biggest advantage. He is more transparent than Zhao Fengyan, an old man who has lived for hundreds of years. Such a good apprentice. It's too late for him to enjoy himself secretly. In the secret realm, after Shen Jisung arrived, Shining Huan stopped talking nonsense with Qian Hongtuo. The two of them started to attack together without any sense of martial ethics. The tacit understanding Shi and Shen Jisung had developed after their fight in the Shen family's Spirit Beast competition arena was still there. Although their cooperation was not perfect, it was also extremely meticulous and Qian Hongtuo found it difficult to resist. In addition, Qian Hongtuo was already on the same level as Shen Jisung, and they were equally matched opponents. Now that Shining Huan was added as a weight, wouldn't the balance tip in favor of the Shen family? However, the reason why a team fight is a big fight is because there will be unexpected events. And one opponent may become 2, 3 or even a group. No. The Qian family and others behind Qian Hongtuo cannot bear it. Stop intervening. Chapter 139 Shining Huan's Plan. The fire in the camp was bright. The voices of people and the noise of spiritual beasts were mixed. And the scene was completely out of control. Ah! My eyes are almost dazzled when I see it. This big fight is so exciting. No wonder there were so many deaths among college entrance examination students in the past. It was hard to tell who was who in this big fight. And there was no way to deal with any accidental injuries from friendly forces. Yeah. Even if you want to quit, it will be difficult to wait until rescue comes. Unless he didn't participate in the war in the first place. Hey. What is Shining Huan doing? Before, weren't she and Shen Jisung still at the forefront as a vanguard? Why are you retreating now and not taking action? Could it be that you are afraid? Huh? What a coward. Ah. You rough guys know nothing. This is called a strategic retreat. It's ridiculous to have such a beautiful person like my goddess of joy to fight with a group of stinky boys here. Why is it so outrageous? It sounds like there are no other female college entrance examination candidates participating. Look at the girl on the left directing the fox to bite the girl. She has a graceful figure and moves like a rabbit. Although the front cannot be seen, she must be beautiful. No more running. Then a beauty came to them during the live broadcast. Pft. Cough. Cough. This flower can actually be called a beautiful woman. Brother, your eyes are not bad. Do you need an ophthalmologist? Or find a healing spirit beast who is good at treating eyes to take a look at it? I know a beast master who has a spirit beast that specializes in treating eyes. It can cure everything from eye damage to blindness to glaucoma. Do you need me to recommend it to you? I don't charge any agency fees. Ha ha ha. Grab the bamboo shoots. Let's have fun. Don't make fun of your eyes. Oh. Look. Shining Huan didn't retreat. She first kept a low profile to lower others' vigilance, and then took the opportunity to fish in troubled waters and kill the Qin family. This was so easy. Behind Qian Hongtua just now, this boy from the Qian family danced the most happily. He had tied up Shen Chiyue and Shen Jifan before,
and had a fight with Shinjile. He even looked at my sister Huan with disdain. Who would die if he didn't die? I didn't expect that. My sister Huan is also a vengeful person. In the chaos of the battle, Shining Huan shuttled through the crowd. After killing one Qian family member, she led her two-haired dog to sneak around, acting in a low-key manner, and walked over to the next Qian family member. This way! Suddenly an inconspicuous young man in the chaotic crowd shouted softly to Shining Huan, then winked at her and pursed his lips at a person not far away. Shining Huan's dark eyes flashed, and she immediately nodded knowingly, and then moved lightly to the person in the direction of the young man's mouth. Mao quickly pounced from behind and bit his throat, and Shining Huan followed to finish the job. Humans and spiritual beasts worked together in perfect harmony. The molten iron dagger pierced the man's heart, and then he quickly pulled it out and left. The deceased Qian's family only had time to see her cold and ruthless eyes, but they were unable to cry out for help before they died. As soon as Shining Huan left, people immediately came around to beat and kill him. The body was surrounded by water, so that no one could notice that a rich family member was dead. After finishing the job, Shining Huan rushed to the next place where the Qian family was. There was still someone guiding her. After she killed the person, many people gathered around and covered the Qian family's body. And Shining Huan, under the cover of this huge brawl, became more and more successful in killing. And Qian's family members, who were mixed in the crowd, fell one after another. But Qian Hongtua and a few more powerful transfer students did not notice at all. Something seems wrong to me. Isn't that young man who called Shining Huan and winked at her from Qian Hongtua's team? Why did he help Shining Huan? Yes. And people may not be able to find it in the game. But from our God's perspective, we can understand that those people who gathered around to protect the body after Shining Huan killed Qian's family were also in Qian Hongtua's team people. What the hell is going on? Ha! You don't know this, right? Those people are all Shining Huan's development partners. If I hadn't quarreled with my boyfriend last night and couldn't get up to watch the live broadcast in the middle of the night, I really wouldn't have known that our sister Huan was secretly cheating. Rubbing did such a big thing. As the saying goes, money can make all the difference. Materials are the most important thing in the secret realm. Sister Huan doesn't have much else, but there are too many material thieves. So she took these materials to poach the team next door in the middle of the night. As long as you have supplies, there is no one you can't dig out, even if they are from the opposite team. If you can't dig them out, it means you didn't smash them enough. Sister Huan smashed them hard and successfully harvested a few horses. These Ma Zai are also talented, and they also take the initiative to help develop downlines. So although Qian Hongtua's team has more people than the Shin family's team, in fact, there are already many of them who are Sister Huan Ponyboy is undercover inside. As long as our Sister Huan raises her arms, the current battle situation can be changed immediately. So this wave of advantage belongs to my Sister Huan. So Shin Ji-sung said that Shining Huan had already anticipated tonight's battle. It was not her who predicted it, but her horseman who tipped her off. Is Shining Huan so smart? I originally thought that she had kept a low profile these past few days and had completely gone silent. I didn't expect that she had held back such a big thing. I have a normal schedule every day and go to bed early and get up early. And I just watch the live broadcast during the day. I didn't expect to miss such a big thing. Yes. Tonight's big brawl is Shining Huan's plan to wipe out all the Qian family members. Hee. This wave is the advantage of night owls. Awesome. Does Shining Huan have any surprises that I don't know about? Shugu and Uranjian raised their beards, looked at Zhao Fengnian with contemptuous eyes, and said in a sullen tone, Old Zhao, it seems that you go to bed very early every day. It is a good habit. Keep it up. Zhao Fengnian looked ugly, wishing he didn't understand what he meant. Why is this Shining Huan so cunning and cunning? It's really not lovable at all. The Ponyboy's movements were smooth and fast, but the place was only so big, and their paddling and fishing actions also aroused suspicion. So their cover operation was completely eliminated by Shining Huan, who was able to deal with the Qian family's minions. It was exposed after 8 years. How dare you betray me? Qian Hongtua looked at the corpses of the Qian family, and the people who stepped on the corpses with splitting eyes, and a roar rolled out of his throat. Representative Ma Zai, an inconspicuous young man, shrank his neck and muttered, I can't help it. Sister Huan gave me too much. Qian Hongtua's head was filled with anger, but he was entangled by Shin Ji-sung and couldn't get away. The ghost-faced centipede was also suppressed by the flame lion, and he couldn't take action to punish these traitors. The horse boys smiled proudly. loving to see how he tried to kill them, but couldn't. Chapter 140: The Poisonous Gas of the Ghost-Faced Centipede. After being exposed, the horse boys didn't want to put on a show anymore. So they simply stopped doing nothing, cheered up, and then immediately pulled out carrots and put mud on them to build a large group of people. And the situation on the field was instantly reversed. Representative Ma Zai shouted loudly to his former companions, who stared angrily at him. Surrender and surrender. Put away the spirit beasts and not kill them. There is no point in continuing this battle. Now we have more people, and you have fewer people. You are idiots should know how to choose. Besides, we are all college entrance examination students who met by chance. How could there be so much hatred and hatred? Leave the Qian family and Shin family to solve their own problems. Don't be impulsive and fall into Qian Hongtua's favor. Plan. He is using you as a weapon. His voice was high-pitched, full of emotion, and quite inflammatory. Soon, except for the dizzy Qian family and a few stubborn people who were still shouting and killing, everyone else calmed down and looked at each other for a while. After someone took a look at the Qian family, whose number suddenly dropped by more than 30, they felt that the Qian family was unreliable, and then the first one to quit. Then countless people withdrew from the battle one after another. Without Chai Zian, the Chai family retreated even faster. They didn't want to help Qian Hongtua in the first place. At this point, Shining Huan's goal of consuming money and family members and disintegrating their team was achieved. She raised her eyebrows and glanced in the direction of the Qian family, then looked toward the sky and shouted, "Dad Eagle." The sound of desert giant eagles came from the sky. The dawn sky was suddenly covered by 5 flying desert giant eagles, and became dim again, giving a sense of intimidation. Although the horses have seen Shining Huan sitting on the giant desert eagle several times and coming to deliver supplies to them, it was always dark at night, and the sky was not as bright as now. So they were not in such a state of mind. Shocked, after the 5 giant desert eagles landed on the ground and guarded behind Shining Huan, they felt even more happy, and their eyes looked up and down happily. Fortunately, they abandoned the dark and turned to the light quickly. Otherwise, they would not be able to resist a giant desert eagle when it came. These are all 5th level spiritual beasts. 5th level. Qian Hongtua's ghost-faced centipede couldn't help but tremble, and its thin legs moved back in small steps, obviously very afraid of the giant desert eagle that appeared. After the support was in place, Shining Huan raised a smile and said to the few people who were still in the field who stubbornly refused to leave, "The reason why I summon the desert eagle now is because I don't want to hurt innocent people. Otherwise, not only will there be the desert giant eagles, and the black flame snakes will listen to my call, and they will have no problem dealing with your entire team. So now I give you another chance. This is the grudge between my Shin family and the Qian family. You must follow. Will the Qian family live and die together?" The college entrance examination students, who had withdrawn from the battle, trembled and looked at Shining Huan with eyes full of shock, joy and emotion. I see. The reason why she bribed Ma Zai and planned the betrayal was to save their lives. What kind of beautiful and kind-hearted little fairy is this? As for doubts, they didn't doubt her abilities at all. After all, the desert giant eagle was here. How could they doubt her? Moreover, many people have come into contact with the transfer students and have learned some information about Shining Huan from the transfer students. They are concerned that she could have killed them and the Qian family directly, but she chose to waste time, effort and materials to disintegrate their team before taking action. Very touched and grateful. Those stubborn ones were frightened and started fighting. Shining Huan didn't even count down to 3 seconds before they retreated with a crash. Loyalty is nothing in front of a small life, and Qian's family is nothing. So now the more than 30 people in the Qian family were completely isolated and helpless. They looked ugly. The timid ones were trembling all over, and with panic on their faces, they turned around and wanted to run away. Even Qian Hongtua had a green face and wanted to try his old trick to escape. But this time Shining Huan was prepared, and the eagle father also focused his eagle eyes on the 2-legged beast that escaped in front of it last time. Qian Hongtua, of course, couldn't run away this time. Qian Hongtua, who was entangled in the hurricane package of Father Eagle, looked ferocious, with veins on his forehead bursting and protruding one by one. He roared violently and fiercely. "You can't even think about it easy if I die." Not good. Shin Jisung's expression changed, and his originally happy face instantly turned cold. The ghost-faced centipede on the ground suddenly exploded, and countless purple mist hit his face. An extremely smelly smell spread into his mouth and nose, making people's stomach churn. The next second,
Shin Ji-sung fell to the ground with a bang. The college entrance examination students, who were watching the theater all around, were also affected by the trick, and a large area fell down. Even fifth-level spiritual beasts, like the giant desert eagle, were no exception. Xiao Shanzhuang's body was knocked down with one blast. Since then, the entire army has been wiped out, and the good situation has come to a standstill in an instant. Everyone, dumbfounded, shocked, dazed.
What's so powerful about this?
Shinning-Huan sat limply on the ground, her eyes filled with astonishment. She didn't expect that Qian Hengtua actually had such a big move to dominate the audience. She felt like she had been hit by Shixiang's tendon, feeling so weak that I can't feel energetic all over my body. Then she mobilized all her strength to stand up. But there was nothing she could do. A slight move of her calves almost used up all her strength, and her whole body was dripping with cold sweat, like soft noodles fished out of the water.
Bai Zhe. The poisonous gas of the ghost-faced centipede has the function of paralyzing the nerves and tightly confining the spiritual power. But the ordinary third-level intermediate ghost-faced centipede is not so powerful, and the poisonous gas it sprays is like an anesthetic, which at best stuns the body, soft and paralyzed for a short time. However, this ghost-faced centipede seems to have been specially cultivated. The power of the poisonous gas after self-destruction has reached the poisonous gas of a 9th-level ghost-faced centipede. Not only is the body weak, but the spiritual power is also imprisoned. This should be a secret method. There is no specific method for cultivating this kind of ghost-faced centipede in the received inheritance.
Shinning-Huan was surprised. Did the Qian family still have such a background? Even Bai Zhe doesn't know the method? On the other end, without the control of the giant desert eagle, the hurricane surrounding Qian Hengtua dissipated. Qian Hengtua, who had experienced cutting with a roller knife inside, was covered in blood and fell from the air without a piece of good meat. Shinning-Huan rolled her eyes and was attracted by the sound. When she saw Qian Hengtua getting up from the ground slowly and with difficulty, she was shocked. Qian Hengtua stood up tremblingly on the open ground with a ferocious smile. He could barely see the facial features on his bloody face. Only the cruelty in his eyes was shocking and terrifying. Then he looked at Shinning-Huan viciously. He looked over in the direction and laughed maniacally.
Ha! Ha! I won in the end. So what if you have the desert giant eagle as your backing? You still have to die in my hands today.
As the only one who can stand up, he can control the lives of everyone present. The situation is reversed. Chapter 141. Colorful Mary Sue who appears. Qian's family members, who were also knocked down by the poisonous mist, suddenly became energetic and shouted good things. Shinning-Huan cleverly planned to disintegrate their team, and she was able to summon 5th-level spiritual beasts for her to control. It was indeed amazing. But in the end, she fell into the hands of their brother Tuo. As expected of brother Tuo, whom even the head of the family praised, he revealed this killer trump card at the critical moment, catching Shinning-Huan off guard. Now not only Shinning-Huan became the meat on the chopping board, but the other Shin family members were also able to kill them all in one fell swoop. It was so cool. Brother Tuo helped them get rid of the bad breath that they had just been feeling, like they were helpless and like lambs waiting to be slaughtered.
Brother Tuo, quickly, kill this woman Shinning-Huan. Yes, kill her quickly. If things change later, kill her first.
The Qian family members screamed with fierce words and a gleam of malice in their eyes, wishing they could stand up and kill people. Qian Hengtua thought so too. After laughing like crazy, he staggered a few steps forward, picked up a molten iron dagger from the body of a Qian family member, and then walked toward Shinning-Huan with blood marks step by step. There was a murderous smile in those black eyes. The onlookers were trembling. It was over. Their eldest sister was about to die.
Qian Hengtua, if you want to kill me first. How can you bully my sister?
Seeing Qian Hengtua getting closer and closer, the Shin family members, who were paralyzed on the ground unable to move, were shocked and broke out in cold sweat. Shin Ji-sung had veins popping out on his forehead. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. His eyes Chi-Han roared angrily, trying to draw Qian Hengtua's attention to herself. When Shin Jiao saw it, he also cursed and cursed with sweat on his forehead, trying to attract hatred, and moved his body vigorously to crawl toward Shinning-Huan. As a loyal protector, Mao was struggling with all his strength as a dog. His black dog eyes stared fiercely at Qian Hengtua and bared his canine teeth in anger. The warm orange-red sunlight shines on the body. But at this time, everyone feels that they can't feel the heat at all, but their backs feel cold. The sharp light of the dagger also looks particularly cold under the refraction of the sun. making people feel chilled all over. Suddenly, Xininghuan, who was dripping with cold sweat and had a pale and weak face, suddenly opened her eyes. The cold light in her dark eyes flew towards Qian Hongtua 3 steps away. She murmured, "Rhubarb." Immediately after, the formation pattern around her lit up. A colorful Marisu tiger appeared. After Rhubarb rolled on the spot, he immediately assumed a posture of attacking and hunting. And his ice blue tiger eyes looked around with sharp vigilance. When it saw the dagger in Qian Hongtua's hand, it immediately bristled, bared its sharp fangs, and attacked Qian Hongtua with a snarl. In the beast control space, the 4 spirit beast cubs rolled up were no less than the master Xininghuan. After a period of continuous efforts, Rhubarb, coupled with the red blood ginseng fed by Xininghuan, lived up to his expectations and broke through the first level, left the cub stage, and became a second-level primary spiritual beast. After advancing to the second level, its appearance has also changed significantly. Not only has its body grown larger, it has caught up with the size of Ermo. Although the white hair on its body has not changed, it is covered with a layer of colorful colors. The fluorescence is dreamlike, which is very consistent with its species name, colorful black tiger. However, Da Huang was very dissatisfied with the color of his body. He puffed up his nose and felt very unhappy for a few days. After all, in his previous life, he was a yellow-striped tiger, and his favorite color was also the color he admired. Now he got a new one. The colorful colors of girls chirping. Can it feel happy? Fortunately, although it doesn't like the color of its coat, it is still very satisfied with the improved abilities after the advancement. After its hard work, it has regained the second ability from its previous life, Space Blade. This was not a ready-made target. Da Huang wanted to show off. So the invisible and colorless space blade flew out with a swish. Qian Hongtua's hair suddenly trembled. Feeling the crisis, he subconsciously stepped back. It was also this retreat that allowed him to avoid the danger of breaking his arm. The spatial blade deflected and hit the dagger in his hand. The sharp dagger seemed to be cut from the middle by something as easy as cutting tofu. In the blink of an eye, the sharp tip of the dagger fell to the ground with a clang. The crisp sound hit Qian Hongtua's ears, which undoubtedly gave him a loud scratch. It also shattered his good situation and the best opportunity to kill Xininghuan. Qian Hongtua steadied his body and glanced at the dagger in his hand. His eyes showed strong shock and evil. And then, he suddenly raised his eyes to look at Xininghuan.
"This is impossible! How can you still summon a spiritual beast? Ghost face?"
The poisonous gas of the centipede has obviously imprisoned your spiritual energy. Without the spiritual energy to communicate with the beast control space, the spiritual beast cannot be summoned. Why can this colorful black tiger still be summoned?
He was greatly puzzled and couldn't believe that the ghost-faced centipede, which he had cultivated for so long and put so much effort into, could make a mistake. Xininghuan didn't answer him, didn't pay attention to him, closed her eyes, and continued to absorb spiritual energy. Since the poisonous mist is confining the spiritual energy, then as long as she absorbs the spiritual energy and strengthens the power of the spiritual energy, won't she be able to break the balance and break through this layer of confinement? When Bai Zhe mentioned it, she immediately understood. It is impossible for ordinary people to absorb a certain amount of spiritual energy in such a short period of time to break through the siege. But Xininghuan is different. She carries Bai Zhe Faxiang, a small spiritual door plug-in with her, and the spiritual energy inside is pure and can provide her with enough of aura. Xininghuan herself is not stupid. In addition, she uses an improved version of the fastest way to absorb spiritual power. Breaking through the confinement in a short time is not a dream. The most important thing is that she was a blessing in disguise. After breaking through this layer of imprisonment, she also got the opportunity to break through to the second-level senior spiritual master. So at the moment, she didn't want to pay attention to Qian Hongtua's stupid thing. She left all the power to Da Huang and immersed herself in her breakthrough in cultivation. The Shen family members, who didn't know the situation, thought she had used some secret method to summon the spiritual beast to solve their urgent need. Now they'd lost their strength again. So everyone looked at her with worries in their eyes, fearing what this secret method would do to her body. Huge damage. At the same time, they were also curious. Why did she contract another spiritual beast? And it was still a second-level spiritual beast that had only left the cub stage? Forget about the previous pugs and blue snails. They were all contracted under their noses. The white snail often came out to treat them. They probably knew that it was obtained from the Qian family. But this one, the colorful black tiger, is different. They have never heard of it at all. The potential of the colorful black tiger is not low, and the cubs of their clan are quite popular. How did Sheninghuan get this spiritual beast? Isn't her relationship with spirit beasts too good? They only have one spirit beast per person now. But as for her, good guy. She has 4 of them alone. And this is only the number they know. Maybe hers there are also spiritual beasts hidden in the beast control space that they don't know about. Chapter 142 Sheninghuan Advanced. Okay. Well done. Da Huang. Ah. Left. Left. Hurry. Hurry. Catch up. Oh. If it's stained with blood. Qian Hongtua. That wretched thing is about to die, and it's staining the hair on our Da Huang's body. It's really unlucky. Since Sheninghuan screamed, and there was no response, everyone turned their attention to the colorful black tiger that appeared like a savior. After all, their lives were linked to its victory or defeat. No one dared to be careless, especially the Shen family, who stared at him without blinking. Qian Hongtua was seriously injured, but he was still a 4th-level junior spiritual master and had rich combat experience. However, this colorful black tiger, which they had never seen before, was only a 2nd-level junior. It was estimated that he was just a youngster who had just been promoted. Dude, more combat experience won't bring you much. So how could the innocent and kind-hearted little brain tiger defeat the insidious and cunning big bad guy? They expressed deep concern about this. But the reality gave them a big mouth, which refreshed them and made them feel nervous. This small brain tiger is not innocent or kind at all. It also plays tricks on Qian Hongtua, completely treating him as a moving target and a humanoid sparring partner. Not only did Qian Hongtua not take any advantage, he couldn't even get close to Huzi's body. Later, Huzi felt that he had practiced the space blade well, and thought that he could practice his claws in the next wave. So he had the opportunity to get close. Then, they discovered that this tiger was not only good at using the invisible and colorless space blade, but also had better melee combat capabilities. Although it is still not big enough, it is already as domineering as an adult tiger. A tiger roar scares the timid spirit beast to the point where it almost kneels down and calls for daddy. Its attack on Qian Hongtua is also very fierce. With its claws, the fangs are used with great proficiency, and they can bite, tear and hit with ease. It didn't fall for any of Qian Hongtua's scheming tricks. It didn't look like an inexperienced rookie tiger at all, but like a social tiger that had been famous for a long time and had rich practical experience. It could master any scheming trick. The Shen family members and other college entrance examination students who were watching gradually changed from worried faces to numb faces. Finally, they were so excited that they even acted as cheerleaders, shouting, 666! Only Mao, who was paralyzed on the ground, felt sad and cursed. If the poisonous fog hadn't brought it down, where would the tiger Da Huang have had its highlight moment? After Da Huang completed today's training mission, he no longer showed mercy. A space blade eliminated the 2-legged beasts he was training with. And then he popped up his chest amidst the cheers and praises of countless 2-legged beasts. And the colorful Mary Sue light on his body became even more dazzling. It's over. After accepting the worship, it walked towards Mao with great strides and spoke loudly to the small blue butterfly that collapsed on Mao's head. How about little butterfly? I am not pretty today. The little butterfly's wings moved hard, and the whole butterfly seemed very excited. Beautiful boy. Handsome boy. You are the most handsome today. Da Huang. Da Huang opened his mouth and gave Mao a proud and provocative look. Huh? You see? Master Tiger. I'm back. Today. You, the stupid dog, have fallen into my hands. Today I can finally get revenge and complain. Huzi's clear and pure ice blue eyes were filled with the joy of finally getting revenge. Then his tiger's mouth lifted up, and he grinned ferociously. And his evil tiger claws stretched out towards Mao's dog's head. Woof woof woof. Mao struggled desperately, and screamed loudly. The whole dog was not in good condition. Next door, Shinjia was also paralyzed. At this moment, his bored eyes followed the tiger. And then he saw a wonderful show of the tiger ravaging the dog. He was surprised. Do they have any deep hatred? Mao's hair has been rubbed bald. He is going to become a bald dog. He swallowed. This tiger didn't look like a good tiger. Shen Jifan was a bit miserable. He was lying down in the downwind. He was very excited when he saw the colorful black tigers fighting. Later, he had the same thoughts as Shinjia. He was paralyzed anyway, and their eyes followed the tigers. After leaving, When Huzi walked to a place where he couldn't see him, he tried hard to drag his body and turned over on his side. As a result, when he turned over, his face was covered with golden hairs, and some of them even flew into his mouth. Bah! 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 Ha 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 ha! Everyone around saw this scene burst into laughter, especially Shin Ji-sung, who laughed the loudest. After laughing, he even joked, "What does Mao's hair taste like? Is it sour or sweet?" Shin Ji-fan: "I was so angry that I shut myself up on the spot." Ha ha ha, was another burst of cheerful laughter. But the Chien family members, who were lying down, couldn't laugh anymore. They were just as sad as they were before. They wished they didn't have a mouth. They wished they had offended Shin Hwan by not speaking just now. Or maybe there was a crack in the ground now, so they could get in. Take cover. Now that Chien Hung-tu is dead, they have completely lost their chance of survival. As long as Shin Hwan opens her eyes and gives orders to the colorful black tiger, their lives will be hard to save. The more they thought about the money, the more anxious and uneasy they became. Their faces were blue and white, and cold sweat was pouring out. The sense of crisis of death urged them to start struggling to crawl out. And they kept praying for Shin Hwan-chi in their hearts. If they opened their eyes, they could also gain a chance of survival for themselves. But it backfired. After a while, they hadn't even climbed out 1 meter. There was movement from Shin Hwan's side. The complex lines under her feet lit up, and the light yellow light of advancement circled around her and then penetrated into her body. She was promoted to a 3rd-level junior spiritual master. This fact hit several Chien family members like a huge stone. Their eyes were split, and they couldn't believe it. They were also knocked down by the poisonous mist. Why are you so good? Not only can you summon spiritual beasts from the beast control space, but now you have even advanced. The Chien family couldn't believe it, and the Shin family was also shocked. Good guy. You are not resting because you have used some secret method to hold on to your feelings, but you are practicing. It made them worry in vain. Shin Chi-yue felt resentful in her heart. Fortunately, she was sincerely worried just now. Now it seems that Shin Hwan doesn't need to worry at all. She is fine. She needs to worry about herself. Shin Hwan, how can you move? Please tell us how to detoxify. As soon as Shin Hwan opened her eyes and stood up, rubbing her arms, Shin Chi-yue couldn't help but ask. The other paralyzed people also immediately looked over eagerly. Shin Hwan didn't want to hide it, and repeated Bai Zai's words in a serious manner. There are 3 ways. The first is to absorb spiritual energy. The poison of the ghost-faced centipede is actually like a seal. As long as the spiritual energy in your body is strong enough to break through the seal, then the poison will be resolved naturally. The second is Qingling grass, which has the effect of dredging the muscles and veins and relieving toxins. The third is to wait. Its poison is not fatal. At most, it is numb and unable to move or use spiritual power. Just wait slowly until the poisonous mist in the body is digested and expelled. Chapter 143. Money basket can get money wherever it goes. Chien study. The head of the Chien family stared straight at the screen, his face extremely ugly, and he gritted his teeth with a sinister look in his eyes. How did she know? The special secret method of cultivating the ghost-faced centipede was brought out by him from an ancient secret realm. No one else knew about it. The poisonous mist that the ghost-faced centipede finally exploded had the effect of anesthetizing and imprisoning spiritual power without anyone noticing. With a good trump card. As long as you master this trump card, you don't have to be afraid even if you encounter a high-level beast master. And you can even counterattack at the last moment. In the past few years, he has deliberately searched for ghost-faced centipedes and wanted to breed a large number of their cubs, so that the ghost-faced centipedes would become the iconic spiritual beast of their Chien family and the family's natal spiritual beast, and be passed down from generation to generation. He did this very carefully, and few people even in the family knew what he was thinking. So how did Shin Hwan know the antidote? And she said it in public, which was equivalent to taking away half of the Chien family's trump card. Could it be that there is a mole in the family? The head of the Chien family flashed a sinister look in his eyes, and quickly ran through several lists of suspicions in his mind. Shin Hwan, who didn't know that the head of the Chien family was already involved in a brainstorm because of Bai Zai's answer, and was preparing to engage in internal fighting to clean up the family, was being begged by the college entrance examination students to find Qingling Chao to help them. The first method requires time to absorb spiritual energy to break through the seal, and the higher the level of the spiritual master, the more spiritual energy needs to be absorbed and the more time is required. The third method also takes time, and is even longer and more difficult to handle.
They might not be able to move even after they leave the secret realm of the college entrance examination. So no matter how you look at it, there is only the second way. Qin Ling Chao. Which has an immediate effect. Of course they choose Qin Ling Chao. Even though the effect of Qin Ling Chao is just to dredge the veins and slow down toxins. The level of Qin Ling grass is not high. It is a low-level spiritual grass. The best-looking ones are only high-grade ones. They are not uncommon. But she has never seen them before in this oasis.
I can look for it. But if I can't find it, it's not guaranteed. If it doesn't grow in this secret realm, then there's nothing I can do.
Shen Huan spread her hands and told the truth. Shin Jisung said hurriedly,
Sister, don't worry about it. If you can find it, just find it. If you can't find it, forget it. It's not a life-threatening thing anyway. Yeah.
The others also nodded in agreement. How dare you ask for too much from someone? So they all behaved well and spoke well. But this did not include Qian's family members, who were lying on the ground waiting to die. They seemed to be struggling and fighting back before death. Yelling crazily.
Liar! Shen Huan is lying. How could she move so quickly if she only had these 3 ways?
Yeah. She must have deliberately lied to you. She is a hypocrite. She just wants to trap you here to earn points.
The laughter of the college entrance examination students paused, and the whole place fell silent instantly. Some were skeptical. Some were in disbelief. And some took his words as shit and didn't care. Shen Huan raised her eyebrows, met the eyes that were hesitant to speak, then turned to look at the ugly Qian family members, with a cold smile on her lips.
I almost forgot. You are not dead yet. Da Huang. Let's get to work. Ouch.
After bullying her Mao, Da Huang was in a good mood now. When he heard his master calling him, he trotted over wagging his tail. Then he puffed up his chest and squatted beside her, swishing right. The more than 30 Qian family members, whose faces were full of fear and panic, threw away the space blade and directly cut their throats and arteries. Immediately, bright red blood sprayed out like a small fountain, as thick as rust, soaking them all. The blood was dazzling and spread to a large area of the surrounding ground. The scene was extremely miserable and tragic. The suspicious person suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and the expression on his face turned into one of fear and panic. I almost forgot. They are now like anesthetized lambs put to the slaughter on the chopping board. They can't run away even if they want to. With Shen Huan's casual orders, they may disappear with Qian's family. So who have the right to find out what happened? Humph. Shinjia was very dissatisfied that some of them were ungrateful. So he took the opportunity to deliberately say,
Sister Huan, although we are from the same family, we are brothers who have settled accounts. You helped me run errands and dig up the spiritual grass, and I have to give it to you.
As for the legwork fee, otherwise, I will pay you 200 Shaolin coins for the legwork and hard work regardless of whether you dig up the Qinling grass. If you do, how about I buy it at the market price?
The corners of Shen Huan's lips curled up, and she gave him an appreciative look. Her mind was spinning quite quickly. And that was exactly what she meant. The eyes of other Shen family members lit up, and they also agreed to give money. Ho Hongmao, a clever guy, also shouted at the top of his voice.
I'll give it 2. I'll give it 3 times. I have a lot of money. How can I let the boss run errands for me in vain?
What can other college entrance examination students do? People from Shen Huan's family have to pay. Is it possible that they are still waiting for others to pay in vain? So they all clamored to give money. As for Ho Hongbao's 3 times, they ignored it. They are not taken advantage of. Hongbao was very sorry about this. Why were everyone so picky? The connection between light and brain was blocked. But there was no problem with face-to-face scanning and payment. So Shen Huan wasted a few minutes and collected 200 Shaolin coins one by one for their errand fees, hard work fees, Qinling grass money, etc. Harvest after digging. Next, there were continuous sounds in the sky above the open space.
200 Shaolin coins have been received. 200 Shaolin coins have been received.
Chen Qiyu deeply suspected that Shen Huan deliberately amplified her voice. Humph. She was such a money bag. She could really make money wherever she went. The second elder was heartbroken before the live broadcast. This money-making basket was supposed to be the financial backbone of their Shen family. He regretted the bet again. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. Xiaomi. The college entrance examination channel we promised. Why did it suddenly become a money-making channel? I burst out laughing. I didn't expect it to be like this.
You can still make some money during the college entrance examination. That's great. My sister Juan. Ha ha ha. My sister Juan is indeed worthy of being a member of the Shin family. Even 200 small spirit coins can be used to make her run errands. Why don't you give her to the poor? Give it to you. And send you hot fire flowers. Then a wave of enthusiastic tipping began. And the entire screen was covered with tips. The panda in the desert presented X99999 white elf flowers. Sister Juan's first little fangirl sent a bouquet of fireworks X999. A tiger suddenly appeared in the sky and sent 99 hot flame flowers X99. Hidden somewhere in the secret realm. Long Xinglo twisted his handsome eyebrows and stared at the live broadcast interface bitterly. Finally, after his thin lips pursed into a thin line, he gently moved a finger, enduring the heartache and sending a message. An inconspicuous little white spirit flower. Chapter 144 Qian Kaiyu asks for help. Shining Huan set out with the small spirit coins that were still warm after arriving in her account. However, she did not go looking for them directly. Instead, she went to the cliff first, then returned to the cave where she lived, took out a few empty backpacks, and then went back to the cave where she lived. I found more than a dozen desert giant eagles and replaced them with rhubarb to guard here. After all, it is in a secret oasis, and the danger is not small. There are not only other college entrance examination students, but also other spiritual beasts. What is the difference between putting a group of immobile people here and putting fat meat at the door of a beast's house? Guards must be placed. Peace of mind. After seeing her measures, the college entrance examination students, who were originally unwilling to follow the trend and pay now no longer complained, and just went to the security guard. The 200 Shaolin coins were worth it. After making arrangements, she took Air Mao and Little Butterfly back to the beast control space, and then led Da Huang and set off again. This time she was walking towards the inner part of the oasis. Before, the two teams were all wandering around the outer and middle parts of the oasis. She had not been to the inner parts yet. Naturally, she had not gone in because she was delayed from exercising. But she was sitting in the desert giant. A flight passed on the back of an eagle. The inner circle has sufficient spiritual energy. More spiritual beasts gathered, and more natural and earthly treasures. The danger is several times greater than that of the outer circle, since Qingling Chao is not found in the outer perimeter. You can go to the inner perimeter to take a look. Huh? Not long after walking on the road, Shining Huan was shocked by the scene in front of her. As soon as she passed through a tall grove, she saw a large number of giant lizard corpses lying in front of her, all of which were adult female giant lizards. Crisscrossing them, the surrounding vegetation was completely destroyed, and there were mud pits one after another. The most important thing was that she also saw a bunch of black purple-fleshed Ganoderma lucidum, a 6th grade high-end natural material and earthly treasure, was thrown into the mud, dirty and wilted, and one of them had a corner broken by an unknown sharp weapon. What a waste of natural resources. Shining Huan's flesh ached, and she quickly ran over to pick up 3 black and purple Ganoderma lucidum plants and carefully put them into her backpack. Ouch! Not far away, Rhubarb's roar suddenly sounded. Master! There is a man who is dying here. Shining Huan turned her head subconsciously and raised her eyebrows slightly. Could it be that the man killed these giant sand lizards? After zipping up, she put her backpack on her back and walked towards Da Huang with some vigilance. Ah! Huan ran into Qian Kaiyu. Woo-woo-hoo. It's so touching that the giant sand lizards chased and killed the evildoers for thousands of miles. This man Qian Kaiyu deserves to die. I don't know if Huan can recognize that these giant sand lizards are the ones they met in the desert before. What if Huan can't recognize that Qian Kaiyu is the Qin family who rescued him? This is not possible. If there hadn't been a giant sand lizard that has been tracking and killing him these days, he should have caught up with Huan long ago. Kill her. Huan. Please don't be fooled. This stinking man Qian Kaiyu is not worth saving at all. He killed the giant lizard baby you hatched. If you round it up, it equals your sons and daughters. He is killing children. The murderer. Everyone on the barrage was worried. They saw with their own eyes how the giant lizard babies climbed up and down Shining Huan's body after hatching out of their SHLs. They also witnessed how the giant lizard chased Qian for thousands of miles because of its deep maternal love. They were all deeply moved by Kaiyu's process. For the first time, spiritual beasts were placed on the same scale as humans. And then, they couldn't help but fall on their side. In their eyes, Qian Kaiyu became a cub-killing villain. Shining Huan had already walked to Da Huang.
A man was lying in a pile of giant lizards not far in front of it. His legs were resting on the corpse of a giant lizard, and his upper body was lying on the ground. His posture was as embarrassing as inserting an onion upside down. At this time, the man's bloody fingers moved, and then his two big pale hands touched the ground. Trying to raise his head, a small part of his miserable face covered with blood stains was revealed, and he begged her for help.
Help! Help me! I can tell you the location of the Schwanzee flesh Ganoderma forest, and give you half of it.
His voice was dry and hoarse, and his eyes, which were exposed under his disheveled hair, were covered with red bloodshot eyes. His gloomy, unwilling and fierce look was shocking. Shin Huan frowned subconsciously. She had no favorable impression of this man in her heart, and she even felt disgusted. So she stood still. When the man saw this, the viciousness in his eyes deepened, and the hatred grew in his heart. If it weren't for this group of crazy giant lizards that chased him from the desert to the oasis, and launched group attacks on him from time to time, forcing him to hide around, he wouldn't earn much points, and Shin Huan couldn't be found, and nothing would have been accomplished. And then he finally couldn't bear it anymore and fought back, wanting to use these giant spiritual sand lizards to make up for his points, and fight them to the death. In the end, all the giant sand lizards died, and he got his points, but he also ended up being seriously injured and unable to move. Otherwise, how could he have asked a college entrance examination student for help in despair? Yes, he didn't know that the person in front of him was Shin Huan. He just thought he was a college entrance examination student. Although he raised his head from this angle, he didn't have the strength to raise it higher. He could only see the white tiger's 4 paws and the visitor's 2 calves. Judging from the slenderness of her legs and the size of her shoes, she must be a female college entrance examination student. Women are generally soft-hearted. Suppressing the hatred in his heart, he tried to make his voice sound more angry and pitiful.
Save me! I can give you 2/3.
Now Shin Huan is really a little excited. If they are all 6th grade black purple-fleshed Ganoderma lucidum, they will make a lot of money. Maybe they can seize the time to increase the overall score at the end and jump up a few more people on the list. But before she could speak, there was a rustling sound from the side. Da Huang noticed it first, bared his teeth, and looked over with sharp eyes. Shin Huan also looked over and saw a small and delicate little giant lizard, only a little thicker than a thumb, crawling out from under the belly of the dead giant lizard. She has seen normal giant lizards that have just hatched. They all have thick arms. So this little one is malnourished? Don't save his mother. He killed many of my brothers and sisters, as well as my mother's. He is a big bad guy. A timid and weak voice came, and Shin Huan knew that it was the malnourished little giant sand lizard who spoke. She was surprised and called her mother, which suddenly reminded her of the group of giant lizard babies she helped hatch before. And they also called her mother. But she had never seen one so small. Mom doesn't recognize Xiaoyi anymore? Xiaoyi was the first one to be hatched. The little baby's voice sounded pitifully, with a hint of crying. Shin Huan immediately laughed in embarrassment.
There are too many brats. And you are so lively that I didn't pay much attention.
Then she quickly changed the subject and asked,
Aren't you in the desert? Why did you come into the oasis? And why are you all dead?
Knowing that this group of giant spiritual sand lizards that died tragically was the same group she had seen before, she felt a little uncomfortable. Although they had not been together for a long time, and she did not have much affection for them, she had gotten along with them, and they had given her protection. Chapter 145. Chai Zian didn't recognize Da Huang. The moment Shin Huan spoke, Qian Kaiyu felt something was wrong. The voice was too familiar to him. It was Shin Huan, the one he had been looking for opportunities to kill since he came in. But he didn't expect that meeting her would be the time when he was in despair, and could only ask for help. Cold sweat was pouring out from Qian Kaiyu's back, and even his breathing was a bit heavier. Shin Ying could understand animal language, and found out that there was a baby giant sand lizard alive here. He couldn't understand the baby's words, and could only he speculated uneasily. I wonder how much the cub knows. Whether his identity will be exposed, and whether Shin Huan will kill him. The more he thought about it, the more tense he became. His fingers dug into the mud. His face turned pale and ugly, and his mind was rapidly thinking of ways to escape and save his life. At the same time, Shin Huan also learned the whole story from the mouth of a small, but quite smart giant sand lizard, including Qian Kaiyu's name. She looked at Qian Kaiyu, who was lying on the ground in a state of confusion with complex eyes. This man was really mean and ruthless. But he was also really unlucky. who said he was so mean as to kill the cubs of the most protective female giant lizard and challenged the authority of maternal love. The female giant lizard would even eat her husband for the sake of her cubs. It's no big deal that this cub killer is being chased for thousands of miles. It's not surprising that he's being pursued and ambushed. However, this boy is indeed very powerful. He killed hundreds of giant spiritual sand lizards, and even more than one of the 4th-level advanced ones. He seemed to be more lethal than Qian Hongtuo. But in the end, it fell into her hands. Feeling the murderous intention, Qian Kaiyu shivered due to physical stress. His mind was spinning rapidly. And then he hid his hatred and begged for mercy.
Don't kill me! I can tell you the location of the Schwanzi Flesh Ganoderma Forest. And you don't want anything.
Seeing that Shining Huan was unmoved and the murderous intention was still lingering, Qian Kaiyu gritted his teeth and said,
Although I am a member of the Qian family, I have no intention of doing anything to you. As long as you let me go this time, I swear that it will never be you in the future.
Enemies of the Shin family.
When the Qian family suffered humiliation and desperately tried to climb up, he no longer knew what self-esteem was. As long as he could survive, he would do anything, even if he lowered his profile and betrayed the Qian family. But it was not yet time to come up with a final bargaining chip. So he only showed his initial sincerity and waited to bargain with Shining Huan. But what he never expected was that Shining Huan would not arrange her cards and would not give him a chance to bargain. Directly shouted,
Rhubarb.
In an instant, an invisible space blade struck, and Qian Kaiyu's whole body felt numb. The memories he had honed from wandering on the edge of life and death for many years made him subconsciously turn to the left with all his strength. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. Although the fatal part was avoided, the space blade still struck him, cutting off his right arm at the root. In an instant,
the arm flew up and blood spurted out. Qian Kaiyu screamed in pain. His heart was completely confused, and he begged for mercy frantically.
Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I know the secret of the head of the family. He is involved with the Chai family. The Chai family.
Before he could finish his words, a powerful stream of water hit him and swallowed him up instantly. Shining Huan took 2 steps back and turned around warily to see Chai Zian standing not far away with a few people. Her face was gloomy, and her beautiful face was now full of gloom. She glared fiercely in the direction of Qian Kaiyu and said in a cold and disgusted tone,
Nothing dares to touch my Chai family.
As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Kaiyu spit out a few bubbles as he was swallowed by the water. His eyes were bloodshot with hatred, and then he died. Shining Huan frowned and said in a cold voice,
Are you trying to kill people and silence them?
Chai Zian snorted and looked at her with strong murderous intent in her eyes. Her tone was arrogant and disdainful.
I just dealt with a person who was disrespectful to my Chai family. And you? Why did you treat me 10 times as much as before?
I'll pay you back 100 times. Now that you don't have the Desert Eagle Guard by your side. I wonder who else can help you.
When she remembered that Shining Huan was so bruised that she almost quit the college entrance examination with only 1 breath left, she could not suppress the bad breath in her heart. The fierce light in her eyes became stronger and stronger, and she wanted to cut Shining Huan into pieces with 1,000 knives and break her bones. Flying ashes. Shining Huan stood there calmly, looking at her with mocking eyes.
Are you sure there is no giant desert eagle around me?
As if in response to her words, several huge eagle shadows flew past in the orange sky. Chai Zian's body froze. A trace of fear and flinching flashed in her eyes. And finally she gritted her teeth and said, Let's go. But in the next second, a molten iron dagger flew towards her door. Chai Zian raised her head and met Shining Huan's sharp murderous eyes. She quickly turned her head to avoid it. Shining Huan followed closely and struck with the broken sword again. Chai Zian immediately took out a dagger to resist, and several people following her quickly came up to help. Shining Huan wandered among the group of people for a few times before withdrawing from the battle, and then watched with cold eyes as Chai Zian was nervously escorted away by the Chai family members. Ouch! Da Huang scratched the ground with his claws, tilted his tiger head, and looked at Shining Huan with a dissatisfied tone.
Why don't you kill that woman and don't let me take action?
It will definitely cut off the woman's head when it strikes. Even if it can't, it can still shave off her hair and make her bald. For Chai Zian, a woman who almost made her bald before, Da Huang felt itchy with hatred. He didn't take revenge this time, and felt very unhappy. Shining Huan inserted the dagger back into her waist and said in a nonchalant tone,
It's just to scare her. Otherwise, if she wants to kill me, She can kill me. If she wants to run away, I won't be embarrassed.
Rhubarb? Since when did the master care about Face so much? To save Face, you would actually play this kind of frightening game played by children? Regarding Da Huang's head full of questions, Shining Huan did not explain anymore, but looked deeply at the direction Chai Zian left. Da Huang still understands her master very well. She did not do it just to save Face, but to test how high Chai Zian's status is in the Chai family. In the past, those Chai family members all kept silent and obeyed her orders as if they were dead. Judging from Shibin's attitude of protecting his master even if he died, Chai Zian had a good and important position in the Chai family. The Chai family is the first family in the empire, and is undoubtedly a behemoth to the Shin family. So she cannot kill Chai Zian here. Moreover, Qian Kaiyu just said that the Qian family and the Chai family are connected. So it cannot be ruled out that the Chai family also has intentions towards the Shin family. If she kills Chai Zian now, wouldn't the Chai family have an excuse to target the Shin family? Now the Shin family still has a chance of winning against the Qian family, but it would be a dead end against the Chai family. She would not be so stupid as to hand over the clue directly.
In addition, there was another thing that she didn't expect. Chai Zian didn't recognize Da Huang. Chapter 146 Treasure Hunt Little Lizard. Mommy, mommy. Seeing that the danger was over, the little giant sand lizard crawled over quickly, and then climbed all the way from Shining Huan's shoes to her shoulders. Its weak little milky voice was a bit expectant. Mom, take me with you. Da Huang's tiger eyes were wide open. What? This little lizard not only called the owner Mom, but also wanted to treat the owner as a long-term meal ticket. Ouch. No. It doesn't agree. There are so many rice dishes now. If there is another one, can it still get a share of the meat? Feeling the rejection from the big tiger, the little lizard shrank its body uneasily towards Shining Huan's neck and timidly said to herself,
Mom, don't abandon me. I'm very capable. I can feel the baby. I can take you there.
Find the black-purple flesh Ganoderma lucidum that the big bad guy talked about. Shining Huan stretched out her hand, used 2 fingers to pull out the cold one stuck to her neck, raised it in front of her, looked at its small curled paws with her beautiful dark eyes, and said with a smile,
Then follow me. Make a contract.
She had a share of credit for the little lizard hatching, and all its relatives were dead. She had no intention of leaving this malnourished little lizard with very poor survival ability to fend for itself. But she didn't expect this. A small lizard also brought her an unexpected surprise. It could actually hunt for treasure. Upon hearing this, the little lizard immediately agreed happily, and then quickly made a contract with Shining Huan. After the contract was completed, Shining Huan stared at the obedient and motionless little lizard that had been lifted into the air. She touched her chin and thought carefully.
I won't change your name. Just continue to call me Xiao Yi.
The little lizard nodded obediently, and said with a sweet voice,
Thank you, Mom. I will call you Shi from now on.
The matter was a foregone conclusion, and could not be changed. Da Huang stared depressedly, swung his tiger tail irritably, and reluctantly accepted the new little six. My sister Huan is amazing. She has contracted another spiritual beast, including this little giant spirit sand lizard. Sister Huan has a total of 5 spiritual beasts. This number is too much. Can you afford it? Raising spirit beast cubs requires a lot of resources. And it's very worrying, JPG. Yes. And the giant spirit sand lizard is not a high potential spirit beast. This one is still a little malnourished. It is not an excellent species at first glance. Even if it is cultivated, it may not be very useful. It consumes resources in vain. And the contracted spirit beasts, the more there are, the more conflicts and difficulties in coordination. I heard that some beast masters often fight because they have too many contracted spirit beasts. Not only can they not increase their combat power, but they are also hindered by infighting. Women are prone to overflowing with sympathy. The giant spirit sand lizard in the contract will not be able to help her at all. Instead, it will be a drag. She must have lost her mind. Although the contracted spirit beasts are cool, they still have to bear the sky-high price. Materials and treasures required to cultivate them. It is not easy to be a beast master. There are too many spirit beasts, and a lot of effort and resources are allocated. Well, it's better to specialize in one spiritual beast and cultivate it to the best. Shining Huan has just returned from the Edge Star. It's probably because the Shin family hasn't had time to tell her about this. The Shin family is still notoriously poor. Can you help her? Hey, you naysayers. Can't you think of the bright side? Maybe our sister Huan has some special skills in cultivating spiritual animals. Look at that Baja dog.
the blue hidden butterfly, and this colorful mysterious butterfly. Tigers. Each one is better cultivated than the spiritual beasts of the college entrance examination students at the same time. With high levels and strong combat skills. This colorful black tiger is still a race with huge potential. And it also has rare spatial attributes. Even among other spiritual beasts the cultivation is not good. But this one can support our sister Juan's appearance. Yes. Yes. According to my observation. That blue hidden butterfly is not simple. It can hide its figure. Before, Lu Xianxian could not reach Shining Huan no matter how hard she walked. It was probably because of the illusion created by this blue hidden butterfly. Both abilities are very useful. And can also be used individually as a facade. Our Ermao is not that powerful. Although Ermao is a pug. A race with low potential. Our sister Huan's one is different. You see? It is now the second level intermediate level. And it can also be partially tempered. The whole body can be armored. And it can shoot rainstorm pear blossom needles, golden arrows and golden knives. These are more than just one skill. Ermao is definitely the miraculous and strongest dog in the Baja family. The reason why they are so strong must be because their owner, Sister Huan, has cultivated them well. TSK. It's only the first level now. Why are you so proud? In the future, the higher the level, the more heavenly materials and earthly treasures will be needed, and the more resources will be consumed. I don't believe these few can keep up with the pace of other spiritual beasts. I won't listen. I won't listen. Anyway, my sister Huan is the most powerful. Even if there are many spiritual beasts in the contract. She will definitely have her reasons. I want to give milk powder money to the little lizard and start it as a reward. Yes. Yes. Support Sister Huan, and give milk powder money to little snail. There was another huge wave of rewards on the barrage, which made the Chai family members, who followed Chai Xian's instructions to reward her to increase her popularity, very depressed. Why is Shining Huan so popular? It is clear that their fourth lady is the first in the overall list. Why are there so few people giving rewards to their young lady? The current reward amount for their young lady is basically all raised by the Chai family's money. Shaoling coins are poured into it in large quantities. And they are given points afterwards. The imperial treasury accounts for 10%. Which makes even the Chai family feel a little distressed no matter how wealthy they are. However, they didn't dare to disobey Chai Xian's previous instructions. So they could only look at the total amount of rewards in Shining Huan's live broadcast room and continue to reward them. Trying to catch up. Others who had the same idea as them were Lu Qingqing's Lu family and Ho Hongbao's Ho family. Both families were not short of money. But they were short of the 10th grade high-grade Yashin bamboo marrow liquid that was the most popular reward. Therefore, the competition is extremely fierce now. Except for Shining Huan and Jing Luo. Two wild people who gained popularity and climbed up through rewards based on their own abilities. The top 10 people on the reward list more or less have their respective families behind them. Regarding this kind of cheating, the Imperial Ministry of Finance not only did not stop it but actively encouraged it. After all, the more rewards they received, the more 10% they received. However, the comprehensive popularity list depends not only on the value of rewards, but also on popularity. Shining Huan, who didn't know the external situation for the time being, put the small lizard on Big Yellow's head and pushed it. And then under its command, he quickly found the black-purple-fleshed Ganoderma lucidum forest it mentioned. Although the number was not as large as the red blood ginseng forest. It was only 5. About 1%. But they are of a higher level. And the points they can add are no less than those of a forest of red blood ginseng. Fortunately, there are no guardian spirit beasts here. It's like a deserted land. There is even a patch of green grass growing around the black and purple Ganoderma, which is as numerous as weeds. It was really hard to find a place after wearing worn-out shoes. It took no effort to get it. Even though she didn't wear worn-out shoes, and it didn't take long to search. Shining Huan decisively seized the time to summon Ermao and the small butterfly, pulled out a few Qingling grass to relieve their toxins, and then unceremoniously pulled them out, mainly Ermao, to use as free labor. Chapter 147. Shining Huan returns to first place. Under the tall and dense towering ancient trees, one person and 2 spiritual beasts were working in the fields. Large Ganoderma lucidum was pulled out one after another and piled up on the ground. The 8 backpacks Shining Huan brought out could not fit in them. It is indeed a secret realm. As long as the treasures of heaven and earth grow, it will grow like a forest. This is really a sweet trouble. No way. She could only let the little butterfly run around and call a few giant desert eagles to act as porters.
She planned to carry the black-purple Ganoderma back to the cave first, while she would carry the Qingling grass on her back. Although this piece of Qingling grass is not very high grade, it is still considered a natural treasure. Each plant can add 1 point to it. No matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are still meat. So Sheninghuan plans to take them all into his pocket. The little butterfly, who has a bit of a social bug, has become good friends and brothers with the giant desert eagles in the past few days. All the warm-hearted brothers she called were more enthusiastic than the other, and they were all very happy to help her carry the goods. If they were not too big and their claws were too sharp for fear of breaking, they would have planned to help her dig together. But Sheninghuan persuaded them after some hard words. But these warm-hearted brothers still did not give up on the good thing of helping others. They were too big to do it themselves. So they turned around and came over with a group of child laborers, desert eagles, to help. The crowd gathered firewood with high flames, and the beasts worked together quickly. In a short time, with the help of the child workers, the land was collected, no matter whether it was black-purple flesh Ganoderma lucidum or Qingling grass. Not a single one was left. The clearing was fully implemented. Policy. The most obvious manifestation of these treasures, after being collected, is in the comprehensive list of the rankings. I saw the scores behind Sheninghuan, who was ranked 5th. Rising rapidly, they climbed all the way and finally managed to return to the first place. Chaizian, who was originally the first place, was pushed to the second place, just as she was calming down from being frightened by Sheninghuan. Chaizian, who was hiding outside a spirit animal den and preparing to score the last wave of points, happened to be opening the list to check the list, and then just watched as Sheninghuan's scores seemed to fluctuate. He jumped up like a monkey and snatched her first crown. Chaizian looked ferocious and cursed Sheninghuan in her heart for being cunning and shameless. The slow rise in scores in the past few days was just to act as a show to lower her vigilance. And then she insidiously revealed her trump card on the last day.
4th miss? Are we still going to fight?
The Chai family next to them felt the anger on her body and turned around to ask in surprise. Chaizian gritted her teeth and resentment filled her eyes.
Fight. Why don't you fight? I want to increase my points. I want to surpass Sheninghuan. You all, show me your cards. Yes.
The Chai family did not dare to disobey. So a bloody storm began. The other end, Jing Luo, who still didn't know that he had fallen from the second oldest child to the third oldest child in 10,000 years, was fighting with the pervert Qi Wei. He originally thought that today was his lucky day. He heard the sound of fighting in the early morning and planned to go there with Jiang Xiuran and Shi Ji to have a look. Unexpectedly, he encountered a piece of black and purple Ganoderma lucidum on the road. He was immediately elated. But the next second the three of them, the first one was discovered by the three-headed giant python, which is the 5th level of the guardian spirit beast here. Something bad happened. The giant python, with its 3 heads and 3 pairs of snake eyes flashing fiercely, chased them for several miles, but still followed them, as if it was teasing them and doing a pre-dinner skimming exercise. They fought back angrily. 3 people fought against 1, and the fight was 50-50. Later, a Chiogio was joined in the middle. After 2 hours of hard work, the 4 of them finally killed the 3-headed python, just when he thought he could happily go back and divide the mystery. When the purple-fleshed Ganoderma lucidum was gone, Qi Wei, a fighting lunatic, quit and had to drag Jing Luo to fight. Jing Luo didn't want to, so this madman attacked directly, aiming at the fatal part. Now Jing Luo had to hit him even if he didn't. Then Jiang Xiuran and Shi Ji went from worrying and anxious at the beginning to sitting and watching the show, acting as melon-eating audiences. They were so excited to watch, and they even clucked and clapped at the wonderful parts. The only difference was melon seeds and melon seeds. Watermelons were prepared for them. The first person to notice the change in Sheninghuan's score was Jiang Xiuran, an audience member.
Hey, did Sheninghuan go to rob someone? She actually climbed back to the first place.
He shouted in shock and stood up. Shi Ji turned around in surprise. The irritated Jing Luo, who was being beaten over there, reacted even more. The expression on his delicate and handsome face could not be stretched. Dan Feng's eyes widened with anger, and then he suddenly realized and gritted his teeth.
Sheninghuan is really treacherous. No fight. No fight. I'm going back to pick Xuanzi Ganoderma. I will definitely get the first place.
He immediately went on strike, not wanting to deal with the lunatic Qi Wei, then turned around to greet Jiang Xiuran and Shi Ji and ran back in a hurry. This time, even if Qi Wei attacked him, he would not respond. Fortunately, Qi Wei didn't like sneak attacks. Moreover, he had already figured out the methods and strength of this boy Jing Luo. He was no match for him. But he still had a good time fighting. But now that Jing Luo has no will to fight at all, he has no choice but to give up. Putting away the spirit beast soaring snake, he put his hands in his pockets, raised his eyebrows lazily on his evil face, then stepped out with his long legs and slowly followed the three of them. Originally, Qi Wei was the first one to go to Xinhuan after he came in, but he couldn't help it because of his bad luck. Not to mention encountering spirit beasts one after another. He got lost after a few twists and turns. Yes, Battle Madman Qi Wei also has the attribute of being lost. He lost himself while walking. He was lost in the desert for more than half a month, and finally reached the oasis. He was clearly heading towards he was going to the highest mountain. But he took a wrong path for some reason and took a small path. He didn't meet Qian Heng to his team or Shen Jisung's team. So he entered the inner perimeter of the oasis. The people who could enter here were of extraordinary strength, either in groups of 2s or 3s, or alone. All of them were little flowers and bones that he had watched on the live broadcast before. Suddenly, his eyes were scarlet, and the desire to fight in his body came up. Why was Xinhuan not happy? Xinning was so happy that the little flowers in front of her were not as beautiful as they were. He licked his lips and got on it immediately with excitement. The fighting madman is worthy of the title given to him by others. The more he fights, the more excited he gets. And the more he fights, the more he can't stop. He hunts little flowers and bones in the area all day long. He occasionally fights spirit beasts to earn points. When he encounters a supply box, he will also patiently answer questions for points. Other than that, all time is allocated to finding people to fight. This morning, I finally remembered that I was going to find Xinhuan. But I didn't expect to meet Jing Luo first. He immediately accepted the opponent who came to his door. Xinhuan was once again thrown aside and started fighting with Jing Luo. Chapter 148 Qi Wei's Battle Invitation. Under the shadow of the tree, but unable to stop the burning heart, Xinhuan and the hot and small desert giants packed the black-purple flesh Ganoderma lucidum and the Qingling grass. Just as they were about to leave, Jing Luo and Jiang Xiuran and Shiji, the three of them, ran back, panting heavily. The four people looked at each other and were all stunned on the spot.
Why are you here?
An ominous premonition suddenly surged in Jing Luo's heart. And then, he quickly stretched his neck to look behind Xinhuan, only to see an empty ground. Even the mud on it seemed to have been plowed. And there was no black and purple flesh Ganoderma lucidum at all. Traces. His whole body was suddenly like a thunderbolt from the blue. And he was stunned on the spot. It took him a long time to find his voice. Dan Feng looked at Xinhuan with wide eyes, and said tremblingly,
Your score just now was because of this black and purple Ganoderma forest.
Xinhuan blinked.
There is also Qingling grass.
Jing Luo didn't lift it up, and rolled his eyes angrily. Jiang Xiuran quickly reached out to hold her up, shouting in a panic,
Don't faint! Don't faint! Good brother! You have to cheer up!
Shiji followed suit and pinched him with a serious look on his face. Xinhuan scratched her head and didn't understand why such a strong young man fainted. However, she still led Da Huang and Irma over in a humanitarian spirit and asked with some worry,
What's wrong with him? Is he suffering from heat stroke?
Do you want to take some Qingling grass to clear your mind?
Jing Luo was even worse, but he still woke up strong. He looked at her with a pair of beautiful red phoenix eyes full of sorrow, and said in a faint voice,
You know the guardian spirit beast of this black and purple flesh Ganoderma lucidum?
Where have you gone?
Xinhuan is such a smart person. She immediately realized what he meant. Then she looked at him sympathetically and said,
You are so unlucky that I could miss you.
Jing Luo's eyes became even sadder.
You have returned to the first place in the comprehensive list because of this.
A surprised expression appeared on Xinhuan's face.
Is there such a thing? I was busy picking black and purple Ganoderma lucidum just now, and I really didn't pay attention.
Jing Luo felt like he had been stabbed in the chest. It hurts, Xinhuan continued.
I didn't expect you guys to be so unlucky. I've been letting you down for so many days. But your score is only slightly higher than mine. And you caught up in the blink of an eye.
Jing Luo, another stab in the chest. Xinhuan.
Don't look at me with such sad eyes. Although I know you are unlucky. Good things are yours only when you grab them. This Xuanzi flesh Ganoderma and Qingling grass are all mine now. I worked so hard to pull it out. If you want, you can buy it with small spirit coins. Since you helped lure away the guardian spirit beast, I can give you a 20% discount.
Jing Luo, my heart is so painful that I can't breathe. Why does Shining Huan have a mouth?
Ha 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 ha.
Chi Wei, who was following behind, had a cheerful smile on his lips. And his smile was unrestrained and unrestrained, which made Jing Luo's teeth itch in frustration, wishing he could pounce on him for another fight. However, Chi Wei didn't spare him a glance at this moment. His narrow, scarlet eyes were staring at Shining Huan with excitement, and he invited her full of desire to conquer and fight.
Fight with me.
1.
Shining Huan glanced at him in surprise, not knowing this person, and then raised a kind smile on her lips.
If you want to face a group of desert giant eagles, you can.
Behind her, the giant desert eagles, who were silently pretending to be the background and had not had time to leave, immediately came over and stood behind her like bodyguards. More than a dozen of them were as tall as skyscrapers, looking down from above, their eagle eyes sharply staring at the audacious feat. Beast. The daring two-legged beast. Chi Wei's perverted smile froze, and the corners of his narrow, bright red eyes trembled slightly.
Forget it. I like one-on-one. And I don't like group fights where I get crushed.
He is a fighting madman, but not an idiot. Of course, he can understand such an obvious disparity in force. Jing Luo's ears pricked up, and he became excited immediately. He was so excited that this fighting lunatic actually gave in. It has to be our sister Huan. Look at the fighting lunatic Chi Wei being subdued. Ha ha ha. This kid Chi Wei is also like this. This is the first time I see him deflated. No. This picture is so beautiful. I have to cut off the screenshot and go back to share it with the seniors at Feishing Academy. It's so fun. Li. Hey. I originally wanted to see what they would be like together, but I didn't expect Shining Huan to be so awesome. It's different to have a desert giant eagle as a bodyguard. Humph. What are you talking about? After leaving the secret realm, without the help of the desert giant eagle, Shining Huan was knocked back to her original shape in minutes. Let's see how she can still show off her power. You are right. Shining Huan only relied on hatching eggs and befriending the desert giant eagle to become the king in the secret realm. When she comes out, she may not even be able to compare with Jiang Xiaoran. Oh, let's talk about the future later. Anyway, I can't see it anymore. Now I can only see my sister Huan's majesty, which makes Chi Wei, a fighting lunatic, not dare to challenge her.
With nothing to fight for, Chi Wei's straightened shoulders slumped back. He lazily said goodbye to them casually, then waved and left. Shining Huan and Jing Luo didn't want to waste time, so they parted ways. The desert giant eagle divided into several desert eagles and carried black-purple flesh Ganoderma lucidum and the desert eagles back to the cliff. Another desert giant eagle was separated and carried by the little butterfly back to the place where everyone in the Shin family fainted and gave them Qi-Ling grass. As for Shining Huan herself, she went treasure hunting with a few desert giant eagles and rhubarb ermel. With Xiao Yi, a little treasure hunting lizard, she planned to take this opportunity to get more in this secret realm. She ranked second on the ranking list, but the treasures inside are worth the money.
Bai Zhe, except for Iori bamboo marrow liquid. Do you know what the other 7 kinds of soul-repairing treasures you mentioned are? The other 7? Do you have them in the inherited memory? You can ask Xiao Yi to look for them here.
Bai Zhe,
the level of this secret realm is too low. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures inside are only of the 6th grade at most. There are no other 7 kinds of soul-repairing materials.
Shining Huan sighed helplessly.
Okay, then the other 7.
Bai Zhe,
after drinking 99 drops of Yashin bamboo marrow liquid. The second one is dragon scale grass. It requires 10th grade high-grade grass to be effective. It requires 66 plants. The others will wait.
Shining Huan, the name sounds very expensive. Plus this level. Ugh. You still have to save money and save money. So she followed the little one on Da Huang's head to guide her, and took advantage of the last few hours to run around in the oasis, harvesting waves of natural resources and treasures. Her overall score was rising rapidly again. And Jing Luo and Chai Zian were in love. Even if you hurry up, you can't catch up. Their angry fists were fierce, but they just couldn't beat her. Chapter 149. Shin Qifei is dark and thin. When the unique orange-red light in the yellow sand secret realm fell, this year's college entrance examination event that attracted much attention across the empire also came to an end. As the secret realm closed, the college entrance examination students in the secret realm disappeared one after another and were teleported out. After a while, the central square of the main star was crowded with college entrance examination students. compared with the crowd when they entered. The number of people was much smaller now, and it seemed a little empty. Of course, this is not the time to remember the deceased college entrance examination students, but a glorious moment for these college entrance examination students who have returned alive. But just looking at it, I felt like something was wrong. How come these fancy clothes make you so fat? I saw that every 2 or 3 college entrance examination candidates would suddenly see someone dressed in weird clothes. Among them, there were those wearing grass skirts, grass cloaks, feather skirts, animal skin skirts, molten iron armor, bottle suits, and yellow cheap paper, the sky-high price paper skirt. In short, the main focus is an alternative novelty. Wild fashion. The audience before the live broadcast looked at it with their eyes shining brightly. The sand monkeys did a beautiful job. If they hadn't snatched people's clothes and stripped them to only their underpants, they would never have imagined it. Today's college entrance examination students are so ingenious and versatile. And the aesthetics are also extraordinary. In the past, when the live broadcast was divided, it was not very eye-catching. But now such a gathering is like a chaotic dance. Fashion collision, dazzling everyone watching, and a surprise and amazement in the blink of an eye. However, Shin Huan and several Shin family members still made their debut in this chaotic dance with large and small bags hanging on their bodies, and even made their seat position debut, for no other reason than because it occupies a large area. The surrounding college entrance examination students have been squeezed out by more than 1 meter, forming a circular space, so they are not conspicuous, and no one is conspicuous. Shin Qifei, who was weather-beaten, had chapped skin, and was still wearing a piece of clothing made of animal skin, couldn't help showing a curious expression as she looked at the things on the floor. She spoke to Shin Huan, who was nearest, through a large package wrapped in light oilcloth.
What are you packing here? There are so many of them. How come it's like going to a secret place to purchase goods?
Shin Huan put the large and small packages on her arms on the ground one by one. Hearing this, he looked up at her with an expression on his face like you were asking a stupid question. Shin Zhao squatted on the ground and touched the package happily, with a smile on his face.
Of course. These are the treasures of heaven and earth that Sister Huan found in the secret realm, and the things that were found in the supply box. The things that were found in the supply box accounted for the majority. Although these things are not particularly valuable, they are all more practical. Even if you put it up for sale, you can sell it quickly, and you can probably earn a lot of Shaolin coins.
Shin Qifei's mouth opened wide, surprised that she could fit a big duck egg in her mouth.
So, these are all opened by Shin Huan? How many supply boxes do we have to open?
Shin Zhao glanced at her suspiciously.
Sister Huan has the desert giant eagle to help find the supply boxes. Nearly 90% of the supply boxes in the secret realm have been opened by Sister Huan. The supply boxes are stacked up to fill more than half of the cave. We have to do some estimation. There are 800 or 900 of them. We, the Shin family, all went to Sister Huan's cave to see them and help pack them. Didn't you know?
Shin Qifei's face flushed, and she secretly grinded her teeth.
Why do I know? Okay. It turned out to be Shin Huan's fault. No wonder I couldn't find it no matter how hard I looked for the supply box. Later, I didn't even see one. Almost starved to death in the desert.
Shin Qiu's eyes lit up, and she felt happy. She was even more unlucky than herself. She smiled and said to Shin Zhao in an understanding manner,
Feifei has never come to join us at the oasis. She must have been lost in the desert and couldn't find the oasis. You don't know that she is missing from the Shin family. Shin Zhao's eyes were confused, and he touched his nose awkwardly. He really didn't know. After the news that the transfer students were coming came out, he planned to form a team to protect himself. Later, when he arrived at the oasis, he and Brother Song led the team to fight wits and courage with the Qian family's team without stopping. He really didn't think of counting the number of people. Not only him, but Shin Jifan also turned his head away quietly when he heard this, with a guilty look in his eyes. Seeing what they didn't understand when they looked like this, Shin Qifei was so angry that her eyes were red. Did she still have any love from her family? Did she have no sense of existence? Shin Qiu was the only one who knew about her absence. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved Shin Qifei felt. The days of wandering around in the desert, sleeping in the open air, eating sand and running away were too difficult. Although she did not encounter any particular danger after 30 days, she could not eat well and sleep well. The lingering group of smelly sand monkeys attacked her from time to time, and the sun was so intense that she even peeled off a layer of her skin. The girl who was originally smooth, fair-skinned and beautiful has now transformed into a country girl. Her whole body has become darker and thinner. On the contrary to her is Shin Chi-yue's current state. Before entering the secret realm, Shin Chi-yue's skin was dark and dull, and she was decadent and slovenly like a female ghost. But now, Shin Chi-yue has become whiter and fatter, and her whole person has regained her youthful and lively appearance, and the beauty of the past. Shin Chi-fei almost cried with envy when she saw it. Is it possible that he is so dark and thin that someone has to inherit it in order to get better? Shin Huan was dark and thin before. When Shin Huan turned white and beautiful, Shin Chi-yue became dark and thin. Now Shin Chi-yue has changed back. And it's her turn again. Seeing the tears welling up in her eyes, and about to burst into tears, Shin Huan coughed lightly and reminded.
The screen above has changed.
Everyone looked up subconsciously, and Shin Chi-fei also held back the tears in her eyes, sniffing and looking up helplessly. I saw huge blue fluorescent screens floating in midair in the central square,
with text and pictures appearing on them all. Among them, what was playing in the front was the comprehensive ranking list of the 30-day college entrance examination. The voices of the college entrance examination students suddenly fell silent, and they all looked over with eager eyes. Comprehensive list score ranking. First place, Shin Huan. 29,810 points, 16,800 points in the literary test, and 1,890 points in the martial arts test. Second place, Jingluo. 27,891 points. 1,890 points in literary test. 15,009 points in martial arts test. Third place, Chaizian. 27,890 points. 1,700 points in literary test. 16,900 points in martial arts test. Fourth place, Fang Donger. 25,777 points. 1,890 points in literary test. 10,002 points in martial arts test. Fifth place, Jiang Xiuran. 25,760 points. 1,200 points in the literary test and 13,999 points in the martial arts test. Sixth place, Shi Ji. 25,740 points. 1,231 points in the literary test and 14,900 points in the martial arts test. Seventh place, Ban Jiaming. 23,800 points. 789 points in the literary test and 13,903 points in the martial arts test. Eighth place, Qi Wei. 21,900 points. Literary test 60 points. Martial arts test 19,006 points. Ninth place, Bai Qing. 20,998 points. 1,209 points in literary test. 13890 points in martial arts test. 10th place, Zhu Xiaoqun. 17,903 points, 1690 points in literary test. 8906 points in martial arts test. Chapter 150 Another Spiritual Beast. In addition, Zhu Dachuan ranked 130th, Xin Zhao ranked 140th, and Xin Jifan was only one place behind him, falling to 141st by 1 point. These three people were originally among the top 100 candidates. Even Xin Jifan was in the top 10 before. But until the last day, the competition was so fierce that they were pushed out of the top 100. It can be seen that there are people outside the world. There are indeed some college entrance examination students who take a low-key route, pretending to be pigs and eating tigers, just waiting to explode at the last moment. Ho Hongbao always hides behind when encountering trouble. But he is lucky enough to come across many natural and earthly treasures. And he also gets a lot of comprehensive points. So his score is not very low. And Shin Chi-yue, who started to work hard in the later period, tied for 428th place. As for Shin Chi-fei, who has been wandering in the desert and had a hard time, but the danger is not very high. She was ranked outside the 5,000th place. Her total score was just over 1,000, ranking second to last among the Shin family members. As for the other Shin family members, who had not awakened the beast-controlling space, because they successfully arrived at the oasis and were led by Shin Ji-sung, their scores exceeded those of Shin Chi-fei, the person who had the beast-controlling space and originally looked down on them. After learning this fact, Shin Chi-fei couldn't help crying again. Shin Ji-sung has the lowest score in the Shin family, with only over 50 points, almost at the bottom of the list. But this is exactly what Shin Ji-sung wants. He has no plans to transfer to another school, so he doesn't need the score at all. Even this more than 50 points were left behind when he was entangled by sand monkeys,
when he first entered the secret realm. There was no one else around him, and he slaughtered dozens of sand monkeys to frighten them. Later, when there were people around him, all opportunities were passed away. After reading a series of dense scores, the second screen lit up. All college entrance examination students who have passed the literary test with 60 points, the martial arts test with 60 points, and the comprehensive score with 150 points are requested to complete the application form as soon as possible. The college will admit students from top to bottom according to the scores, and the talents and potential of the scores are tied. The more outstanding candidates will be given priority. The time limit is 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, the application deadline will be the deadline. The college admission allocation will begin directly on site, and the admission notice will be issued. After the notice is issued, you are not allowed to change schools. If you must transfer, you can wait until next year's college entrance examination. The countdown starts now. What should I do? What should I do? Which college should I apply for? Shin Chifei couldn't care less about being sad at this time, and started to fill in her volunteers urgently. She is ranked over 5,000. And the 3 top universities are completely hopeless. So she can only look for the colleges below. But the good colleges below also select students. What if she fills in a high school, but is not admitted? But if she fills in a low school, and is unwilling to accept it? She will have a hard time making a choice. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt envious of Shininghuan. Shininghuan's score ranked first, and all 3 top universities would open their doors to her. She was the only one to choose the academy, and no academy chose her. Of course, Shininghuan has accepted the golden recruitment order from Zixia Academy, so naturally she can only choose Zixia Academy. Tired of standing there, Shininghuan simply sat on the floor, then reached out to open the message from the admissions office, and clicked on the volunteer application. A pre-voluntary questionnaire immediately popped up. The candidate's spiritual master level? Answer: 3rd level junior spiritual master. Is the candidate a beast master? Answer: yes. The candidate's beast controlling space level? Answer: SS+. The number, race, and level of spirit beasts that the candidate currently possesses? Shininghuan hesitated for a moment, and filled in the number of spirit beasts to a total of 6. The first one, Pug, 2nd level intermediate. The second one, Blue Hidden Butterfly, 2nd level intermediate. The third one, Colorful Black Tiger, 2nd level primary. The fourth one, White Snail, 1st level intermediate. The fifth one, Giant Sand Lizard, 1st level beginner. The sixth one, Desert Giant Eagle, 1st level beginner. Yes, that's right. Shininghuan has another spiritual beast, the cub of a desert giant eagle. She, who is a no-name person, named it Little Eagle. But this time, the little desert eagle was not seduced by her charm, but by the little butterfly. After Little Butterfly, a social cow who loves to make friends, got to know the adult desert giant eagle. She also played very well with the young desert eagles. So much so that when they were about to leave, the desert eagles were flapping their feathers one after another. The long fleshy wings should go together. Go out and see the world, and not be a country bumpkin eagle. But they were all ruthlessly suppressed by their own eagle father and mother. Only this little eagle was a little orphan without a father and mother. There were no elders to suppress it. The other desert giant eagles didn't matter. It became more and more bold, and cried out to follow her. The contract is to go with my good friend Little Butterfly. If I don't take it with me, it will cry. Cry and be cute at the same time. Who can withstand this? So Shininghuan got another contracted spirit beast with twice the potential. Ho Hongbao was jealous when he saw it, and wanted to make a contract with one to take back. However, as soon as he started hooking up with the desert eagle, its father and mother flew him off with their wings, and threw him against the wall, with his head smashed all over. Seeing this, Shinjile and others who were about to make a move immediately stopped, and kept their noses in mind, not daring to take any more chances with the desert eagles. After asking about beast masters, the questionnaire asked about other abilities. Do you have other minor abilities, such as spiritual weapon master and spiritual pattern master? What is the level? Answer: yes. Spiritual pattern master, 2nd level advanced. After everything is filled out, a dialog box pops up to thank you for filling in the questionnaire. And then the interface that pops up is the real volunteer application. There are a total of 3 application options. You can choose 3 colleges and admit them in order. Shininghuan didn't even think about it, and just filled in the first Zixia Academy. Then click Submit to complete the volunteer application. Compared with Shininghuan,
who was leisurely and relaxed after filling out her application and almost fell asleep while sitting. Shin Chiyue was a little anxious. She was walking back and forth, feeling nervous. Her first choice was for Zixia College. Her second choice was for Baiwa College. And for her third choice, she skipped Jinding College, one of the 3 top universities, and chose the second-tier Qian College. Jinding was Chai Haobo's college. She didn't want to repeat the mistakes of her previous life. So she wanted to be as far away from the Chai family as she wanted. She would rather give up Jinding, one of the 3 top universities, than be in the same college as the Chai family. But now her ranking was really embarrassing. She was ranked 428th. And there were a few tying ones. She counted carefully, and after including those tying ones, she was ranked exactly 449th. First or 450. But according to Ho Hongbao's qualifications, which are better than hers, she should be ranked 450th. It happens to be an extremely dangerous position that is neither embarrassing nor embarrassing, because each of the 3 top universities only admits 150 students. That means that after the previous candidates are finished, the 3 top universities will only leave her with one choice. If she is unlucky, and the people in front of her lose all the places in Zixi College and Baiwa College, and she does not go to Jinding, then she will have to go to the second-tier Qian College. So in this situation, she could only give it a try and see if the bicycle could be turned into a motorcycle. If she lost the game and fell to Qiang, her resources would be downgraded. This was really not what she wanted. So she is anxious. Chapter 151 Popular King Sheninghuan. Just as some of the college entrance examination candidates were confident and calm, while some were restless and hesitant, waiting for the admission notice, the third screen lit up, which displayed the overall popularity ranking and the comprehensive ranking of the college entrance examination candidates, the amount of rewards received. Among them, the first person who caught the eye was Sheninghuan, who ranked first. Popularity King, Sheninghuan. Total reward amount is 354.18 million Shaoling coins. This line of text is also marked in a golden flower font, which is bolder and heavier than the other names on the list. A small golden crown is placed on the Popular King to show that it is different. It can be said that the person who did this layout really gave Sheninghuan the first place in the ranking. The envy in the eyes of many college entrance examination students almost overflowed when they saw her, and they felt sour in their hearts. This was so damn cool. She must have taken all the limelight of the college entrance examination. Sheninghuan, the person involved, also had joyful emotions on her beautiful features. The total reward amount of more than 300 million Shaoling coins was beyond her expectation. The Shaoling coins she had saved before were not even a fraction of this. No wonder some people say that the live broadcast industry is the most profitable. And they're right. It was more than 300 million. After excluding 20% of the operating expenses for the Imperial Finance Department, there were still more than 200 million Shaoling coins left. She immediately became a little rich woman. Moreover, it was said before the college entrance examination that the person who ranked first in the overall popularity of the live broadcast would be rewarded by the Imperial Finance Department with 10-grade high-grade ivory bamboo marrow liquid. One drop would be worth hundreds of millions. Although it is not yet clear how many drops it is. But it is still profitable. Ha ha ha. I feel proud at last. Our sister Huan is the most popular. Lu Xianxian and Chai Zian. Go ahead and eat shit. That is, we ordinary people have to ask these big families to see if we can do it. Isn't it just a matter of fighting for money? If you can invest, so can our thousands of Huan Huan fans. Sister Huan Huan is the most popular. Spreading flowers. Sister Huan deserves to have it. The most popular one should belong to our Sister Huan. Our Sister Huan's live broadcast room has the largest number of viewers from the first day. How can she be like Lu Xianxian and the others? Swiping fake heads. Swiping rewards. We really think we are blind and can't see it. Humph. Since Ho Hongbao is hanging out with our Sister Huan and doing pretty well, I won't scold him. Hey, it turns out that this kind of thing has happened before. After the college entrance examination is over, they will be able to access the internet. Shinjile is ranked 140th. He can go to whichever college he applies to. He does not need to be as nervous and anxious as other college entrance examination students. So he is looking at his popularity. After being ranked and rewarded, I couldn't wait to log onto the Star Network and start collecting information. The first hot search I saw when I came up was shocking. The confrontation between hundreds of millions of civilians and big families. Who is the final winner? Can Sheninghuan become the star of hope for the civilians?
Let's stay tuned.
This title was so attractive that Shinjile was immediately intrigued and felt itchy in his heart. Then he couldn't help but click to enter. Then he found out what his sister Huan's popularity was, and the amount of reward she received. How did it come about? When Shining Huan heard his voice, she turned her head subconsciously, and saw Shinjile's eyes shining with an excited expression on his face that said,
I have a big melon to share with you.
Shining Huan.
Say. He.
Shinjile smiled like a thief, and then posted the news on the Star Network so that Shining Huan and the Shin family members, who were curiously craning their necks, could see clearly. It turns out that Shining Huan's total reward amount 3 hours ago was less than 100 million. And the subsequent more than 200 million amount was all rewarded in the last 3 hours. The cause of this incident was that the Chai family, the Lu family, and the Ho family cheated and rewarded each other. They were doing it secretly, but they couldn't stand it. The public's eyes were sharp, and their operations were quickly punished. People discovered it, and it was posted on the Starnet. The majority of fans of Shining Huan, or civilians, have given up. Wow, this big bullshit family is too arrogant. They feel great just because they are rich. Are they treating them like fools with such obvious fraud? So each of them became enthusiastic, and the emotions that they had been oppressed in the past suddenly burst out. They rolled up their sleeves and prepared to fight with the big families, and smash down the rewards for free. Everyone gathered together to gather firewood, and Shining Huan's live broadcast room was soon dominated by various rewards. Those big families are not happy either. Good guys. Those fans of Shining Huan are provoking them. They don't want to lose face. It's time for you little untouchables to see the heritage of the big families. As a result, a tipping frenzy started on the live broadcast, and the process can be said to be bloody, violent and vigorous. The final result was that there was strength in numbers. Everyone worked together, and they were powerful enough to defeat Gold. Millions of civilians won the final victory, pushing Shining Huan to the throne of the most popular king. Therefore, it can also be said that the reason why Shining Huan can receive such a high amount of rewards is because the big families of the Chai and Lu families inspired the rebellious spirit of fans. It can be said that without these big families, Shining Huan would not be what she is today. After watching the whole thing, everyone in the Shin family was happy. Shining Huan.
Thank you to the Chai family and the Lu family.
The Shin family members were all happy after hearing this. The devil Shining Huan is still so damaging. Not far away, Lu Xianxian and Chai Zian happened to hear this sentence after receiving the news. Their faces turned livid with anger, and their fists were hardened. As for Ho Hongbao, another member of the family involved, Ho Hongbao, he carefully hid in the crowd with an expression on his face that said,
Young master, I have nothing to do with me. I don't know anything.
It's all the people in his family who are making the fuss. What does it have to do with him? Ho Hongbao. After watching the most popular show, everyone else in the Shin family was also smiling, except for Shin Qifei. The rewards they received were surprisingly good, especially Shin Jisung, whose reward amounted to more than 30 million. His face with thick eyebrows and big eyes was so happy that the corners of his mouth never dropped. Originally, he thought he was just going in for a formality and helping a bunch of clan brothers and sisters. But he didn't expect that there would be such a big surprise. There are more than 30 million Shaolin coins. Even if he gives 20% to the Ministry of Finance and 80% to the clan, he can still keep 4.8 million. He can earn it by working a few odd jobs. It takes months to earn. In front of the screen, the Shin family members who were in the same class as Shin Jisung cried with envy and regretted not going in with Shin Jisung. Chapter 152 Ju Dachuan's nerdy sister. However, the ones with the deepest resentment belong to the Qian family. After this college entrance examination, their Qian family has gained nothing, and has not benefited at all. Even the children of the Qian family, who were sent in, are all in trouble. This is equivalent to their Qian family. The inheritance has been interrupted this year. The most important thing is that they also lost Qian Hongtua and Qian Kaiyu, two elites who spent countless resources to cultivate. And Qian Hongyu, the highest status concubine, is gone. Now they just want to rush into the screen and kill Shining Huan. The culprit was eaten alive. In the study room of the Qian family, the head of the Qian family looked gloomy and ugly, with a storm brewing in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and ordered,
Go and let the arranged person contact Shin Qiyue as soon as possible. She and Shining Huan must be at odds. With her cooperation inside and outside, we can eradicate Shining Huan as soon as possible. Yes, head of the family.
Shin Qiyue, who was anxiously waiting for the admission notice, suddenly felt a chill on her back, as if she was being stared at, and she glanced back subconsciously. Behind her, Shining Huan, who was watching her walking around and noticing that she was having fun, raised her eyebrows and asked,
"What's wrong?"
Shin Chiyue glared at her with a dark face, gritted her teeth and said,
"It's nothing."
I knew Shining Huan was laughing at her, so she changed her position and continued walking back and forth. It wasn't until half an hour was about to end that she stopped, staring at her optical brain, waiting for the admission notice. Advent. There was a ding, and the message alert came. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she couldn't wait to open it. "Hello, student Shin Chiyue. Congratulations on your admission to Cheon College. We would like to inform you that Shin Chiyue is requested to report to Cheon College in 3 days." Shin Chiyue's mind was buzzing, and now she could only see 2 words in her eyes.
Cheon.
She lost the bet. Compared with the 3 top universities, Cheon College's resources are downgraded. Her whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of shadow and black mist, and negative emotions such as frustration, dissatisfaction, and depression came one after another. In order to avoid Chai Haobu's stinking scumbag, she really lost too much. She could have gone to 3 top universities. But at this time, the guy named Ho Hongbao, who was tied with her in the ranking, happily ran to Shining Huan to announce the good news.
"Sister Huan, I was admitted to Zishu College. Hee. I can be in the same college as you."
The strings in Shin Chiyue's mind snapped instantly, and she shot a fierce look at Ho Hongbao. Okay. It turns out that he took away the last place in Zishu Academy, so she missed out on Zishu Academy. She hated it. This red and hateful look happened to be clearly seen by the head of the Qian family, who was paying attention to her. But because of the angle, he thought that Shin Chiyue's hatred was directed at Shining Huan. So he felt more and more that the beauty trap he set up would definitely work. Success. After calming down his anger for a while, the head of the Qian family once again ordered people to set off now. It would be best to meet with Shin Chiyue today and take advantage of her unstable mood to better attack the enemy. Shining Huan also received the admission notice. Compared to Shin Chiyue's anxiety, her movements were a bit slow. "Hello, student Shining Huan. Congratulations on your admission to Zishu College. We hereby inform you that students, Shining Huan, are required to report to Zishu College in 3 days. If there is an accident and you are unable to report on time, you need to apply to the college to postpone your registration. If you do not apply, our hospital will cancel the student registration quota for students who fail to register on time. We hope that Shining Huan will pay attention to the registration process." After that, Shin Jile, Shin Jifan and others also received admission notices one after another. Shin Jile and Shin Jifan were admitted to Zishu College like Shining Huan. Shin Jide, Shin Jiluan and Shin Chiyue were admitted to Cheon College. Although the other Shin family members were not able to go to the 3 top universities, the colleges they were admitted to were ranked higher than them. It was much better to predict before the exam. Only Shin Qifei, who made serious mistakes in the college entrance examination, had no choice but to go to Feishing Academy. It's the same academy where the madman Qi Danger once fought. Because of Qi Wei, Feishing Academy has become quite famous on the Star Network recently. Under the influence, Shin Qifei simply chose such a relatively familiar academy. After the admission notice was announced, the college entrance examination event was finally over, and the live broadcast was reluctantly closed by many Empire citizens. Because of the time difference with the Secret Realm, the sun sets in the Secret Realm, but on the main star, the sun is still shining brightly, and the sky is bright. The college entrance examination students dispersed one after another from the central square of the main star. A group of people from the Shin family carried large and small bags and walked out loaded with goods. They stood out among the crowded crowd. Many candidates looked at their packages with envious expressions. Ju Dachuan was squeezed into the crowd at the back. He was tall and strong, carrying a large backpack with 3 bags. He excitedly pulled his sister beside him and wanted to catch up.
"Xiaochun, I saw Sister Huan."
Ju Xiaochun is a skinny little girl, with arms as thin as hemp poles. After hearing her brother's voice, she slowly poked her head out from behind a large sack that was taller and bigger than herself. She has a fair little face with a delicate and ordinary appearance. Her eyelids are covered by her excessively long bangs, which makes her eyes look dull and dull. She looks like a little nerd who is addicted to his own world. The voice is also gentle and thin.
"Then go up and take a look and say thank you."
The sister Huan my brother was talking about was probably the #1 Shining Huan. I didn't expect that my brother was so powerful that he could hold such a golden thigh with gold rims. Zhu Xiaoqun's mood was a little complicated. Her stupid brother was such a stupid person. Then she hugged the large sack of goods she brought out from the secret realm tightly, and let her big brother, who was as strong as a bear, drag her around in the sea of people. However, the brother and sister failed to catch up and see anyone in the end. After leaving the central square, they could only see the backs of Sheninghuan and the others riding away quickly on their spiritual beasts.
Oh, I haven't said thank you yet.
Zhu Dachuan stretched out his hand. His thick eyebrows twisted into caterpillars. Zhu Xiaoqun comforted her slowly.
Since we are all in the same college, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future.
Zhu Dachuan scratched his head and smiled innocently, showing his white teeth.
Yeah, I almost forgot. By the way, sister, you should follow me and call me Sister Huan from now on. This golden thigh is really good. Sister, you are also the owner of the Golden Talent Recruitment Order. You are the 10th on the comprehensive list. You must have more intersections with Sister Huan. Remember to hug me. Thanks to this golden thigh. Brother, I won't worry about you anymore.
Zhu Xiaoqun thought for a moment after hearing this, and a serious expression appeared on her nerdy face. Then she nodded solemnly.
Well, I'm right. I will do it.
At this time, Sheninghuan didn't know that she had another leg pendant that she had glued on. She was not in a hurry to go home at the moment, and was taking the Shen family to a long street outside the military compound to set up a stall and sell things. There were too many messy things brought out of the secret realm, and she had to sell them. Chapter 153: Going Out and Meeting Fans. A long street outside the military compound is a famous grocery street. It sells everything from 10th-grade high-quality natural materials to imitations and fakes. It depends on whether you have the discernment to tell the difference. Find out what is authentic and what is fake, and buy something of real value. If you have the ability, this street is a Taobao paradise for you. If you don't have the ability, then just wait to be deceived into losing your pants. Therefore, the outside world's reputation for a long street is extremely polarized. However, most people still like to come here. Firstly, because they don't believe that they will be deceived because of their poor eyesight. And secondly, because there are a wide range of things sold here. And some rare things that are not found in Interstellar stores may be available here. As a seller, a long street also opens the door to convenience for you. As long as you pay to rent a shop, no other procedures are required, and the price can be determined by you. The owner of the long street will not care about it, nor will the Imperial Industrial and Commercial Bureau. I know how to take care of it. As long as the money and goods are collected here, it will be useless even if I come back to settle accounts later. Therefore, many people like to come here to set up stalls, hoping to meet a few people with bad eyesight. Sheninghuan had no intention of looking for someone to take advantage of, but she happened to know this place, and brought people here knowing that it was convenient to sell things here. She rented a stall, but because she arrived late, she was only assigned a corner spot. They found her according to the number plate, and the stall assigned to her was at the end of the street. There were not many people passing by, but the place was very clean. The stall next door was a stall sitting on a pony, wearing a bamboo hat and a black veil. People who hang down and can't see their faces clearly. Sheninghuan's eyes swept over his hand on his knee. It was shriveled, wrinkled, rough and peeling, with many large and small scars and scars. So it must be an old man. But it had nothing to do with her. She subconsciously glanced at it and moved back to the stall assigned to her. The space of this stall is quite large. She put several large parcels in and stacked them against the wall. There was also a space in front for setting up the stall. After Shen Jisong and others were busy helping her put away the big and small bags and setting up the stall, Sheninghuan left Shen Jiao to help look after the stall. If there were too many others, she asked them to go shopping by themselves and left what they needed to sell. He sells things in pairs.
Sister Huan, is the location of our stall not good? No one comes here.
Shen Jiao stood in front of the stall for a while, but no one came over. The excited expression on his face gradually turned to disappointment. Sheninghuan also stood next to him. Her mood was light. But it was not because no one came to buy it, but because where she was not sitting, the ground was hot under the sun, and but would be burned if she sat down. She stood there with Shen Jiao for a while, and then walked to the next stall.
Uncle, do you still have the little Mazda you were sitting on? Can you lend us two?
Sheninghuan squatted down and asked with a smile on her face.
Uncle! Uncle!
She shouted twice more. But the old man sitting on the pony still had his back straight, motionless, and did not reply.
If his hand on his knee hadn't curled up slightly, she would have really thought that this old man I'm going to sit down here. Juan, please stop shouting. This old man Wei sets up a stall here every day, but he doesn't like to talk to people. He even has to shout at customers who come to buy things for a while before he will say a price. At the stall next to the old man in a bamboo hat, the stall owner was a rough and cheerful man. He turned around and reminded Shining Huan warmly with his big white teeth. Shining Huan was stunned for a moment. Do you know me? The rough and arrogant man grinned and said happily. How can I not know you? I have followed your college entrance examination live broadcast since the first day. My daughter and I both like you. I didn't expect that I would set up a stall here. I met you. If I tell my daughter about this, she will definitely envy me. He proudly popped up his chest and looked very proud of the big man's pursuit of stars. Oh, so that's it. Shining Huan, still squatting on the spot, replied dryly, her toes so embarrassing that she could dig out a large luxurious stall. It was awkward to meet a fan who was a generation older than her when she went out. She had never been a star or idol, so she couldn't bear it when she saw this scene for the first time. Fortunately, although this fan was rough-looking, he was not careless. Seeing that she was embarrassed, she did not mention the fan thing anymore. Instead, she rubbed her hands and smiled and actively changed the subject. What did you get in the secret realm of the college entrance examination? I wonder if the red blood ginseng is available for sale. My daughter is not in good health recently, and I plan to make her a red blood ginseng stew and snake soup to try. Shining Huan breathed a sigh of relief and said, Sell? Of course. Just when she was about to get up and go back to her stall, the old man who had been silent in front of her finally moved. I saw two small dusty matzes of the same style appearing in the old man's hand out of thin air, and Mo handed them over without saying a word. Shining Huan was stunned for a moment. Then a bright smile appeared on her face. Thank you, uncle. It was only after she took the pony sticks and held them in her hands that she realized what was unusual about the two pony sticks. They were actually cold. Not the biting cold kind, but after coming into contact with them, there is a gentle and refreshing coolness transmitted from it. It will not be suddenly cold and hurt the body, but it will moisturize things quietly and coolly, making people feel comfortable physically and mentally. And all the heat in the body will disappear. Shining Huan glanced at the old man subconsciously. This little horse must be a spiritual weapon. Right. But just when she opened her mouth to ask something, she heard Zhu Dachuan's happy shout from the distance. Sister Huan. Shining Huan immediately swallowed the words in her mouth, looked up at Zhu Dachuan. A smile appeared on her face, and her eyes swept over the three large backpacks on his body. Are you here to sell things too? Zhu Dachuan dragged his sister Zhu Xiaochun and trotted over happily, with a silly smile on his face. My sister and I came to see the dean and sell things together. I didn't expect to meet Huan here by such a coincidence. Sister you. By the way, this is my sister Zhu Xiaochun. He grabbed his sister's slender arm, pulled her forward in a rough manner, and introduced Shining Huan with a smile. Zhu Xiaochun didn't panic. After standing firm, he slowly poked his head out of the sack. He looked at Shining Huan with dull eyes and shouted, Sister Huan! There seemed to be some solemn emotion in the light voice. Shining Huan was surprised. Is this the sister Zhu Dachuan often mentioned? I originally thought she was a girl with a strong and domineering personality, but I didn't expect her to be so gentle. Like a little nerd. However, the name Zhu Xiaochun was quite familiar to her. He was ranked 10th on the comprehensive list. He was a person she had never seen in the secret realm before, and was a dark horse who climbed up later. Since she can get this result, it is obvious that she has Jin Xiuqiu in her heart, and she cannot be as stupid as she seems on the surface. Chapter 154 The Cold Orphanage Director. Shining Huan's eyes flashed. A smile appeared on her face, and she said politely, You don't need to call me Sister Huan. Just call me Huan. Now that we are out of the secret realm, there is no need to call me Sister Huan Dachuan. Zhu Dachuan panicked and said quickly, Once you are a sister, you will always be a sister. How could Jean push him out of the car halfway when he was already hugging Jean? He tried to use his clumsy mouth to persuade Shining Huan to let him be his long-term younger brother. Zhu Xiaochun also nodded seriously beside him, with an expression of approval on his dumb face. In the end, Shining Huan couldn't resist the brother and sister's determination to be their little brother, so she could only continue to accept Zhu Dachuan as her little brother with tears in her eyes. As for Zhu Xiaochun, well, she hasn't figured out what this girl is thinking. Isn't it said that geniuses are arrogant? So she only regarded her, Sister Huan, as following her brother.
Ju Dachuan, who had consolidated his position as his younger brother, became happy again. He looked at the little horse tie in Shiningwan's hand and said happily,
The little horse tie made by the dean is very comfortable. It gets cooler in summer and warmer in winter. Sister Huan, you must do it soon.
Try it.
Shiningwan's face showed surprise again, and she looked at the old man who was sitting on the pony and had stopped moving. Dean? I didn't expect them to have such a relationship. Ju Dachuan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. He didn't hide anything and told him everything about their relationship like he was pouring beans.
Both of us, brother and sister, were orphans born on the Edge Star. The dean adopted us and other children back. This time, my sister and I came to the main star to take the exam. The dean also came with us. We heard that on the main star, the prices are high and the things he sells are also expensive. So the director and we want to sell some of the spiritual tools he made here to earn some small spiritual coins to continue supporting our younger brothers and sisters in the orphanage.
After he finished speaking, he looked at Shiningwan eagerly, fearing that she would dislike his birth. After all, people in the Empire looked down upon people from the Edge Star. Shiningwan didn't understand what he was thinking this time. There was no disdain or wrong emotion on her face. She just said in surprise,
Don't the Empire have an orphanage support plan? Why do you and your dean still need to come out to make money in person?
Ju Dachuan breathed a sigh of relief and grinned silently. As long as Sister Huan doesn't dislike him. Then he scratched his head and said helplessly,
We are on the Edge planet, so the funds approved by the orphanage are not much. But the director wants to train us well, so we need more money. Like the spirit beasts of my sister and me. The cubs were bought by the dean after using the coffin book. When it comes to our younger brothers and sisters, we have no money, so we have to make money.
Shiningwan also nodded with melancholy.
Yes, making money is very important.
For a time, the two reached an emotional resonance between poor people, and the relationship between the eldest sister and the younger brother also sublimated. However, when talking about Edge Star, Shiningwan inevitably thinks of her adoptive parents' younger brother. Their family is also on Edge Star. The younger brother is only 1 year younger than her, and will be able to take the college entrance examination next year. It's just that since she had the memory of the original owner, she tried to contact them again but couldn't. The signal from the Edge Star has been in an unstable state. Even if she wanted to send a spiritual practice method to her cheap brother, none of them worked. So she asked Ju Dachuan tentatively,
Can you still contact there after you come out of the Edge Star?
Ju Dachuan shook his head.
The signal tower on Edge Star collapsed before we came out, and it probably hasn't been repaired yet. Edge Star is poor, and we don't know when it will be repaired.
Shiningwan breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't just that something happened to her adoptive parents' house. But if she had the chance, she still had to go to the Edge Star to pick up her adoptive parents and family, or send them the cultivation techniques. The two continued chatting for a while, and then went back to set up the stall. While Shiningwan was selling red blood ginseng, she took the time to glance in the direction of Ju Dachuan and the others. The taciturn man actually didn't even pay attention to Ju Dachuan and his sister. He still sat there without moving. It was all about Ju Dachuan and his sister. Busy at work. I took out the items from my backpack and sacks and placed them on the stall with only a few scattered items. The two siblings were obviously used to their dean being so indifferent. How cold! Shiningwan sighed with emotion. But she didn't have any bad feelings towards this uncle. According to Ju Dachuan, he was able to adopt so many orphans, and even took the trouble to take out the coffins to cultivate them. He was obviously not a bad person, but a good person. After putting the things on the table, Ju Dachuan shouted at the top of his voice skillfully and began to attract customers.
Big sale at a bargain price. Treasures from heaven, earth, treasures, and high-end spiritual weapons are on sale at a bargain price. Don't miss it if you pass by.
After a few calls, quite a few people on the street came to his stall and began to pick and choose. Shinjile, who was guarding the stall, widened his eyes in shock, as if he had opened the door to a new world. Then he opened his voice and shouted eagerly,
It's sold. It's sold. The heaven and earth just brought out from the Huansha Secret Realm treasure. Hurry up and buy it while it's fresh.
Although the slogan of the advertisement had changed, the effect was pretty good. After a while, someone noticed their side and followed them. Two of them were fans of Shiningwan and screamed in excitement when they saw her. Now it's good. Shiningwan's wind was blowing fiercely today, so her fans came over excitedly after hearing the news. A long street, which is usually the cleanest and most desolate end of the street, Today was surrounded by 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. Shining Wan's stall was completely surrounded. The passers-by were surprised, thinking that there was something good there. Well, people gathered around and wanted to join in the fun. The stall owners also stretched their necks and asked us to ask ourselves, what good things are there here that are so attractive? Shining Wan and Shinjile, who were surrounded by them, were busy and sweating profusely. And they had no use for the 2 ponytails. This celebrity effect is really powerful. The 2 of them spun like tops for more than half an hour, leaving only some red blood ginseng, black purple flesh Ganoderma lucidum, and a few useful natural and earthly treasures. Everything else was sold, including the supplies box, the bits and pieces of water, nutrient solutions, and other things that were sold out were all sold out. Even though Shining Wan's price for each item was higher than what was sold in the market, ranging from 1 Shaoling coin to several hundred Shaoling coins, they were still very happy to buy it, saying they wanted to benefit from her being the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Shining Wan originally wanted to reduce the price back to the original price, but they were not happy with it. They said that buying at the original price was not honest, and they were afraid that they would not get the blessing if they didn't pay more. Shining Wan, if you say that, then I will raise the price boldly. What else could she do with a big fat sheep that was brought to her door for free? She could only make money with tears and blood. Chapter 155. It's not aloofness. It's social fear. Phew! It's finally sold out. Shining Wan wiped the sweat from her forehead and said goodbye to the last fan who wanted to take a photo with her. Then she rubbed her cheeks and the corners of her mouth with both hands to move her face that was frozen in laughter. I thought it was really hard to be a celebrity, and it was too difficult to maintain such a business-like smile. It's true that every profession has its troubles. Sister Wan, look how much you sold them for. The ones I brought out were sold for a total of 50 million Shaoling coins. Shinjal had a bright smile on his face, and he didn't look tired at all. His clear black eyes were even more astonishingly bright. Shining Wan also immediately became excited. Her beautiful red eyes raised, overflowing with excitement, and she kept saying, look at it now! Look at it now! Hey! More than 500 million! Excluding the money Shin Jifan and the others asked me to sell on their behalf. The rest is mine. I have more than 430 million. Her clear eyes were so bright that they were no less than the total amount of live broadcast rewards, or even more. However, after calculation, she felt that it was reasonable to have so many Shaoling coins. The value of the red ginseng forest alone was very high. The market price of red ginseng varied according to the year. The longer the year, the higher the value. She except for the red blood ginseng in her hand that is 70, 80 or 100 years old. She doesn't plan to sell it herself. The rest of the ginseng is mostly between 5 and 30 years old, and the market price is between 30,000 and 30,000, ranging from 200,000. Fans were obsessed with the red blood ginseng stewed snake soup she ate in the secret realm. They all wanted to buy the same style and get lucky, so they themselves coaxed the price up to 40,000. It ranges from 300,000 to 300,000, and there are more than 600 red ginseng roots in total. So the total value here is more than 100 million. In addition, the black-fleshed Ganoderma lucidum has a small quantity on the market, so its market price is much higher than that of the red ginseng forest. Depending on the year, the price range is between 150,000 and 700,000, and the total value is also a more than 100 million. Nearly 200 million. The total of these 2 alone is more than 300 million. Not to mention the Qingling grass, other valuable and high-level treasures of heaven, materials and earth that were found by the little lizard, as well as the odds and ends in the supply box. It is foreseeable that the broken things add up to more than 400 million. No wonder everyone wants to enter the secret realm. It is very difficult to get a place in the secret realm. There are so many treasures in the secret realm. Just go in and make a fortune, and you can spend a lifetime for many people. Who doesn't want to go in? Especially if she is short of money? Well, I remember that when Master Chief took her on as his apprentice, he seemed to have given her a place in the secret realm. She must go there then. Shinjao also flew up with excitement, his eyes and brows filled with joy. By the way, Sister Wan, you sold all the Qingling grass that the desert giant eagle sent to help detoxify in the secret realm. I collected the money for you. I didn't have time during the college entrance examination and forgot to give it to you. In total, 15,000. As he said that, he transferred the money without any hesitation.
Hearing the crisp sound of the Xiaoling coins arriving, Shinning couldn't hide the smile on her face, and transferred 3,000 Xiaoling coins back to Shinjiao.
This is your wages.
Shinjiao's eyes lit up, and Lu Yindian put it away happily. In just over half an hour, he had 3,000 small spirit coins. This salary was so profitable.
Thank you, Sister Huan. Hey, what's wrong with you, old man? Are you mute?
Just as the two were immersed in the joy of making money, a sharp voice cut through the air and reached their eardrums. Xin Ying's smile froze. Her brows furrowed, and she looked in that direction with displeasure. I saw a brightly dressed young lady standing in front of the stall next door. Her makeup was exquisite. Her eyes with eyeliner were filled with a sense of superiority, and she was sitting on a pony with an angry and arrogant glare. The aloof dean. The black gauze on the dean's bamboo hat was swayed by the wind, but there was no movement from others. However, Shinning sharply noticed his slightly curled fingers, which seemed to reveal his emotions at this time. It seems possible that this dean is a little different from the cold old man she imagined. Shinning shook her head and looked away from his fingers, and then looked around the stall and on the long street for someone. The brothers and sisters Zhu Dachuan and Zhu Xiaochun didn't know where they were. There was no sign of him, and there was no one even at the stall of the rough and arrogant man next door. Just as her eyes wandered away, the situation in front of the dean's booth escalated again. The charming young lady, with a sense of superiority, became angry when she saw no one responded to her. Angrily, she picked up a ring-like thing on the stall, then raised her chin and said like giving alms.
Huh? You bastard stall, the rags are only worth 100,000 Xiaoling coins at most. If Brother Rong didn't like this kind of pattern, I wouldn't be willing to buy it. Don't look for the extra ones. I'll count them as charity for you.
After saying that, she took out her optical brain and transferred the money, then turned around and left. The dean who was sitting on the pony stood up suddenly, and a weak voice came from under the bamboo hat.
No, there is not enough space.
His old voice seemed to have not spoken for a long time, with a bit of dryness and anxiety. Because of the panic, even Xiao Maza was brought down. Shinning was stunned for a moment, and finally understood what the sense of disobedience in the dean was. His silence was not because he was cold, but because he was afraid of society. She frowned, immediately stepped over her stall, chased out and grabbed the young lady's wrist, and said in a bad tone,
"Didn't you hear the old man said the money wasn't enough? He just wanted to run away after taking something."
Miss Jia was dragged and staggered. After she stood up, she immediately turned around and glared angrily. She was first shocked by Shinning face, but soon the surprise in her eyes turned into disgust and hatred. She gritted her teeth and said,
"It's you."
Shinning frowned in displeasure.
"Do you know me?"
Miss Jiao glared at Shinning fiercely, shook her hand away angrily, took 2 steps back and cursed.
"You are the vixen's sister who wants to rob my brother Rong. I will remember you even if I am a ghost."
This is really an unexpected answer. However, Shinning did not follow her words and continued to ask, but returned to the previous matter in a faint voice.
"You first give the old man the money to make up for it. The old man is a spiritual weapon master. This should be a space spiritual weapon in your hand. As we all know, a space spiritual weapons, even the smallest 10 cubic meters, costs at least 1 million small spiritual coins. You just threw it are the 100,000 Shaolin coins coming out to send the beggar away, or because the old man is easy to bully and wants to get away with it."
Chapter 156, The Second Sister's Fiancé. Miss Jiao's face turned red with excitement. She didn't know whether she was angry or being piqued. Her eyes were red, and the look she looked at Shinning was filled with hatred and malice.
Who wants to escape the bill? This bad old man wants to pay back a spiritual weapon master. You think you are a spiritual weapon master who can make space spiritual weapons. I think you and this bad old man have joined forces to trick me. I know it. Your vixen sister is not a good thing either."
Shinning raised her eyebrows slightly.
"You just need to scan and measure it to know. Why are you so excited? Also, don't talk about such a vixen sister. Although personal attacks do not violate imperial laws, you will be beaten. This is not a military compound. I think I can hit people."
Miss Jiao was not threatened at all. She raised her chin and gave her a contemptuous look.
"Just hit her. Do you think I am afraid of you? I am a third-year student at Zixi College.
And you are nothing but a freshman. I saw the secret realm. How could you be so powerful without the help of the desert giant eagle?"
Shinjiao immediately stood up and quickly walked over in 3 steps and stood behind Shinning, looking at the young lady with vigilant eyes. They didn't expect that this charming young lady could actually be admitted to Zishio Academy. She might actually have some skills. But they were not afraid. Even if Sister Huan couldn't defeat him alone, she could still kill him together. The two sides were at war with each other and refused to give in. Just as the situation was about to get out of control, a gentle male voice suddenly interrupted.
Jinjin, what are you doing?
Then Shining Huan and Shinjiao witnessed with their own eyes what it means that people have two faces, and their faces change faster than those in Sichuan. Miss Jiao changed her aggrieved and pitiful face in a second, and walked towards the gentleman walking from the long street like a bird. The man was wearing a low-key and luxurious casual suit. His facial features were handsome and gentle, and his eyebrows were gentle. There seemed to be a little sadness between his eyebrows with broken black hair. Even if he smiled lightly at this time, he could not erase this melancholy atmosphere. He seems to be a melancholy noble man with excellent appearance and good temper. Miss Jiao walked up to him and said in a sticky voice,
Brother Rong, Shin Qiang's sister bullied me.
Shining Huan raised her eyebrows. Was he someone the second sister knew? She turned to look at Shinjiao beside her. Do you know him? Shinjiao shook his head and said that he had never seen it before. The man's warm eyes followed Miss Jiao toward Shining Huan. His warm eyes lit up slightly, and he obviously recognized her. Then he passed Miss Jiao, raised his feet, and walked quickly in the direction of Shining Huan. It wasn't until he was about 3 steps in front of her that a slight smile appeared on his thin lips. He stopped and introduced himself.
Hello, Miss Shinwu. My name is Jiang Xiurong, and I am your second sister's fiancé.
Shining Huan? Shinjiao, Sigma, degree winky face. How come they just took the college entrance examination when they were fat for? And why did the second cousin have an extra fiancé? Miss Jiao's face was twisted ferociously for a moment, but she quickly recovered and followed her to Jiang Xiurong, with a look of grievance on her face and tears in her eyes.
Brother Rong, don't you want to be serious? You guys obviously haven't.
Engagement? You are wrong to introduce it this way.
Jiang Xiurong frowned, and her gentle expression turned a bit unsightly.
Jinjin, I just love you as a brother and sister. Don't think too much about it. And Ying and I are getting engaged today, so don't say this again in the future. Such misleading words.
The aggrieved expression on Miss Jiao's face froze, and the resentment deep in her eyes became a little thicker. The protective tears in her eyes fell one by one. She wanted to act coquettishly, so she stretched out her hand to pull Jiang Xiurong's sleeves, but was avoided by him. Miss Jiao's hand froze in midair, and finally fell down, with a cry in her voice.
I'm sorry, Brother Rong. It was my fault.
Shining Huan stood aside without saying a word, staring at the two people with her eyes rolling, especially the man who introduced himself as the second brother-in-law. I felt relieved when I saw that his eyes were indeed not evasive, and he didn't look like he was pretending. Then she became confused. Why is the second sister looking for a fiancé at this time? Is it too soon to get engaged in just 30 days? But I have to go back and ask my second sister to find out about this matter. For now, let's settle the debt first. Shining Huan made a serious face and said,
Ahem. Don't cry. It's time for us to get back to business. You need to repay the money for the space ring to the old man before you cry.
Then she turned to look at Uncle Xian, who was still standing there stupidly, and asked,
Uncle, how much does your space spiritual weapon cost?
Probably because of the power of money. This time the uncle finally overcame his social fear and stammered 3 seconds later.
130 million. What? Why don't you go and grab it?
Miss Jiao even forgot to cry. Her eyes widened with red eyes filled with tears, and her sharp and mean voice could almost pierce her eardrums. Shining Huan, Shinjiao and Jiang Xiurong all frowned and then took 2 steps back. Shining Huan,
stop talking nonsense. If you can't afford it, just put it back.
Miss Jiao's eyebrows were raised in anger, as if she had been stepped on and hurt her foot, and she was going crazy.
What do you mean? You are mocking me for not being able to afford it. It's obvious that you and this bad old man have joined forces to trick me. Why can't I question it anymore? This bad old man must be stammering because he is guilty.
Shining Huan looked at Jiang Xiurong beside her. It seemed that her love for this man was nothing more than that. Just 130 million would cost her in front of her sweetheart. Jiang Xiurong was stunned for a moment, and then a look of understanding appeared on his face. After turning away his eyes, a pair of warm black eyes were filled with waves, and he didn't know what he was thinking. You're farting. The spiritual weapon made by our dean is worth this price. We still feel that we have made a loss on the sale. Zhu Dachuan's angry voice came. And a rude and arrogant man, who was a fan of Zhu Xiaochun, and Shining Huan came hurriedly behind him. Zhu Dachuan stood in front of his dean, glaring at Miss Jiao with unprecedented anger on his honest face.
Please return the things. We won't sell them. You don't deserve to have the spiritual weapon made by our dean.
Miss Jiao's face was angry and cold.
Humph! Isn't it just a way to provoke others? I won't be fooled. If you don't want to buy it, I won't buy it. It's just a broken ring. You ask the old man to transfer my 100,000 yuan back.
She angrily threw the ring in her hand towards Zhu Dachuan. Zhu Dachuan's face panicked, and he quickly reached out to pick it up. But Zhu Xiaochun's movements were more flexible and faster, and he caught the ring first. Shining Huan looked over with her eyes, and saw a small plain ring lying in the palm of Zhu Xiaochun's thin little hand. The surface of the ring was a circular gossip pattern. It looked gray and not an attractive shape. It is not popular in the luxury market where eye-catching diamonds are popular nowadays, but it is more friendly. This was a Taoist inheritance pattern she had seen in her previous life, but she didn't expect it to exist in the interstellar world. Chapter 157, Picking up the Yin-Yang Ring. Zhu Dachuan breathed a sigh of relief, then carefully picked up the ring from his sister's hand, took out a clean white handkerchief from his pocket and wiped it, as if to wipe off all the bad luck and dirt on it. Miss Jiao felt that this was a disdain for her and humiliating her, and her pretty face was livid with anger. But Jiang Xiurong was here, and she couldn't bear to leave. However, Jiang Xiurong didn't look at her. He was looking intently at the ring in Zhu Dachuan's hand, which showed that he really liked the style. Then he noticed Shining Huan, who was also staring intently. The expression on his gentle and melancholy handsome face was tangled. After a complicated struggle, he finally reluctantly gave up his love and said solemnly,
Sell it to me. Since the fifth sister likes it, then I will give this space spiritual weapon to the fifth sister.
The meeting gift.
Shining Huan was really surprised this time. The second brother-in-law who suddenly appeared was so generous. He spent 130 million on whatever he wanted and gave it to her as a meeting gift. Is it because he is a generous person, or because he loves his second sister miserably that he loves Wujiwu? The one who reacted more than her was Miss Jiao. Her eyes were like bull's eyes, and her snow-white face looked at Jiang Xiurong in disbelief.
Brother Rong, you actually want to give her your beloved thing.
Why should she? And this is a ring, and the ring cannot be given away casually. Besides, she is Shinqiang's sister, your sister-in-law.
At the end of the sentence, she was so angry that she stamped her feet bitterly, and then glared at Shining Huan viciously, with eyes like knives that wanted to pierce her beautiful vixen face. Ah, my sisters are vixens. Only then did Jiang Xiurong realize that what he just said was inappropriate. His handsome face turned red with embarrassment. His image as a noble young master suddenly collapsed. He was at a loss and hurriedly explained.
It's not that I didn't expect this. Ying.
It was said that the fifth young lady had suffered a lot since she was living outside the country, and she wanted to make up for it and treat the fifth younger sister better. So when I saw that the fifth younger sister liked it, I wanted to show my love to Ying and buy it as a meeting gift.
It's the fifth young lady again. And it's the fifth younger sisters, which shows that he is really panicked. Shining Huan looked into his eyes with a calm face. Sincerity, confusion, embarrassment, and annoyance. They were all the most real emotions. The second sister's fiancé seems a little stupid.
No need to explain. I understand. But it's really inappropriate for you to give me a ring. I'll buy this myself.
Shining Huan interrupted the blushing and thick-necked person who wanted to explain. She happened to be short of a space weapon. Although the price was dozens of times higher than the installation fee for the space weapon she had originally prepared. She had money now. It's not bad to buy a big one in one step. So he paid with one hand and delivered the goods with the other. And Zhu Dachuan's face regained its original silly smile. Zhu Xiuqun gave him a wink after Zhu Dachuan received it. He also followed her eyes and glanced at Miss Jiao.
Huh? You don't know the goods.
Then when the girl jumped angrily, he turned around and looked at Shining Huan with a smile like a flower, and spoke with bright eyes.
Sister Huan, this space spiritual weapon, made by the Dean, is absolutely worth the money. It's called the Yin-Yang Ring. The sunny side is a planting space with 300 acres of land inside, which can be planted at will. The other side is the shaded side. The space is the same size, but it is a space where time stands still. It can store things and place all kinds of natural materials and treasures. It is not afraid of deterioration or deterioration of medicines. It can also put hot dishes in it. And you can take out hot meals and dishes at any time. Come and eat.
The more Shinning-Huan listened, the brighter her eyes became. Dual spaces, and making this spatial spiritual weapon not only use space but also time. Which shows how awesome the maker of this spiritual weapon is. She has learned about the price of space artifacts. It is impossible to get an artifact like this for 130 million. If you put it in any auction house, you can get it for 300 to 400 million. Darling, it turns out that the old dean of the club is actually a hidden expert. This must be at least a super 10th grade spiritual weapon master. This time she really made a big mistake. The key is that she reminded Zhu Dachuan that the price was low. And he also said that the price would be whatever the dean listed and would not change. Which was an advantage for her. Compared to her happiness, Miss Jiao was dumbfounded. She muttered in a panic.
Impossible. Impossible. You must be lying to me. You have joined forces to lie to me.
After realizing that he had avenged the dean, Zhu Dachuan showed little interest in her and taught himself the literature of scumbag men without any teacher. Without raising his eyes, he said perfunctorily,
Well, that's what you say. If you think so, I'll do it too.
No way.
This sentence directly made Miss Jiao furious. Her face turned blue and white. And she couldn't hold it in anymore. She couldn't stay any longer. She didn't care about her brother Rong anymore. Turned around and ran away angrily. Jiang Xiaorong looked at Shinning-Huan and Shinjiao with some embarrassment. And said dryly,
I'll send her back first.
Then he turned around and took 3 steps and 2 steps to catch up. Shinning-Huan looked at his retreating back. Her brows furrowed in dissatisfaction. And she felt a little unhappy. Didn't she say that she was getting engaged to her second sister today? Why are you still going shopping with other women? And now you have to follow her to take her back? Shinjiao also had anger in his eyes.
What's going on with this man? He behaved well just now when he was being petted by others. Why is he confused now? That unruly lady ran away on her own. Why did she catch up with her? This Mater Tang, my second cousin, will definitely not be happy if I know what I think.
Shinning-Huan turned her head and glanced at Shinjiao.
You still know something about the Love Sutra.
Shinjiao puffed up his chest proudly.
That's right. My grandpa and grandma often show off their affection and show off their affection. I've watched them all.
Shining raised her lips and smiled.
Let's go back. We need to ask the second sister what's going on with the second brother-in-law. Yeah.
Shinjiao nodded. Then the two of them said goodbye to the Zhu Dachuan brother and sister, the old man from Shifang, and the rough and arrogant Fan. They tidied up the stall, returned the 2 small mats to the old man, and prepared to go back. Zhu Dachuan and Zhu Xiaoqun, one on the left and the other on the right, squatted beside the dean, who had already sat back on his pony, turning their necks and silently watching Shinning-Huan leave. Zhu Dachuan scratched his head.
Why didn't Sister Huan ask about the dean's situation? In the past, those people were very enthusiastic when they knew that our dean was very powerful.
But the dark eyes on Zhu Xiaoqun's dull face shone brightly. She said slowly,
I don't know. The dean has already sold something here, and his identity has been exposed. He has to move to another place tomorrow.
Zhu Dachuan also reacted immediately.
Yes, the dean likes purity the most. The unruly woman who ran away just now may come back to cause trouble for us.
The 2 quickly stood up and started packing their things. The dean has not been open for 3 years. But they have been very familiar with the ability of the dean, who has been open for 3 years. The same dean does not like trouble, and often changes places after selling 1 ticket. It is the same this time. Chapter 158, Shinchiyua's Rotten Peach Blossoms.
Stop following me!
Shinning-Huan and Shinjiao had just walked halfway down a long street, when they heard Shinchiyua in the middle of the road ahead suddenly yelling at the young man in front of her. When she saw the 2 of them, Shinchiyua was like seeing a savior and hurriedly exposed her face. With a happy expression, he walked over excitedly and said,
You guys came to see me. Are you ready to go back after the items are sold out? Ah. Yes. Who is the one behind you?
Shinning-Huan looked at the young man catching up behind Shinchiyua. He was probably in his early 20s. Young and handsome, with red lips and white teeth. He was also very well dressed. He was wearing famous brands from head to toe. And even his hair seemed to have been carefully taken care of. Take off the look of a young master with a pretty face. Before Shinchiyue could speak, the pretty girl came over with a bright smile and introduced herself.
Hello. My name is Hui Yuan. I am a student of Qian College. I am in the same school as Senior Yu. I am also an admirer of Senior Yu. I fell in love with Senior You when I saw her on a live broadcast. I didn't expect that we were destined to meet each other thousands of miles away. And we actually met here. This is really the fate given to us by God.
Then Balabala is a string of sweet words for free. Shitting Juan and Shinjile, silently rubbing the goosebumps on his arms. Shinchiyue, the person involved, was even more embarrassed with her toes on the ground, not enjoying being pursued at all, and her attitude towards Sui Yuan was quite repulsive, and could even be said to be psychologically disgusting. How could she not be disgusted? Chai Haobo had this kind of character in his previous life. He was dressed extremely exquisitely. He looked like the young master of a big family. As soon as he appeared on the stage, she was dazzled by his identity and wealth. Chai Haobo was also an experienced man, Huat Song, who coaxed her into dizziness by spreading her sweet words for free. Soon fell into the abyss of love. So what she hates most after her rebirth in this life is this kind of scumbag. But the one she met today is the same type as Chai Haobo. She didn't know yet whether he was a scumbag or whether some of his words were true. But it didn't stop her from being disgusted and disgusted. She had a stress rejection reaction when she saw him.
Okay, that's enough. I already told you that I can't accept your love.
Shinchiyue interrupted his eloquent words with a dark face, staring at his eloquent words with dark eyes, wishing she could sew him up with a needle. Sui Yuan's voice faltered, and his sweet words stopped abruptly. Then he bit his lip and looked at her helplessly, like a little puppy who had been wronged. Most people would feel distressed when they saw her. But it's a pity that the three people present are not ordinary people. Shitting Huan is hard-hearted and doesn't like this useless pretty boy at all. Naturally, Shinjile, a man, would not feel sorry for another man. Thinking about it would give him goosebumps. Shinchiyue, who changed her ways after being reborn, gave up on love and pursued a career, was even less interested in him. The three of them had dull eyes and cold faces, and their main attitude was,
I will just quietly watch you act like a monster.
So Sui Yuan was able to confuse a few passers-by in the end. And none of the three main targets were confused. He was going crazy in his mind. What's going on? Aren't women the worst offenders of his tricks? Why was Shinchiyue so indifferent and so disgusted and repelled by him? Suddenly he regretted giving up the rich woman he had just hooked up with to take on the task assigned to him by the owner of the family. However, as a professional pretty boy, his acting skills are still very good. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to remain unfazed for so many years. He still had a look of grievance on his face, and even his eyes did not reveal his inner emotions. Then he lowered his head, as if he was hurt by Shinchiyue's indifference, and said in a frustrated voice,
Okay, I was the one who was abrupt today. Can I?
I am very happy to meet Senior Yu. I will go back today. If Senior Yu encounters any difficulties at Qian College, just come to me. I will always open my arms to Senior Yu.
After showing some thoughtfulness before leaving, he turned back 3 times and reluctantly left. After disappearing into the crowd and out of sight, his handsome young face put on a twisted and unwilling expression, with anger towards Shinchiyue's ignorance in his eyes. But he still had to grit his teeth and lower his head to the housekeeper beside the house owner. Send a message. Qian Zuyuan, the approach mission failed. Shinchiyue won't accept my trick. Housekeeper, don't you claim that you can capture any woman at your fingertips? Even Shitting Huan. Can you make her fall in love with you with all her heart? Why did you fail miserably as soon as you made the move? The head of the family is not willing to hear failure. You have to think about it. Do you want to give up on this mission? Qian Zuyuan's handsome face twisted. After living in the Qian family for so many years, he certainly knew the master's methods. His body trembled subconsciously when he thought about it. After weighing the pros and cons, he could only swallow it in frustration. This is a bitter pill. Qian Zuyuan, maybe I was too proactive this time and Shinchiyue didn't like it. I'll try again after Qian College starts and find another way to get closer. As a master of love, he has more than one way to attract women. He narrowed his eyes and rolled up the black mist. Countless plans to make Shinchiyue submit had flashed through his mind. In order to make the mission go smoothly, he didn't mind using more dark methods.
Akyu.
Shinchiyue suddenly sneezed. Fortunately, Shitting Huan ducked quickly. Otherwise the saliva would have sprayed on her face. Shinchiyue rubbed her nose and said somewhat coquettishly,
It's time to change the season to autumn. It's a bit cold, so I couldn't hold it back. I'm sorry.
Shitting Huan raised her eyebrows.
I don't think it's almost autumn, but it's almost spring. Otherwise, how could one or two of them be so lucky?
Shinchiyue was a little embarrassed and aggrieved. Then she huffed and asked, Who else besides me? Shin Zhao smiled and said, It's the second cousin. Someone just came over and introduced us that he is the second cousin's fiancé, and he is getting engaged today. Shen Chiyue's pupils are shaking. The second sister's fiancé? There was nothing like this in my previous life. Where did my fiancé appear from? Shin Huan also raised the corners of her lips with interest. Speaking of which, the second sister's fiancé is better than this peach blossom of yours. This peach blossom of yours looks like a rotten peach blossom. Shin Chiyue, it's really a hero's insight. Oh, I know this is a bad peach blossom. But can you please not say it out loud? So as to save some face for others. Well, it was obviously impossible for Shin Huan, the big devil, to save face for her. Shin Chiyue was used to being beaten, and now she couldn't resist. After swallowing this breath, a perfunctory fake smile appeared on her face. Let's hurry up. Go back and ask your second sister and brother-in-law what's going on. Shin Huan didn't bother to continue, followed Shin Chiyue's words and walked up, casually asking, Where are Brother Song and the others? Shin Chiyue. We spread out and went shopping. There is no need to look for them. Just send them a message and it will be fine. Chapter 159 The Brilliant Beauty. In the living room of the Shin family villa, Shin Sun is sitting in the middle of the sofa with his back straight, his handsome and majestic face full of solemnity. If you look carefully, you can see that his facial muscles are obviously tense, and even his body is like a leopard on alert, always ready to rush out and fight. Shin Jilling, the son, was no less imposing. He had handsome eyebrows and slender eyes, and a sharp and cold aura came out of his body. At this time, he was walking back and forth in the hall with his hands behind his waist, and his hurried steps, which were slightly faster than usual, revealed his nervousness. His pair of delicate and cold peach blossom eyes also looked out the door from time to time. Oh, why haven't they come back yet? A sigh sounded. The father and son present both froze, almost thinking that they had spilled the beans. However, the only three people in the living room were Shin Qiang, a stupid beauty who was not very smart, so she didn't notice the emotional leakage of the father and son at all. After she muttered casually, she couldn't help but stood up and planned to go to the door to see look. Coincidentally, she had just walked to the door when Shin Huan, Shin Chiyue and Shin Zhao walked in. Shin Qiang's big bright eyes immediately lit up, and a smile spread across her face. You are back. The father and son in the living room couldn't sit still after hearing the sound. One turned and walked towards the door, and the other stood up from the sofa and followed in a hurry. When Shin Huan saw the second sister standing at the door, she also smiled and walked over quickly. Second sister, are you waiting for us? Shin Chiyue couldn't bear her temper and asked anxiously as she walked. Second sister, I heard that you have a fiancé and you are getting engaged today. Is it true? As they spoke, their eyes all fell on Shin Qiang's outfit today. Although their second sister was usually bright-looking and a curvy beauty, she never dressed up and wore the same training clothes every day, or loose sportswear. At least Shin Huan had never seen her second sister wearing a skirt or makeup in the 2 days before the college entrance examination. But today her second sister actually wore a dazzling red dress that showed off her figure, and her hair was curled into big waves. There are also traces of makeup on her face, delicate eyeliner, charming eyes, and moist, bright and attractive red lips. In short, the aura of sexy and mature beauty is overwhelming, seductive, and irresistibly bright. Shin Chiyue has never felt that her second sister was so beautiful. Before Shin Huan came back, she always thought that she was the most beautiful among the 3 sisters in the family. However, she did not expect that the second sister was the one who was hiding her secrets. With this dress, her appearance was directly doubled several times, fully reflecting the advantages of her bright and dazzling appearance. Of course, the prerequisite is that she doesn't open her mouth to speak. The secret was revealed as soon as he opened his mouth. You've heard about it too. You guys are really well informed. Shin Qiang's cheeks were blushing. Her voice was silly, and her smile was casual, revealing a row of white teeth, commonly known as a silly smile. What seducing beauty! So bright and beautiful things are all broken into dregs. The corners of Shin Huan and Shin Chiyue's mouths twitched together. Shin Huan, second brother-in-law, came here to say it himself. So, second sister, are you really going to get engaged today? Shin Chiyue frowned and disapproved of talking about marriage so soon, and she knew how to teach her personally. So she followed the thoughts of those who have experienced it and worriedly said, Second sister, do you know what kind of character that man is and what he is like in private? You must not be deceived by his superficial appearance. In such a short period of time, he might when I get along with you. It's all his disguise. Second sister, if you want to fall in love, I won't stop you. But you have to think carefully about getting engaged and getting married. And you can't be too hasty. You know people. They know faces. But you don't know their hearts. After getting along for a long time, it will take time to see each other again. People's hearts? It's only been 30 days. It's too fast. Shen Huan glanced at her in surprise. This was really what she said from the bottom of her heart. It made sense. She thought so too. Shen Qiang, the silly elder sister with a silly smile, showed a little shyness on her face. Dad introduced me. I haven't been with him for long. But the person Dad likes is still a friend of eldest brother. So he should be good? Shen Huan and Shen Huan were surprised. It turned out that this relationship was not the second sister's own love. Shen Qiyue's face looked a little ugly, and the warning sound in her heart was ringing. Could it be that the one introduced by her father was a marriage? In her previous life, her marriage to Chai Haobo was actually a marriage. At least she thought she was being married. But it just so happened that she also happened to like Chai Haobo. The reason why she was reborn in this life was to expose her identity as a fake daughter in advance. She also wants to bring Shen Huan back to replace her in marriage. Although her plan has been completely ruined by Shen Huan's current soaring momentum. The crisis of Xiao Luoxing's spiritual energy disappearing has not passed. And the marriage may still happen. So could it be that Xiao Luoxing's crisis has been brought forward and the second sister was dragged out to get married? She doesn't care who in the Shen family marries. Except the second sister. If the marriage partner is still the Chai family, then who is that man? Shen Qiyue suppressed the raging undercurrent in her heart and asked eagerly with dark red eyes. That man? Big or small? He is your future second brother-in-law. Shen Sun's majestic voice came, and he and Shen Jilin walked out of the villa one after another. When Shen Jilin who walked out together saw Shen Huan and the others, the coldness in his eyes softened a lot. This is Jiang Shirong, a friend I met a few years ago. He has a good character, a gentle temperament, and can be considerate to you too. Sister, you should have met his younger brother Jiang Xiaoran in the college entrance examination secret realm. It's him! Shen Qiyue's eyebrows twisted into caterpillars. Didn't he get engaged before but then broke off? How could a second-hand man be given to the second sister? Our second sister is not a rag collector. She had heard of Jiang Shirong in her previous life. The Jiang family was also a prestigious family in the empire, ranking among the top 10 in terms of overall strength. Jiang Shirong was the eldest son of the Jiang family. From now on, he would inherit the Jiang family's family business. Jiang Shirong did a good job. But the only bad thing was that the peach blossoms around him were very prosperous. But they were not good ones. Among them, what impressed her the most were the two real and fake daughters of the Jin family. The real daughter Jin Xiaoyu was Jiang Shirong's real fiancée. But the fake daughter Jin Jinjin was madly in love with Jiang Shirong. She was the one who messed up the engagement between Jiang Shirong and the real daughter. No. She had also heard rumors that Jiang Shirong also liked Jin Jinjin. So she broke off the engagement of the real daughter. Although this news may be a rumor, it may not be groundless. Jiang Shirong may really be moved by Jin Jinjin. Without mentioning this, let's just talk about Jiang Shirong's strong romantic luck. And the second sister is not suitable for him. The second sister is not very smart. Can she compete with those women? Chapter 160 Dad, and I also want to set a date for you. Shen Huan looked at Shen Qiyue with interest. There was a melon. Shen Sun and Shen Jilin, father and son, were not in such a good mood. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he looked at Shen Qiyue with difficulty in speaking. As soon as her identity changed, and she became a fake daughter, the caring little cotton-padded jacket turned into a leaky little cotton-padded jacket. Can second-hand describe a man? But because she had been his sister for so many years, and Xiao Wu, who had just been found, was also looking at her eagerly. Shen Jilin raised her thin lips and relaxed the atmosphere. The divorce was actually initiated by Miss Jean herself. Both of them were engaged by their parents, but they never had any feelings for each other. So they divorced amicably and peacefully. But I don't know why there is such a rumor. It was then rumored that Miss Jin's engagement was broken off. Shen Qiyue curled her lips. What else could it be? It must be the fault of the fake daughter Jin Jinjin. Then there is Jin Jinjin. I heard that she and Jiang Shirong are childhood sweethearts and have a deep relationship. Will our second sister be rumored to have stolen her love? There was a smile in Shen Huan's eyes.
and she nodded in cooperation, finishing the attack appropriately.
I just met this future second brother-in-law on a long street. He was shopping with a young lady named Zinzingio. This should be what Shinchiyu said. Jin Jinjin. Today is the day when he and his second sister are engaged. So it's not appropriate to go out with other women.
Shinjile, who had no sense of presence next to him, nodded hurriedly.
Yes. Sister Huan and I saw it together. And he chased after Jin Jinjin to send him back.
Shinsun frowned. Shinjiling's face also became unsightly. Today, he was still entangled with Jin Jinjin. Didn't he agree that he would only treat her as his sister? Didn't he already deliberately alienate her many years ago? The father and son began to reflect on whether this marriage was the right thing to do. At this moment, Shinjiang, who was a little late, realized that something was wrong and stammered.
Well, he was right about this. He reported it to me because Jin Jinjin came to his house as a guest and ended up stealing the engagement ring he was going to give me today while they weren't paying attention. I cried. They asked him to go shopping with him before returning the ring. Jin Jinjin's parents doted on Jin Jinjin and begged him to go shopping with Jin Jinjin one last time. He should have chased her to ask Jin Jinjin to get the ring back.
Shinjiling and his son heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out to be like this, which was understandable. But Shinchiyue didn't buy it. She raised her brows and said angrily,
Why should I accompany you? Is he a fool? He went shopping with other women on the day of his engagement. This matter will be spread out. No matter what the reason is, it will be spread. It's disrespectful to the second sister. People outside are laughing at the second sister. And it's our second sister who suffers.
Shining Huan looked at Shinchiyue with admiration, then nodded in support.
Yes, that's right. Even if the engagement ring is stolen, you can buy it again. You can also discuss it with our family. In short, it is better than being in pairs with other women.
Shinchiyue was still not relieved and continued to scold.
The parents of the Jin family are also mentally ill. They knew that their daughter had a problem and still asked Jiang Xiurong to accompany her. Didn't this give Jin Jin real hope? This kind of thing should be cut off quickly, not even leaving a crack in the window for her, so that Jin Jinjin could give up. But in the final analysis, Jiang Xiurong's bigger problem is that he is indecisive and does not put our second sister first. If he really cares about her, he will definitely not you can do such stupid things.
Shining Huan nodded.
A martyr girl is afraid of pestering her husband, and vice versa. Jin Jinjin is entangled too tightly. This young master Jiang is not decisive. Sooner or later, this Jin Jinjin will seize the opportunity and tear open the cracks to get in. The two sisters, who are not related by blood, are just talking to each other. You are venomous and I am attacking. But now they are cooperating quite well. Both Shin Sun and Shin Jiling were dumbfounded. The news coming from Xiao Luoxing seemed to be that the two sisters were not getting along. There was no way they were getting along. They were so in sync that it hurt everyone. I just feel sorry for Jiang Xiurong. Shin Sun opened his mouth, with a hint of frustration and depression on his majestic face. He originally thought that this marriage could not be better, but he did not expect that there were so many hidden dangers hidden in it. He said in a low voice, Although the Jiang family boy is at fault, this marriage cannot be dissolved, and today's engagement must continue. Father. Shin Chiyue looked at him in shock. Was her father reluctant to give up the interests of the Jiang family? Thinking of this, her eyes darkened. Shining Huan lowered her eyes and made no comment. She was not familiar with this father, and this was the first time they met. Shin Jiling was afraid that her three younger sisters would misunderstand.
So she explained softly and helplessly,
My father engaged my second sister in order to protect my second sister. The Jiang family is not someone the Qian family can afford to offend. If our Shin family fails and the Jiang family protects us, the second sister will be protected.
My sister will be fine. Besides, this is just an engagement, not a marriage. There is a lot of room for change. Not only for the second sister, but also for you and me.
Shin Chiyue's eyes widened. She didn't expect the reason to be like this. She had misunderstood. After calming down the anger in her heart, she shook her head decisively and said firmly,
I don't want to get engaged. I will protect myself.
Shining Huan raised her eyebrows and shook her head as well, with a mocking smile on her lips.
It's just the Qin family. Don't worry. I don't need to be engaged to protect myself.
Shinsun gave her a complicated look. It wasn't just the Qin family that was in crisis. It would be easier if it was just the Qin family. But he didn't say this. The matter hasn't been exposed yet. And those people haven't come to the door yet, saying it will only increase the burden on Huan, and may also make those people notice something strange. So he continues to hide it. Now not a good time to say it. Then Huan's voice changed again.
Shin Qifei needs to get married.
Shin Qiyue's eyes suddenly lit up, and she nodded gloatingly.
Yes. 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 Shin Qifei is a bit stupid and doesn't have much ability. She still needs to find a man to rely on.
She was only halfway through saying that Chow had arrived. Shin Qifei, Shin Jifan, Shin Jisung, and several other college entrance examination students all arrived. Shin Qifei strode in and glared at Shin Qiyue angrily.
Shin Qiyue, why are you looking for a man to support me? And you still call me stupid? You bastard.
Shin Qiyue snorted and waved the blame away.
I didn't mention this. It was Shin Huan who mentioned it first.
Shin Qifei, whose anger level exploded, turned to look at Shin Huan. But when she met Shin Huan's calm black and white eyes, she subconsciously turned her head away timidly. Just now, when she went to change her clothes, she also went to Xinguang to make up for what happened during the college entrance examination. As a result, 9 of the 10 hot searches were about Shin Huan killing monsters and commanding the giant desert eagle, and won the first place with an overwhelming advantage. Some of the videos of killing monsters and Qian's family were even more frightening to her. She hadn't come to her senses yet, but Shin Huan thought of the cold look in her eyes when she was killing monsters and Qian's family in the video, and she got scared.